The struggles of a miner. Mishan, you should eat more that I can no longer go on. I can't mine any more spirit stones. An emaciated old man poured most of his bowl of gruel into the hands of the young boy before him. Grandpa Fong, you'll be fine. He'll mine a few more spirit stones for you today, replied Mishan, squatting on the ground, despite his disheveled hair and the dirt that clung to his face. His dark eyes sparkled with determination. No need, child. The world has been overrun by the demon race, and we, the human race, are merely tools of their exploitation. You can help me for a day, but can you assist me for a lifetime? I am weary, let me go. You are still young, live well, for hope shall eventually arise, Grandpa Fong said kindly, gazing at the vibrant Mishan as though he were looking at his younger self. All you do is eat. Hurry up and mine for spirit stones. If you don't gather enough, it may cost you your lives, shouted Wang Er, who managed the mine for the demon race. In the deep, dark mine, a torch flickered a few feet away, casting elongated shadows that danced like restless spirits, whispering of the hardships once endured in the struggle for spirit stones. Mishan, clad in tattered rags and bare-chested, carried a bamboo basket on his back. He swung his strong arms rhythmically against the rock face. Before long, a thumb-sized, translucent spirit stone emerged. This spirit stone was unearthed in my territory. It is mine. Suddenly, a hand shovel reached out from the side, snatching the nearly excavated stone away. Mishan intended to argue, but a towering puppet emerged from the shadows, its body adorned with intricate mystical symbols, radiating ethereal light from the seams. Are you all deaf? Lord Wolf King designated this mine for my management yesterday. Each of you must hand over the spirit stones. You mine here, Wang Er, with his small nose, eyes, and mouth, stood behind the puppet, his voice grating like a duck's quack. Mishan glared defiantly at Wang Er, but to his dismay, Wang Er noticed. With a crack of a whip, a deep lash mark appeared on me. Shan's bare torso, defying the supervisor warrants a whipping. Wang Er jeered from behind the puppet. Come on, who else dares to defy? He'll make sure you all regret it. Fuming, Mishan attempted to retaliate, but Grandpa Fong grasped his arm firmly. Let it go in this mine. Taking a life is no more significant than killing a dog. If this mine proves unyielding, we can always find another, Grandpa Fong urged, his voice filled with resignation. Humph. Mishan huffed, in indignation, shaking off his arm, sighed deeply, and turned to enter another shaft. While others transmigrated as nobles or heroes, he found himself as a mere miner. 3 years had passed since he arrived in this realm, toiling in darkness day in and day out. Other than a rudimentary breathing technique and a feeble spell that barely enhanced his night vision, he possessed nothing. Lying in bed, sipping soda, and playing Diablo 2 had once brought him such joy. Cursed Japanese electronics, how could they malfunction and leave him waking up as a miner named Mishan? Though he seethed internally, his hands continued to strike the rock, for failing to deliver enough spirit stones today could cost him his life. The mine's master was a wolf demon, and if he didn't meet his quota, the demon would feast on him. With a crash, a spirit stone mixed with rubble tumbled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, Mishan seemed oblivious to it, immediately bending down to search through the debris for the spirit stone. However, a fragment of a black stone beside the spirit stone captivated his attention. About an inch wide, it bore an engraving of a skull adorned with a headscarf, with the words Diablo 2 etched in flames at its base. The familiar cartridge appeared before his eyes, pushing aside all else. He lunged forward, clutching it tightly, as if cradling a beloved. A wave of nostalgia for the world he had left surged within him. But Wang Er, following behind the others, suddenly dashed forward, snatching the spirit stone from the ground before retreating behind the puppet. Mishan, seemingly unaware of anything else, continued to stare blankly at the cartridge. Seeing Mishan's lack of response, Wang Er poked his head out from behind the puppet, bellowing, "Hey, hoarding spirit stones is a capital offense. Hand it over, or else you'll see no mercy from Lord Wang. To hell with you. Do you not see what I hold?" I initially thought the pattern on the stone resembled your mother, but upon closer inspection, it appears to be a dog. Having lost yet another spirit stone and with his cherished memories shattered, a surge of fury coursed through Mishan, and he could no longer restrain himself. He raised his pickaxe, charging toward Wang Er. Wang Er, hiding behind the puppet, weighed the odds that he knew if he couldn't catch Mishan off guard and unleash the puppet's wrath, he would face severe consequences, even with his daughter favored by the Wolf King. Quickly, he retreated further behind the puppet, begrudgingly declaring, "Today, I won't hold this against you, but remember, if you fail to complete your tasks, that will be your end." With that, he dashed toward the mine's exit. As Wang Er distanced himself, Mishan tightened his grip on the cartridge, lost in thought, no longer inclined to pursue him. Soon, it was time for the evening roll call, and miners lined up to present the spirit stones they had unearthed that day. At the head of the line stood a burly wolf demon with a human body and a wolf's head. The wolf demon's visage was fearsome, with sharp fangs protruding from its lips and eyes that glimmered like brass bells, exuding an aura of authority. Reclining in a grand chair, it lazily surveyed the miners while caressing a beauty in its lap. Though in pain, dared not utter a sound. When Grandpa Fong, trembling, presented the only 2 spirit stones from his basket, he immediately knelt before the wolf demon, fervently bowing his head. "Great King, spare me. I promise I will deliver sufficient spirit stones tomorrow." Grandpa Fang's face paled as he pleaded, "Humph. If you can no longer mine spirit stones, what use do I have for you?" The wolf demon's words were barely uttered before the puppet swung its whip, striking Grandpa Fang's head. Within moments, Grandpa Fong fell silent, and the puppet discarded him into the abandoned mine. Mishan clenched his fists tightly, yet a wave of helplessness washed over him. In this world, humans were mere livestock, raised by the demons, not only were the cultivation techniques out of reach, but even the herbs for alchemy and materials for crafting were tightly controlled by the demon race. Relying on his strength to mine a few extra stones and spar with Wang Er had been his only advantage. But should he confront the wolf demon, it would be like an egg against a stone. A fellow miner nudged Mishan, snapping him from his reverie. Numbly, he stepped forward, pouring out 5 spirit stones from his basket before the wolf demon. At that moment, Wang Er abruptly leaped forward, exclaiming, reporting to the Wolf King, "This brat is hoarding spirit stones." Mishan's heart sank, terror seizing him as he gazed at the wolf demon. A cold sweat trickled down his back. It seemed today would be his last. The puppet raised its whip high, but just then, the wolf demon suddenly sat upright, surveying the dwindling number of miners around. With one hand, he skillfully maneuvered the technique to immobilize the puppet, while the other summoned a sphere of white light that soared towards Mayama. The luminous orb circled around Mayama several times before dissipating into the air. "I have already examined the situation. You may descend now, but be more cautious in your endeavors next time," the wolf demon said with evident impatience, waving his hand dismissively. An hour later, as Mayama lay on the stone bed, he noticed his companion beside him had begun to emit heavy, snoring sounds, prompting him to exhale deeply. He retrieved the dark, antiquated cassette tape he had unearthed, holding it in his hands as he settled cross-legged, commencing his daily practice of cultivating his energy. Although it was merely a first-level cultivation technique, it always represented the hope of returning home. In the depths of despair, Mishan felt an agonizing pain coursing through his body as he leaned against the cave wall, slowly opening his eyes. A wave of intense suffering engulfed him, and the air, once thick with the acrid taste of dust, was now saturated with the pungent scent of blood, instilling a sense of unease within him. Just as he began to regain consciousness, a flood of memories surged through his mind. This familiar sensation, could it be that he had traversed into another realm once more? Cursing the celestial being responsible for his plight, he contemplated the retribution he would exact upon Wang Er, that scoundrel, if ever he found him alone. After all, it was merely yesterday when Wang Er had covertly hidden a precious stone during a task and had the audacity to report him to their superior. If only he had known that the stone hidden beneath his tongue would remain undiscovered. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far more severe than a mere beating. With determination, Mishan struggled to his feet, resolving to comprehend the situation before him. He deftly activated the Shaoqing Lingju, and a radiant light emanated from his eyes, illuminating the once pitch-black cave. However, the scene that unfolded before him rendered him speechless. Blood pooled around him, and a young boy, no older than a teenager, lay on the ground, staring intently at Mishan. The boy's hair was a striking shade of yellow, his physique rather portly, yet his legs were bent at an unnatural angle, a clear indication of his injuries. Upon noticing Mi-Shan's resurgence, the boy's face contorted with rage as he bellowed. "You wretched slave, I command you to come here at once." Mi-Shan, bewildered, scrutinized the boy, asking, "Are you addressing me?" The boy, undeterred by Mi-Shan's confusion, repeated his demand with increasing ferocity, threatening, "If you do not comply, I shall have the mercenary guild execute you." Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Mi-Shan chose to prioritize understanding his surroundings. He approached the boy, suppressing the pain, and inquired, "Where am I? Who are you?" "I am your master, the esteemed Mage Maltzi. I spent 200 gold coins to secure your freedom from the confines of a prison. I command you to carry me from this filthy cave at once." The boy's fury intensified as Mi-Shan hesitated to obey. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mi-Shan plastered a sycophantic smile upon his face and jogged towards the boy. Yet, as he drew near, a sudden resolve surged within him, propelling him to sprint forward. The boy, taken aback by the abruptness of Mi-Shan's movement, quickly recovered and raised his hand, ready to launch an attack. However, Mi-Shan's right hand had already seized the boy by the throat, while his left hand restrained the boy's weapon-wielding arm. The boy writhed in panic, desperately flailing as he struggled for breath. Mi-Shan pressed down with all his weight, and soon the boy lay still, devoid of life. Leaning against the cave wall, Mi-Shan collapsed, a frenzied grin spreading across his face as tears streamed down his cheeks. "All I wanted was to hide a stone, yet Wang Er, that bastard, tried to end my life by reporting me. Now, in this new world, you, little wretch, seek to do the same." With that, Mi-Shan pried open the boy's hand, revealing a small, deep green vial that rolled into view. It was a common gas potion. As he picked it up, a familiar name flashed in his mind, and a cold sweat broke out across his back. If he had not learned the Shaoqing Mingju, he might have fallen victim to the boy's deceit. Could it be that he had truly been transported to the world of Diablo 2? Attempting to summon a system within his mind yielded no response. Undeterred, Mi-Shan took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and began searching both himself and the boy. In quick succession, he uncovered an envelope, a crooked wooden stick, some rations, and a handful of gold coins. Gradually, the fog of his memories began to dissipate. He had indeed crossed into the realm of Diablo 2, becoming a slave raised by mercenaries. It dawned upon him that the boy's family belonged to a fallen noble house within the Blood Moor, who had pooled their resources to purchase him as a slave. They had intended to travel to the rogue encampment for an awakening test when they encountered the fallen demon. Mi-Shan had bravely protected the boy during their flight, but an unfortunate fall had led them to this cave, culminating in the events that had just transpired. As Mi-Shan examined the envelope, he noted that, despite the hasty scrawl, he could decipher its contents. It was an enrollment letter written in English. He then scrutinized the peculiar wooden stick, which measured half a meter in length and was barely the thickness of a thumb. Its ebony surface tapered at one end, resembling a large chopstick, with the wider end intricately carved into a lifelike, terrifying skull. Cautiously, Mi-Shan extended his consciousness to probe the stick, only to be met with a chilling aura that surged forth, coiling around his palm. In an instant, a mysterious symbol coalesced within his grasp, and familiar information flooded his mind. Short staff, single-handed damage, 2 to 4 durability, 14 of 15 staff level, 1 attack speed revive skeleton, necromancer only, 50 damage to undead upon comprehending the staff's attributes. Mi-Shan realized the boy had intended to use his corpse to summon a skeleton, only to be thwarted by Mi-Shan's preemptive strike. Recalling his experiences playing Diablo 2, he tightened his grip on the short staff and directed his focus toward the boy's lifeless body. Tentatively, he channeled his consciousness into the mysterious symbol, but was abruptly overwhelmed as his entire being was drawn into it. A gray light burst forth from the staff, hurtling towards the boy's corpse. With a loud crash, the boy's flesh convulsed violently, splattering blood everywhere, and a skeleton emerged from the remains. The bleached bones clicked and rattled as they moved, hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie yellow flames. Clutching a battered shield bristling with arrows in one hand and a sharp scythe in the other, the skeleton appeared as a warrior risen from the annals of ancient battles, swiftly navigating the cave. Mi-Shan's eyes widened in astonishment. What had once been a flicker of doubt now transformed into unwavering belief. He had truly traversed into the world of Diablo 2. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps and shouting echoed from outside. "Akane Su! Akane Su!" Mi-Shan's nerves tightened once more. sensing that the fallen demon had been drawn by the scent of blood. Without hesitation, he raised the short staff and concealed himself beside the cave entrance, directing a fragment of his consciousness to command the skeleton to take position on the opposite side. Just as he completed his preparations, a red-skinned creature burst into the cave. With short, goat-like horns, a protruding jaw filled with sharp teeth glistening with saliva, and a comically styled tuft of black hair atop its head. The creature swung a curved blade and bellowed, "Akani Su," as it lunged towards the boy's remains, wholly unaware of Mishan's presence. Seizing the moment, Mishan swung the short staff with unyielding force against the back of the demon's head while the skeleton slashed at its waist. The once menacing creature was felled, and Mishan pressed his advantage, directing the skeleton to continue its relentless assault. A cloud of black smoke enveloped them, and a surge of energy flowed into Mishan, invigorating his spirit and expanding his consciousness. A battered shield clattered to the ground, and the once fearsome demon lay lifeless. It appeared that the game's mechanics were indeed consistent. The lesser beings were mere projections from a higher plane, Mishan mused. However, before Mishan could even relax, he was suddenly struck by a more pressing concern. Had his consciousness merely traversed into the world of Diablo 2, or had his entire being been transported here? Given the passage of time, if it were the former, and his physical form remained on the Xinhuan continent, failing to complete the mining task the next day could jeopardize his very existence. Contemplating this, Mishan swiftly directed the skeleton to move stones to block the cave entrance, while he sat cross-legged, attempting to exit the dark realm. As he gradually immersed himself in meditation, a familiar sensation of falling enveloped him once more. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a crowded dormitory, surrounded by the familiar sounds of snoring from his companions, making him briefly believe it had all been a dream. Yet, the chilling aura entwined around his right hand incessantly reminded him that the recent events were indeed real. Channeling a thread of spiritual energy into his right hand, a mysterious symbol illuminated instantly. Mishan quickly wrapped himself in a blanket, his body trembling with excitement. This time it's my turn to prosper, he silently exclaimed, eager to wield the nunchaku. The following day, as he cheerfully hummed a tune while diligently mining, Wang Er suddenly approached. Mishan immediately turned, guarding the exposed spirit stone. What do you want? This mine isn't your concern. If you dare to snatch my spirit stone, I'll make you regret it, he declared defiantly. Unexpectedly, Wang Er did not react with anger. Instead, he tiptoed closer to Mishan's ear and whispered, "Hey, kid, I saw you hiding the spirit stone in your mouth yesterday. The luminous energy from last night might fool others, but not me. I want to take advantage of you. Just tell me how you concealed the spirit stone, and I'll share a secret of my own." I didn't hide any spirit stones, and what secret could a worthless person like you possibly know? Mishan scoffed, eyeing Wang Er disdainfully. Don't be so quick to deny it. Think it over. Don't you want to leave this wretched place? I'll come back tomorrow. Consider it well. Just as Wang Er finished speaking, he seized the opportunity while Mishan was in thought, raised his pickaxe, and struck several times, extracting the spirit stone before turning to flee. Damn it, he stole my spirit stone. Mishan cursed as he watched Wang Er disappear into the distance, his mind swirling with thoughts, forsaking any intention of pursuit. He had covered the luminous energy with the blanket yesterday, yet Wang Er, that scoundrel, still managed to see through it. Although he couldn't find Mishan's hidden spirit stones, practicing in secret was still a grave offense. It seemed he had to devise a plan to eliminate this nuisance swiftly. Though the mining days were arduous, time inevitably passed, and soon the next day arrived. Sure enough, Wang Er approached once more. Kid, have you thought about what I told you yesterday? It's mutually beneficial, or else don't blame me for reporting you. Just consider if you can withstand a few lashes. Mishan feigned ignorance to Wang Er's threat, remaining unfazed as he continued to mine the spirit stones in front of him. Soon, a crystalline spirit stone emerged from the earth. Instead of placing it in his backpack, Mishan turned slightly to obscure the view of those nearby and tossed the stone to Wang Er. Wang Er eagerly reached out to catch the stone, but stood there dumbfounded. Mishan beckoned him with a finger and then shouted, "Help! Help! Wang Er is not only stealing my spirit stones, but also attacking me." As he shouted, Mishan dashed deeper into the mine. Wang Er, with a knowing smile, followed suit into the depths of the cave. In the mine, Wang Er, emboldened by his connections, had long been a source of trouble, while Mishan, towering and robust, had little to fear as long as his puppet did not follow him. After some contemplation, The miners continued their work, undeterred. In the depths of the mine, Wang Er bent over, hands on his knees, panting. "Kid, we've come far enough. If you have something to say, spit it out." Mishan halted his flight, sizing up his surroundings, and coldly regarded Wang Er. "This is the spot. Come closer, and I will reveal the secret hidden here." Wang Er's interest piqued immediately, and he scrambled towards Mishan. "Where?" "Show me." "Right here." Mishan pointed to the empty ground before him. Impatiently, Wang Er snatched the pickaxe from Mishan's hands, eager to dig. Just then, the ground behind Wang Er erupted, and a white skeleton leaped from the earth, its scythe slicing through the air and deeply embedding into Wang Er's neck, releasing a spray of blood. Wang Er clutched his neck, astonished as he gazed at Mishan, his mouth agape, blood frothing forth, but no sound emerged. "Murder! Murder! A zombie is killing!" Mishan shrieked in terror, sprinting toward the cave entrance as the skeleton pivoted, scythe raised in pursuit. As the entrance loomed closer, Mishan suddenly stumbled and fell. With wide, frightened eyes, he glanced back, seeing the skeleton leap towards him with deadly intent. Just as the scythe was about to strike, a whip lashed through the air, pulling Mishan away in a roll. When he looked again, the puppet guarding the mine had engaged the skeleton, and the air was filled with the sounds of clashing weapons. The puppet, a protective artifact of the wolf demon, possessed mid-stage cultivation, and within moments, it seized the skeleton's opening, delivering a powerful strike that shattered it into a pile of bones. By this time, the others had gathered around, and the wolf demon burst forth from his meditation chamber, roaring with fury. "Speak." "What transpired?" Mishan trembled, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud. Wang's supervisor. Not only did he attempt to steal my spirit stones, but he also tried to assault me. I was frightened and ran. But then a skeleton suddenly emerged from the ground. "You lie. You lie. You're so robust. How could my father overpower you?" At that moment, Wang Er's daughter stumbled out of the chamber, rushing to Mishan and beating him in frustration. "I drank too much cold water last night and spent the whole night in the toilet. I'm utterly exhausted. If your father hits me, should I just wait to be beaten to death?" Mishan protested innocently. The wolf demon glared at the woman. "Wretched girl. Don't think I'm unaware of your father's misdeeds." Upon hearing this, she quickly stifled her sobs and obediently stepped behind the wolf demon. "Bury him. If today's mining task is incomplete, I will take his life," the wolf king commanded, pointing to two individuals before retreating with his concubine. Before long, night fell, and after a grueling day's labor, everyone succumbed to slumber. Mishan lay in bed, contemplating the note slipped to him by the woman. He had cleverly feigned illness last night, using the body of the deceased elder to summon a skeleton and lay in ambush within the mine. Otherwise, Wang Er would have stirred up even more trouble. Yet, what did the woman mean? Wang Er had clearly informed her that whatever happened, Mishan was to blame. Why then had she slipped him a note instructing him to descend into the abandoned mine, where a tower etched with cultivation techniques awaited? After much deliberation, Mishan resolved to first enhance his strength in the world of Diablo before making further plans. With this thought, he swiftly rose from his bed, grasped a sharp shard of stone, and cut his hand. He then retrieved the cassette, settling down once more to meditate. As the familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him again, as I opened my eyes once more, I found myself in that familiar cave, where the skeleton still clutched its scythe, vigilantly watching the entrance. The boy's body lay in a state of severe decay, emitting a pungent stench that made me feel nauseated. I glanced down at my hands. Although I saw no wounds, the pain from the cuts lingered. It seemed that even though my physical form had not traversed directly, the injuries were nonetheless interconnected. Upon further examination of the boy's remains, I recalled that only 2 days had passed since the events in the Xianhuang continent, and we were not far from the Rog camp, where the climate remained perpetually cold and damp. Yet, the body had decomposed to such an extent, suggesting that the passage of time in the world of Diablo was swifter than that of Xianhuang. I commanded the skeleton to clear the rubble blocking the cave entrance, allowing a feeble ray of sunlight, accompanied by a thin mist, to seep in. As I crawled out of the cave, I gazed upon the reddish-brown earth, which seemed poised to bleed at any moment. A few stubborn blades of grass sprouted from the soil, yet they appeared half alive. Nearby, a group of crows perched upon a tree, tilting their heads to scrutinize me, cawing raucously as if I were to become their next meal. While I surveyed my surroundings, a sudden flurry of footsteps approached from behind. A tall figure clad in armor, wearing a visor helmet, was dragging a short figure in a black cloak, both frantically running towards me. Run! Quick! There are zombies! The shorter figure shouted upon spotting me ahead. Zombies? I froze momentarily upon hearing that. Were they not the weakest monsters in the Diablo universe? Although their skin was thicker than that of the fallen, and their claws bore venom, they moved sluggishly, presenting early game experience for ranged classes. If I were to mindlessly follow these two forward, who knows what other monsters might lie ahead? It would be more practical to deal with the zombie here and now. The tall figure and the short one soon reached me, the former seemingly about to speak. But upon catching sight of the skeleton I had summoned, he turned away in disgust and spat, "Forsaken." He then pulled the short figure around me and continued onward. Forsaken? Despite the myriad questions swirling in my mind, the zombie had begun to howl, limping towards me. Its body was grotesquely decayed, with white bones visible in places. Yet its sharp claws glimmered with a greenish hue, and foul slime clung to its jagged teeth. I quickly dispatched a fragment of my consciousness to the skeleton, instructing it to lift a large stone and stand beside me, while I tightened my grip on my staff, focusing intently on the approaching zombie. As if in sync with my thoughts, the zombie lunged at me, claws outstretched, howling with a foul wind. At the exact moment of its leap, I sidestepped, revealing the cave behind me. Losing its target, the zombie tumbled into the abyss. The skeleton immediately hurled the stone at the zombie, and I too bent down to grab another stone, hurling it into the depths of the cave. Before long, a plume of black smoke erupted, and the zombie transformed into an ordinary corpse, glimmering with a few coins. "Don't run. I've slain the zombie," I called out to the two who had just fled. They halted in their tracks, turning back to confirm that the terrifying creature had indeed vanished. "Forsaken, accept the judgment of the divine." The tall figure, having reached me, immediately drew a mace from his back, swinging it menacingly at the skeleton. With a loud crash, the already battered skeleton shattered into pieces. Following this, he executed a powerful downward strike toward my head. Realizing the impending danger, I quickly crouched, extending my hands forward and propelling myself toward the tall figure, wrapping my arms around his waist and rolling forward. The tall figure sprang back to his feet almost instantly, shaking off the fall, and aimed to bring the mace down upon me once more. Just then, the figure in the black cloak arrived, positioning themselves in front of me. "Jones, what are you doing? He just saved us. Why are you attacking him? Did you not see that skeleton? He bears no identification. Practicing dark magic on his own, he must be forsaken," Jones retorted, glaring fiercely. "Feel for yourself the sigil upon his hands. It is merely an emblem of his gear, not inscribed upon his soul." The cloaked figure interjected, arms outstretched to shield me from further aggression. "Humph." Upon hearing the black-cloaked figure, Jones sheathed his mace and removed his helmet, allowing his flowing golden hair to cascade down. The stench of filth, a dog of Mephisto. Even if I were to slay him, what would it matter? With disdain, Jones approached the cloaked figure. Seeing that his companion had abandoned the attack, the cloaked figure turned to me, removing their hood and bowing slightly. "Thank you for saving our lives. My name is Stan. This is my companion Sam. I apologize for my companion's actions." "Humph. Forsaken do not deserve apologies," Jones retorted sharply. I glanced at the mace behind Jones and assessed my own situation, formulating a decision. Having just arrived in the world of Diablo 2, unfamiliar with my surroundings, it would be prudent to appease these two individuals, gain their trust, and learn more about my circumstances. Thus, I scrutinized the two figures before me. The cloaked girl, though not tall, possessed an innocent visage, adorned with oversized black round glasses. Her cheeks still round with youth, she appeared harmless. Her black robe, while seemingly plain, bore intricate golden embroidery at the cuffs and collar, which shimmered with hints of light, indicating its non-ordinary nature. The tall girl, with her thick brows and bright eyes, exhibited an air of confidence. Her high nose and proud demeanor were accentuated by her sleeveless plate armor, which caught the sunlight and radiated a heavy gleam, revealing her graceful figure through the armor's gaps. "Humph. Repaying kindness with malice. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Consider yourself fortunate this time," I remarked dismissively at Jones, then turned to the cloaked girl with gentleness. "I am Mayan, en route to Rog Camp to participate in the awakening ceremony. Might I inquire how far we are from Rog Camp?" "What a coincidence. We were actually dispatched to welcome the newcomers. We were startled by the sudden appearance of that zombie. Please forgive us for the fright it caused you. But now, you shall be my junior. You must call me Senpai." The girl named Shelley beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Mayama awoke, legs crossed, to find it was already the third day since his arrival in the world of Diablo. Through his recent experiments, he had begun to grasp the laws governing both realms. The passage of time in the Diablo world was significantly faster than that of the Xianhuan continent. Although the physical bodies of both worlds could not traverse between each other, they exerted mutual influence. The muscle soreness from mining in the Xianhuan continent persisted in the Diablo realm, just as the spiritual energy cultivated through meditation in Diablo would also augment in Xianhuan. Unfortunately, items could not be transported otherwise. How delightful it would be to bring back a few spirit stones each day. Mayama, have you risen yet? Today is the day of the awakening ceremony. Let us go together. Shelley's voice rang like a lark outside the window. Ever since Mayama had rescued her, Shelley had grown increasingly affectionate towards him. I'm coming. Mayama quickly responded from within. Upon opening the door, he beheld Shelley clad in a purple mage robe adorned with flame motifs at the cuffs, complemented by a tall, pointed mage hat that rendered her even more adorable. As he surveyed the street, he was astonished to find it resembled a medieval English town, with pointed rooftops, towering chimneys, and cobblestone streets. Gone was the dilapidated appearance of the game. Vendors peddled their wares on either side, while farmers leisurely guided their ox carts from one end of the street to the other. What are you staring at? Hurry, or we'll miss the sorting ceremony, and you'll have to wait until next year. Shelley exclaimed as she took Mayama's hand and hurried towards the nearby castle. Hey, who are you to hold my fiancée's hand? A young man suddenly shouted at Mayama as they approached the castle entrance. Sam Turner, mind your words. Your grandfather proposed to my grandmother, but she declined. Do not refer to me as your fiancée again. Shelley promptly retorted upon hearing his shout. Mayama curiously regarded Turner, who appeared to be of similar age, clad in sequined leather armor that shimmered under the sunlight. With slicked-back golden hair and an air of disdain, he assessed Mayama with contempt. Who does this pretty boy think he is? How dare he covet the little girl I have my eyes on? Mayama felt a surge of indignation and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Turner. Heretic, this is no place for you. Get lost. Jones, standing behind Turner, stepped forward. Get lost yourself, you manly woman. If you have the guts, don't use a hammer. I'll make you unrecognizable. Mayama retorted defiantly. Don't. The bells of the castle rang out from above. Humph. Jones shot a glare at Mayama before dragging Turner inside the castle. Come on, brother. We should go too. Shelley quickly pulled Mayama's hand and led him into the castle. As they stood in line against the wall, Mayama was astonished by the grandeur surrounding him. The lofty hall was adorned with a dazzling sun hanging from the ceiling. Beneath it were 7 banners depicting various emblems and inscriptions, the swirling flames representing the Mage Academy, the massive Holy Cross denoting the Paladin Academy, the cross daggers symbolizing the Assassin Academy, the sharp spear for the Amazon Academy, the enormous two-handed sword for the Barbarian Academy, the towering tree for the Druid Academy, and the ominous skull representing the Necromancer Academy. A long table laden with sumptuous food stretched beneath the banners, where students dressed in various vocational garbs sat eagerly, their eyes fixated on a woman on the platform. The woman, with flowing purple hair and clad in a purple mage robe paired with a deep gray skirt, possessed strikingly white eyes devoid of pupils. She waved to the crowd, declaring, By Tyrell's grace, welcome to the rogue encampment. I am the witch Akira. Cheers erupted from the students in response to Akira's address. Armored students hammered on their gear, while those in robes clinked their utensils in fervent applause. Thank you all for your contributions in resisting the Demon King. Let us commence with the sorting. Akira smiled gently, retrieving a pointed magical hat from behind her. A hat for sorting. Could it be that J.K. Rowling traversed into the world of Diablo to pen her Harry Potter series? Mayama mused, feeling a shiver at the sight of the incessantly chattering hat. Oh, look at those tattoos on its face. Those impressive muscles. Indeed. Bart Malentine, Barbarian Academy. As soon as the hat proclaimed, students under the banner of the two-handed sword erupted into cheers. Ah, you possess a robust physique and agile mind. Quite challenging. Let me hear your heart, little one. The hat murmured softly. Mayama nervously gazed up at the hat, fearing it might uncover his secret of traversing worlds. Damn it, the voice of hell. Necromancer. Quickly, remove me from his head. He is destined to be a necromancer. The hat suddenly screamed in terror. The students below instantly voiced their disdain in unison. Beside Akira, a girl named Kasha, equipped with a bow, leaned forward as if to rise. Akira gently shook her head, and though Kasha appeared resolute, she ultimately remained seated. Mayama gazed around casually, lifting his chin as he began searching for the location of the Necromancer Academy. Finally, in a corner of the hall, he spotted a small table marked with the Necromancer's insignia. Observing the other academy's tables laden with food and the enticing aroma of roasted meats, he noted the students cheering for Turner, clinking their cups, causing golden liquid to splash everywhere, while towering baskets of bread swayed with the ruckus. In stark contrast, the table for the Necromancer Academy was occupied by a frail boy in a gray robe, who sat in the shadows, trembling and attempting to shrink away from the world. Mayama strode confidently towards the stage, brushing past Turner, who turned and muttered, "Heretic," clenching his fists hidden in his pockets. Mayama maintained his relaxed demeanor as he descended the platform. Oh, the dazzling golden hair, the scent of sunlight. Paladin. The hat's exaggerated tone sent the atmosphere into another frenzy. Once the uproarious sorting ceremony concluded, all new students were led back to their dormitories by the upperclassmen. In the hall, Kasha vehemently argued with Akira, saying, "Why do you protect that heretic? I personally investigated the place where he summoned skeletons. He violated the taboo by using human corpses to cast spells." Akira gazed calmly at Kasha. "Yet I see divine favor upon him. I see hope. Just look at the staff he carries, and you will understand. I wish for this matter to remain known to no one else." After speaking, Akira closed her eyes and fell silent. The academy life commenced, and the new students followed the upperclassmen towards their dormitories. Walking behind the gray-robed boy, Mayama stuffed his hands into his pockets and inquired, "My name is Mayama. What is yours?" I am Kami. I am not your upperclassman. I am merely a servant of the Necromancer Academy." Upon hearing Mayama's question, Kami nervously retracted his neck. "Why is it that everyone else is heading into the castle while we are going outside?" Mayama asked curiously. "The dormitory of the Necromancer Academy is in the graveyard behind the castle. Soon there will be no streetlights, so watch your step," Kami replied anxiously. Upon reaching the dormitory, Mayama was utterly stunned. It resembled not a dormitory, but rather a makeshift shelter composed of a few wooden planks, with only a small candle flickering in the wind. The room contained nothing but a few piles of hay and a statue. "Is this the dormitory?" Mayama gazed at Kami with a puzzled expression. "It's a bit shabby. You'll have to make do," Kami replied, immediately retreating to the corner upon being questioned. "At least there's a bed, right?" Mayama continued. "We sleep directly on the hay piles. If you want a bed, I can try to gather some stones tomorrow and see if I can fashion one," Kami said, shrinking further into the corner. Suddenly, a bottle struck Kami's head with a thud. A disheveled middle-aged man with a filthy face crawled out from the haystack, exclaiming, "My liquor!" As he spoke, a strong smell of alcohol wafted through the air. Kami quickly scrambled to his feet, stumbling over to the man, pulling out a piece of dark bread and a bottle of liquor from his pocket. "I'm sorry. Here, Grandpa Carl, this is your drink." Mayama, lying on the hay, poked Kami with a piece of straw. "There are people here. Why are there so few in our academy compared to others?" "I don't know. All I know is that I was picked up by Grandpa Carl 5 years ago. It was already like this when I arrived." Kami trembled in the haystack. Seeing that he couldn't extract any further information, Mayama gave up and turned to continue sleeping. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Mayama groggily opened his eyes and saw a figure kneeling before the statue, carefully polishing it. As he approached, he realized it was Carl, the man who had demanded liquor the previous day. Carl looked up at Mayama and stated, kneeling before the statue of the necromancer, "Feeling the divine guidance, you've taken your first step." With that, he turned back and nestled into the haystack, soon snoring. Divine guidance? Though Mayama was filled with countless questions, Carl's indifferent demeanor left him with no recourse. He knelt solemnly before the statue and respectfully bowed 3 times. As the sun gradually rose, he could finally discern the statue's features: white hair, a stern countenance, clad in black undergarments and adorned with skeletal armor. The skull on the left shoulder bore a massive horn. Wasn't this the very image of the necromancer from the Diablo universe? Communication? How could one communicate with the statue? Nevertheless, Mayama decided to probe with his spiritual sense. As he delved deeper, a familiar grayish interface unexpectedly appeared before him, summoning spells, toxins, bone spells, curses. Wasn't this the skill tree from Diablo 2? Excitement surged within him. Carl, still snoring in the hay, suddenly opened his eyes, displaying an incredulous expression before slipping back into a drunken stupor. "You'd better attend class obediently. Don't let anyone discover that you can already communicate with the divine." In the grand hall, Mayama discreetly glanced at Shelley beside him. Why is the Necromancer Academy so unwelcoming? Shelley lowered her voice. I didn't know you would be placed in the Necromancer Academy. Otherwise, I would have warned you. I heard that 5 years ago, when the blood moon rose, the demon's avatar reappeared. Unexpectedly, an Ariel led her blood ravens out of her territory, almost overwhelming the unprepared rogue encampment. In the end, the head of the Necromancer Academy took 7 disciples beyond the high walls to seek answers. Only Carl returned with little Cammy. Though Anariel retreated, many still believed the head of the Necromancer Academy and his disciples betrayed the demon. Moreover, the early attacks of necromancers are relatively weak, as they deal with corpses daily, resulting in poor physical conditioning. Thus, fewer students choose to study necromancy, Shelley added. Get out. Mayama. If you don't wish to learn, you need not return tomorrow. A stern middle-aged man in a white priest's robe, with golden hair slicked back, barked from the podium. Understood, Mr. Samuel Walkley. Mayama replied, bowing before swiftly exiting the hall. As a devoted fan of Diablo, he had long memorized the history of the Diablo universe. He found it more practical to level up than to attend classes. Calculating his thoughts, he hummed a tune as he dashed toward the blacksmith shop on the first floor. Upon pushing open the door, he found a group of bare-chested, tattooed barbarians gathered, shouting boisterously, Hey, look who's here, the weakling necromancer. Valentine called out loudly upon seeing Mayama. Weakling? As Mayama approached the crowd, he removed his loose robe, revealing his well-defined muscles. Who are you calling weak, you chubby chicken? He teased, patting Valentine's slightly rotund belly while flexing his own arms. Oof, what good is muscle? We're currently competing in a weightlifting challenge. If you can beat me, I'll have my dad give you an 80% discount on gear from the blacksmith shop. Valentine retorted, clearly displeased. The burly middle-aged barbarian behind Valentine nodded in agreement. Come on, little chicken. Mayama exclaimed excitedly, eager to seize the opportunity. The crowd quickly cleared a space, and a row of forging hammers, ranging from small to large, was brought out. After a few preliminary attempts, this time Valentine summoned all his strength. His arms bulged with veins, his legs trembled, and with a mighty roar, he lifted a hammer the size of a human head above his head. Roar! He shouted triumphantly, gazing proudly at Mayama. Unexpectedly, Mayama approached the hammer, steadied his stance, gritted his teeth, and with a quiet exclamation, lifted the hammer effortlessly. Is that all? He said, shrugging. Valentine's face fell, and the surrounding barbarians began to urge him to concede. Humph. Barbarians never backed down. Valentine stubbornly moved toward an even larger hammer. Shaking with effort, he managed to raise the hammer to his chest, but ultimately faltered. The hammer plummeted, nearly crashing onto his foot. In an instant, Mayama dashed around behind Valentine. Grasping his hand, with a powerful pull, he halted the hammer just above Valentine's foot. Friend! Friend! The nearby barbarians cheered, gathering around. Unexpectedly, as dawn broke, a roar echoed from the nearby woods outside the rogue encampment. A decaying zombie, its neck stiff and dragging its feet, wandered through the trees, searching for something. Suddenly, a faint breeze carried a whiff of blood from afar. The smell drove the zombie into a frenzied sprint toward the source of the scent. Just then, a rope sprang up beneath its feet, causing it to tumble into a deep pit, where an injured lamb bleated pitifully. In the grass nearby, Mayama, cloaked in foliage, quickly crawled up and hurled several spears tied with ropes into the pit. Hee, these spears may be expensive, but they sure are useful. Mayama mused happily. However, as he gazed at the few scattered coins at the bottom of the pit, a profound sense of melancholy settled in his heart. In the game, a mere creature drops dozens of gold coins, and one can easily discard an abundance of basic gear. Yet in reality, after nearly a day of guarding, I have barely accumulated a handful of coins, with not a single piece of equipment in sight. Leveling up is a formidable challenge. I have slain 5 or 6 zombies, yet remain stagnant at my current level. My spiritual energy is scant, sufficient only to summon a single skeleton. And should it be lost, I would require half a day to restore my energy. Gazing at the coins in the pit, I pat my already emptied pockets. Nevertheless, I decide to tidy up before venturing deeper into the blood wasteland. In the ravine, I bend low to meticulously search each clump of earth, fearful of overlooking a single coin. Suddenly, the young sheep I had been using as bait lets out a frantic bleat. A flurry of hurried footsteps approaches from nearby. Ignoring the coins, I prepare to climb out of the ravine to investigate. Just as my head emerges, 2 crimson-skinned abyssal demons charged towards me, brandishing their curved blades. I swiftly abandoned my ascent. Should I be attacked mid-climb, I would have no chance to retaliate. Pushing aside a cluster of weeds, a narrow cave reveals itself. I grasp a slightly shorter spear and slip inside. As I conceal the entrance with foliage, the 2 abyssal demons leap into the pit, shrieking. The frightened sheep struggles to escape, desperately trying to flee with its injured hind leg. However, the famished demons seize the opportunity, sinking their teeth into the sheep's neck, turning the small ravine crimson with its blood. Having feasted, the demons attempt to drag the sheep's corpse back to their lair, but one of them suddenly halts, turning towards the cave where I hide. Panic strikes. Have I been discovered? My grip on the spear tightens, my hands growing pale with tension. The demon at the cave's entrance crouches, digging forcefully for a coin embedded in the mud. Elated with its find, it raises its voice in excitement. But then its gaze catches a glimpse of a gray tunic peeking from beneath the brush. In a state of alarm, the demon calls for help, swinging its blade towards the pile of grass. Realizing my cover is blown, I grit my teeth, clutching my spear tightly and springing forth like an arrow. Just as the blade descends upon me, my spear, with its length advantage, plunges deep into the demon's chest. Indeed, length begets strength, I exclaim in my mind, elated at the sight of the demon collapsing. Yet I dare not relent. With my left hand, I continue to thrust the spear, while my right hand retrieves a short staff from my robes. Channeling my entire essence into the staff, a complex sigil ignites in my grasp, transforming into a luminous orb that darts towards the fallen demon. The other demon, still pushing the sheep's body, hears its companion's cries and reluctantly turns around. At that moment, a white skeleton rises from the corpse of the fallen demon. The abyssal demon erupts in terror, shouting the name Akanishu. From the nearby thicket, a reply echoes back. Alarmed, I realize a horde of abyssal demons has emerged to forage. I command the skeleton to charge at the demons while I make a dash for the cave. Just as the skeleton strikes down one demon, a fireball hurtles towards it, obliterating the skeleton in an instant. As I race towards the cave, relief washes over my face. I grasp a length of rope and pull sharply. A tripwire suddenly rises above the ravine, causing a red creature to tumble down. I glance at the creature, its crimson hide, elongated horns, and a cloak-like shoulder armor, wielding a staff taller than a man, topped with a demon skull. Indeed, it is an abyssal sorcerer. Had I not set the tripwire, I would have certainly perished under its barrage of fireballs. The sorcerer rises, infuriated at the sight of its fallen kin, and begins chanting an arcane incantation, a magical circle materializing beside the demon's corpse. Oh no, the sorcerer intends to resurrect its companion. I scramble up to its feet, forcefully lifting its legs. The sorcerer crashes back to the ground, its incantation interrupted. I draw a dagger and plunge it into the sorcerer's chest. Despite its formidable magic, the sorcerer cannot cast spells while grounded. Soon, it breathes its last, transforming into a surge of energy that envelopes me. Once on the ground, I seize the fallen sorcerer's scroll and a ring, gasping for breath as I feel my essence expand. Yet, just then, a figure clad in plate armor emerges from above, swinging a mace down towards my head. The sudden assault startles me, and evasion is futile. I can only tilt my head slightly aside. With a thunderous crash, the mace grazes my ear and embeds itself in the muddy ground, a mixture of sheep and demon blood rendering it a quagmire. The attacker struggles to free the weapon. Seizing the opportunity, I execute a swift kick, knocking the assailant to the ground. I roll over, pinning the attacker down, ready to draw my dagger. However, the softness beneath me surprises me, and I inadvertently knock off the attacker's helmet. Upon seeing the face beneath, my anger flares. Jones, have you lost your mind? I scoff. Look at the blood-soaked ground. Do you still dare deny being a Forsaken? Beneath me, Jones struggles fiercely. You call yourself a paladin, yet you cannot sense this overwhelming dark energy. Fuming, I deliver 2 sharp slaps to his backside. You lecher, I shall end you. Jones flushes, crying out. Brother Sean, are you unharmed? A familiar voice calls from above. It is the little girl, Shelley. I exhale a long breath, finally relaxing. Wait until you ride a dragon to marry me. I pen in my final diary entry. This may be my last missive. Forgive my selfish decision. But this mission is perilous, and my brothers and I have resolved to leave you behind. There were many things I wished to say, yet never found the courage. I remember when the teacher rescued us from the ruins. My frail and unattractive self was shunned by all students. Only you and the brothers stood by me. The teacher named me Carl Jasmine, hoping I would bloom like the jasmine flower. I insisted you address me as sister, and you always smiled, promising to ride a dragon to marry me when I grew up. I long to live, to don a wedding gown and marry you. As I gaze at Norton, who weeps before me, my heart aches, wondering if my parents and beloved would mourn my disappearance. Upon returning to the rogue camp, I begin to sort through my spoils. Originally, I anticipated that the fallen sorcerer would yield a teleportation scroll. However, unexpectedly, what emerged was a farewell diary and a ring belonging to the deceased. You must have heard about our teacher's situation. When a necromancer meditates upon the statue of the Necromancer Academy, an aura of death emanates from their being, causing monsters to struggle to discern friend from foe. Thus, necromancers often plunge into perilous realms in search of lost treasures. Furthermore, I am grateful to you for returning her diary to me. Norton wiped away his tears and handed the ring to Ms. Han. This was a gift from our teacher to her upon reaching adulthood, enhancing necromancer skills by 1. I hope you will utilize it wisely. Moreover, I sense that you are on the verge of leveling up. Take your time to select your skills carefully, as you only have one opportunity to choose a skill with each advancement. Norton's hand brushed against Ms. Han, and he noticed, kneeling before the statue of the necromancer. Ms. Han was lost in profound contemplation. According to the game mechanics, one should initially invest in skeletal skills. In the world of Diablo, one could slay monsters to acquire corpses. Yet, upon returning to the Jiuyuan continent, despite his ruthlessness, he could not bring himself to harm ordinary people. The poison and bone spells seemed less effective than throwing a javelin, which would conserve some magical energy. It appeared that only enhancing damage would suffice. As Ms. Han's awareness settled, a chilling breath surged forth from the statue, swirling around his hand before coalescing into an esoteric sigil. I hope that this return to the Jiuyuan continent will grant me the opportunity to cultivate my abilities and bolster my strength. After a day of arduous labor, night quickly enveloped the land. Ms. Han peeked out from beneath the blanket and saw that everyone was fast asleep. Gently, he turned over and descended from the bed, activating the Shaoqing Lingjue technique, quietly making his way toward the abandoned mine. This time, with an increase in his awareness, the interior of the abandoned mine finally became clear. The cave walls were overrun with moss, concealing any signs of prior excavation. Not far into the mine, various skeletons began to emerge, some robust, others slender, victims of the wolf demons who had slain miners unable to continue extracting spirit stones. Ms. Han carefully sidestepped the bones scattered across the ground, proceeding further as the tunnel narrowed, forcing him to crawl slowly. The protruding jagged rocks gradually tore at his garments, leaving him with numerous lacerations. The damp moss brushed against his exposed skin, raising an unsettling chill. After approximately half an hour, Ms. Han felt a sudden loosening in front of him. Finally, emerging from the mine, a vast platform unfolded before his eyes. Climbing atop the platform, Ms. Han gazed ahead. The expansive structure was perched at the edge of a cliff. Encircled by a stone railing, a narrow bridge extended into the abyss, connecting to a colossal edifice, resembling a great beast concealed within the boundless darkness. Just as Ms. Han prepared to explore further, a rhythmic thud echoed in his ears. He focused his energy into the Shaoqing Lingjue technique, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. A rigid silhouette slowly leaped from the depths of the darkness. Observing his surroundings, Ms. Han saw no place to hide and immediately began to meditate on the image of the necromancer statue. In no time, a wave of deathly energy rose from Ms. Han, just as the zombie landed before him. The zombie was covered in black hair, protruding from the rips in its tattered clothing. Its gaping maw revealed decayed lips and a mouthful of sharp teeth. With its walnut-sized eyes, it scrutinized Ms. Han from head to toe, holding his breath tightly. Ms. Han maintained his focus on the statue of the necromancer, refusing to waver. Norton, you mustn't deceive me. You told me that meditating on the necromancer's statue would emanate death energy, confusing monsters. If this fails, I shall haunt you as a spirit. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a bead of sweat threatened to trickle down his forehead. The zombie seemed particularly intrigued by the newcomer, bending forward to sniff Ms. Han's scent. After thoroughly confirming its assessment, the zombie straightened, nodding its head before bounding ahead. Ms. Han was utterly perplexed by the zombie's behavior. Was it beckoning him to follow? After a few leaps, the zombie noticed Ms. Han lagging behind and turned back to nod at him. Regardless, Exploring alone was less appealing than following the zombie to see its intentions. Mimicking the zombie's movements, Ms. Han hopped along into the depths of darkness. After a while, the zombie led him to a concealed corner of the platform, where a small opening was hidden. Without the zombie's guidance, Ms. Han doubted he would have ever discovered this spot. The zombie crouched low and slipped inside. Seeing that the zombie bore him no ill will, Ms. Han gritted his teeth and followed. Upon entering the small space, remnants of a bed, stove, and other living necessities were still discernible. Clearly, this cave had once been the home of the zombie. The zombie regarded Ms. Han, swaying its body toward the bed. Approaching the bed, Ms. Han noticed a small skeleton clad in a red garment, its tiny hands cradling a jade tablet upon its chest. The zombie also approached the bed, scrutinizing both Ms. Han and the skeleton, and a hint of tenderness flickered in its crimson eyes. Could this skeleton be the zombie's wife? With the zombie perceiving Ms. Han as their child? Ms. Han pondered. The object in the skeleton's grasp must be connected to the abandoned mine. So he cautiously reached for the jade tablet. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl pierced the air outside the cave, prompting Ms. Han to hastily tuck the tablet away. The zombie immediately sprang forward, aggressively leaping toward the entrance. Ms. Han concealed himself at the cave's mouth, peering out to find that indeed, a wolf demon had arrived, accompanied by its puppets. It is said that in ancient times, a servant from the spirit tomb absconded with the sect's techniques. After years of searching, I have finally found it in this abandoned mine. The wolf demon exclaimed with unrestrained delight upon seeing the leaping zombie. With the heavenly demon technique at hand, the wolf demon wasted no time and immediately commanded its puppet to attack. The puppet unfurled a whip coiled around its waist, striking at the zombie with a menacing whoosh. The zombie raised its hand to block, resulting in a thunderous crash. Ms. Han had personally experienced the puppet's whip strikes. Even the strongest man could scarcely withstand a few blows. Yet, despite the tremendous force of the whip, it appeared to have little effect on the zombie. Observing the puppet's unsuccessful assault, the wolf demon let out a soft huff, extending 10 claw-like blades from its palms, fiercely targeting the zombie. The zombie dodged to the side, causing the wolf king's claws to strike the cave wall behind it, dislodging a large stone the size of a human head. Watching the chaotic skirmish unfold outside, a tumult of emotions surged in Ms. Han's heart. Entangled between fear of the wolf king's strength and an inexplicable anticipation for the unknown world of cultivation, the cave behind the zombie began to tremble perilously under the intensity of their battle. Sensing the impending collapse, the zombie roared and leaped into the darkness. Seeing the zombie retreat, the wolf demon split its focus, directing a portion of its consciousness to pursue the zombie with the puppet while preparing to seize the opportunity to explore the cave for treasures. Ms. Han felt a surge of anxiety at the sight. If the wolf demon entered the cave, it would undoubtedly discover his presence, and his life would be in jeopardy. The zombie, noticing only the puppet in pursuit, halted its retreat and launched a fierce counterattack. In a brief exchange, the zombie seized the opportunity to shatter the puppet's left arm with a single blow. If the puppet were destroyed, Ms. Han estimated he would not withstand the zombie's assault. The wolf demon, glancing back at the cave, steeled its resolve and pursued the zombie. As the three combatants gradually vanished from view, Ms. Han immediately bolted toward the exit. The following morning, the towering wolf demon sat in a recliner, its countenance ashen, while the ever-present puppet had mysteriously disappeared. "Did anyone leave the mine last night?" it inquired. The wolf demon held a knife to the throat of a miner. Upon hearing the demon's furious roar, the man collapsed to the ground, a foul yellow liquid streaming down his pant leg as he stammered, "My lord, I know nothing. If you know nothing, what use are you to me?" With a swift motion, the wolf king swung his large blade, and a fountain of blood erupted as a head rolled to the ground. "You are next. Step forward." The wolf demon pointed the cleaver at Mishan. A wave of panic washed over Mishan. Had he been discovered for hiding in the zombie cave last night? But it was too late to flee. He could only steel himself and approach. Seeing Mishan silent, the wolf demon raised his knife to strike. At that moment, a maid kneeling behind the wolf demon suddenly began to weep. "Wretched servant, when I saw my lord had not returned, I checked outside the meditation room and saw that man in black fleeing from the storeroom. I was frightened and hid behind the door, too afraid to shout. I beg for my lord's forgiveness." After speaking, the maid pointed at a short man in the crowd. Upon realizing he was being singled out, the man immediately pulled out a talisman, reciting an incantation, and the talisman transformed into a fireball the size of a fist, hurtling toward the wolf demon. The wolf demon, noticing the approaching fireball, quickly retrieved a palm-sized shield from his robe and hurled it into the air. The shield expanded in the wind, growing to over a foot long, and collided violently with the fireball. With a thunderous boom, the fireball extinguished before the wolf demon, and the shield shattered into fragments. The short man, seeing his attack fail, leaped into the air, executed several flips, and dashed toward the exit of the mine. The wolf demon, displaying a pained expression, pursued him closely. You and your family will meet a terrible fate. After a few exchanges, the man was struck down, leaving behind a bitter remark before falling silent. After the fright of the day, everyone wrapped themselves tightly in blankets, huddled in the large dormitory, afraid to make a sound. I saw more than one person leave the cave last night. If you don't want me to expose you, you'd better listen to my arrangements. The wolf demon returned, severely wounded, and his close companion was destroyed. During the day's battle, the wolf demon's protective treasures were also lost. If you help me kill the wolf demon, I will grant you your freedom. Mishan gazed at a note that had somehow found its way into his blanket. Deep in thought, the zombie south hiding place had been discovered, and soon the wolf demon would learn that he had taken something from the cave. It would be better to strike while the demon was weak. At the hour of the rat, a chorus of cicadas echoed outside the wolf demon's training chamber. The maid, who had been sound asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. She pulled a hairpin from her head and thrust it violently toward the meditating wolf demon's crown. The intense pain jolted the wolf demon from his meditation. With a swift motion, he swiped at the maid's abdomen, sending her crashing away. The maid twisted in midair, landing gracefully on the ground. "Wretched girl, you are a chi cultivator," the wolf demon exclaimed in astonishment at the woman before him. The maid rolled up her sleeves, her long nails digging into her snow-white arm, extracting a triangular paper talisman. An overwhelming aura of spiritual energy began to rise from her. Sensing her cultivation level, the wolf demon, taken aback, rolled to the side to evade her and rushed for the door. As he opened the door, the silk scarf from the maid pursued him, wrapping him tightly like a rice dumpling. Simultaneously, an axe swung toward the wolf demon's neck, catching him off guard and knocking him to the ground. Mishan, hidden behind a stone, emerged and commanded the skeleton to strike at the wolf demon's neck. True to its rank, the second-level skeleton quickly exposed the wolf demon's throat. Just as Mishan prepared to deliver the final blow, a burst of white light erupted from the wolf demon's chest, shattering the ribbons binding him. The skeleton before the wolf demon was also reduced to fragments. A projection of a robust middle-aged man emerged from the jade pendant on the wolf demon's chest. The man gazed at the nearly lifeless wolf demon on the ground, and then turned to Mishan, shouting in fury, "You wretch!" Undeterred, Mishan resolved to see this through. Infusing his left hand with spiritual energy, intricate patterns illuminated his palm, transforming into a radiant orb that surged toward the wolf demon. The wolf demon's neck, already barely connected by a bone, finally severed completely and rolled aside. Seeing the wolf demon lifeless, the projection ceased its furious tirade and, with a gesture, directed its wrath toward Mishan. Mishan raised his hand to defend himself, but the projection morphed into a wolf's head, leaving a deep imprint on his back. "You better flee. You have slain the third son of the current Wolf King. The Wolf King will be after you shortly." The maid had now stepped out of the room. Mishan wanted to ask more, but the maid had already removed the wolf demon's storage pouch and vanished in a flurry of movement. Without a moment's hesitation, Mishan dashed toward the storeroom, retrieved several bags of spirit stones, and raced toward the abandoned mine. The fearsome zombie, now weakened, lay beside a skeleton. Upon seeing Mishan, it weakly roared at him. Mishan approached the bed and bowed deeply to the zombie. "Thank you. I will return to find you." Clearing away the debris from the floor unveiled a formation. Mishan took out the spirit stones and began to set it up according to the instructions in the jade slip. Just as the formation illuminated, a thunderous howl from the mountain top echoed through the air. Standing within the formation, Mishan vanished in a flash of bright light. As dawn broke, a girl with braided pigtails was by the river, furiously washing a basin full of clothes. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the reeds. "Father, something's wrong. There's a body floating in the river." The girl dropped her stick and sprinted home. "You shwe, you foolish girl. Why aren't you washing properly? What is all the shouting about?" A gaunt man rose from a makeshift bed, which was merely a few wooden planks and two darkened benches. The sparse home contained nothing but an uneven table and a mud stove. What is all the fuss? I just fell asleep. The man donned a tattered garment and, with impatience, sat up. Father, something is wrong. A body is floating in the river. The girl, still shaken from the earlier sight, repeatedly touched her chest. A dead person? What are they wearing? Do they have any money? The man's eyes lit up at the mention of a corpse. The father and daughter hurried back to the river and saw the floating figure. Yushua's father immediately frowned. Just a poor wretch. His clothes are more tattered than mine. He turned to leave. Father, perhaps he is not dead yet? Didn't old Wang say that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda? Only then did her father slowly pull the person from the riverbank. Mishan slowly opened his eyes, feeling nauseous as he spat out a mouthful of water. After regaining some composure, he surveyed his surroundings, earthen walls, a thatched roof, and no decent furniture. You're awake. Yushue, outside mending clothes, rushed in with excitement at the sound of movement. My name is Mishan. Thank you for saving me. May I ask where this is? Mishan inquired, gazing curiously at Yushue. My name is Yushue. This is Qingshi town, and my father, Yu Zhuang, rescued you. Yushue beamed with pride at having saved a life. Mishan had arrived here 2 days earlier through a teleportation array, landing in a cave. After removing a corner of the teleportation array, Mayama walked for 2 days and finally emerged from the depths of the mountains. However, he inadvertently lost his footing and fell off a cliff. At that moment, Yizhuang also entered. You're awake. Quickly hand over my life-saving money. Upon hearing her father mention the money, Yishue's face turned crimson, and she prepared to refuse, but was pushed behind by Yizhuang. Hey kid, don't tell me you have no money. I won't work for free. Seeing Mayama's silence, Yizhuang shouted again. Mayama had exhausted all the spirit stones he had taken from the storeroom while setting up the teleportation array, leaving only a few fragments. He retrieved a piece the size of a fingernail and handed it to Yizhuang. I have no money on me. Take this jade to pawn for some funds. Kid, if you deceive me, I'll beat you to death. Yizhuang hurriedly dashed off with the spirit stone fragment. Mayama intended to inquire further about the local situation from Yushue, but after asking for a long time, he learned nothing. He had no choice but to abandon that thought and began studying the jade slip he had obtained from the zombie cave. The slip contained records of an ancient magical technique called the heavenly demon art. It was said that with profound practice, one could become impervious to blades and bullets, unaffected by water or fire, and possess immense strength. After 2 days of cultivation, Mayama felt a significant increase in his power. In the evening, while Mayama was meditating, he was awakened by a commotion. He opened the door to see Yishue's father dragging her along the ground. Father, please don't sell me to the gambling den. Yushue pleaded in terror. My dear daughter, I have a feeling that this time will surely turn things around. Don't worry, I will redeem you soon. Her father replied, but remained unmoved by her pleas. Mayama stepped in front of Yishue's father, incredulously asking, She is your daughter, and you would sell her so easily? What use is a money-losing item? Yizhuang retorted defiantly. If you care for her so much, why not buy her yourself? Yishue's father said, a cunning idea springing to mind. Mayama clenched his fists, ready to teach Yizhuang a lesson. But Yishue sprang to her feet and stood in front of him. Please, don't hit my father. Kid, either pay up or don't stop me from selling my daughter. Her father declared, turning back to drag Yishue once more. Feeling helpless, Mayama pulled out another small fragment of spirit stone and tossed it to Yishue's father. He eagerly ran off with the fragment. Yishue looked at Mayama with shame. I'm sorry, that must be worth a lot. Once the wheat is harvested in autumn, I'll repay you, okay? In the mortal world, a fragment of spirit stone was considered a top-quality jade brimming with spiritual energy. Giving him 2 pieces could be seen as repaying his life-saving kindness. It was time to leave this place. The wolf's head mark left by the wolf king on his back was certainly no good omen. Staying here would only bring harm to others. After some contemplation, Mayama said nothing and returned to his room. Late at night, as he continued his cultivation, he was suddenly startled awake by a rustling sound at the door. He activated the Shaoqing Lingju and saw a sharp knife slipping through the crack, fiddling with the latch. Quietly, he got up and stood behind the door. Just then, the door burst open, and a thief in black rushed in. The thief began searching for Mayama, but a large hand suddenly seized his neck from behind. Outside, a fire was ignited, illuminating the scene. As a dozen men wielding sharp knives glared menacingly at Mayama. The leader, known as Supervisor Wang, donned a luxurious green robe and appeared slightly plump. He shouted arrogantly at Mayama. Kid, Hand over the spirit stones in your possession. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking your life. Mayama felt a surge of frustration. He had thought that in this remote area, no one would recognize spirit stones, yet he had still revealed himself. Since you know I possess spirit stones, are you not afraid I'm a cultivator? Mayama queried, puzzled. Our wild wolf gang serves masterly, a true immortal. You, on the other hand, look like a slave who escaped from some cultivator family. Supervisor Wang sneered dismissively at Mayama. Boys, attack. Kill him and seize the spirit stones. Masterly will reward us handsomely. With a wave of his hand, a dozen burly men brandished their knives and shouted as they prepared to charge. Realizing the dire situation, Mayama wasted no words. He tightened his grip around the thief's neck, and after a moment of violent trembling, the thief ceased to breathe, pointing with his right hand. A skeleton rose from the corpse, wielding an axe. Chapter 11. Masterly before Mayama stood the skeleton, clad in tattered armor, one hand holding an axe and the other a shield, resembling a grim reaper emerging from the underworld. Supervisor Wang, in a fit of rage, dragged Yizhuang forward and slapped him hard. You told me this would be an easy target. Yizhuang knelt, banging his head on the muddy ground. Producing loud thuds, Supervisor Wang, the jade pendant was given to me by him. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. What nonsense. Hurry and signal Masterly, Wang shouted, kicking a nearby man hard. Seeing Supervisor Wang about to call for help, Mayama immediately commanded the skeleton to attack. One of the men beside Wang yelled, Supervisor, watch out, stepping in front to shield him. At that moment, the skeleton's axe descended heavily towards the man's neck. The man raised his knife to block, but the moment the knife met the heavy axe, it shattered, and the axe continued its deadly arc. Blood erupted, staining Wang's green robe. As a head flew into the air, eyes wide in shock, the skeleton advanced a few steps, intent on pursuing Wang. But a signal fire shot up into the sky, breaking the night. Wang wiped the blood from his face, gazing at the fearsome skeleton, his legs trembling. Filled with regret for having provoked this disaster for mere trinkets, the skeleton raised its axe, ready to strike again. While Wang frantically grabbed a nearby man to use as a shield, rolling and crawling to escape into the crowd. With his cover blown, Mayama had no intention of lingering. After the skeleton felled the burly man in front of him, he turned and sprinted toward the door. The group of men, now terrified, dared not obstruct him and scattered aside, watching as Mayama raced toward the deep mountains behind the town. Kid, don't run. The whole mountain is surrounded. Hand over the stolen spirit stones, and I'll spare your life. Masterly shouted arrogantly at Mayama, clad in a green robe and sporting a face full of pockmarks. Adorned with gemstone-studded rings on all 10 fingers, Masterly caught up with Mayama in the dead of night. Mayama realized that even if he surrendered the spirit stone fragments, they would not believe him and would continue to press for answers. Facing the imposing Masterly, he fell into despair. Seeing Mayama's silence, Masterly began forming hand signs and chanting incantations, summoning a searing fireball that erupted from his hands. The men surrounding him felt the oppressive heat and immediately gained courage. Raising their knives and shouting, Wang stepped forward, declaring loudly, Kid, do you see? This is what an immortal looks like. Don't think you can impersonate one just because you stole a family-raised zombie. Mayama, controlling the skeleton to raise its shield, contemplated his next move. Even if the skeleton were destroyed, he knew he must charge into the crowd, take down one man, and summon another skeleton. Masterly, noticing Mayama's lack of response, thrust his hands forward, sending the fireball hurtling toward him, igniting the surrounding grass and leaving a charred trail in its wake. The skeleton raised its shield to block, while Mishan bent down in preparation. A fireball collided heavily with the shield, producing a thunderous sound. The splattering sparks incited a frenzy among the crowd. As the sparks settled, the shield had been charred black, marked by numerous tiny cracks, with a large fissure running through its entirety. Mishan's upper garment was also ignited and burned by the embers. Yet, the skeleton steadfastly held the shield before Mishan. The crowd erupted once more. Masterly, send another one. Burn this brat to ashes. Again. Come on, you old fool. Why aren't you running? Masterly kicked aside the obstructing Supervisor Wang, not looking back as he began to flee down the mountain. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief, witnessing the once lofty and ethereal Masterly leading the retreat. However, it was not long before they snapped back to reality, screaming and scattering in all directions. Wait for me, Masterly. Hold on. Supervisor Wang glanced at the skeleton, the earlier terror reigniting within him as he chased after Masterly. We must eradicate the root of this trouble, or it will haunt us endlessly. If he returns alive, he will bring the entire sect to take revenge on me. Resolute, Mishan also pursued Masterly. As dawn began to break, Masterly, panting heavily, leaned against a large tree, with Supervisor Wang appearing equally pale beside him. Seeing Mishan and the skeleton closing in, Masterly felt a wave of desperation. He had already unleashed his fireball technique twice that night. Each time it seemed the skeleton would shatter, yet it withstood every assault. He was now utterly drained, unable to muster even a flicker of spiritual energy. Young man, we are both esteemed cultivators. Why must we resort to such violence? It is this mortal who has stirred discord between us. As he spoke, Master Li's hand tightened around Supervisor Wang's throat. If I eliminate this mortal, I will reveal a secret that concerns your life and death. Disperse the skeleton, and we shall part ways amicably. Mishan pondered for a moment. Given that Master Li had just unleashed a fireball, it was unlikely he could do so again in a short time. Very well. You may kill this mortal first. Afterward, divulge the secret to me, and I shall let you go. Mishan scrutinized the disheveled Master Li, whose once vibrant green robe was now drenched and muddied. Several of the gold rings on his hands had disappeared, leaving him far from his previous opulence. Humph, boy, do not think I am unaware of your schemes. If you swear by your Dao heart, I will share the secret. Master Li clearly did not trust Mishan, as a vow made on the Dao heart was the gravest of oaths for cultivators. Violating such a vow could lead to demonic backlash, or worse, death. After contemplating for a moment, Mishan finally formed the vow with both hands. Master Li disregarded Supervisor Wang's struggles, tightening his grip around his throat as he slowly spoke. Even if you escape my grasp tonight, do you believe you can live on? That mark of the Wolf Prince on your back signifies you have slain the third prince of the Wolf King. The Wolf King has already issued a bounty. I wager all cultivators in Jiaozhou are now hunting for you. With that, he forcefully tossed Supervisor Wang's corpse aside. Though Mishan's mind was tumultuous, he nonetheless formed a hand seal, causing the skeleton to shatter into fragments. Suddenly, a wicked grin spread across Master Li's face as he produced a yellow talisman from his robe. No matter how fierce you are, you will still have to drink my bathwater. He began to chant the incantation. Mishan smirked coldly, swiftly placing an axe against Master Li's neck from behind. Master Li hastily discarded the talisman, turning around to find Supervisor Wang's body had exploded, revealing a white skeleton wielding an axe beside him. Here is the fire talisman. Please, don't kill me. I'll leave immediately. But Mishan, with a swift hand gesture, transformed the skeleton's yellow flames into a crimson hue. The axe came down, and Master Li's head rolled away. It wasn't Ti who killed you. It was the out-of-control skeleton, and I had no choice. Mishan remarked as he picked up the fire talisman and rummaged through Master Li's storage pouch. After dispatching Master Li, Mishan discovered a jade slip, a wooden token, and 3 spirit stones within the pouch. Upon returning to the base of the mountain, he found that Yi Shui and her father had vanished, likely having fled in fear to seek refuge with relatives. It appeared he would have to wait for another opportunity to repay Yi Shui's kindness. Mishan then approached other members of the Wild Wolf gang, only to learn that Master Li had boasted about him to the others, which clarified his current predicament. Jiaozhou was thousands of miles away from Langzhou, far beyond the reach of the Wolf King's influence. Moreover, Jiaozhou was one of the few territories controlled by the human race. Even if someone pursued him for the Wolf King's bounty, they would merely be scattered cultivators or assassins sent by the Wolf King. The various sects in Jiaozhou would surely maintain some decorum for their human identity. The jade slip contained records of practical spells like Mind Probe and Fireball Technique. Mishan had long coveted Master Li's imposing fireballs and immediately set about learning them, only to find no response, leaving him puzzled about what he had done wrong. The wooden token was a trial token issued by a cultivation sect named Jiuyuanzi, located outside Qingstone City. Each year on the 8th day of the 7th month, this token allowed entry to the Ascension Conference, where the top 10 competitors would earn the chance to practice at Jiuyuanzi. Mishan calculated that he had about a month before the event, and setting off now would allow him to arrive in time. However, being unfamiliar with the area, he decided to first seek opportunities in Qingstone City, which was not far from Qingstone Town. Despite the similarity in names, the two places were starkly different. Qingstone Town had only a handful of shops, primarily serving the surrounding farmers, while Qingstone City boasted towering walls and streets lined with 4- or 5-story wooden buildings. Small vendors crowded the streets, creating a lively atmosphere. wearing a cloak and a gray tunic, with silver coins from the Wild Wolf gang in his pocket. Mishan curiously surveyed his surroundings. He occasionally purchased candied hawthorn and a bag of stinky tofu, filling his pockets with small red fruits that were sweeter than apples. Having traversed this world for so many years, either struggling to mine or fighting for his life, he had never truly experienced the hustle and bustle of crowds. Each time, he thought of it as a dream, longing for the day he would wake up and return to the routine of carrying a computer bag and squeezing into the subway like a can of sardines. The mingled scents of chive pastries and cheap cosmetics, once so detestable, were now nostalgically yearned for. Standing amidst the throng in Qingstone City, he could finally feel the authenticity of his existence in this world. Come, come, come. The Ziyuan escort is recruiting escorts. All you need to do is withstand 3 strikes from our second leader, and you can join us. A shout from the roadside caught Mishan's attention. He pushed through the crowd to the front, where he saw an elderly man banging a gong while calling out. Beside the old man stood a young girl, her features exquisitely painted, clad in a red outfit, her arms crossed as she coolly surveyed the crowd. Mishan removed his hat and approached the elder, bowing respectfully. "Excuse me, kind sir, where does this escort lead to?" The old man appraised Mishan from head to toe. Despite his loose robe, the muscular lines were still evident. Satisfied, he nodded and replied, "Our escort goes from Qingstone City to Jiaozhou. Young man, you need only lift the heavy stone lock from the ground and endure 3 strikes from our second leader to join us. This job not only offers a generous commission, but should anything happen to you, Ziyuan Escort will also provide adequate support for your family." Mayama contemplated for a moment and nodded at the elder before approaching the stone lock. This stone lock weighed no more than 100 jin, easily lifted with one hand by Mayama. However, to avoid attracting undue attention, he grasped the stone lock with both hands, let out a soft exclamation, and steadily raised it above his head, drawing a round of applause from the onlookers. The girl in the combat attire seemed to sense Mayama's pretense and looked on with curiosity, yet after a moment's thought, she nodded back at him. Mayama leaped onto the high platform and cupped his fists towards the girl, saying, "My apologies for any offense." The girl returned the gesture, introducing herself as Murong Qianmu. "I look forward to your guidance." With a swift shout, she raised her fist and executed a direct strike aimed at Mayama's face. He crossed his arms to block, the impact resonating loudly as her fist connected with his forearm, eliciting cheers from the crowd below. Seeing that Mayama remained unfazed by her blow, Murong Qianmu retreated a couple of steps before launching herself into the air, executing a straight kick that descended upon Mayama's head with ferocious intent. Mayama, eager to test the defensive capabilities of his heavenly support demon technique, did not flinch as the kick whistled towards him. Instead, he raised his arms to meet the attack. With a thunderous crash, their limbs collided, and Mayama bent slightly at the waist, forcefully lifting his arms. Murong Qianmu was sent staggering backwards. Noticing that she was about to fall headfirst off the platform, Mayama rushed forward and caught her, pulling her back to safety. "Thank you for saving me. You needn't try again, you've passed the assessment," Murong Qianmu said, her cheeks flushed as she looked down. Just as Mayama prepared to step down from the platform, a loud voice rang out from below, "Who dares to disrespect my fiancée?" Before he could process the words, a young man wearing a white brocade robe and wielding a slender sword leaped onto the platform. Mayama focused intently on the newcomer, who had an overly polished appearance, even fairer than Murong Qianmu. His brocade robe was adorned with a dragon embroidered in gold thread, wrapping around him like a serpent. Murong Qianmu, seeing him on stage, wore an expression of exasperation. "Jiaoqing, my father has not consented to your proposal." Jiaoqing smirked coldly. "Who besides the Jia family can present a millennium-old coral to your father for medicinal purposes?" Without regard for Murong Qianmu's objections, he twirled his sword and lunged at Mayama's chest. Realizing that Jiaoqing was Murong Qianmu's fiancé, Mayama refrained from retaliating, opting instead to dodge left and right. "Damn it. I'm not Xiao Qiao. Stop this nonsense, or I won't hold back." After several exchanges, Mayama's patience wore thin as Jiaoqing continued his relentless assault. "Humph," Jiaoqing exclaimed, his sword speed increasing rather than diminishing. Mayama ceased his evasions, locking his gaze on the approaching blade, and with blinding swiftness, extended his fingers to firmly grasp the incoming sword. With a twist of his wrist, a sharp crack echoed as the blade snapped in two. Casting a disdainful glance at Jiaoqing, Mayama descended from the platform, leaving the latter trembling with rage. The elder Taoist remarked, "One must not hold the reins too tightly nor too loosely. Too tight, and the horse will suffer. Too loose, and it will run amok. Why don't you give it a try?" With that, Hu Bo handed the reins to Miama. The following day after the selection, the Jiuyuan escort's convoy set forth. Leading the way was a burly man named Husan, clad in armor, sporting a bushy beard, and riding a magnificent black steed while wielding a large broadsword. Four robust horses followed, pulling a heavily laden cart that left deep ruts in the ground. Behind them, another cart held unknown occupants, with a servant bustling about, serving tea. Murong Qianmu, still dressed in her red attire, patrolled vigilantly on her noble black horse around the cart. The ostentatious Jiaoqing trailed her on a white horse, buzzing around like a fly. The other men, armed with various weapons, dispersed around the convoy, moving steadily forward. As the convoy set out, Hu Bo pulled Miama onto the cart. Miama cautiously took the reins, skillfully managing the horses, which Hu Bo had trained since they were young. Hu Bo chattered incessantly, "Look, the one at the front is my son. Isn't he imposing? It's a pity the old leader is injured, otherwise." Miama listened quietly, uninterested in the internal strife of the escort. The matter of the Wolf King weighed heavily upon him, robbing him of peace. As dusk approached, Husan raised his clenched fist and shouted, "Brothers, let's set up camp here for the night." Murong Qianmu urged her horse forward a few paces to engage in a hushed debate with Husan. After a brief discussion, she reluctantly retreated to the rear of the convoy. Come. While there's still light, hurry and set up camp, ignite the bonfire. Newcomers, listen to the elder and move quickly," Husan commanded from his mount. Hu Bo pulled Miama aside. "Come, let's go help the old man start a fire and prepare a meal. You might not get another chance after this trip." As darkness fell, a roaring bonfire was soon ablaze, with the cargo arranged in the brightest spot under guard. With the help of a few others, Hu Bo prepared a meal, and the group began to take turns eating. Hu Bo continued recounting tales of his past with the escort leader, but Miama, relishing the delicious food, paid little heed to his words. "Humph, this swill is hardly fit for my master." A child clad in a yellow Taoist robe peered out from the rear of a cart and flung Hu Bo's meal onto the ground. Murong Qianmu rushed forward to investigate, and after a brief conversation, she set about preparing another meal. Fuming, Hu Bo slammed his spatula into the pot. "What nonsense is this? Such a hassle." Miama inquired curiously. "Hu Bo, who are the people in that cart? They're so arrogant." "Who knows? I heard they were invited back by the master. If this escort fails again, our Jiuyuan escort will be disbanded, and I will have nowhere to go," Hu Bo replied, though everyone was disgruntled by the earlier ruckus. Fatigue from the day's exertions soon took its toll, and after assigning night watchmen, the group settled down around the cargo, weapons in hand, and drifted into a deep sleep. Hu Go. Not good. Scarred Wang is missing. Just past the third watch. A man in a short jacket and headscarf rushed to Husan, shaking him while shouting in panic. "What's the rush? Speak slowly. What happened to Scarred Wang?" Husan opened his eyes, gripping the trembling man's shoulders firmly. "Scarred Wang said he was going to relieve himself and wanted me to join him, but I fell asleep and didn't he go. By the time I woke up, he had been gone for nearly an hour." The man looked at Husan, his face stricken with fear. You, and you, grab your weapons and come with me to search for him," Husan ordered, pointing to 3 elderly members of the convoy. They donned their armor, lit torches, and ventured into the woods. The newcomers in the convoy looked around, bewildered, while the elders, though trying to appear composed, could not mask their anxiety. Murong Qianmu approached the second cart again, whispering her inquiries. After a moment, she returned to the campfire. Disappointment etched across her face. Jiao Chun remained composed, still lying on the soft mat, snoring gently. Hu Bo approached Mishan, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, it is dark, and one can easily lose their way. They will return shortly." Half an hour later, Husan and 3 elderly men returned, accompanied by a man in a short coat with a scar across his face. "All is well now. Everyone should rest a little longer before we pack up and continue our journey," Husan instructed the group before settling down against the cargo cart with his weapon in hand. The others, feeling relieved, lay back down to continue their rest. As the hour of Shun approached, everyone fell into a deep slumber once more, while the watchman dozed off, his head drooping. Suddenly, Husan's eyes flew open in anger. "Halt! Where do you think the thief is going?" He drew the large ring knife from his embrace and struck heavily at the shadows of the cargo cart. The noise startled everyone awake. They grabbed their weapons, bewildered as they scanned their surroundings. At that moment, the scarred king, who had just been located, emerged from the shadows with a sinister grin. Heh, I was going to spare your lives. I would take what I wanted and leave. But it seems you have chosen your own demise. He wiped his face, revealing a stranger before their eyes, his outstretched hands ending in sharp, elongated green claws, while disheveled white hair spilled from his coat. Zombie Taoist, it is indeed you. Behold my blade. Hussein swung the ring knife towards the unfamiliar man. With a clang, the knife struck the zombie Taoist, causing sparks to fly, yet he merely smiled disdainfully. With a swift motion of his arms, Hussein and his weapon were hurled back violently. Everyone charge. Morong Chiener rushed forward, unsheathing her sword to attack the zombie Taoist, while Mishan wielded the iron short stick issued by the escort agency, striking fiercely at the creature. However, the zombie Taoist's body appeared as if forged from steel. Unaffected by their onslaught, he swung his arms repeatedly, sending those around him flying. Jiaochen, I have fulfilled your request, right? Please, let the horse Taoist make his move. Morong Chien implored as she witnessed her companion's fall. Beauty, you should have spoken sooner. Jiao Chun approached the second cart and lightly tapped the door. Horse Taoist, I beseech you, where did this zombie come from, daring to harm the living? Watch me exorcise this evil. The horse Taoist bellowed, stepping out with a child in tow. Clad in a yellow robe with a topknot and a goatee, he exuded an aura of celestial grace. Disciple, fetch my magic sword, he commanded, one hand behind his back, the other receiving the sword from his apprentice. Upon acquiring the sword, he held it aloft and began to chant, a swirl of spiritual energy rising, stirring the fallen leaves around him. Lying on the ground, Mishan focused his spiritual awareness on the horse Taoist, discovering that he was a practitioner at the third level of Qi training. In contrast, the zombie Taoist was merely at the second level. The zombie Taoist, unwilling to wait for the horse Taoist to complete his incantation, leaped forward, claws slashing towards him. The horse Taoist remained calm, skillfully evading the attacks with deliberate steps. The incantation is complete, he proclaimed, shaking the sword, which glimmered with spiritual light. He deflected the approaching claws with one hand, while thrusting the sword fiercely with the other. The zombie Taoist attempted to evade, but weakened from previous efforts. The sword grazed his abdomen, slicing a 2-finger-wide gash that dripped green liquid onto the ground, producing a noxious vapor. The zombie Taoist glanced towards the now pale sky, and then at the advancing horse Taoist. Exhaling a cloud of green smoke, he retreated swiftly into the forest. The horse Taoist, not pursuing, returned to the cart, while his young apprentice called out to the group, expressing his hunger for breakfast. Hussein, regaining his composure, organized the group to tend to the wounded and prepare for their journey once more. As dawn broke, they completed their tasks and discovered the slain scarred king in the woods. After a hasty burial, they resumed their journey. Following the previous night's battle, the group appeared visibly fatigued. As night fell again, they set up camp and began cooking. Hubo called Mishan over to eat. As Mishan attempted to sense the rice, he noticed a sickening green glow emanating from it. Hubo, this rice is inedible. It is contaminated. Mishan quickly shook his head. Do not worry. Although I am old, the food is still clean. Hurry and eat. Hubo seemed somewhat displeased. I do not mean that the food is unclean. I mean there is poison in the rice, Mishan explained hurriedly. Haha, who do you think you are? Even the horse Taoist said nothing, and you dare to make accusations. I see you are an accomplice of the zombie Taoist. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiaochen also rushed over. Seeing that no one believed him, Mishan took his food and discreetly buried it beneath a tree, away from prying eyes. After tidying up, everyone armed themselves and leaned against the cargo carts. Oh, my stomach hurts terribly. Just past the third watch. A man suddenly dropped his weapon and began rolling on the ground in agony. Others soon joined, wailing as they collapsed within the camp. Hussein, enduring his own discomfort, rose to investigate. At that moment, the man who had reported the scarred king's disappearance the previous night stood up laughing. Haha, I have seized the opportunity. Though Mishan had not eaten dinner, he feigned stomach pain, rolling on the ground while quietly observing the situation. The man ripped off his disguise, revealing himself to be the same zombie Taoist from the night before. The zombie Taoist approached the cart and flung open the door. The horse Taoist and his apprentice lay inside, writhing in pain, resembling boiled shrimp. The zombie Taoist extended his sharp claws towards the horse Taoist's heart. The horse Taoist raised his hand to defend himself, but in his weakened state, he was powerless to stop the attack. The zombie Taoist extracted the still beating heart and began to chew it, then swiftly pierced the throat of the young apprentice. After slaying them, the zombie Taoist began to rummage through the caravan. However, in his frantic search, he became agitated, spotting Murong Qian-er, whom Hussein had shielded. The zombie Taoist seized Murong Qian-er, hoisting her over his shoulder, and shouted to the others, "I know you have someone in charge. If you do not wish for this woman to die, come to the eastern cave with what I desire tomorrow night." With a few leaps, the zombie Taoist vanished into the forest with Murong Qian-er in tow. By the latter half of the night, the effects of the poison had diminished considerably, and the group managed to sit up, supporting one another. Hubo approached Mishan, clutching his abdomen and bending over. "Young man, I apologize. I wronged you. Our young lady wishes to meet you. Are you willing?" Knowing he needed their assistance to reach Jiazhou, Mishan pondered for a moment before nodding. "Hubo, you flatter me. Please lead the way." As they approached the campfire, a woman dressed as a guard stepped forward, her headscarf having been removed to reveal her hair. Mishan finally discerned her face, finding her strikingly similar to Murong Qian-er, though the former bore a hint more of heroism while the latter exuded a greater sense of intellect. The woman, upon seeing Mayama's arrival, rose to her feet and offered a polite greeting before resuming her seat. "I am Murong Xiwan, the elder sister of Murong Qianmu. I shall speak plainly. You are a cultivator, are you not?" Mayama did not turn around, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "I presume Hubo has informed you of the crisis facing the Ziyuan escort agency. I shall not conceal the truth from you. My father, Murong Ba, unexpectedly came upon a golden Buddha during a transport mission, only to find that this very relic has attracted calamity. The news of the golden Buddha leaked, and my father fell victim to a treacherous zombie cultivator, succumbing to a deadly poison. Only the Millennium Coral from the Jiao family can serve as an antidote. The Jiao family has proposed that they would provide the coral as a bridal gift in exchange for my younger sister's hand in marriage. But they demand the golden Buddha as her dowry. Alas, on the way to deliver the golden Buddha to Jiaozhou, we were once again ambushed by the zombie cultivator. You must understand that I have no intention of assisting you without reason." Mayama regarded Murong Xiwan with an impassive expression. "Of course, I wouldn't expect a young hero to act without compensation. The robe draped over the golden Buddha contains a peculiar technique for controlling corpses. I am willing to offer this as a condition for your assistance." Upon hearing that Mayama did not outright refuse her, a hint of relief washed over Murong Xiwan's previously troubled countenance. Although she was merely at the first level of Qi training, her mastery of the heavenly demon art was extraordinarily formidable, and with the assistance of her skeletal companion, she believed she could put up a fight. Mayama contemplated this in silence. Observing his hesitation, Murong Xiwan gritted her teeth and spoke with a twinge of pain. "Within the technique for controlling corpses lies an extraordinary object known as the corpse bag, and we have already located the main material required for its creation. Should you be willing to lend your hand, we are prepared to offer it to you." Mayama nodded. "I can assist, but first, I require the technique for controlling corpses." "Yes, of course," Murong Xiwan immediately agreed, eager to negotiate. Mayama sat upon the ground, deeply immersed in the newly acquired technique of corpse manipulation. This method was indeed extraordinary. Unlike conventional practices that relied on the bloodthirsty instincts of the zombie as the primary focus, this technique utterly suppressed the zombie's consciousness, treating the creature as a mere puppet. Every movement of the zombie was meticulously controlled by the practitioner, allowing for intricate manipulation. However, this technique imposed stringent demands on one's spiritual awareness, a feat unattainable by ordinary cultivators. Yet, Mayama's experiences in the world of Diablo, where he honed his skills as a necromancer, had significantly enhanced his spiritual awareness to 2 or 3 times that of an average cultivator. Moreover, the technique contained remarkable details about a corpse-storing bag, which could be infused with a potent Yin energy by utilizing the placenta of a female infant born during the Yin year, month, and day. This would allow malevolent entities like zombies and ghosts to conceal themselves within without the need to carry a coffin to contain the dissipating Yin energy. As the sun began its descent, time was of the essence, and Mayama resolved to contemplate this later. After stowing away the technique, he prepared to head to the site where he had buried the scarred king the day before to prepare a skeleton. At that moment, Hussein rushed over, gripping Mayama's shoulder tightly. "Brother, let me accompany you. During the famine, the old escort master took in my father and me, treating me as if I were his own son. Chimu has grown up following me closely. Now that the escort agency is in trouble, I cannot stand idly by. Mayama pondered for a moment. He was already being hunted by the Wolf King, and his skeleton had become a distinctive item. It was best that fewer people were aware of this situation. He shook his head, saying, "Uncle Hu, you are the only son he has. You cannot afford to take risks." Without waiting for Husan to protest, he headed towards the scarred king's grave. Suddenly, a flurry of soil was disturbed, and a pristine white skeleton emerged from the grave. Mayama cautiously attempted the techniques detailed in the corpse manipulation method. Previously, the skeleton could only engage in a turn-based manner, where it would strike back and forth. Now, however, the skeleton evaded and parried with remarkable agility. Mayama's curiosity about the method's further intricacies was piqued. After walking eastward for quite some time, he finally discovered a narrow path concealed amidst the weeds. Just as he prepared to push through the underbrush, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. "Who goes there?" Mayama commanded, positioning the skeleton to shield him while drawing the magical sword left by the Taoist. He fixed a wary gaze on the bushes. "Hee, I didn't think you'd notice me, brother. Please take me with you." Husan sheepishly emerged from the underbrush, scratching his head. "You've been following me this whole time?" Mayama questioned, puzzled. Husan quickly waved his hands. No, I intended to protect the young lady. But my father scolded me for being ungrateful and sent me back." Though Mayama felt a tinge of doubt, they had reached the cavern's entrance, and further discussion was futile. He gestured for Husan to follow. They bent low and traversed for a considerable distance before finally entering the cave's interior. Within a modest hall, a few candles flickered sporadically. The space was filled with various coffins, some new and others aged, indicating that this hiding place for corpses had existed for quite some time. I didn't expect to encounter a fellow practitioner. Do you have what I requested?" Suddenly, the lids of 2 coffins flew open, and 2 identical zombie Taoists sprang forth. Mayama pulled out the imitation golden Buddha from his robe, waving it in front of the zombie Taoists. "Here's the golden Buddha. Where's Murong Qianmu?" One of the zombie Taoists struck the coffin beside him, causing the lid to slide halfway open, revealing Murong Qianmu, her mouth gagged, writhing within the coffin. "Release Murong Qianmu first, and I will toss the golden Buddha to you," Mayama yelled at the zombie Taoists. One hand delivers the offering, the other releases the girl. "You throw the golden Buddha to me, and I will hand over the girl," the zombie Taoist insisted, unwilling to relent. After a moment's contemplation, Mayama nodded and tossed the golden Buddha toward them. The zombie Taoist kicked, sending the coffin sliding toward Mayama, halting the coffin with a firm hand. Mayama quickly scooped up Murong Qianmu and exchanged a glance with Husan before bolting toward the cave's entrance. However, just as they took a couple of steps, they heard the furious roar of the zombie Taoist behind them. Mayama turned to see the zombie Taoist had shattered the golden Buddha, evidently realizing it was a fake. The zombie Taoist unknowingly triggered some mechanism, and with a thunderous crash, a heavy stone slab descended, blocking their escape route. With their retreat cut off, Mayama drew his sword, cautiously eyeing the approaching zombie Taoist. Husan also unsheathed his large circular knife, cutting the ropes binding Murong Qianmu. Yet, the typically boisterous Murong Qianmu now cowered in a corner, terrified. The 2 identical zombie Taoists roared and lunged at Mayama and Husan. Mayama dispatched a portion of his spiritual awareness to control the skeleton, which engaged one of the zombie Taoists, while he and Husan charged at the other. The cave was instantly filled with the clash of blades and the flurry of fists and feet. Although the zombie's white hair offered formidable defense, the axe wielded by the second-tier skeleton was no less powerful, and with a single misstep, the zombie Taoist found a chunk of flesh cleaved away. Mayama, lacking formal martial training, found himself at a disadvantage against the relentless assaults of the zombie Taoist. Just as he calculated that Husan's presence could provide support, the latter, being merely immortal without any chi training, began to struggle under the onslaught. Seeing Husan falter, Mayama steeled his resolve, whispering a few words of encouragement to him before deliberately easing his offensive against the zombie before him. He focused all his energy on controlling the skeleton to attack the other zombie Taoist, aiming to break the stalemate. With full control, the skeleton began to evade and reposition itself, no longer merely blocking with its shield. After a series of exchanges, the zombie Taoist's claws struck down heavily. The skeleton raised its shield to parry, but instead of continuing to swing its axe as usual, it propelled itself forward, closing the distance to the zombie Taoist's chest. The zombie Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief, attempting to raise an arm to block, but his zombified limbs were no longer flexible. Before he could retreat to create distance, the skeleton's axe fell with tremendous force. The zombie Taoist tilted his head, trying to staunch the lifeblood flowing from the wound on his neck, but after staggering backward, he collapsed heavily, dissolving into a pool of pus within moments. Witnessing the demise of his other zombie at the hands of the skeleton while locked in combat with Husan, the zombie Taoist roared to the heavens in anguish, leaping high and delivering a flying kick towards Mishan. Mishan, his attention primarily focused on controlling the skeleton, stood frozen, watching the incoming assault. Just as Mishan was about to be struck, Husan intervened, knocking Mishan aside, but taking the full force of the blow himself. He crashed into the mountain wall, pale and vomiting a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity while both were incapacitated, the zombie Taoist sprinted towards the skeleton, his claws whistling through the air. The already fractured skeleton shattered into pieces. The zombie Taoist sneered, "So what if you destroyed my two zombies? You're the one who's going to die now. After you, it's the Murong family's turn." He lunged at Mishan once more. Husan, clutching his great ring blade, struggled to rise, only to collapse again. Without the skeleton or Husan's assistance, Mishan, despite the extraordinary power of the sky demon art, was easily outmaneuvered and sent flying by the zombie Taoist. The zombie Taoist pressed his advantage, relentlessly attacking, giving Mishan no respite. Suddenly, Husan, lying prone, erupted in laughter. "Brother, I'm sorry. I've been following you all along. At first, I was afraid, thinking you were like him. Now I know you're different. You're a good man. Father, forgive me. I'll be taking my leave first." Upon hearing this, Mishan understood Husan's intentions. He dodged the zombie Taoist's thrusting claws and scrambled towards Husan, desperate to stop him. But as Mishan reached him, Husan's great ring blade plunged deep into his chest. Mishan, consumed by remorse, grasped Husan's hand tightly, steeling himself. "Thank you. I'll carry the trust you've given me and save Murong Qianmu." To the zombie Taoist's astonishment, a brand new skeleton arose from Husan's corpse. The zombie Taoist frantically fled towards the mechanism for the mechanism to drop a large stone and seal off a passage, but the skeleton pursued him, bringing its axe down with devastating force. The once formidable zombie Taoist, who had terrorized the region, became just another forgotten corpse in the corpse-filled cave. After cremating Husan's remains and the skeleton, Mishan discovered the unconscious Murong Qianmu in a coffin deep within the cave. Carrying the ashes and bearing Murong Qianmu on his shoulder, Mishan emerged into the dawn and returned to the camp. Hubo rushed out of the camp, beaming, ready to welcome Mishan. But upon seeing the ashes in Mishan's arms, he scanned the area behind Mishan, his anticipation unfulfilled. He stared at the ashes, devastated. "Was it him? I'm sorry, Uncle Hu. Husan saved me, but I couldn't bring him home," Mishan said, hanging his head in anguish. "It's not your fault. My son and I owed them a bowl of rice. This is our repayment," Hubo said, wiping away tears as he silently carried the ashes back to the camp. Moro Shiwen approached and bowed to Mishan. "Profound gratitude is beyond words. Thank you for your efforts." She took Murong Qianmu from Mishan's shoulder. "My gold Buddha. Did you and that trash lose my gold Buddha?" Jiao Chen suddenly screamed as he burst out of the camp. "Gold, my foot!" Mishan roared, his eyes blazing with fury. He charged towards Jiao Chen and delivered a crushing blow to his face. Jiao Chen raised his jewel-encrusted scabbard to defend himself, but Mishan's fist shattered it. Facing the wrathful Mishan, Jiao Chen was petrified. Mishan's second punch landed like thunder, shattering the fine sword he tried to block with. A third punch followed, crushing Jiao Chen's face. Jiao Chen spat out 2 teeth and collapsed. Mishan mounted Jiao Chen. "Raining down blows, shut your foul mouth. He was a hero, a hero. Understand?" Jiao Chen's handsome face was soon a swollen mess. Hearing the commotion, Hubo rushed out of the camp, pushing through the crowd, and embraced Mishan. Don't blame him. Sanner was fulfilling his destiny. Mishan stopped his fists, nodded to Hubo. Husan was a hero, a true hero. The crowd dragged away the unrecognizable Jiao Chen. The next day, the carriage continued its journey towards Jiao Prefecture, but Hubo was no longer the driver. Hubo gently caressed Husan's ashes, tears streaming down his face. Yet he smiled as he asked Mishan, "Was my son brave?" "Yes, he was the bravest man I've ever known," Mishan replied, gazing at the old man who had upheld a 2-generation commitment for a bowl of rice, unsure how to console him. Murong Shiwen arranged for 2 strong men to escort Hubo and Husan back to Qingstone City. Mishan was invited onto the carriage. and they resumed their journey to Jiao Prefecture. Inside the carriage, Mishan began to assess his gains. The corpse cave yielded nothing but the corpse refining art from the zombie Taoist. According to the text, adding different materials during the refining process could enhance the corpse's abilities. For example, adding iron essence until the skeleton turned completely black would grant it the strength of a late-stage Qi practitioner. The text also mentioned gold essence, metal essence, and other materials Mishan had never heard of, which he would need to seek out in the future. The text also described a method of disguise using common medicinal herbs to transform one's appearance. Mishan immediately began to study it, hoping to infiltrate Jiao Prefecture safely under a different identity. Preparing for trials, young hero. Your lunch is at the carriage door, a servant announced respectfully. Thank you. Please tell your young mistress that I will be cultivating and don't need any more meals. I'll let you know if I need anything. After rescuing Muron Qianmu, Mishan rested briefly before preparing to enter the world of Diablo to enhance his strength for the upcoming Jiao Prefecture entrance exam. Opening his eyes once more, he found himself in the familiar room. To ensure his body remained undisturbed upon his return to the Xianhuan continent, Mishan had rented a room in the rogue encampment. Equipped with his javelins, Mishan headed straight for Wariv's blacksmith shop. Wow, Brother Shan, you're here? Wariv exclaimed as Mishan pushed open the door, the heat of the forge washing over him. I heard you single-handedly defeated 3 fallen, including a terrifying fallen shaman. You must be the first in our class to receive a divine response. Wariv's eyes sparkled with admiration. Mishan patted Wariv's shoulder. It's all thanks to your father's well-crafted javelins. I just got lucky. He bypassed Wariv and approached Wariv's father behind the counter, producing a handful of gold coins. This is the money I owed for the javelins last time. Could you please repair them for me? At long last, having escaped the incessant chatter of Valentine, Mayama hastened towards the magical apothecary. Please, could I have a vial of minor healing potion? Mayama gazed at Shelley, who was engrossed in her tasks behind the counter, and intentionally lowered his voice, eager to tease the charming girl. Ah, it's you who has returned, Shelley exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like stars, now crescent-shaped with joy. Just as Mayama leaned over the counter, relishing their light-hearted banter, a maid descended from the second floor. Excuse me, are you Mr. Mayama? Which Akira is awaiting you upstairs. Following the maid, Mayama entered the office, where a large desk dominated the center of the room. Clad in her signature purple robe, Akira was reclined in an expansive chair, studying the scrolls spread before her. Shelves brimming with towering scrolls flanked the desk. You have arrived, Akira remarked, her focus returning to him after a moment. The new cohort of responders will be led by instructors into the wilderness for trials. The situation at the Necromancer Academy is rather unique. You may choose to explore the caves of the Blood Waste alone or partake in trials alongside another academy. Should you successfully complete the trial solo and return with the nails of a corpse ignited by fire, I shall bestow upon you a special blessing. With the ability to control the undead, one skeleton would differ from another. To maintain discretion, Mayama replied to Akira, I choose to undertake the cave trial alone. Akira retrieved a vial from her drawer and tossed it to him. After extinguishing the fiery corpse, this potion will allow you to preserve its nails. If you wish to procure more in the future, seek out Shelley. You are quite different. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to approach me, Akira added, leaning forward, her alabaster eyes scrutinizing Mayama intently. A shiver ran down Mayama's spine, as if all his secrets had been laid bare. He bowed to Akira and hurried back downstairs. Upon seeing Mayama's flustered demeanor, Shelley rushed to greet him. Wasn't he and Akira rather intimidating? Aunt, Mayama queried, bewildered by her term of endearment. During the demon invasion of the rogue encampment, Akira led the sisterhood in a valiant defense. My mother was also a member of the sisterhood and sacrificed herself in the battle. It was Akira who took me in afterward, Shelley answered solemnly. Mayama scratched his head, preparing to express his apologies, but Shelley pressed a package into his arms. No need to comfort me. Aunt Akira is very kind to me. This is a gift for you. I hope you navigate the trial successfully. With that, Shelley dashed towards the back of the shop. Unwrapping the package, Mayama discovered a vial of minor mana potion. Unlike in games, real-world monsters did not drop potions. The potions in the shop were exorbitantly priced, and after depleting his funds, he could only afford a single minor healing potion. Now, with these 2 potions in hand, Mayama felt a semblance of confidence for his exploration trial in the caves. As he set out again into the blood wastes, he had not ventured far when a red-skinned fallen demon spotted him from a distance. brandishing its curved blade and shouting a kanishu as it charged towards him. Without hesitation, Mayama drew the spear from his back, his gaze fixed on the approaching demon. As the demon grew closer, he raised his spear high and struck down towards its head with all his might. The demon attempted to block with its blade, but the spear descended upon it like a bolt of lightning. The demon collapsed to the ground, and Mayama swiftly thrust the spear down multiple times, summoning his magic. A skeleton emerged from the demon's corpse. Previously pressed for time, he hadn't fully grasped the control over the undead, but this time, he focused his mind and exerted his will, making the skeleton leap and flip with the grace of a living being. Within a dilapidated house, a thunderous crash announced the arrival of another fallen demon as it fell heavily to the ground. Mayama glanced at the setting sun, now dipping lower in the sky, while keeping the skeleton vigilant at the door. He then settled down cross-legged, preparing to spend the night there. As he activated the familiar heavenly demon technique, he sensed something amiss. A thick miasma emerged from the demon's remains. The miasma surged through his veins, followed by a wave of discomfort, prompting Mayama to focus intently on his technique. The following morning, a tremendous crash echoed as a large tree beside the house toppled. Mayama stood, exhilarated, gazing at his own fists. The miasma from the fallen demon was precisely what he needed for his training in the heavenly demon technique. After a night of cultivation, he astonishingly advanced to the second layer of qi refinement. Though he had made some progress in the Xianhuan continent, the miasma from the 3 fallen demons was crucial to his advancement. Mayama contemplated that with just a few more fallen demons, he might reach the 3rd layer of qi refinement. In the dark depths of the cave, Mayama cautiously maneuvered alongside the skeleton. Suddenly, a massive, shaggy bear rose from the ground, its enormous claws pounding against its chest as it unleashed a thunderous roar. Spotting the intruder, the bear swiftly dropped to all fours and charged at Mayama with a fearsome growl. Mayama deftly maneuvered aside, controlling the skeleton as he thrust his spear upwards. The towering bear, resembling a small mountain, opened its massive jaws and raised a paw to strike him down. Mayama rolled to the side just in time, as the bear's heavy paw crashed onto the boulder nearby, shattering it into fragments that scattered across the bear's den. With a lightning-quick motion, Mayama lunged at the bear, striking it multiple times with his spear. The skeleton beside him swung an axe, aiming for the bear's legs. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, Mayama's spear shattered in his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, the bear leapt towards him. Gazing up at the oncoming beast, Mayama felt a wave of helplessness. Ordinary weapons were simply inadequate for such intense combat. He swiftly retreated a few steps, evading the bear's assault, and raised his fists to strike down upon the bear, still lying on the ground, unable to rise. The skeleton clambered onto the bear's belly, raising its axe to carve into the bear's abdomen, spilling its innards onto the ground. Unperturbed by the gore, Mayama leaned against the bear, feeling a surge of dark energy emanate from it. After half a day, he slowly rose, having absorbed the energy from the bear. It had been over 2 weeks since entering the cave, and after clearing out the minor creatures, he had finally reached the 3rd level of the qi cultivation stage with the heavenly demon technique, while the necromancer had also advanced to level 3, ready to upgrade upon returning to Rog Camp. Picking up the bear's dropped spiked mace, this marked the 3rd weapon he had acquired in this fortnight. At last, he possessed commendable equipment, a soft leather hat that shielded most of his head, a brownish hard leather armor splattered with the blood of monsters, and several skeletons that had changed over time. Mayama gazed at the strange wall paintings depicting a group of people performing sacrifices to monsters. Recalling the origin of the corpse ignition, legend has it that 6 malevolent cultists gathered in the cave, ruthlessly killing several women to summon the great demon Anariel. Ultimately, Anariel granted them their wish for immortality, but at the cost of their souls, transforming them into eternally bloodthirsty monsters. Their leader became the most terrifying of them all, the corpse ignition. Peering around a corner, Mayama saw, as the legends foretold, 5 ordinary zombies encircling a dark golden zombie, its body ablaze with blue light, aimlessly wandering in the depths of the cave. With a clink, a blood-stained throwing dagger fell to the ground, and the zombies, sensing the scent of blood, lunged for it. The zombies, bewildered, scrutinized the dagger before them, unable to comprehend how something so small could move on its own. Yet, driven by their insatiable hunger for flesh, they roared and gave chase to the retreating dagger. As they turned the corner, a spiked mace suddenly swung down, striking one of the zombies on the head. While an axe emerged from below, fiercely hacking at its abdomen. Before it could let out another roar, the grotesque zombie collapsed, enveloped in a wave of dark energy. Chuckling, Mayama collected the gold coins from the fallen zombie, pleased at having fished out his fifth zombie. Only one remained, the corpse ignition. It was time to conclude the battle. After weeks of grueling training, he was utterly exhausted. Mayama gathered his resolve and leapt around the corner. Hey, you there, zombie. Surrender your nails, and I shall spare your life. Though the corpse ignition was decayed and rotting, it emanated a chilling blue light. Having not heard a human voice in ages, it did not comprehend the words, but was flooded with nostalgic memories of flesh and blood. The corpse ignition struggled to turn its stiff body toward the source of the sound. With a roar, it prepared to send its minions to fetch flesh, recalling its former noble status. After a lengthy shout without response from its minions, a spiked mace came crashing down upon it. The moment the mace made contact, Mayama sensed something was amiss. An icy chill radiated from the weapon. Indeed, this was a frost-infused zombie. Mayama swiftly retreated, channeling the heavenly demon technique to ward off the cold, while directing the skeletons to advance. Although the skeletons moved sluggishly due to the freezing effects, they were still superior to the perceptive humans. Each of the corpse ignition's attacks summoned a gust of icy wind, soon blanketing the cave in a layer of frost. Mayama maneuvered the skeletons to distract the corpse ignition, drawing its attention, while he circled behind to deliver powerful blows with the spiked mace, creating deep indentations with each strike. Just as the corpse ignition began to falter, the cave wall erupted with a thunderous crash, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside were numerous human skeletons of varying sizes, scattered throughout the room. A zombie identical to the corpse ignition broke through the chamber wall and emerged. Confusion swept over Mayama at the sight of another dark golden creature. However, the newly emerged zombie had already caught the scent of flesh and began to roar and charge at him. Sensing the depletion of his spiritual energy from the relentless combat and the continuous summoning of skeletons, he felt a pang of reluctance but retrieved a small blue vial, the mild mana potion given to him by Shelley. He drank it down, feeling a surge of vitality as his spiritual energy replenished. He dashed back to the recently slain ordinary zombie. The intricate patterns on his right hand glowed, and a new skeleton rose from the corpse of the ordinary zombie. With the support of his short staff and the one necromancer ring, he was now capable of summoning 2 skeletons. However, he had long struggled with insufficient spiritual energy, unable to afford more mana potions, and had been forced to fight with just 1 skeleton. Immediately, he rejoined the battle with the newly summoned skeleton. With their combined efforts, Mayama no longer hesitated to unleash his internal energy, fully activating the heavenly demon technique. His physique expanded as his muscles bulked up, filling his hard leather armor. The spiked mace whirled as he struck fiercely at the 2 dark golden zombies. In no time, one had its skull crushed while the other sustained a dented chest. Mayama quickly retreated, commanding the skeletons to continue their assault. With a resounding crash, the cold energy from the 2 zombies exploded, causing them to collapse and lie still. The skeletons, caught in the blast, shattered into pieces. Ignoring the scattered loot, Mayama quickly settled down, absorbing the lingering dark energy in the air. A week later, Mayama opened his eyes in astonishment, having broken through to the 4th level of chi cultivation. Yet, the dark energy dissipated too quickly, otherwise, he might have achieved even greater heights. He examined his physique, slightly channeling the heavenly demon technique, noticing his muscles subtly shift. His once robust form had become leaner, and even his features had grown more refined. Gathering the gold and equipment scattered about, he found a necklace imbued with druidic skills to summon crows and a level 5 helm. Storing the gear, he ventured into the hidden chamber, where the impact of the corpse ignition's icy explosion had cleared the dust from the ground, revealing a complex magical circle. Each node of the array was marked by a human skeleton, varying in size and stature, suggesting it had claimed victims from every age and gender. In the center of the magical array lay a blood-congealed imprint, evidently left by another dark golden zombie. Mayama discovered a sharp shard of stone and a slab, meticulously sketching the magical formation upon the ground. At that moment, a petite skeleton caught Mayama's attention, while the other remains contorted into grotesque shapes. Writhing in agony at the moment of death, this particular skeleton lay curled tightly in repose. Mayama approached cautiously, parting the bones to reveal a leather pouch that tumbled forth. Upon opening it, he found a piece of pristine white cloth and a letter. My 4th senior brother and I followed our teacher's instructions to explore the cave. Unexpectedly, deep within, we stumbled upon a secret chamber where all were brutally slain for sacrifice. The rogues' camp has been besieged by monsters, and my brother and I resolved to pursue our teacher to the burial ground. I hope those who come here in the future will deliver this letter and the fragments of the priest's robe discovered in the chamber to Akira. Mayama recognized the handwriting as belonging to his fifth senior sister, Kalamori, and a wave of doubt surged within him. Could it be that someone indeed summoned an Ariel? Returning to the rogues' camp, weary, Mayama shed his gear and made his way to the academy's dining hall, yearning for a moment of respite. After living in the wilderness for over half a month, he had nearly forgotten the taste of proper food. Just as he was about to indulge in a generous portion, a familiar voice rang out, "Huh? Everyone, come and see. Our great hero, the necromancer, has returned from his trials." "Huh? You, a forsaken one. Thought you could brave the wilderness alone? Surely, you must have been hiding in some corner all this time." Mayama looked up to see Sam Turner, clad in a white priest's robe, surrounded by a group of onlookers, laughing heartily, his spittle inadvertently landing on the emblem of the Necromancer Academy on Mayama's table. "I demand you clean that up and apologize to the necromancer," Mayama retorted sharply. "On what grounds? Just because you are a forsaken one?" Sam Turner continued to laugh boisterously. Having finished the last bite of his meal, Mayama suddenly sprang from his chair. Sam Turner's laughter ceased abruptly as a fist collided with his face, sending two of his teeth flying amidst the laughter of his companions. It was only then that Sam Turner's followers realized what had transpired and began to shout, preparing to swarm in. Mayama shook his neck, discarding the upper half of his robe, revealing scars earned from battling monsters, each one a testament to his struggles and perseverance. No longer restraining his emotions, a fierce aura erupted from him like a waterfall. The onlookers fell silent, some trembling in fear, parting to create a path. Mayama strode up to the fallen Sam Turner and delivered a fierce kick to his face, causing tears and snot to stream down, erasing any semblance of his prior handsomeness. As Mayama continued to rain down blows, he demanded, "What right do you have to question me? Just because your father's name is Sam? At least my teachers ventured forth." Just as Mayama questioned him, a palm swiftly aimed for his face. He attempted to block, but the strike had already reached him. He was sent spinning, crashing into a cluster of tables and chairs. "Disrespecting the dead and fleeing in battle makes you a forsaken one. I represent the Lord's punishment," declared Sam Walker, also donned in a white priest's robe, stepping in front of Sam Turner. "Oh, the young errant one has made a mistake, and the elder comes out to shield him." Mayama spat blood, rising from the ground. As if oblivious to the higher-ranking Sam Walker, he shouted, "I ask you, where were you when the teachers sought the truth?" and charged again with raised fists. With a thud, Mayama was once more sent flying, but he shook his dazed head, rose, and charged at Sam Walker again. Sam Walker raised his palm to strike down once more, yet this time, Mayama clamped down on Sam Walker's arm, blood mixing with saliva as he muttered, "I demand an apology." Sam Walker's expression darkened, a yellow halo rising beneath him as he drew a spiked mace, striking down towards Mayama's head with a thunderous crack. Just as it seemed Mayama's life hung in the balance, a flash of earthy light appeared before him. A giant of clay slowly rose, enveloping Mayama in its embrace. The mace crashed down upon the clay giant, sending dust into the air. A series of sharp bone shards shot through the haze, hurtling towards Sam Walker's face. Sam Walker hastily raised his mace to defend, and after a cacophony of clashing sounds, Mayama found himself pulled towards the door. "I ask you, where were you when the teachers left the walls to seek answers? What right do you have to insult them, simply because you wear a white robe?" Kayla Norton, his sixth senior brother, stood resolutely before Mayama, staff raised like a mighty mountain. Suddenly, a towering wall of fire erupted between Sam Walker and Kayla Norton. Akira, clad in a purple robe, appeared in the center of the dining hall, holding a shimmering shelly and casting a cold glare at both parties. "Stand down." The following day, Mayama, bandaged from head to toe, hesitated before the expressionless Akira, uncertain whether to present the pouch he had discovered. Profession can signify ability, but it does not determine one's morality. Akira's piercing gaze fixed upon him, seemingly discerning his thoughts. Mayama slowly retrieved the pouch and slab from within his robes, presenting them. "This is what I found in the secret chamber within the cave. Come here, before me." Akira beckoned after examining the slab. Mayama complied, stepping closer, as Akira pointed to his forehead, reciting an intricate incantation. "Now, go and observe the necromancer statue. You will understand the gift I have bestowed upon you." Akira leaned wearily against her tall chair. I hope you will visit the blood-red monastery. After contemplating, Mayama nodded and exited Akira's office. Kneeling before the necromancer statue, he noted that he had leveled up, now possessing 4 skill points. Indeed, a blessing from Akira. He allocated 1 point to revive skeletons to prevent losing the ability to summon them should his short staff be lost, enabling him to simultaneously summon 3 skeletons. The remaining points were invested in skeleton mastery, a darker essence emanating from Mayama, signaling a transformation. He felt that with the presence of skeletons by his side, they would grow more solid and powerful due to the shift in his aura. As Mayama's necromancer level increased, his awareness deepened. Kayla Norton emerged from a haystack, presenting him with a thumb-sized statue of a necromancer. Every academy provides a small divine statue for students training outside. I hope you use it wisely. The next day upon returning to the Xianyellow continent, Mayama stood at a crossroads, bidding farewell to Murong Shiwang with a respectful salute. Since the placenta needed for the corpse pouch is nearby, we shall part ways here. Miss Murong, take care. This place is not far from Jiaozhou. Young hero, stay safe. Murong Shiwang returned the gesture before leading her caravan toward Jiaozhou. After purchasing several herbs from a nearby town, Mayama followed the instructions from the tome of the zombie Taoist to disguise himself as a dark-skinned middle-aged Taoist with a mustache, then set forth towards the Wu family village, where the placenta awaited. As dusk settled, Mishan finally ascended the last peak, and Wu family village gradually emerged from the mist at the foot of the mountain. Hurrying a few steps, Mishan entered the village just before darkness enveloped the land. Nestled amidst mountains on 3 sides and a waterway on one, the village was encircled by willows, comprising merely a dozen households. After inquiring, Mishan knocked on the door of the old man Zhang's courtyard at the western edge of the village. Who's there, knocking at such an hour? An elderly voice called out in haste as the old man emerged from within. Mishan clasped his hands in greeting and asked, "Is this the residence of old man Zhang?" Recognizing Mishan's Taoist robe, old man Zhang warmly welcomed him. "Indeed, I am Zhang. You must be the Taoist introduced by Lord Muro. Please, come in, come in. My daughter-in-law is about to give birth any day now, and I was beginning to despair of your arrival. Strange occurrences have plagued us as the date draws near. First, there were inexplicable apparitions in our home. Then our chickens and ducks perished one by one, and finally, my son tragically fell into a ravine while gathering firewood. With his passing, our family has lost its pillar, and it is solely up to the 2 of us elders to hold on. Nevertheless, we must ensure the safe arrival of my daughter-in-law's child, so the Zhang family may have descendants." After seating Mishan, old man Zhang began to lament his woes. A wave of distaste washed over Mishan. He recalled how Murong Shiwang had mentioned employing frightful means to secure the placenta from old man Zhang's daughter-in-law after the birth, under the pretense that it was the skin of a malevolent spirit. Mishan had not anticipated that Murong Shiwang, who appeared so refined and courteous, would resort to such despicable tactics, even to the point of endangering the head of a family. He patted the sword at his back, assuring, "Do not worry. I shall not allow any malevolent spirit to harm your family further." That very night, as Zhang's daughter-in-law began labor, the old woman hurriedly brought basin after basin of hot water into the room for the midwife. Meanwhile, old man Zhang paced anxiously in the main hall, while Mishan sat on a chair, scrutinizing the humble abode. The earthen structure consisted of 3 rooms, a central hall flanked by the quarters of old man Zhang and his son. As the hour of the ghost approached, a fierce wind rustled the willows outside, producing a sound akin to hushed whispers. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated, followed by a blinding flash of lightning illuminating the previously serene night sky, which was now beset by torrential rain. The sound of a baby's cries pierced the air, a long-awaited arrival during this stormy night. Just as Mishan prepared to rise, a white figure burst through the door, propelled by the storm's fury, bringing rain and wind into the room. Shielding himself from the downpour, Mishan focused and was taken aback to discover that the intruder was a summoned skeleton, brandishing an axe aimed at him. In a flurry, Mishan drew his sword, instinctively ready to defend himself, but then recalled that, unlike most practitioners who crafted zombies, he had seldom encountered those who summoned skeletons. With this thought, he directed a strand of his consciousness toward the skeleton, which, to his astonishment, vanished before his eyes. The tempest outside also subsided, leaving only the moon hanging in the sky. Turning his gaze to the delivery room, he noticed the door ajar, revealing a pool of blood beneath Zhang's daughter-in-law. with a solitary umbilical cord dangling at her side. Yet, the old woman and the midwife seemed oblivious, mechanically continuing their tasks as if the child had not vanished. Following the blood trail outside, Mishan spotted a shadowy figure cradling the infant, swiftly retreating into the forest. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Mishan disregarded the placenta still unexamined and pursued the dark figure. "Hold on, there's a proper order to these things," the figure gasped, one hand resting against a tree while the other clutched the baby. "Did Morong Shiwing not inform you? This family has been assigned to me." Confused, Mishan replied, "Who is Morong Shiwing?" "I am Mao Ziwang, and you would do well to withdraw." As Mishan pressed for answers, Mao Ziwang grew increasingly emboldened. Without further ado, Mishan unsheathed his sword, channeling the heavenly demon technique, causing a surge of dark energy to envelop him like a storm cloud. Recognizing the threat, Mao Ziwang bolted deeper into the forest, but Mishan gritted his teeth and pursued with all his might, quickly closing the distance. He lunged at Mao Ziwang's thigh with a fierce stab, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that surged forth like a roaring serpent, causing Mao Ziwang to collapse against a tree, lifeless. Rushing to seize the infant, Mishan was struck by a chilling breeze, transforming the child in his arms into a delicate paper figure, while Mao Ziwang's body morphed into a paper effigy as well. The pale paper figure bore blood-red lips, mockingly grinning at Mishan. In a state of panic, Mishan turned back toward the earlier scene, but Mao Ziwang had vanished. Focusing his mind, he summoned an arcane array from his left hand, and a dark crow materialized at his palm, a skill bestowed by his necklace. The crow flapped its wings, diligently searching, and after a brief interval, located Mao Ziwang's presence in a secluded graveyard deep within the forest. Mishan hastened to the grave, kicking aside the tombstone to reveal a dark chasm below. Suddenly, two sharp spears lunged at him just as he was about to descend. Reacting swiftly, Mishan swung his sword to parry, only to find that they were mere paper spears. At that moment, from seemingly nowhere, two sorrowful men emerged, wielding mourning staffs aimed menacingly at Mishan. As the staff swung, an eerie wail echoed, unsettling his spirit. Yet, with his consciousness far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners, Mishan remained undeterred. With a decisive strike, the two men fell, transforming into paper figures. "Come any closer, and I shall end this child's life," Mao Ziwang threatened, clutching the infant's neck as he stepped over the lifeless bodies strewn about. Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind Mao Ziwang, revealing a stark white skeleton, axe in hand, rising ominously. Startled, Mao Ziwang turned to confront the source of the commotion, but before he could comprehend the situation, his head soared into the air, bewildered. Mishan cradled the infant, meticulously wiping away the remnants of amniotic fluid and blood, only to discover that Mao Ziwang's corpse had again transformed into a paper figure. After returning the infant, Mayama re-entered the cave. After more than a month of refining, the storage bag obtained from Master Li had finally been transformed into a corpse bag. As his divine sense perceived the skeleton meditating with closed eyes inside the bag, Mayama felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had gained another layer of self-protection. Unfortunately, when he attempted to summon the skeleton, the clothing of the corpse on the ground was too damaged to discern its identity. Another half-month passed, and Mayama disguised himself as a dandy young master, gently waving a paper fan in his hand as he finally stepped into Jiuzhou City. The tall city walls were patrolled continuously by groups of armored soldiers, and the streets were bustling with hurried pedestrians wielding weapons. After securing a place to stay at an inn, Mayama clasped his hands in respect and inquired with the waiter, "Might you know if there exists a sect called Jiuyuanzi outside of Jiuzhou City?" The waiter repeatedly shook his head. "I have not heard of it. If you need anything, just call for me." He then hurried away. At that moment, the door next door swung open, and a plump man poked his head out, asking Mayama, "Brother, are you also going to participate in the selection at Qingyun sect?" Mayama quickly returned the gesture. "I am Li Yu from Qingshu City, here to take part in the selection at Qingyun sect. May I ask your name?" "I am Ma Fuchen, also here for the selection. We can accompany each other tomorrow." Ma Fuchen invited. The next day, after riding past several mountains, Ma Fuchen dismounted and produced an identical trial token. Chanting a few incantations, he threw it towards the valley before them. Instantly, clouds and mist swirled within the valley, revealing a vast clearing. On the cliffs flanking the valley, wooden buildings had been constructed, while the clearing was filled with oddly dressed individuals setting up stalls and loudly hawking their wares. "Brotherly, let us go," We must submit our trial tokens at the tallest building to receive our competition arrangements, after which we can move freely. Ma Fuchen gestured towards the cliff. Please, go ahead. I am unfamiliar with this place and wish to explore a bit more, Mayama replied courteously. Very well, if you need assistance, you can find me at the inn. Ma Fuchen returned the gesture and turned to leave. Mayama decided to wander the market before registering, for the trial token in his possession was acquired from Master Li, and he was uncertain if it would bring any trouble. Look here, top-quality chi-boosting pills, only 10 spirit stones per vial. A Hunyuan hammer made of the finest iron sand. Purchase this hammer, and you are guaranteed to pass this election at Jiuyuanzi tomorrow. The constant calls of vendors filled his ears as Mayama curiously observed each novel item before him. In the evening, Mayama knocked on the registration office door. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe sat behind a desk, swiftly writing with a brush. Mayama respectfully approached the table and presented his trial token. I am Liu from Qingshu City, here to participate in the trial. Extend your hand, the man instructed, placing his hand upon Mayama's wrist. Earth, wood, fire, metal. For spiritual roots. Does not meet the direct recruitment requirements. Do you wish to participate in the selection assessment? He continued. I do, Mayama nodded in response. The middle-aged man rapped on the table and inquired further, which side are you from? I am uncertain as to what you mean, Master, Mayama replied, looking perplexed. Neither side. Then you are an ordinary person, the man remarked, tossing the trial token into a drawer without even glancing at it. He pulled out another token and threw it to Mayama. Report to the central square tomorrow morning to listen for your number. If you miss it, it counts as conceding. With that, the middle-aged man returned to his writing, disregarding Mayama further. A night passed without incident, and the next day, Mayama returned to the central square, where the bustling vendors had vanished, replaced by 10 massive arenas. Surrounding each arena was a throng of spectators, and an open-air viewing platform jutted out from the cliffs, where figures shimmered with spiritual light, obscuring their identities. Checking the token in his hand, which bore the number Gui-san, he squeezed through the crowd towards the arena marked with the character Gui. As he approached, an old man with a white beard stood at the center of the arena, calling out, those whose names are called, step forward for the assessment. Only the first place from each arena has the chance to join Qingyun's sect. Gui-e, Gui-sure. The old man announced, and as soon as he finished speaking, a robust man clad in a tiger-skin skirt and a frail scholar-like youth stepped onto the stage. After exchanging greetings, the robust man launched himself at the scholar like a bolt of lightning. The scholar gently waved his fan, and a massive python, as thick as a millstone, erupted from his spirit beast bag. In a flash, the python sank its fangs into the robust man's legs, causing him to lose his balance and fall. The python, relentless, coiled around the man's head. Soon, the robust man was ensnared. His cries for mercy drowned out by the cracking sounds of the python constricting him. The judge stood by, indifferent to the man's pleas, and soon his voice faded. With a swift gesture, the scholar commanded the python to release its grip, and the bloodied, robust man slumped down. Yet, the python opened its maw and swallowed him whole. The scholar recalled the python, and the judge stepped forward to announce, the victor is Qinli. Next pair, Gui-er, Gui-gio. The brutal match incited cheers from the spectators below. However, Mayama felt a sense of resignation. He had expected humanity, oppressed by demonic beasts, to unite in camaraderie. Instead, he found a world where the strong preyed upon the weak, each step soaked in blood. With little interest in the ongoing matches, Mayama soon heard the judge call out Gui-san and Gui-ba. Only then did he gather his focus and step onto the stage, carefully assessing his opponent. Dressed in a blue robe with an attractive visage, the opponent had a ponytail tied at the back of his head. Mayama clasped his hands. I am Liu. I look forward to your guidance. To his surprise, the opponent scoffed. A defeated foe need not know my name. With that, he began to weave a complex spell. Before the incantation was complete, Mayama surged forward like the wind. The opponent, taken aback, prepared to abandon his spell for close combat. But Mayama's fist had already struck his face. The opponent collapsed heavily to the ground. The judge rushed over, called out a few times, and upon receiving no response, declared Mayama the victor. Indeed, a defeated opponent requires no name, Mayama mused, glancing at the unconscious challenger being dragged away before turning to leave the stage. How was your match today? Ma Fuchen appeared from nowhere, draping an arm over Mayama's shoulder. That fellow who commanded the python is the rising star of your Gui group. The second son of the Qin family, Qin Shan, he continued, oblivious to whether Mayama responded. In the following days of assessments, while his opponents were still forming their spells, Mayama, relying on the formidable prowess of the tuition demon art, swiftly resolved battles with sheer force. After a week of fierce competition, he finally advanced to the finals to face the favorite, Qin. When the judge announced the start of the match, Qin, standing opposite Mayama, courteously bowed once more. However, after the exchange of pleasantries, Qin's expression darkened. With a snap of his fan, the massive python leaped forth from his spirit beast bag, its eyes gleaming with an eerie red light, its mouth full of sharp teeth, producing a rustling sound as its resilient scales slid across the arena floor. The python circled around Mayama, patiently searching for an opening. Mayama, too, sank his legs and focused intently on the serpent. Suddenly, Qin whistled sharply, and the giant python, its eyes flashing red, immediately sprang from its position like an arrow released from a bow, opening its mouth wide to swiftly strike at Mishan. Mishan hastily leaped into the air to evade the python's attack, then swiftly extended his fist to strike down on the python's head, which had not yet lifted. The python writhed in pain, rolling on the ground, and Mishan, seizing the opportunity, charged towards Qin. Yet, Qin remained unfazed, continuing to whistle. And upon hearing the sound, the giant python seemed to forget its agony, instantly rebounding from the ground in pursuit of Mishan's retreating figure. Realizing the python was close behind, Mishan abandoned his plan to attack Qin and turned back, delivering a powerful punch to the python's head. The impact left a noticeable dent in the python's skull, and at that moment, Qin's whistle rose to a piercing pitch. The python, as if unharmed, coiled tightly around Mishan. The spectators below, sensing the tide had turned, erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Meanwhile, Ma Fuchen, who had come to watch the match, wore a face of disappointment. Indeed, the accumulation of an amateur was still too feeble, and he would need to seek out someone with true potential. At that moment, as the python constricted around him, Mishan felt his breath growing increasingly labored, every bone in his body crushed by immense force, as if he had been run over by a heavy truck. Ignoring everything else, Mishan summoned all his strength to activate the heavenly demon technique. Instantly, demonic energies surged forth, and Mishan's form expanded, his robust muscles inflating like a balloon. With a thunderous roar, he exerted his hands and legs outward. Gradually, the python began to emit a mournful cry, the tightly coiled body revealing a gap. The crowd watched in disbelief. In previous matches, anyone ensnared by the python had inevitably turned to pulp. Qin's whistle became even more shrill, and the python howled in agony, tightening its grip once more. But Mishan, his body swelling with bulging veins, gritted his teeth and continued to withstand the pressure. The python's constricted body began to yield, inch by inch, until suddenly, with a loud bang, a massive hole erupted in its belly, and after two mournful cries, it collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless, covered in blood. Mishan crawled out from the python's damp belly like a specter. This sudden reversal left the onlookers speechless, their gazes riveted to the arena, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. Rising from the blood-soaked ground, Mishan charged once more towards Qin. Yet, Qin remained serene, idly fanning himself with a paper fan. Just as Mishan's powerful fist was about to strike, a radiant golden light suddenly enveloped Qin, transforming into a dazzling golden sphere that shielded him. Mishan's full-force punch landed upon the golden light, which merely quivered slightly before stabilizing, while the rebound sent Mishan flying backward. Struggling to rise, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a piercing pain radiating from his fist. After all he had endured to reach this point, could he truly give up? Shaking his head to dispel unrealistic thoughts, he charged once more at Qin. Bang! Mishan was once again repelled by the golden light. A hint of impatience crossed Qin's face as he retrieved a yellow talisman from his storage bag and hurled it at Mishan. The talisman transformed into a flaming orb that hurtled towards him. Gritting his teeth, Mishan attempted to rise from the ground. However, as soon as his arms pushed against the earth, excruciating pain forced him back down. Just as Mishan's life hung in the balance, a burly man clad in mountain armor leaped onto the stage before him. With a gentle thrust of his spear, the blazing fireball was extinguished. "This child is mine," the man bellowed at the referee. Yet, upon witnessing his quarry being rescued, Qin was unwilling to relent. From his storage bag, Several yellow talismans transformed into fireballs that flew towards the man. The man twirled his spear, dispersing all the fireballs that struck his protective circle into the air. Qinli intended to retrieve more talismans, but the man had already closed the distance. He thrust his spear forward, shattering the once impenetrable golden barrier as if it were fragile eggshells. Were it not for your brother's influence, you would surely have lost your life today. The man retracted his spear from Qin Li's brow and turned to leave the stage. Just moments ago troubled, Ma Fuqian now beamed with joy as he rushed onto the stage to assist the fallen Mishan. With the outcome of the match determined, the crowd began to disperse slowly. At that moment, a melodious laugh rang out from the audience. Several familiar figures emerged through the crowd and approached the stage. Pray tell, fair maiden, what brings forth your mirth? The speaker was none other than the elegantly dressed Jiao Chun in her white robes. I laugh at him. Sprawled on the ground like a dog. The woman lowered her sleeve, revealing herself as Jianru, the maid who had accompanied Mishan in slaying the wolf prince. Now adorned in a splendid palace gown, her exquisite features bore no trace of the pitiful girl from the Wolf King's cave. Following Jiao Chun was the sorrowful Mu Rong, Qian Mu, who had lost her former vivacity. Behind her was the old man who had contended with Mishan for the infant, inexplicably present, obediently trailing behind Jiao Chun. Ha ha, how true are the words of the fair maiden. Jiao Chun grinned at the lady beside her. Mishan feigned ignorance, asking Ma Fuqian beside him, who are those individuals over there? As Ma Fuqian dragged Mishan along, he nervously scanned the surroundings. Shoo, keep your voice down. The one in the white robe is Jiao Chun, the illegitimate son of the head of Qingyun sect. It is said he has been sought out by the sect, returning with astonishing treasures as a mere mortal, and has been taken under the wing of the Grand Elder. The woman in the palace gown is Jianru, who recently joined the sect due to her innate talent, and she has been fiercely contested by the elders before ultimately becoming the Grand Master's disciple. Jianru? Mishan's only memory of her was as the daughter who had accompanied Wang Er into the mine, after they had slain the wolf prince together. He never expected to encounter her again in this place. Lying on the ground, Mishan felt as though Jianru could see through his facade, casting a mischievous smile in his direction. 9 turns divine art. Ma Fuqian called for assistance, and they awkwardly carried Mishan into a room within the mine. Since your elder brother Luo Zhen has saved you, you now belong to the dust sect. Rest here and recuperate, Ma Fuqian said as he tidied up. Elder brother? Mishan, smeared with ointment, looked at the busy Ma Fuqian with confusion. Ah, I forgot you were a mere amateur. Within Qingyun sect, there are 3 factions. The inner disciples, led by the head and the Grand Elder, are the native faction. The outer disciples include a portion led by the second elder, known as the dust faction, comprising scattered cultivators from various regions, alongside other factions representing their respective families. Most who pass the Qingyun sect selection tournament are descendants of these families, and those like you, who reach the finals, are exceedingly rare. As for someone like me, I had already signed an agreement before entering the sect, committing to serve as an outer disciple for life, Ma Fuqian explained earnestly. You were specifically chosen by the second elder. While you don't have to sign a contract of servitude, you will still need to wear the outer disciple's garb. One day, when you pass the elite disciple assessment, you can choose whether to remain in the outer sect, advance to the inner sect, or accept the patronage of a family. Saying this, he handed Mishan a package. Inside were the garments of an outer disciple, a basic cultivation manual, and a low-tier magical weapon, a large knife. There is another jade slip that my senior brother asked me to deliver to you, said to be passed down from the second elder. I am currently assisting in managing the mine here. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. After patiently explaining, seeing that Mayan had no further questions, Ma Fuqian turned and left the room. Once Ma Fuqian departed, Mayan opened the package to inspect its contents. Although the outer sect disciple's clothing resembled the style worn by Jiao Chun, the set belonging to the inner sect disciple was undeniably more splendid, crafted from superior materials. In contrast, the outer sect disciple's attire was distinctly made from coarse linen, a dull gray devoid of any other hue. Drawing out the magical weapon, a great sword, and swinging it a couple of times, Mayan found it to be hardly different from the sword wielded by Taoist Ma, merely a meager substitute. Upon examining the basic Qi cultivation mantra, Mayan found it to be vastly inferior to the Tuo Tian Moju, and thus discarded it aside. However, the jade slip sent by Logan piqued Mayan's interest. It contained records of a technique known as the 9 transformations divine skill. Each layer of this technique could temporarily double one's strength, and upon reaching the ninth layer, one could achieve a ninefold increase in power. Nevertheless, this skill demanded an exceptionally high physical constitution. If forced, the consequences could range from broken bones to fatality. Mayan sat cross-legged, deeply contemplating the mysteries of the nine transformations' divine skill while simultaneously channeling the Tuatan Imo Ju to heal his injuries. 3 days later, after swinging his robust arms and feeling significantly recovered, he decided to venture into the world of Diablo to enhance his strength and test the might of the first layer of the nine transformations' divine skill he had just mastered. Immersed in concentration, he awoke to find himself in the world of Diablo. After organizing his gear, Mayan hastened toward the blood wastes. Shortly after leaving the rogue camp, a lone fallen demon spotted him, brandishing a machete and shouting a kanishu as it lunged toward him. Observing the charging fallen demon, Mayan activated the internal demonic energy using the nine transformations' divine skill, instantly feeling his muscles swell as all his strength surged forth. Enveloped in demonic energy, Mayan resembled a taut bowstring, poised to strike the approaching fallen demon. Just as the fallen demon reached him, Mayan swung his spiked hammer with all his might, striking the demon's head. The impact was akin to a watermelon colliding with a wall, resulting in a gory explosion of blood and bone fragments. A wave of soreness then coursed through Mayan's body, prompting him to halt the activation of the nine transformations' divine skill. A sudden wave of fatigue washed over him, causing his legs to buckle as he collapsed to the ground. The nine transformations' divine skill indeed possessed extraordinary power. A single strike had shattered the fallen demon's skull. Yet the aftereffects were quite severe. Mayan sensed the demonic energy released by the fallen demon. It felt somewhat insufficient for his current cultivation level of 4. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed to the frozen wastes, leveling up while searching for any trace of Carl, Molly, and the others in the burial grounds of the Blood Ravens. A week later, Mayan, accompanied by 3 skeletons, finally arrived at the riverbank where the frozen wastes met the blood wastes. The blood wastes still bore some desolate grass and signs of human habitation, while the frozen wastes stretched endlessly, desolate and lifeless, save for the exposed boulders and the distant blood eagle's nest. Taking a deep breath, Mayan crossed the small bridge connecting the 2 regions. A chilling wind infused with a faint trace of demonic energy greeted him. A squad of fallen female gunmen, clad in white armor and wearing helmets with 2 sharp horns, emerged from behind the stones. Once valiant mercenaries of the rogue camp, these fallen gunmen had been gradually corrupted by demonic energy, becoming mindless creatures that attacked any living being. Sensing the presence of a human, the fallen gunmen immediately brandished their towering cavalry spears and charged at Mayan. Mayan divided his consciousness to command the skeletons to meet the assault head-on, while a shadowy aura emanated from him. The skeletons, empowered by the aura of a necromancer, displayed fiercer flames in their eyes as they brandished their axes with icy gleams, launching a fierce attack against the fallen gunmen. Under Mayan's control, the skeletons moved with remarkable agility. One distracted the enemies while the others flanked from behind. In mere moments, the fallen gunmen were vanquished. Mayan hurriedly sat down, acknowledging the higher level of these monsters. The demonic energy here was far denser than that of the blood wastes. Just as Mayan focused on his meditation, a cacophony of footsteps approached from not far away. He quickly emerged from his meditative state, as a large group of fallen gunmen and fallen archers were closing in on him. Mayan immediately envisioned the statue of a necromancer in his mind, unleashing a wave of necrotic energy. The monsters that rushed forth were now clearly visible, yet they seemed to regard Mayan as one of their own, scanning for enemies with their weapons drawn. Breathing a sigh of relief, Mayan skillfully maneuvered past the horde. Although the monsters of the frozen waste were more infused with demonic energy, they were also more numerous and formidable. One moment of carelessness could spell doom. After a brief respite, Mayan continued to search for solitary creatures among the rubble, when suddenly a glimmer caught his attention amidst the stones. He rushed over and cleared the debris, revealing a slightly decayed chest. A surge of joy surged within him. He had encountered one of the many chests hidden among the monsters in the game. Striking the rusty lock with force, he opened it to find a ring and a handful of gold coins gleaming inside. Just as he began to collect the coins, a solitary fallen gunman emerged from behind the rubble. Mayan swiftly raised his short staff in one hand and brandished his spiked hammer in the other. As the spear lunged toward him, Mayan deftly sidestepped and swung his hammer to deflect it. Before the fallen gunman could retract her spear, Mayan charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. The nearby skeletons swiftly converged, axes raised for a flurry of strikes. Just as Mayan bent down to retrieve the fallen gunman's coins, a sudden flash of white light descended from above. Startled, Mayan rolled away just in time to evade the incoming radiance, which slowly dissipated to reveal a medieval knight's sword. "You should awaken now." A man clad in white clerical robes and a matching hood descended from the sky. Mayan gazed at the man in confusion, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. "It seems I have arrived too early. However, perhaps it is not entirely a misfortune," he mused. Noticing Mayan's lack of response, the man pointed the knight's sword at him, and a beam of white light shot forth like lightning. It was too swift. The light left a lingering afterimage in Mayan's vision. Before he could react, the light struck his chest, shattering the hardened leather armor he wore into fragments, and Mayan tumbled against a massive stone. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, and a thumb-sized hole in his chest emitted black smoke, oozing blood incessantly. The man wielded the knight's sword once more, unleashing another beam of white light toward Mayan. In that moment, Mayan's instinct for survival overcame his fear, and without a second thought, he rolled behind the skeletons for cover. The white light followed closely, crashing into the skeleton and causing it to vanish in a puff of green smoke before it could raise its shield. "Run, run quickly. This is not an opponent I can contend with." Mayan's heart raced with panic as he sprinted toward the nearby pile of stones. How could such a terrifying creature exist in the frozen wastes? He had never encountered anything like this in the game. Leaning against a stone, Mayan struggled to steady his rapid breaths. "Hey, I have found you." The man clad in white robes appeared in no haste to eliminate Mayama. Suspended a foot above the ground, he wielded a knight's sword, slowly searching for his target. Suddenly, the massive boulder against which Mayama leaned erupted with a violent explosion, sending a powerful shockwave that knocked him off his feet. "Since you remain unawakened, I have arrived too early. Thus, our agreement is rendered null and void." The robed figure swung his knight's sword towards Mayama, unleashing another beam of white light. Mayama scrambled to evade the impending danger, but the white light was nearly upon him. At that moment, a sharp arrow whizzed from behind, colliding with the beam of light. With a resounding burst, the white light dissipated into a shower of starlight, while the arrow lost its momentum and fell to the ground. A middle-aged woman donned in yellow leather armor, her hair tied in a ponytail, stood poised with a powerful bow behind Mayama. Upon seeing her, Mayama felt a wave of relief wash over him. Kasha, the mercenary captain of the Rog camp, the foremost archer of Rog. The man in white, witnessing the interference, unleashed a flurry of white light with his sword, streaking towards Mayama like a meteor shower. Kasha, astonished, swiftly knocked her bow, launching arrows that soared through the air to intercept the incoming beams of light. Mayama, taken aback by the unfolding scene, was suddenly yanked by Kasha, who urged him, "Run, get to the pile of rubble." Without hesitation, she led the charge towards the chaotic heap of stones. Mayama stumbled to his feet, following Kasha's lead as they dashed into the fray. With swift precision, Kasha fired 3 arrows that zipped past Mayama's ears. Behind them, explosions echoed ominously. Breathless and panicked, Mayama followed Kasha like a frightened fawn, until she abruptly yanked his shirt, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Looking up, he was astonished to find a small wooden cabin nestled behind the rocks. Kasha kicked open the door and shouted, "Get in. Are you waiting to die?" At that moment, the man in white spotted the cabin and, with a furious roar, unleashed a torrent of white light from his sword. Kasha, recognizing Mayama's exhaustion, dashed a few steps forward, seized him, and shouted, "Hold on." Together, they tumbled into the cabin just as the white light crashed into it, shattering the structure into splinters and sending clouds of smoke into the air. Inside, a surge of white light erupted, coiling around an intricate magical array on the ground, pulsating with energy. In a matter of moments, Mayama and Kasha vanished within the array. The man in white soon arrived at the entrance, his fury boiling over as he hurled his knight's sword at a nearby boulder, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the weapon into fragments. Realizing his efforts were futile, he turned and strode into the icy wilderness. When Mayama next opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by blinding white walls, momentarily disoriented. As he attempted to rise, a sharp pain surged through his chest, causing him to collapse once more. Do not move. You are severely injured. Shelley rushed in from outside, her expression fraught with concern. Where am I? Mayama asked, bewildered. You have returned to the camp, and you are safe now. Focus on your recovery, Shelley reassured him, adjusting the blankets around him. We are currently searching for your assailant, but his methods do not align with any known profession. It is best if you remain within the Rog camp for the time being. Akala entered the room, adding, you must take care. Once everyone had departed, Mayama sat cross-legged and invoked the treading the heavens technique to assess his injuries. The initial impact of the white light had not only torn his skin and muscles, but had nearly pierced his heart. The remnants of white light within him clashed with the demonic energy, swirling violently, as if determined to battle for dominance. Sigh. It seems I will not recover quickly. Mayama focused his energy to staunch the bleeding wound. Despite Shelley's insistence, he was resolute in returning to his rented lodgings. With a pale complexion, he wasted no time resting, settling down to gradually dissipate the lingering white light within him. After a week of diligent effort, the remnants of white light were finally eradicated. But the scar on his chest remained, a permanent reminder of his ordeal. He pondered the current state of the Xinhuang continent and ultimately resolved to investigate it before making further plans. Immersed in his thoughts, he awoke to find himself in a room arranged by Ma Fuchen. Suddenly, a wave of hot blood surged from his chest, and he vomited a mouthful of dark blood. As he examined his chest, a prominent scar became visible. Are you all right? Ma Fuchen called from outside, hearing the commotion. I'm fine. Just practicing my technique and expelling some stagnant blood, Mayama replied quickly. That's good to hear. Your assignment has been finalized. You will assist me in managing this mine. Would you like to join me for a patrol to familiarize yourself with the situation? Ma Fuchen invited. Sure, let me just put on some clothes, Mayama responded from within. A moment later, he emerged wearing the standard attire for outer disciples, a gray robe with his long hair simply tied back. After undergoing transformation through the treading the heavens technique, he appeared somewhat slender, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Brother Ma, please lead the way. I hope for your guidance in the future, Mayama said respectfully. Ma Fuchen waved his hand dismissively, replying, You flatter me. You are personally chosen by the second elder, and you will surely return to his side. Unlike me, who signed a contract of servitude, likely to remain here in this mine for the rest of my life. With a deep sigh, Ma Fuchen began the patrol of the mine. The dimly lit tunnels, thick with dust, revealed gaunt miners laboriously striking at the walls. Where do these people come from? Mayama inquired, pointing at the miners. Those digging are refugees from various places or those captured by Qingyuan Temple. Stripped of their powers and punished here, Ma Fuchen explained casually. Refugees? Isn't Jiaozhou controlled by the human race? Mayama asked further. The demon and human races engage in annual warfare. During great conflicts, entire cities can be reduced to rubble in an instant. Every year, families seek refuge near Qingyuan Temple. Those who are found are sent here to mine and farm, Ma Fuchen replied, seemingly accustomed to such grim realities. Suddenly, an elderly miner lost his footing and fell heavily to the ground. Ma Fuchen promptly approached, unsheathing the whip from his waist and striking the old miner fiercely, demanding he rise and resume mining, threatening that if he did not gather enough spirit stones, he would be buried. Mishan interjected, raising a hand to block Ma Fuchen. He is of such advanced age, let it be. Ma Fuchen chuckled mischievously. These mortals are all the same, merely pretending to be lifeless. A few strikes, and they become obedient. With a sigh, Mishan chose not to argue further and continued deeper into the mine alongside Ma Fuchen, though the mine was under the management of the two of them. At the end of each month, Qingyuan Temple would send representatives to collect the spirit stones. Should the quantity be insufficient or any stones misappropriated, both of them would face dire consequences. As they traversed the dark depths of the mine, Ma Fuchen elaborated on the situation. He suddenly turned to Mishan with a cunning smile. However, as long as we can collect enough spirit stones within the mine, no one will interfere. Moreover, practicing near the warehouse, while one cannot directly refine the spirit stones, the aura that emanates from them is considerably more potent than that found outside. As they conversed, they gradually delved deeper into the mine. Ma Fuchen, gazing into the abyssal darkness ahead, suggested turning back, noting that there were likely no miners further in. This mine is often chaotic. Digging here and there can lead to the discovery of peculiar items. It's best not to wander aimlessly. Just as he resolved to retrace their steps, a sudden explosion erupted behind Ma Fuchen, and a pale, wriggling worm emerged from the ground. Ma Fuchen, trembling, looked back, a spirit stone worm, and a late-stage one at that. His hands quaked as he retrieved a yellow talisman from his robe, muttering incantations until the talisman soared skyward towards the mine's entrance. Run! Hurry! I have already alerted the sect. Help will arrive soon. Seeing Mishan frozen in place, Ma Fuqian grasped his arm and urged him to flee. The spirit stone worm, with its corpulent, cream-colored body forming multiple fleshy rings, resembled a colossal caterpillar. Yet, as it opened its mouth, 3 layers of sharp, glistening teeth were revealed. Upon witnessing Ma Fuqian and Mishan make their escape, the worm conjured a large stone, the size of a grinding millstone, and unleashed it violently toward Ma Fuqian. Hearing the rock hurtling toward him, Ma Fuqian swiftly drew his magical blade and turned to block the oncoming projectile. However, the stone collided with his blade, sending his hefty form flying and rendering him unconscious upon impact with the ground. Mishan hastened a few steps, seizing Ma Fuqian's arm, dragging him onward. The spirit stone worm had already formed a second massive stone in its maw and aimed it at Mishan. Glancing back at the oncoming rock, Mishan swiftly kicked Ma Fuqian aside and rolled in the opposite direction. The boulder narrowly missed him, crashing against the cave wall and causing a tremor that sent debris cascading down. Just as Mishan contemplated lifting Ma Fuqian to continue their escape, a sudden wailing echoed from a crevice in the tunnel. Peering intently, he beheld a middle-aged miner cradling a young miner, no older than a teenager. Upon noticing the child's tears, the older miner instinctively clamped a hand over the boy's mouth, scanning their surroundings in terror. Mishan froze momentarily, as though confronted by the visage of his beloved grandfather, who had once shared his meager bowl of kanji with him. To slay the worm, Mayama steeled himself, no longer hesitating, and seized Ma Fuqian's arm, hurling him forward with great force. Ma Fuqian landed heavily before the 2 miners, and Mayama warned them to observe closely. Their lives were truly in jeopardy. Drawing the large sword strapped to his back, he charged towards the spirit stone worm without a moment's hesitation. The weight of the sword instilled a sense of resolve within him. Upon seeing Mayama rush forward, the spirit stone worm opened its mouth and launched a massive boulder at him. With Ma Fuqian's fate fresh in his mind, Mayama dared not attempt to block it directly. He swiftly rolled aside to evade the falling rock. Ignoring the tremors and the debris raining down from the cave, he continued his rapid advance towards the spirit stone worm. Although the worm attempted to spit more boulders, Mayama was already upon it. With a powerful stroke akin to splitting a mountain, he raised his sword and struck at the worm's belly. However, as soon as the blade made contact, he felt a slick, greasy sensation. The worm's corpulent body was coated in a thick layer of oil, rendering his sword ineffective. The spirit stone worm, realizing its enemy was in close proximity, let out a furious roar and lunged at Mayama with its massive jaws. Seeing his attack yield no results, Mayama had no choice but to leap aside, narrowly avoiding the worm's rasping bite, which crashed down onto the ground, shattering the hard surface and creating a large crater. With no other option, Mayama began to circle the worm, seizing every opportunity to slash at its body. Yet after several failed attempts to strike, the worm disregarded his attacks, rearing back and emitting a series of eerie roars. The cave began to tremble with the worm's cries, and stones began to tumble from the walls. As the volume of the worm's roars increased, the cave's collapse became imminent. Realizing the worm intended to bring down the entire cavern, Mayama halted his flight and channeled his energy into the 9 transformations divine art. Dark energy swirled around him as his spine arched backward, forming a taut bow ready to unleash its power. With a resounding crash, his sword struck the spirit stone worm, sending it crashing to the ground. Its rotund belly was sliced open, spilling forth green blood, yellow oil, and dark entrails across the cave floor. However, the tremendous power of the 9 transformations divine art took its toll on Mayama, who collapsed heavily to the ground. If he were to exhaust his energy in battle, he would be unable to escape. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the chaos. "Big brother, please save me," cried a small miner hiding in a crevice. Turning his gaze, Mayama saw a middle-aged miner looking at him with hope. Resolute, he bit his lip, drew his sword, and made a deep cut into his left palm, the sharp pain jolting his senses. With a mighty shout, he pressed his hands to the ground and, spurred by the agony in his palm, rose once more. Channeling the 9 transformations divine art again, his bones creaked and muscles strained, blood flowing vividly from his wounds. With another fierce cry, he swung his sword at the spirit stone worm with renewed vigor. The impact sent him crashing to the ground once more. every bone in his body feeling as though it had been crushed beneath a boulder, each muscle as if being gnawed by ants. Gazing up at the precarious stones above, Mayama felt a sense of despair wash over him. He had narrowly avoided disaster time and again, yet this time it seemed inevitable. Suddenly a soft, youthful voice called out at his feet, pulling him from his thoughts. Someone was grasping at his leg, dragging him backward. With a thunderous crash, a massive stone grazed his head before slamming into the ground. At that moment, the small miner collapsed on top of him, sobbing uncontrollably. Turning his head with great effort, Mayama realized the miner was a girl disguised as a boy. Yet, he found himself too exhausted to utter a word of comfort. The sound of clanking armor approached rapidly from a distance. As the figure drew nearer, Mayama recognized Logan, the one who had saved his life during the selection trials. Logan produced a pill from his storage pouch and placed it in Mayama's mouth before examining the spirit stone worm closely. After measuring the worm with his spear, Logan deftly plunged it into the creature's belly. A vibrant spirit stone was extracted, illuminating the cave like daylight. After inspecting the worm's wound, Logan turned to Mayama and asked, "Did you slay the spirit stone worm?" Too fatigued to speak, Mayama could only nod weakly. "Have you mastered the 9 transformations divine art?" Logan inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Mayama nodded again. Logan stood silently, his expression stern as he gripped his spear. Before long, a group of individuals clad in gray robes hurried into the cave. 7 days later, Mayama gradually regained consciousness, racked with pain throughout his body. His thoughts delved into a meticulous assessment of his injuries. Several bones were fractured, and many tendons were torn. "You're awake? How do you feel?" An elderly man in a gray robe entered, flanked by Logan. "This is the leader of our dust sect, Elder Su of Jiuyuanzi Temple," Logan introduced respectfully. The elder, his face lined with wrinkles and age spots, regarded Mayama kindly. "Well done, well done. You have learned the 9 transformations divine art in the early stages of chi cultivation. You are now qualified to call me master." Mayama, having heard of the Jiuyuanzi Temple's influence from Mafichin, seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself. He grinned and attempted to rise. Bowing to the elder, Elder Su grasped Mayama's wrist, infusing him with spiritual energy. Mayama instinctively retracted his dark energy into his dantian, wary of revealing too much. Elder Su chuckled, retracting his energy. "In our outer sect, we welcome all. Regardless of your past practices, as long as you are devoted to the sect, nothing is a problem. You saved the mine and discovered a mid-grade spirit stone within the spirit stone worm. Speak, what reward do you desire?" Elder Su's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Contemplating his options, Mayama realized he already possessed the 9 transformations divine art and the treading heaven demonic art, but lacked a suitable weapon or defensive artifact. Just as he began to voice his request, the tearful voice of the small miner echoed in his mind, softening his heart. "I wish to request that you grant freedom to the small miner who saved my life in the cave during the crisis," he said earnestly. "Haha. I didn't expect you to be so tender-hearted. Very well, you are injured and in need of assistance. I shall grant her to you as a reward to care for you. Additionally, here is a high-tier artifact shield known as the Xianling Shield, which I obtained by chance a few days ago. This shield can expand and contract when infused with energy, and while it may lack other extraordinary capabilities, its defensive power is astonishing, capable of withstanding the full force of a foundational-level cultivator. Consider it your reward for this venture. Brother, I cannot thank you enough. Without your help, my life would have been lost," Mafichin expressed sincerely, reclining in a chair. "Your gratitude is unwarranted. I share responsibility for guarding the mine," Mayama replied nonchalantly. Also reclining in a chair. "Not to speak lightly, but as a cultivator, what kind of woman is beyond your reach? Why would you forsake the reward from the second elder for such a woman?" Mafuchin inquired, shifting closer to Mayan as the woman rescued by him exited the room. "You are overthinking it. Seeing Linger merely reminds me of an elderly benefactor from my past. As long as one perseveres, treasures will inevitably come. However, some opportunities, once missed, will lead to a lifetime of regret," Mayan replied earnestly. Mafuchin propped himself up from the chaise and approached the door, peering outside for an extended moment. Afterward, he firmly shut the door and secured it with 2 bolts, before leaning closer to Mayan with a conspiratorial air. "Gratitude is often unspoken. You saved me this time, and I shall not treat you poorly in return. Recently, one of my miners presented me with a treasure map, detailing the location of a cave left behind by a powerful cultivator. This cave is not far from the mine, We could reach it in just 3 days. If I can find another person to join us, the spoils will be split evenly. You take half, and I and the others shall share the remainder. What do you think? Mayan pondered briefly. I wonder about the reliability of this other person. Ma Fuchen quickly reassured him. The individual is Gao Wuda. Although he is the brother of Qin Li, he is the offspring of the Qin family's patriarch from his youth with a courtesan. He possesses 3 spiritual roots and is not acknowledged by the Qin family. We became outer disciples together at Qingyun Temple. Rest assured, he is entirely trustworthy. After a moment's contemplation, Mayan nodded in agreement. On the following day, Ma Fuchen summoned Mayan and awaited him at the sect's entrance. Soon, a middle-aged man with a sharp chin and a gaunt face approached, complimenting a haughty young woman riding a horse. Noticing that Gao Wuda had brought along an extra person, Ma Fuchen stormed over in anger. Gao Wuda, what is the meaning of this? Did we not agree that you would come alone? Huh, Ma Fuchen, do not think I am oblivious to your schemes. You simply wish to leverage that boy to secure a larger share. This is Zhang Jiro from the inner sect. With her here, the treasures we acquire will be split between the two of us, Gao Wuda replied, his demeanor arrogant. Ma Fuchen's face twitched with frustration. If you do not wish to partake, you may withdraw. The treasure map belongs to me. Should I withdraw, then I shall publicize the existence of the treasure map, and no one will have the chance to pursue it, Gao Wuda retorted defiantly. Reluctantly, Ma Fuchen glanced at Mayan, who nodded in agreement. Fuming, he flicked his sleeves and mounted his horse, leading the way forward. Gao Wuda assisted Zhang Jiro onto her horse before following closely behind. Mayan felt a sense of helplessness, foreseeing that this treasure hunt would be fraught with complications. Over the next 3 days, Gao Wuda lavished attention on Zhang Jiro, yet refrained from overtly mistreating Mayan and Ma Fuchen. After a long journey, they finally halted before an unremarkable hill. Ma Fuchen stowed the treasure map and raised his arms, exuberantly declaring to the others, "We have finally found it. Should you not present your share now?" He retrieved 3 spirit stones from his pocket and glanced at Gao Wuda. Gao Wuda's expression soured at the mention of spirit stones, but he reluctantly produced 3 from his own pocket, presenting them to Ma Fuchen with both hands. Ma Fuchen then circled a large tree several times, prompting a series of mechanical clicks. A small formation emerged from the earth. After carefully comparing the treasure map, he inserted the 6 spirit stones into the formation. Instantly, a brilliant light flashed, prompting the group to step forward. When Mayan opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar canyon. Indeed, this is the place, Ma Fuchen marveled, observing the verdant canyon before him. Let us proceed with our exploration, Zhang Jiro announced, drawing forth a spirit sword radiating with energy from her storage pouch. An intermediate-grade magic weapon. Ma Fuchen gazed enviously at Zhang Jiro's sword. The majority of territories in the Xianhuan continent were occupied by beasts, making cultivation resources scarce for humans. Few sects, like Qingyun Temple, provided even low-grade weapons upon initiation. Mayan chose to keep the news of his recent high-grade Xianling shield reward from Ma Fuchen and opted not to flaunt it. Instead, he drew the large sword issued by the sect, extending his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings as they ventured deeper into the canyon. What an odd place, filled with so many insects, Zhang Jiro exclaimed, unleashing her energy to knock a bug off her. Gao Wuda rushed over, wildly swinging his sword to fend off the insects. Mayan observed the two with a sense of resignation, continuing to examine the area with his spiritual sense. Suddenly, he spotted a vibrant red herb beneath a mound of earth to his right. Diverting more of his spiritual sense, he confirmed that it was indeed blood spirit grass, the primary ingredient for the qi-gathering pill, with 5 petals resembling droplets of blood. Mayan mentally marked the location, maintaining his composure as he followed the group further. As evening descended, Gao Wuda busied himself preparing dinner for Zhang Jiro. Mayan called out to the two, "We shall explore the area nearby," and beckoned Ma Fuchen to follow him back to the place where he had discovered the blood spirit grass. Wow, it truly is blood spirit grass, and of 500 years worth. Ma Fuchen exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together at the sight of the herb. Just as he moved to collect it, a brilliant beam shot forth from the grass, embedding itself firmly before him. Huh, what are you two scheming over here? Gao Wuda and Zhang Jiro emerged from the underbrush. Ma Fuchen retorted angrily, "What do you mean scheming? We discovered the herb first. It belongs to us." Zhang Jiro coldly smiled, gesturing with her hand, causing the sword to fly back to her. Controlling a sword? Mayan watched in astonishment as Zhang Jiro advanced with the weapon. Instinctively, he raised his sword to block her attack, but with a resounding clash, his battered blade shattered. Mayama immediately hurled the broken sword in his hand towards Zhang Zhuro with great force. Just as Zhang Zhuro deftly flicked her magic sword to deflect the incoming blade, the mound of earth behind her suddenly trembled violently, causing dirt and stones to cascade down. A toad-like creature, over a yard tall, emerged from the mound. Its body was a vivid crimson, and the festering sores on its back pulsated with blood-colored pus, fixating its gaze upon the onlookers without moving. This was dire. It was the blood jade toad, a companion beast of the blood spirit grass. Ma Fuqian gasped, his face turning ashen as he stared at the monstrous creature. No matter how precious the blood spirit grass was, life was of greater importance. At this moment, Zhang Zhuro could not afford to be concerned with anything else. She propelled herself into the air, preparing to flee. However, the blood jade toad seemed oblivious to the paralyzed crowd. Instead, it abruptly turned, opening its gaping maw, and a blood-red tongue shot forth like a bolt of lightning, ensnaring the airborne Zhang Zhuro. Seeing Zhang Zhuro being dragged away by the blood jade toad, Zhang Wuda and Ma Fuqian, filled with terror, fled deeper into the valley. If Zhang Zhuro were to perish, the blood jade toad would pursue them relentlessly, and none would escape. After a brief contemplation, Mayama shouted to Zhang Zhuro, "Throw me your magic sword. I shall save your life." As Zhang Zhuro was swiftly pulled back by the blood jade toad, she hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly cast her magic sword into the air. Mayama dashed a few steps to catch the falling sword, channeling his demonic energy into it, causing dark smoke to billow forth. He hurled the sword with all his might towards the blood jade toad's tongue, and the smoke-laden sword sliced through it like a dark cloud. With a cry of pain, Zhang Zhuro tumbled heavily to the ground, but Mayama paid her no heed. He sprinted back to the magic sword, drawing it from where it landed and stabbing fiercely at the blood jade toad. The creature let out a mournful cry and collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Mayama sheathed the sword at his waist and carefully collected the blood spirit grass into a jade box. At that moment, Zhang Wuda, witnessing the demise of the blood jade toad, rushed back from the distance. Upon seeing the injured Zhang Zhuro on the ground, he hurried over to assist her. However, Zhang Zhuro forcefully shoved him aside. Zhang Wuda, feeling disgruntled, approached Mayama. "What of the blood spirit grass? Surely I deserve a share." With a cold smile, Mayama drew his magic sword, saying, "Go on, demand the blood spirit grass from it. That sword belongs to Sister Zhang. What gives you the right to seize another's artifact?" Despite his fear of the fierce Mayama, Zhang Wuda quickly sought justification to confront him. "It's none of your concern. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is." With that, Mayama ignored the red-faced Zhang Wuda and walked away. A night passed in silence, and time swiftly brought them to the next day. After a lengthy trek, the group finally uncovered a dimly lit cave after clearing away a tangle of weeds. "We found it. Truly found it," Zhang Wuda exclaimed, charging into the cave. The cave was not large, divided into several separate chambers. In one room, they discovered the remains of several insects, indicating it had once been a breeding chamber. Unfortunately, the spirit insects had long since perished from starvation, yet Zhang Wuda still took out his pack to meticulously collect the insect carcasses. The group rummaged through the remaining chambers, finding either empty bookshelves or dilapidated swords and blades that had long lost their spirit. At last, in the center of the final room, they discovered a jade slip prominently displayed on a stone pedestal. Eagerly, Ma Fuqian rushed to the pedestal, ready to retrieve the jade slip. However, Zhang Zhuro softly coughed behind him. The initially excited Ma Fuqian suddenly tensed, glancing back at Zhang Zhuro with fear before retreating. Observing that Mayama had no intention of claiming the treasure, Zhang Zhuro slowly approached the pedestal. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from behind. Mayama turned to see Ma Fuqian collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Zhang Wuda stood nearby, clutching a stick emitting faint wisps of green smoke, eyeing the others. "This is bad. The smoke is toxic." Mayama held his breath. Yet, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he fell to the ground, his body out of control. With a mocking grin, Zhang Wuda approached Mayama and kicked him twice, then moved to Zhang Zhuro, groping her roughly. "The half-stick of soul-confounding incense I bought with all my savings has indeed proven useful. Humph. You all act so high and mighty. In the end, you fell before me. Rest easy, Zhuro. Once I deal with him, I'll show you the pleasures of womanhood." With that, Zhang Wuda drew a short knife from behind and approached Mayama menacingly. Stabbing mercilessly, his face twisted with a pathological hope for the future. Clang! The short knife collided with a hard object, and Zhang Wuda was astonished to find a snow-white skeleton standing beside him, its axe firmly blocking his attack. Undeterred, Zhang Wuda lunged at the skeleton with the short knife, but the skeleton's axe struck with such force that the knife flew from his grasp. As the skeleton wielded the axe towards him with relentless intent, Zhang Wuda turned to flee, but before he could lift his leg, his head was severed from his body. The skeleton wielding the axe. "You are the one sought after by the Wolf King," Zhang Zhiro exclaimed, her eyes widening in horror as she looked at Mayama. But fear quickly overtook her features. "Please, don't kill me. I swear on my Dao heart, I won't reveal anything. I'm sorry." As Mayama's words faded, the skeleton slowly advanced, axe raised towards Zhang Zhiro. "Please. I beg you, please," she pleaded, a wet patch forming beneath her. Yet, the merciless skeleton swung down the axe, and the once proud Zhang Zhiro left this world, her eyes wide in disbelief. Approaching Ma Fuchen, Mayama struck him harshly across the leg with the axe. Ma Fuchen remained unresponsive, like a dead pig. Sighing, Mayama commanded the skeleton to lower its axe. As his consciousness surged, 2 more skeletons emerged from the corpses. Controlling the skeletons, he dragged the bodies of Zhang Wuda and Zhang Zhiro outside the cave to be burned. Besides the 10 or so spirit stones in Zhang Zhiro's storage bag, Mayama incinerated everything else, leaving no trace behind. Half a day later, Zhang Wuda slowly regained consciousness, scanning his surroundings in terror. Upon seeing Mayama nearby, he immediately inquired, "What happened?" "Zhang Wuda used drugs to incapacitate us, seized the jade slip from the pedestal, and intended to assault Zhang Zhiro. I just awoke, and he fled with the jade slip and Zhang Zhiro," Mayama stated solemnly. Zhang Wuda, still shaken, nodded vigorously. Afraid to ask further, "Is your leg still in pain?" Mayama continued. "No, no pain at all. That scoundrel Zhang Wuda, after all I did for him, betrayed me." Ma Fuchen exclaimed as he sprang to his feet. Mayama contemplated that since he was unfamiliar with the Qingyun sect, it would be better to entrust the blood spirit grass to Ma Fuchen for sale, confident that he would not dare deceive him. He tossed the blood spirit grass to Ma Fuchen, saying, "Sell this spirit herb and come find me to split the profits." Ma Fuchen nodded eagerly. Upon returning to the sect, Mayama headed straight for the mines to rest, while Ma Fuchen hurried to the market with the spirit herb. Around noon, as Mayama sat in meditation with his eyes closed, the door to his room was suddenly kicked open, and 5 men clad in black armor wielding dark clubs charged in. Mayama sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What do you want?" "You and Ma Fuchen murdered inner sect disciple Zhang Zhiro. I am here to take you back to the law hall for questioning," the lead man declared sharply. One of the men approached Mayama, club in hand, slowly advancing. Mayama was unwilling to submit and delivered a powerful punch at the intruder. The man sneered contemptuously, casually striking Mishan's arm with a short staff. Instantly, Mishan felt his entire body weaken and collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength, with a sense of arrogance. The leading man cast a disdainful glance at Mishan and commanded with a wave of his hand, "Search him thoroughly." Immediately, the remaining 4 began to ransack the room. In no time, the place was in disarray, and the 4 men shook their heads in exasperation. "Report to Captain Qin, we found no suspicious items." The leader's expression darkened as he pointed at Mishan on the ground, saying, "Take him back for a proper interrogation." A bucket of icy water seemed to pour down from above, jolting Mishan awake with a shiver, the iron chains binding him rattling. It had already been 2 days since he was captured and brought to the law hall. From the moment he was seized, he had been forced to ingest medicinal pills, leaving him unable to summon even a trace of magical energy. This was followed by relentless beatings and interrogations. "Speak. Aside from this shield, where are Zhang Zhiro's other belongings? How did you conspire to murder her?" Captain Qin sat in the dim candlelight, toying with the Xianling shield bestowed upon Mishan by the second elder, coldly observing him. "This Xianling shield was gifted to me by my master, Elder Su. Zhang Zhiro was abducted by Zhang Wuda. I truly know nothing else," Mishan weakly replied. Captain Qin scoffed. "This shield is a personal artifact of my inner disciple, Zhang Zhiro. When did it become a gift from Elder Su? If you don't reveal where Zhang Zhiro's belongings are, I will resort to soul searching. The consequences of soul searching could mean becoming a fool or, at worst, losing one's life. Consider your options carefully." Mishan realized that Captain Qin was not interested in uncovering the truth about Zhang Zhiro. It seemed that Ma Fuchen had exposed this treasure-hunting expedition while selling spiritual medicines, and Captain Qin was continuously framing him to obtain the treasure. He had discreetly buried the obtained jade slips and corpse bags in the desolate mountains. Otherwise, he would certainly be wrongfully accused. Now, as long as he remained tight-lipped about the treasure, he could still claim to be Elder Su's disciple. Even if Captain Qin was tyrannical, he would not dare to kill him indiscriminately. Seeing Mishan lying on the ground unwilling to confess, Captain Qin snatched the short staff from a nearby guard and advanced towards Mishan. Once again, the prison echoed with the sounds of flesh meeting flesh. At that moment, a woman in white robes, Jiao Chun, abruptly pushed open the prison door, elegantly fanning herself as she entered. "Oh, Qin Ge, it's quite lively here. Why didn't you inform me to join the fun? What are you doing here?" Captain Qin, visibly irritated, swung the staff towards Jiao Chun. Unfazed by the incoming staff, she deftly flicked her fan, causing the staff to fall harmlessly to the ground. Captain Qin, initially shocked, soon resumed his mocking demeanor. "I didn't expect your father to invest so much. You've already reached the 4th level of Qi training." Jiao Chun, undeterred by his mockery, gracefully approached Mishan. Crouching down, she softly addressed him. "You're a clever one. If you can hand over the treasure you found, I'll convince the sect leader to allow you into the inner disciples. From then on, no one will dare to bully you, and you'll have all the resources you need for cultivation." Mishan smiled faintly. "Come closer, and I might tell you where I've hidden it." Overjoyed, Jiao Chun swiftly leaned in, but in a shocking turn of events, Mishan spat a mixture of saliva and blood, striking her handsome face like a nail. Coughing and laughing heartily, he exclaimed, "I didn't kill anyone. You worthless fools want the treasures but are too cowardly to seek them yourselves, resorting instead to internal strife." Jiao Chen's face twisted in rage as she wiped her face with a handkerchief handed to her by a follower, viciously kicking and striking Mishan in retaliation. The sounds of curses and blows echoed once more in the prison. "Step aside. Today, I will let him experience the taste of soul-searching," Captain Qin declared, standing up from his chair, preparing to confront Mishan. At that moment, a figure in black knelt before Captain Qin. "We just got word that this man might indeed be Elder Su's disciple. If we soul-search him and he dies, it might not be easy to explain." Captain Qin sneered, kicking the obstructing figure aside. "What does Elder Su matter? Once I acquire the treasure, what can he do to me?" Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted. A long spear burst through the door, hurtling towards Captain Qin. He hurriedly reached for his storage bag, and the Xianling shield flew out to meet the oncoming spear, creating a shower of sparks. Mishan weakly lifted his head and saw that it was his senior brother, Logan. "Humph, Qin Sheng, how dare you have the audacity to steal from a junior?" Logan sneered from the prison door. Then, with a series of hand gestures, he activated a spell, causing the Xianling shield to respond, shaking in the air and slowly breaking free from Qin Sheng's control, soaring toward Logan. Not willing to relinquish it, Qin Sheng hastily formed hand seals to retrieve the shield. Though he was the eldest son of the Qin family and a foundational stage cultivator, high-level artifacts like the Xianling shield were rare, and he could not easily abandon it. Seeing this, Logan quickly produced a yellow talisman from his robe and threw it at the Xianling shield. Upon contact, the talisman erupted in a brilliant light, enveloping the shield and propelling it swiftly toward Logan. Grasping the shield, Logan mocked, "You dare to steal Elder Su's gift? Your life is surely forfeit. Don't think you can use that old man to intimidate me. If I recall correctly, he won't have many years left," Qin Sheng replied dismissively. Logan swiftly drew the long spear from the ground and waved it, instantly severing the chains binding Mishan. "This man is my junior brother. I'm taking him away now." Logan bypassed Qin Sheng and firmly grasped Mishan. "You think you can just take him? Ma Fuqian has already confessed that this man killed Zhang Zhiro and stole her artifacts." Qin Sheng produced a fiery sword from his storage bag, glaring coldly at Logan. "Look here. This is a written order from the head of the law hall. I can take him now, right?" Logan tossed a jade slip to Qin Sheng. After a brief examination, Qin Sheng, though displeased, allowed them to pass. "Take this pill. Once you consume it, your Dantian will return to normal in half a day," Logan said, dragging Mishan back to the mine and tossing a pill before him. Bell immediately seized the pill and placed it in Mishan's mouth. "Take good care of the Xianling shield. Forget about the blood spirit grass," Logan instructed, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to turn, he noticed Bell bustling around and, turning serious, advised Mishan, "There is a distinction between the immortal and the mortal realms. You should send her out of the sect." Understanding Logan's intent, Mi-shan propped himself up and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for saving my life. I will find a way to send her out of the sect as soon as possible. Logan waved his hand. This time, it was Master who spent a great deal to rescue you. If you wish to express your gratitude, do so to Master. Without waiting for Mi-shan's further thanks, Logan turned and departed the mine. The following day, feeling slightly better and capable of walking, Mi-shan made his way directly to Elder Su's cave. Disciple pays respects to Master. Thank you for saving my life. Mi-shan knelt before Elder Su. The elder, with a kind gaze, looked at Mi-shan. Scattered cultivators often face hardships in their practice. I hope you will unite with them more in the future and lend a hand when they are in need. How is your injury? Elder Su inquired further. You were just able to descend to the ground? Mi-shan bowed his head in response. For the next few days, you need not concern yourself with the mines. Instead, devote some time to cultivating your skills under my guidance. After speaking, he pointed out an empty room for Mi-shan. Yes, Master, Mi-shan replied, and after exiting the cave, he prepared to fetch Linger, intent on spending some time training in the world of Diablo. After half a day had passed, and having briefed Linger on everything, Mi-shan found himself immersed once more in the realm of Diablo. Upon pushing open the door, he hastened towards the academy, eager to gather information about any mysterious assailants. As he approached the academy's entrance, the robust Valentine spotted him from a distance and called out, Brother, I've received a response from the Divine. Isn't that impressive? Mi-shan patted Valentine on the head. Indeed, well done. Brother, take me with you to hunt monsters in the wild. Valentine, thrilled by Mi-shan's praise, immediately clung to him. However, Mi-shan, still unaware of the mysterious attackers, hesitated to agree, despite his fondness for the earnest barbarian. At that moment, Kasha approached with a band of mercenaries, stating, Valentine is the only barbarian to have received a divine response. Since you have returned, why not lead Valentine in training in the blood waste for a few days? Mi-shan gazed at Kasha with some trepidation. You are the one for the task. You have already reached level 4. And there are hardly any creatures in the blood waste that can pose a threat to you. I must attend to patrolling duties and cannot arrange training. It is up to you high-level professionals to lead them. After preparing adequately, Mi-shan donned a black robe, wielding a mace in his right hand and a short staff in his left, and stepped out of the rogue encampment with an enthusiastic Valentine. Upon entering the blood wastes, Valentine curiously observed his surroundings and confidently declared to Mi-shan, Brother, fear not, for the brave barbarian shall always protect you against any monsters. No sooner had Valentine spoken than a solitary fallen one emerged from the thickets, howling wildly. Its crimson skin, sharp teeth, and claws, coupled with a wildly swinging weapon, caused Valentine to forget his earlier bravado and tremble, casting a pleading gaze towards Mi-shan. With a divine response, having acquired your first professional skill, any brave soul can conquer even the weakest of fallen ones, Mi-shan thought as he nudged Valentine forward with his foot. Valentine stumbled forward, brandishing his spiked club toward the fallen one. Just then, the creature swung its weapon with a menacing whoosh toward Valentine. In that moment of peril, Valentine's innate talent surged forth, overcoming his fear as he unleashed a mighty roar, invoking the skill frenzy. The fallen one, suddenly stricken with terror, abandoned its weapon and fled into the underbrush. Valentine, seizing the moment, pursued the creature relentlessly, striking down upon it with his club. Brother, cough, cough. Look, I did it. Valentine exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the corpse of the fallen one while coughing vigorously. Mi-shan nodded in satisfaction and gestured with his left hand, causing a pristine white skeleton to rise from the remains. Intrigued, Valentine followed Mi-shan deeper into the blood wastes. Suddenly, a masked figure clad in a priest's robe leaped from the bushes, wielding a mace. Mi-shan's heart raced as he shouted to Valentine, Run back to the rogue encampment. I will hold him off. Valentine hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the masked figure, resolutely ran to Mi-shan's side, exclaiming, I want to stand with my brother. Mi-shan swiftly kicked Valentine away. Get lost. If you don't slow me down, I might escape. Just then, the masked figure charged forward, and Mi-shan, disregarding Valentine, raised his mace to confront the assailant. Clang! The two maces collided with a thunderous sound. Mi-shan instantly sensed something was amiss. It felt too light. Nothing like the terrifying force of the previous mysterious assailant. He swung his mace again with all his might at the masked figure, but the assailant, upon seeing Mi-shan, who appeared like a vengeful deity with crimson eyes, faltered and lost all strength. Seeing the masked figure's fear, Mishan shouted, and his mace, originally aimed straight down, veered sharply, grazing the figure's nose. The veil covering the figure's face fell to the ground, revealing the terrified visage of Sam Turner. Enraged by the revelation, Mishan kicked toward Sam Turner. "Stop! Let go of my brother," came a voice from afar as armored Sam Jones rushed forward. Without hesitation, he drew his mace and struck at Mishan's back. "Get lost." Mishan swung his mace around to block the attack. Sam Jones, furious that a filthy Forsaken one dared to assault the sacred servant of the divine, shouted, "Why did you strike my brother?" Kicking the fallen veil toward Sam Jones. Mishan replied coolly, "Ask your brother what he did." Lying on the ground, Sam Turner, now disheveled, looked at his sister with fear. Recalling the rule that any professional who attacked without cause would be expelled from the encampment, he began to wail, "I got lost and ended up here. And then Mishan suddenly attacked me. I was caught off guard and fell to the ground, and my scarf fell off." Valentine, witnessing Sam Turner's false accusations, stepped forward with his club raised. "You were the one who attacked Mishan while masked. Mishan thought you were the mysterious assailant from before and acted in self-defense." At that moment, Mishan ceased his assault on his brother, realizing he no longer had grounds to act. Sam Jones glared at Mishan, hoisting his brother onto his back. "This matter is not over. I will seek justice from the dean." With that, he slowly departed toward the rogue encampment, carrying his brother. In the depths of the blood wastes, Valentine brandished his club and shouted at a fallen sorcerer before him. The sorcerer, startled, glanced around in fear, momentarily forgetting its attack. Seizing the opportunity, Valentine swung his club with vigor. Mishan, pleased to see Valentine now capable of facing danger alone, nodded approvingly. "Well done. You can now confront threats by yourself." Their training nearing its conclusion, Mishan announced, "It is time for us to return to the rogue encampment." Valentine wiped the mysterious substance from his club and grinned widely at Mishan, "All thanks to my brother's excellent teaching." 2 days later, Mishan and Valentine finally returned to the rogue encampment, and Mishan made his way directly to the potion shop. "Hey, beautiful. 1 bottle of minor magical potion and 1 antidote, please." As he gazed at Shelley, who flitted about like an elf behind the counter, Mishan's previously heavy heart began to lighten. "You're back," Shelley exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing him, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. However, upon hearing Mishan's request for potions, her expression turned to concern. "Where are you headed this time?" While Kasha and the others had yet to uncover the identity of the mysterious assailant, Mishan's wanted notice had already spread across the region, leaving him little time to wait. Feigning nonchalance, he replied, "I won't be going far. Just to the burial grounds to see if I can uncover anything of worth. The matters concerning the mysterious assailant have already been investigated by Akira and Kasha. There is no need for you to venture into the wilderness. The blood crow in the burial ground has become a renowned elite monster, immortalized in textbooks." Upon hearing that Mayama intended to challenge the blood crow, Shelley immediately expressed her concern. Mayama affectionately patted Shelley's head, saying, "Silly girl. I cannot hide in the camp for eternity. Only by becoming stronger can I truly ensure my safety." After accepting the minor magical potion and antidote from Shelley and engaging in a brief conversation, he turned and departed from the magical shop, setting his sights on the burial ground. As Mayama journeyed, he pondered deeply. Zhang Juro had recognized her identity upon seeing a skeleton, indicating that the Wolf King's bounty had spread widely throughout Jiaozhou. If he could not swiftly enhance his power, an endless pursuit awaited him. Slaying monsters on the way to the burial ground would be too slow and too noisy, potentially attracting the mysterious assailant. Perhaps he could emulate Karmari and the others, sneaking into the burial ground to find an opportunity to eliminate the blood crow. Time swiftly passed, and 7 days had elapsed. Mayama concealed himself behind a withered tree, meticulously surveying the dilapidated necropolis before him. A rusted iron fence enclosed the modest burial site, which contained only a collapsed tower and a blood-stained domed tomb. A desiccated human corpse hung from the dead tree in the center of the necropolis, while a flock of crows dug their claws into the flesh, tearing away blackened meat with their sharp beaks. A throng of sluggish zombies aimlessly circled the central blood crow, occasionally emitting guttural roars. The blood crow, stripped of its skin, glimmered a bloody red, with exposed tendons visible beneath. Clad in menacing white armor, vengeful spirits occasionally surged forth, manifesting anguished faces upon the armor. With a powerful bow in hand, Mayama dashed through the necropolis, fully unleashing the aura of necromancy. He stealthily approached a zombie in the corner with his spiked mace. Approaching ever closer, he could see the writhing maggots on the zombie's decaying body and the buzzing green flies drawn by the stench. The zombie turned its body to face Mayama just as he swung the mace with a fierce whoosh. The entire jaw flew off under the brutal impact. A second strike, swift as lightning, crushed the zombie's head, oozing a repugnant yellowish substance. Nearby zombies, alerted by the commotion, began to turn their stiff bodies to gaze in this direction. At that moment, Mayama had hidden behind a dead tree, freely releasing the aura of death. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed in his ears. After prolonged silence filled with anguished cries, the blood crow pivoted to investigate the source of the noise. Where have my subjects gone? It seethed, surveying the scattered, motionless corpses with a surge of anger. Where are you, cursed invader? The blood crow roared madly, frantically searching the necropolis. In an instant, a sharp axe emerged from beneath a corpse, striking fiercely at the blood crow's ankle. A piercing pain shot through its foot, igniting a bloodthirsty desire that compelled the blood crow to swiftly draw its bow. An arrow, glowing with a faint green light, materialized upon the string. The skeleton hiding beneath the zombie immediately sprang up and fled from the necropolis. The blood crow, having finally located the intruder, released the prepared arrow without hesitation. Yet, the dull-witted skeleton executed an uncanny maneuver, dodging the incoming arrow. Kill. Slay the detestable invader and hang them on the dead tree to be scorched by the sun. The blood crow, driven by a primal longing for bloodshed, chased after the skeleton without a second thought. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows zipped past the skeleton's skull. The accursed intruder was finally cornered, and the sounds of desperate pleas for mercy echoed in the blood crow's mind. Suddenly, an icy chill swept over its back. 2 more skeletons had appeared, brandishing axes and lunging towards the blood crow with ferocity. Run, flee. The blood crow attempted to evade the imminent attack, but upon glancing around, it realized it was the one cornered, not the intruder. Fueled by rage, the blood crow disregarded the 3 axes coming for it. It loosed arrows in rapid succession, and the skeleton blocking its escape quickly became riddled with cracks. The blood crow's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. If it could create even a small opening, it would ensure the cursed invader was skinned alive and hung from the dead tree. With a resounding crash, the skeleton finally crumbled under the relentless assault of the blood crow. Just as it was about to break free from the encirclement, Mayama emerged from behind the dead tree, swallowing a blue potion. Pointing his short staff, another skeleton swiftly rose from the inconspicuous corpse in the corner. The blood crow, in despair, gazed at the unfolding scene, letting out a wail as bolts of lightning erupted from its body, ravaging the entire necropolis. The zombies struck by the lightning fell like wheat before a scythe. Before long, the necropolis was devoid of all but Mayama and 3 skeletons. Overjoyed, Mayama approached the blood crow's lifeless form, only to find a pile of gold coins and nothing else. What a miser! It's supposed to be a dark gold monster. It should have at least dropped some equipment. With tears of frustration, Mayama sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb the magical energy permeating the air. Weeks later, Mayama awoke from his meditation, a radiant light lingering in his eyes. A satisfied smile graced his face. After this period of seclusion, he had finally reached level 5 as a necromancer, and his heavenly demon technique had also attained the 5th level of chi training. He retrieved the necromancer statue from his possession, allocating the extra skill points to control over skeletons. The skeletons trailing behind him sensed the shift in his aura and became more solidified. Mayama began to search through the tombs, eventually discovering a message left by Karmari on a stone slab in a corner. When my 4th senior brother and I arrived at the burial ground, our master and other senior brothers had already departed. However, as we decided to continue our search for master in the rocky wilderness, a figure clad in a priest's robe suddenly ambushed us. In the face of such a formidable foe, my 4th senior brother concealed me within the tomb and drew the assailant away. Now, I must hurry to find our master. I hope to rescue my 4th senior brother. Contemplating the inscriptions on the stone wall, Mayama was filled with questions. Another mysterious assailant, possessing skills unlike any other profession. Who could it be? Unable to arrive at a conclusion, Mayama resolved to present the stone wall's account to Akira. Upon returning to the rogue encampment, Akira, having exhausted her search for clues, decided to seize the slightest opportunity. She expended considerable resources on divination, tossing vibrant potions and sparkling gems into a cauldron before her. As she recited enigmatic incantations, she intently observed the bubbling concoction. After a lengthy period, Akira, while scrutinizing the frothing mixture, told Mayama, "I saw the mysterious figure appear alongside her in the dark forest." With that, she weakened and collapsed into her chair. Respecting Akira's fatigue, Mayama felt reluctant to prolong his stay, but after a few inquiries, he departed the academy and returned to his rented room. The continuous, towering mountains divided the rocky wilderness from the dark forest, and the only way to reach the dark forest was through the dim and intricate underground passage. The time required to traverse the underground passage was excessively prolonged. After contemplation, Mishan resolved to return to the Suhuan continent, for he was still in Elder Su's secluded chamber. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in the Suhuan continent, where Ling Er, having heard the commotion, hurried over. Mishan rose from the meditation cushion and inquired, "How long have I been in seclusion?" "Approximately a month." Ling Er pondered momentarily before responding. After posing a few more questions, Mishan prepared to take his leave to bid farewell to Elder Su. As he approached Elder Su's door, the elder's gentle voice resonated from within. "Have you completed your seclusion? Come in." Upon entering, he beheld Elder Su seated in a grand chair, gazing at him with warmth. "How is your injury?" he inquired. "It has nearly healed," Mishan respectfully replied while kneeling. "You have emerged from your seclusion at an opportune moment. Recently, the Lord of Jiaozhou approached Qingyun Temple, reporting an attack by suspected cultivators in the western part of the city, which has led to the tragic demise of several young maidens. Jiaozhou hopes Qingyun sect can send someone to assist in the investigation. However, your senior brothers are all occupied, so you shall undertake this task on behalf of your master." Elder Su instructed. Mishan nodded in agreement and exchanged a few pleasantries with Elder Su before setting off with Ling Er towards Jiaozhou City. The following day, as noon approached, Mishan arrived at the city gates of Jiaozhou, riding a horse with Ling Er. A group of officials clad in flying fish attire immediately approached them. "Pardon me, are you the celestial master from Qingyun Temple come to solve the case?" inquired the leader, sporting a handlebar mustache, as he bowed before Mishan. Mishan returned the gesture, stating, "I am here at my master's behest to assist in investigating the case." "Splendid. I am Officer Zhang from the city. We have eagerly awaited your arrival. I have already reserved a tavern within the city. Let us discuss matters over a meal," Officer Zhang exclaimed excitedly, reaching for the reins in Mishan's hand. "Not yet. It is too early for a meal. Let us first visit the morgue," Mishan replied, dismounting and handing the reins to Ling Er. After whispering a few words to Ling Er, he walked alongside Officer Zhang into the city. Inside the dimly lit morgue, several naked girls lay as if cast away by a storm, forlorn upon the wooden boards. Mishan approached to examine them. The eldest appeared to be around 14 or 15, while the youngest seemed merely 10 years old. Each girl bore an array of bruises, their vulnerable bodies marred by wounds. As Mishan scrutinized one of the corpses, he noted a peculiar set of 4 elongated, slender marks, each with 4 puncture wounds at the tips. Continuing his examination, he discovered a silver-scaled object lodged beneath a fingernail. What circumstances surrounded these girls' families? Mishan inquired, lifting his gaze to Officer Zhang. Officer Zhang hastily rummaged through his case files and replied, "Their families are all impoverished residents of the city." "Are there many families with girls of such age among the poor?" Mishan continued. "Indeed, the western part of the city is densely populated with poor households. Countless young girls reside within," Officer Zhang lamented. "Ah, by the way, Officer Li once encountered the perpetrator and even fought him," Officer Zhang suddenly recalled, pulling forward a young man with an injured hand. "Tell us how you encountered the assailant," Mishan promptly asked. However, Officer Li stammered. "I was intoxicated and on my way home. I saw a man dragging a girl, so I approached to inquire, but he struck me down, breaking my arm in the process." When Mishan pressed for more details, Officer Li scratched his head, unable to remember anything further. "Let us proceed to the shanty town," Mishan declared, stepping out of the morgue first. The shanty town was a dismal collection of rickety wooden shanties and bundles of straw, crammed tightly into the corners of the western city. As they entered, the inhabitants cast listless glances at Mishan before returning to their stupor. Suddenly, a small boy emerged, tugging at Mishan's sleeve. "Big brother, are you here to help me find my sister?" Officer Zhang rushed over, brandishing his baton to shoo the boy away. But Mishan intercepted him, asking, "Where did you find the corpses? Who reported the case?" "It was the children's parents who reported it," Officer Zhang mused. Given his presence, Officer Zhang's treatment of the impoverished children was harsh, making it implausible for him to care enough to conduct a thorough search for the girls. Seeing that Officer Zhang seemed disinclined to help, Mi Shan's expression darkened, and he prepared to leave. Officer Zhang awkwardly chuckled, blocking Mi Shan's path with a smile. "My apologies." It was Mr. Zhang from the Eastern District who reported that his daughter was missing. "We found Miss Zhang's body alongside the others in the moat west of the city." Mi Shan scoffed. "Mind your attitude. No one is inherently inferior to another. Provide me with a map of Jiaozhou, and then you may leave. I will remain here tonight." The little boy rushed to Mi Shan, grasping his hand. "Big brother, my name is Go Hua. Please stay at my home tonight." Officer Zhang handed over the map, but attempted to say more. Mi Shan had already followed Go Hua into the shanty town. As he observed the filthy water flowing across the ground, Officer Zhang, after a moment's contemplation, quickly departed with his subordinates. The biting cold wind howled through the gaps in the wooden boards. Go Hua carefully retrieved a thin, dark blanket from a corner and offered it to Mi Shan. Huddling in the corner and shivering. "Take it." "I do not require it," Mi Shan insisted, extending the blanket back to Go Hua. But Go Hua shook his head vigorously. "Big brother, you sleep. You must be well rested to save my sister. I do not need a blanket. My body is fine, and I am not afraid of the cold." Mi Shan smiled gently. "Big brother, the officers are so afraid of you, and you are not cold, plus you can solve cases. You must be the immortal the adults speak of." Go Hua gazed at Mi Shan with wide, curious eyes. Wrapping the blanket around Go Hua, Mi Shan replied, "Perhaps so. What of your family?" A shadow crossed Go Hua's face. "In autumn, the demon beasts descend from the mountains to seize food. If we cannot provide enough, they take people. Our village chief sought help from the immortals in the city, but they demanded more than the beasts. When the beasts came down, my parents vanished, leaving only my sister to hide with me here. Big brother, you must need a lot of money, right? If you can help me find my sister, you can sell me for money, okay?" Though unsure if any of the slain girls were Go Hua's sister, Mi Shan comforted him. "Rest assured. True immortals do not covet what mortals possess. I will help you find your sister." Still uneasy, Go Hua pulled the blanket closer and draped it over Mi Shan's feet, staring blankly at him. At that moment, a raven perched on a long-dead tree in the shantytown cawed and took flight. Mi Shan's eyes snapped open. The raven he had released must have sensed something amiss. He immediately sent a thread of consciousness to the raven, observing a gaunt black figure dashing through the shantytown, carrying a burlap sack. The shadow twisted and turned, swiftly exiting the shantytown and heading straight for the northern part of the city. Mi Shan commanded the raven to follow closely, and soon the shadow halted at the junction between the northern and western districts. The sound of urgent knocking reverberated through the door as a shadowy figure in black pleaded anxiously. From within, an impatient male voice responded, I'm coming. Why the rush?" The black-clad figure, filled with grievance, exclaimed, "Brother, we can no longer continue. An immortal practitioner has entered the village today. I fear that if we persist—" "What are you afraid of? They are merely a herd of sheep. I refuse to believe any immortal would intervene for their sake. They will take their payment and leave." The individual at the door seemed unconcerned. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice emanated from inside. "Have you brought the goods?" The doorkeeper quickly replied in a servile manner, "Yes, they have arrived. The goods are truly exceptional." He took the sack from the shadowy figure and hurriedly entered the room. Unbeknownst to him, an onlooker inside caught sight of a crow perched on the courtyard wall, probing it with a sliver of spiritual awareness. "Not good. You two fools have brought back the tail without realizing it." The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically as he snatched the sack and dashed outside, swiftly disappearing into the night. The remaining two, still bewildered, looked around aimlessly. At that moment, Mi Shan jumped down from the rooftop, executing a swift strike with his hand to the napes of the two men. Without a moment to spare for the unconscious duo, Mi Shan hastened to pursue the fleeing middle-aged man. The dark crow, concealed in the night sky, meticulously tracked the fleeing figure. The man darted through the streets, clearly familiar with the layout of Jiaozhou City, while Mi Shan exerted all his strength to keep pace. Suddenly, the escapee leaped into a courtyard by the roadside. As Mi Shan arrived, a formidable pressure emanated from within the courtyard. His heart sank. The individuals inside undoubtedly possessed far greater cultivation than he. It seemed this endeavor might not succeed after all. However, unwilling to abandon hope, Mi Shan contemplated briefly before commanding the crow to hover above and prevent the thief's escape while he respectfully knocked at the courtyard door. After a lengthy wait, An elderly man ambled to the door, lowering a small window on the side. He peered out, irate. Who is it? Who dares disturb the peace at such an hour? Mishan clasped his fists in greeting. I have come at the behest of Qingyun Temple to investigate a murderer's whereabouts. The suspicious individual leaped over the wall into your courtyard. I humbly request permission to enter and conduct a search. Go away. There are no thieves here, the elder retorted. Attempting to close the window, Mishan hastily produced a letter from his robe and presented it. This is an investigative order from the Lord of Jiuzhou City and Qingyun Gate. I hope you might assist me. The elder, unwilling to look at the letter, again attempted to shut the window. I am a disciple of Elder Su from Qingyun Temple. Since a senior from our sect is present, I must pay my respects. Mishan persisted. Ah, so you are a favored disciple of Elder Su. Please, enter and discuss. A short, stout man wearing a gray robe of an outer disciple emerged. Mishan quickly bowed. May I inquire who the esteemed senior is? The man waved his hands dismissively. Do not address me as senior. I am merely a minor steward of Qingyun Temple. You may call me Brother Wang. I overheard your conversation from within and have used my spiritual awareness to ascertain that there are no outsiders in the residence. If you are still concerned, you may enter and investigate further. Your cultivation is profound, Brother Wang. I see no need for further investigation, Mishan replied, recognizing the wisdom in his words. It must have been the darkness that obscured my vision, causing me to mistake the fleeing thief for something else. I shall not trouble you further. I will return to Qingyun Temple and convey my respects to you. With that, Mishan bowed once more and began to turn away. Have you forgotten something? Brother Wang called after him. Mishan smacked his forehead in realization. How could I be so forgetful? With a wave of his hand, a crow gracefully landed on his shoulder. Returning to the spot where he had incapacitated the thief, he found that Constable Zhang had already brought the criminal back to the yamen. Reluctantly, Mishan made his way back to the home of Dogwa. Meanwhile, within the vice lord's residence, Brother Wang stood silently in the study, holding his breath as he observed the two individuals before him. I told you to stay away. Why do you never listen to me? A middle-aged man in a white robe scolded an equally robed young man who had collapsed on the floor. The younger man, looking helpless, replied, Father, you know how difficult it is at this time of year. I've been hiding for over 20 years. Must I continue to do so? The following morning, the sound of drums and gongs shattered the stifling silence of the shanty town. Constable Zhang, brimming with excitement, knocked on the door of a young boy's home. Congratulations. The immortal practitioner has solved the case, he shouted as Mishan emerged. The residents of the shanty town quickly gathered around. Constable Zhang forcefully pushed forward the two men Mishan had knocked unconscious the previous night. These two are the ones who have been murdering young girls, and it was only through the immortal's intervention that we could crack this case. He shoved the two criminals before the crowd, who immediately surged forward. Initially, the two thieves shouted accusations. You sold your daughter to me. And you sold me your wife. But as the crowd began to pummel them, their cries dwindled into pained whimpers. Constable Zhang then presented a tray covered with red cloth. This is a reward of 100 taels of silver from the vice lord. As the cloth was lifted, the crowd fell silent, gazing in awe at the silver in Zhang's hands. Mishan scoffed, which family has lost a daughter? Let this money be distributed among them. Upon hearing Mishan's words, the crowd discarded the two criminals and swarmed around Constable Zhang. Only Dogwa looked at Mishan with disappointment. Immortal, will I never find my sister again? Mishan felt as though a stone had lodged in his heart, unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, he finally said to Dogwa, Come with me. One day, I will help you find your sister. With that, he disregarded the frenzy for silver and lifted the young boy, heading towards Jiuzhou City. Unbeknownst to him, Elder Su's decision to take him on as a disciple had not been publicly announced, leaving very few aware of Linger's existence. Upon entering Jiuzhou City, Mishan had instructed Linger to retrieve the concealed body and jade slip according to his markings. Considering the time frame, it was nearly time for her to arrive, and he decided to wait in the city. With this thought in mind, Mishan led the boy into an inn. The innkeeper, noticing Mishan's dusty robe and the boy's tattered clothing, rushed to the doorway, brandishing a broom. Get lost, you beggars. Go away. Mishan's expression darkened as he pulled out a silver ingot and threw it at the innkeeper. The innkeeper stumbled back in pain, realizing he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Clutching his aching chest, he scrambled to pick up the silver, repeatedly bowing and smiling at Mishan. What can I do for you, sir? Prepare a bath for this child, procure him a new set of clothes, and arrange 2 rooms for us. Have a meal ready in our quarters." Moments later, the freshly bathed boy stared wide-eyed at the sumptuous dinner spread before him, swallowing hard but hesitating to pick up his chopsticks. "Immortal, aren't you eating?" Mishan gently ruffled the boy's hair. "You eat. I don't need to eat. Can I save some for my sister? She has never had such delicious food," the boy anxiously inquired. "Eat. Once we find your sister, I will ensure both of you enjoy even better meals," Mishan encouraged, pushing the dishes closer to the boy. After obtaining permission from Mayama, the small bowl was heaped high with white rice, which the little boy devoured in mere bites. "Master, you are unlike any other," the boy mumbled between mouthfuls, addressing Mayama. "What makes you different?" Mayama asked indulgently. "In our small mountain village, whenever the city masters came, they only sought strong men and young women. If they could not find any, they would indiscriminately kill. Every time we heard the sound of hooves, my father and sister would hide deep in the mountains. My mother, in her effort to care for me, bore scars upon her face. Yet, even in the mountains, there were man-eating monsters. Master, when will we no longer have to hide and can eat our fill?" Mayama gazed at the chattering child, lost in contemplation. What was the purpose of cultivation? Was it merely to enjoy eternal life, or to soar with grace on the winds? Thoughts of Grandpa Fong, who shared his kanji, and Uncle Hu, who defended promises with his life, slowly emerged in Mayama's mind. If one could not even attain humanity, how could one aspire to transcendence? Gradually, Mayama found answers within, and his heart began to clear. Suddenly, a surge rippled through his consciousness, and he felt a significant advancement in his awareness. When he returned to the present, he found the boy, with a chicken leg in his mouth, sprawled asleep on the table. Mayama gently settled the child before resuming his meditation. Moments later, the ring bestowed upon him by Elder Su began to emanate a chilling energy. Slowly, a figure materialized within the room, nodding in satisfaction as it regarded Mayama. Mayama, sensing something amiss, opened his eyes to discover the elderly Su standing before him, hair as white as snow. Just as Mayama prepared to respond, Elder Su transformed into a gust of wind and entered Mayama's body. A wave of confusion washed over him, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a hazy realm of awareness. Elder Su, with a greedy expression, fixated on him. Looking down, Mayama saw he was but a dimly lit orb, while Su appeared vividly alive, lunging towards him with claws outstretched. Panic-stricken, Mayama turned to flee, but Su was hot on his heels, snapping his jaws and drawing forth a small portion of light from him. Though he struggled desperately, Su pounced, pinning him down and biting fiercely. Pain surged through him. Yet amidst the agony, consciousness began to slip away. Memories of the dark and chaotic world of the Dark Diablo, the turmoil of the Xianyuan continent, and a longing for modern society cascaded through Mayama's mind like a river, only to vanish in an instant. Elder Su, satisfied, lifted his head, ready to claim this new body. However, a tremendous noise shattered the stillness of Mayama's awareness, sending a shockwave through the entirety of his consciousness. Elder Su trembled as if struck by lightning, desperately searching for the source of the sound. Suddenly, two long, sharp horns emerged from the abyss of awareness, and a long, pointed tongue hungrily licked at Elder Su, as though savoring an exquisite delicacy. Turning his head with difficulty, a monstrous creature appeared before Su, sending him into a panic as he attempted to escape this terrifying place. Pain tore through Mayama once more, and memories flooded back into his mind. Upon opening his eyes, he found his own orb still intact, while the once fearsome Elder Su had become a faint glimmer, cowering in the corner. Upon noticing Mayama's scrutiny, Su cried out, "Please, do not come closer, you monster." Without a moment's hesitation, Mayama lunged at Su's light form, beginning to consume it. Though uncertain of what had transpired moments ago, Mayama understood that if he allowed Su to regain his strength, it would surely mean his demise. Su began to plead for his life. "Please do not kill me. If I die, the soul lamp left in the inner sanctum will extinguish, and your fellow disciples will face extermination." Though Mayama slowed his assault, he remained vigilant, wary of Su's intentions. "If you spare me, I will teach you everything I know. I possess vast resources of spirit stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts. All will be yours. Once you reach the golden core stage, simply find me a suitable body." Mayama glared at Su. "Why should I trust you? By giving you a sliver of my soul, you could control my life at any time." Su, sensing Mayama's hesitation, quickly responded, "I can remain hidden within the ring." After a painful roar, Su's faint light split, sending a smaller orb flying toward Mayama. He enveloped it within his own, feeling as if he had gained complete control over Su. Gradually, he withdrew from the realm of awareness, with Su having returned to the ring. As Mayama probed the ring with a sliver of his consciousness, he found Su weakly resting inside. What occurred when you consumed my soul? Mayama inquired curiously. Su's eyes widened in fear. I cannot say. If I do, I will perish. Then how did you end up here, when you were clearly at Qingyun Temple? Mayama pressed further. My lifespan is nearing its end. For many years, I sought someone capable of mastering the 9 turns divine skill during the Qi refining stage, but I could never find one until you appeared. I devoted myself to crafting a Yin storage ring, hiding most of my consciousness within. Only when my body fails can I seize another. Why do you seek someone to master the 9 turns divine skill? Mayama asked again. The 9 turns divine skill is an ancient technique I discovered in a relic during my middle age. However, it has extremely high requirements for one's constitution. Only by beginning the 9 turns divine skill in the Qi refining stage can one hope to perfect it. After uttering these words, Elder Su fell silent, rendered motionless within the ring. A sudden crowing of a rooster pierced the night, and Mayama, exhausted, lay in bed, his heart brimming with the joy of rebirth after calamity. Were it not for his dual cultivation as a necromancer, his consciousness would not have surpassed that of his peers. Had it not been for Dogwa's words, awakening his insight and thus expanding his awareness, he might not have endured to the final moment. At that moment, a rustling sound filled the room, and Mayama weakly opened his eyes. Dogwa had risen from the bed, though dawn's light had begun to creep in. He dared not light a lamp and quietly began to tidy up the remnants of their meal. Exhaustion washed over Mayama in waves, and he succumbed to sleep once more. After an indeterminate time, a strange noise jolted Mayama awake again. Squinting through the darkness, he could not discern how long he had been asleep. Dogwa, is that you? If you are hungry, feel free to call for something to eat. He called into the shadows, preparing to roll over and rest again. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the room, rattling the loosely shut window. Moonlight streamed through the cracks, illuminating the head of Mayama's bed with a chilling gleam. A cold sweat broke out across his back, and he leapt from the bed, activating the light spirit technique. At this moment, a figure clad in black sat before the table, his feet resting upon a whimpering dog. He regarded Mayama coldly, declaring, "If you do not awaken soon, I shall take your life." With that, he kicked the dog to the floor. "Light the candle, then leave." As the soft glow of candlelight filled the room, Mayama noticed the sword propped against his bedside. Indeed, it was the magical blade left behind by Zhang Zhuro. He distinctly recalled burying both the sword and Zhang Zhuro's ashes deep within the mountains. Who was this visitor? Why had they come here? Yet, upon reflection, Mayama felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. If the visitor intended to kill him, they would have done so while he slept, rather than waiting for him to awaken. Rising from his bed and straightening his clothes, Mayama sat composed before the stranger. "Speak, then. What brings you to seek me?" The cloaked figure hesitated slightly at Mayama's calmness, before tossing a jade slip toward him. "First, take a look at this." Immersing his consciousness into the slip, Mayama discovered it contained details about Supervisor Wang, whom he had encountered days prior at the Deputy City Lord's estate. Once he withdrew his focus, he remained silent, gazing expectantly at the figure, awaiting an explanation. Thus, the two engaged in a silent standoff, eyes locked in mutual scrutiny. After a brief silence, the cloaked man scoffed softly and spoke first. "The other day, when you visited the Deputy City Lord's residence to apprehend someone, you must have encountered him. I wish for you to collaborate with me to eliminate him." Mayama smirked disdainfully. "This man is my colleague within the Qingyuan sect's internal affairs. You would have me betray my own." "Betray your own?" "Zhang Zhuro was no longer your kin." The black-clad figure retorted sharply. "Zhang Zhuro was abducted by Zhang Wuda. What transpired afterward is of no consequence to me." The stranger, unwilling to reveal his true intent, found no purchase in his threats against Mayama, who would not be swayed by a mere sword. With a fierce slap on the table, the figure pressed, "Do you not wish to avenge the innocent girl who perished? I shall pursue the truth behind the deaths of the girls in Jiaozhou City relentlessly. If you seek cooperation, it would be prudent to disclose your true purpose." Unmoved by the stranger's provocation, Mayama replied resolutely. After a moment of contemplation, the cloaked figure sighed. Relenting with a hint of resignation, the spirit fire cannons were originally devised as a means for humanity to defend their cities and launch counterattacks against the demon race. The Qingyuan sect produces merely 3 cannons each year. Supervisor Wang has colluded with the deputy city lord of Jiaozhou, using one of the cannons claimed to be defective as a pretext to publicly destroy it, while secretly dismantling and selling it to the demons. In 7 days, they will transport the most crucial components out of Jiaozhou City. Should the demons acquire the spirit fire cannons, it is likely that countless innocent lives in the border regions will be lost. Mayama meticulously pondered the veracity of the cloaked man's claims, when suddenly Elder Su's voice echoed in his mind. The reports of Elder Su selling spirit fire cannons are indeed true. I had sensed something amiss during my tenure supervising the outer sect. It seems the sect leader is also aware of this matter, but has chosen not to intervene. With this affirmation, Mayama immediately inquired, "And what is Elder Su's cultivation level?" The cloaked figure replied casually, "Though Elder Su is at the late stage of chi refinement, he has not engaged in combat for years and has lost his fighting prowess. I have come to seek your assistance simply to ensure a backup plan. If Elder Su escapes, it will be difficult to find another opportunity to eliminate him." Mayama felt a flicker of doubt. He had sensed a formidable pressure during his encounter at the deputy city lord's residence, far exceeding that of someone merely at the late stage of chi refinement. After a moment's thought, he pressed on, "What do you intend to do?" The cloaked figure retrieved a map from his storage bag and explained, "On the outskirts of the western city, Elder Su has established a refuge under the guise of sheltering refugees. In truth, it serves as a base for him to supply resources to the demons. Over the years, he has been selling everything from spirit fire cannons to food to the demons through this base. I have received intelligence that in 7 days, he will transfer the core components of the spirit fire cannons to the refuge under the pretext of visiting the refugees. At that time, we shall ambush and eliminate him, reclaiming the core components." Mayama nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "At the very least, allow me to know which organization you represent." The cloaked figure firmly replied, "It is best you remain unaware. It would serve you no good." Mayama fixed his gaze intensely on the figure. "Then you must at least reveal your identity." The cloaked man felt a swell of frustration. With the time until Elder Su's illicit transport growing short, he could not afford to delay seeking assistance from his organization. Missing this opportunity could lead to countless innocent lives lost in the border region. Within the Jiuyuanzi sect, from the elders to the lowly servants, all were consumed by the relentless pursuit of resources, and only this individual dared to confront Supervisor Wang for the sake of the innocent girl. However, if he were to learn the truth of the man's identity, the organization might not spare him either. After much internal conflict, the cloaked figure reluctantly lowered his veil for a moment before hastily covering it again. "You would do well to forget you ever saw me," he warned in a low voice. Yet, within Mayama's heart, tumultuous waves surged. This was indeed the woman who had fought alongside him to slay the Wolf King's offspring within the mine. Was her name truly Jinru? What organization did she belong to? What were their motives for hunting down demons? Suddenly, Mayama felt a deep curiosity about this mysterious organization. After detailing their plan of action, Jinru seized the magical sword from the bedside and leapt from the window, vanishing into the distance in mere moments. As dawn's light began to break, a series of knocks echoed at the door, rousing Mayama from his thoughts. He quickly rose from his bed, drawing his blade with vigilance. "Who goes there?" "It's me, young master," came the weary voice of Ling from outside. Mayama promptly opened the door, ushering her inside. Once in the room, Ling hurriedly handed him a tightly clutched bundle before collapsing into a chair, gulping down tea from the pot on the table. Mayama called for the dog to find the innkeeper and secure another room. After settling Ling, he opened the bundle to reveal the corpse bag he had hidden in the mountains, along with the jade slip he had obtained from his treasure hunt. Concealing the corpse bag carefully, he extended a thread of consciousness into the jade slip. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, filled with excitement. Indeed, Pang Nan was a master of ancient formations. The slip contained details of a unique formation he had created, known as the Nonly Fire Formation. Through configurations of 3, 6, or 9 individuals, and employing a special magical tool, the Li Hua Fan, different size formations could be set up to unleash the devastating Nonly flames, incinerating enemies within. His agility had always been a weakness. If an enemy chose to flee, he often found himself powerless to intervene. Now, armed with this formation, he could effectively mitigate this shortcoming. Mayama promptly immersed himself in studying it further. 7 days later, clad in a gray robe, Supervisor Wang rode out of Jiaozhou City against the dawn's glow, casting a reluctant glance back at the city gates. 30 years prior, his mother, a concubine from a family of cultivators, had sold all her possessions and sent him into Jiuyuanzi City without a backward glance. He had once dreamed of making a name for himself, of wielding a sword across the world. Yet reality had reduced him to a pitiful creature, begging like a dog for scraps from the tables of the powerful. Gazing at his hands, now lined with age, he could scarcely remember how many strangers had perished at his hands. Stalled at the late stage of chi refinement for a full decade, he longed for a foundation establishment pill. Despite having done so many unsavory deeds for that individual, why was he denied even a small foundation establishment pill? If they would not grant him this, he would not hesitate to turn the tides against them. The man's face transformed from sorrow to ferocity as he violently tore open the buttons of his gray robe, revealing the resplendent garments within. With a swift flick of his whip, the pained horse galloped away, carrying the man into the distance. The sky gradually darkened, and Supervisor Wang stood at the crossroads. The shelter to the west of the city now clearly visible. After a moment of hesitation, he sped off in the opposite direction. Suddenly, a sharp sword shot out from the underbrush towards Supervisor Wang. Hearing the sound, he yanked the reins, causing the startled horse to rear up with a loud neigh. But in the next instant, the piercing sword pierced the horse's throat, and before it could let out a cry, it collapsed heavily to the ground. Supervisor Wang, in a panic, kicked the fallen horse off him and reached for his storage bag, grasping a magic sword and a shield. Trembling legs betrayed his anxiety as he scanned his surroundings. It had been over a decade since he last fought for his life. Now, if he merely spoke, others would eagerly rush to kill on his behalf. Emerging from the thicket, a man clad in black, Jiuyuanzi, formed a sword gesture and pointed at the sword embedded in the ground. The sword shuddered and flew back to him, wiping the blood off the blade. Jiuyuanzi furrowed his delicate brows and reprimanded Supervisor Wang. As a member of the human race, how can you bear to assist an alien race in oppressing your own kin? Though his hands trembled around the sword, Supervisor Wang sneered coldly. Kin? My kin are the noble immortals, not those two-legged sheep. Seeing Wang's obstinacy, Jiuyuanzi formed another gesture, and the flying sword emitted a dragon's roar as it lunged toward Wang once more. Faced with the sword's overwhelming momentum, Supervisor Wang was paralyzed with fear. He threw his shield just in time to deflect the incoming blade, then quickly pasted a movement talisman to his leg and fled backward. At that moment, another man in black, Mishan, leaped down from a tree, blocking Wang's escape. Without a second thought, Supervisor Wang hurled his magic sword at Mishan and turned to flee in another direction. Mishan raised his magic knife and effortlessly deflected the sword far away. Just then, Jiuyuanzi's sword was poised at Supervisor Wang's throat. Approaching Wang, Mishan forcefully kicked him to the ground, demanding, "Speak of the girl's disappearance in Jiuyuanzi City." In a state of utter despair, Supervisor Wang recognized Mishan and pleaded tearfully, "Junior brother, spare me. I truly did not commit the acts in Jiuyuanzi City. It was the sect leader and the newcomer, Jiao Chun, who forced me." Why would the sect leader and Jiao Chun conspire to murder a girl? Mishan continued, delivering a harsh kick to Wang's stomach. On his knees, Wang repeatedly bowed to Mishan and Jiuyuanzi. "I do not know. My only job was to bring the girl from the traffickers to the deputy city lord's residence. Beyond that, I know nothing." Wang believed Mishan was merely investigating the girl's case, and in his desperation, he pinned all the blame on the sect leader, begging for mercy. However, Jiuyuanzi extracted the core components of a spirit fire cannon from Wang's storage bag, and Wang's face turned ashen. He then sneered coldly, "What are these two-legged sheep worth? If you let me go, I will share half of the profits from selling the core components. Surely, we could achieve immortality together. Why jeopardize our path to enlightenment for the sake of these sheep?" Mishan sighed deeply upon witnessing Wang's insanity. "You haven't even become human. How can you speak of immortality?" With that, he raised his large knife to strike Wang, but at that moment, a robust figure emerged from the underbrush. The newcomer, with a leopard and Appo's head and a human body, was clad in nothing but a simple hide, flaunting his bulging muscles. Supervisor Wang and Appo's eyes gleamed with hope as he shouted, "Baofeng, you've come just in time. Quickly, save me." But Baofeng merely smiled coldly, transforming into a streak of lightning that charged toward Wang. Blood sprayed forth as Wang's expression morphed into disbelief. His head flew off with a sickening thud. Disdainfully tasting the blood on his claws, Baofeng remarked, "If you can't handle such trifles, what use is your existence?" As he spoke, he lunged at Jiuyuanzi with claws like steel blades. Jiuyuanzi raised his flying sword to block, but a tremendous force sent it flying from his grasp. Attempting to retrieve a magical artifact from his storage bag, he found himself under relentless assault. With a face devoid of color, Jianru resigned himself to his fate. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed in front of him as a glimmering axe blocked the fatal blow. Recognizing the familiar axe and skeletal figure, he was astonished to see the very person who had aided him in slaying the Wolf King's son, now saving his life once more. Jianru exclaimed with joy. "It's you." Baofeng mirrored the surprise. "It's you. What a fortuitous day to have such double joy. Quickly, let us together vanquish this foe." Mishan raised his large knife and charged forward. With a resounding clash of weapons, Baofeng's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed that this force was beyond his capacity to contend with. "Run quickly. If I can escape and convey this news to the Wolf King, all my losses today can be reclaimed." But just as he turned, two other skeletal figures had mysteriously appeared behind him, blocking his path. Struggling to fend off the axe swings, he turned to seek an escape route, only to find Mishan bent like a taut bow, launching an arrow of lethal intent toward him. As the dust settled, Jianru hurriedly collected the storage bags of both Supervisor Wang and Baofeng, lifting the incapacitated Mishan and swiftly disappearing into the forest. In the midst of a crisis, later that night at an inn in Jiaozhou City, Jianru produced an empty storage bag and filled it with the spirit stones obtained from Baofeng and Supervisor Wang, handing it to Mishan. "The other items pose a risk of being recognized. I will sell them and return to share the profits." Mishan accepted the bag, adorned with an elegant white plum blossom on a pale green background. The death of Supervisor Wang will surely stir up a tempest within Qingyun's sect, and the law hall will undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. "What are your plans?" Jianru inquired further. As Mishan pondered, Elder Su's voice echoed in his mind. "Go hide in my cave. They will not dare to search it recklessly, and you can handle external affairs there, concealing the news of my physical demise." Upon revealing his thoughts to Jianru, a flicker of disappointment crossed Jianru's face, which quickly returned to its usual cold demeanor. After a brief rest, Mishan, accompanied by Dog Hua and Ling Er, set off towards Elder Su's cave. Under Elder Su's guidance, Mishan performed the necessary gestures, embedding spiritual seals into the cave's defensive array. Moments later, a flicker of spiritual light appeared at the cave's entrance, revealing a passageway for a single person. After ushering Dog Hua and Ling Er into the cave, Mishan prepared to enter himself. At that moment, Jiao Chun, dressed in white and wielding a paper fan, approached with the dark-clad Mao Zi Wang, seeking the stone steps. Upon noticing the gap in the cave's defenses, Jiao Chen's face lit up with excitement as he swiftly closed the fan and rushed toward Mishan. "Stop him. Do not let him enter. If he does, news of my demise will reach the inner sect." Elder Su's voice resonated urgently in Mishan's mind. At this moment, Mayama had raised his arms to meet the oncoming paper fan. With a resounding crash, his arms trembled, and he staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. Jiao Chen also retreated, losing grip of the paper fan in his hand. To his astonishment, the moment my soul lamp exhibited a peculiarity, the inner disciples, akin to hounds scenting prey, immediately encircled me. Elder Su lamented helplessly. Mayama was filled with surprise. Within the confines of Qingshi City, Jiao Chun was merely an ordinary person with slight martial accomplishments. Yet it was astonishing how, in such a short span, his cultivation had become nearly equal to his own. Jiao Chen sniffled and impatiently exclaimed, "You brat, I have matters to report to Elder Su. If you know what is good for you, quickly get out of my way." With a slight exertion of his Tuotan Mo-ju, the tingling sensation in his arm vanished instantly, and Mayama replied, dignified yet unyielding, "My master is currently in seclusion and does not receive anyone. You, of all people, are insignificant. Can you bear the consequences if I am delayed?" Jiao Chun retorted scornfully, "My master has instructed me not to admit anyone. You may leave." Mayama remained steadfast. At this juncture, Mao Ziwang leaned closer to Jiao Chun, whispering, "There must be something amiss. Otherwise, why would this brat refuse to let us in?" Jiao Chun pondered briefly. If he charged in and Elder Su was alive, his father, as the sect leader, would only dare to reprimand him. If Elder Su was already deceased, he would wield considerable power over the outer sect, rendering any disobedient families inconsequential. In that case, he could unify Qingyun Temple and monopolize the inexhaustible resources for cultivation. Resolute, he exchanged glances with Mao Ziwang. Mao Ziwang promptly retrieved a limp paper knife from his storage bag. However, Once he sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the paper knife, it instantly stiffened. And with a swift motion, he demonstrated its sharpness against a boulder at the edge of the stone steps, effortlessly chipping off a fragment. Jiao Chen also drew out a gleaming magical sword from his storage bag, and the two advanced menacingly towards Mayama. Quickly block him. If he gets through, none of you disciples will escape. Elder Su shouted anxiously. Mayama immediately drew his magical dagger, channeling his Tuatian Mo Ju with full force to strike at the approaching duo. Another thunderous crash echoed as Mayama was sent rolling against the stone wall behind him, staring helplessly at the broken remnants of his magical dagger. Although the Tuatian Mo Ju was formidable, the durability of low-tier magical weapons was ultimately limited, and after several intense battles, they could no longer withstand the strain. Seeing this, Jiao Chun and his companions seized the perfect opportunity to attack once more. Mayama, calm and collected, reached into his storage bag and conjured the Xianling shield, which swiftly appeared before him. The duo's combined assault struck the Xianling shield, but it held firm, as if colliding with an immovable mountain. Jiao Chun, astonished, glared at the Xianling shield, seething with anger. Didn't he, that fool Qinshin, claim he had taken the Xianling shield? How could it be in this person's possession? After a moment's thought, Jiao Chun, with a pained expression, retrieved a yellow talisman from his robe, its surface adorned with numerous silver specks. Chanting incantations, the silver light on the talisman intensified, becoming increasingly blinding. Quickly follow my instructions and channel the 9 revolutions divine art. That white-clad brat wields a low-tier high-level talisman, equivalent to a full-force strike from a late-stage chi cultivator. Elder Su urged, rapidly reciting a section of the incantation. Mayama, upon hearing the incantation, realized it differed slightly from what Elder Su had transmitted. However, with danger looming, he could not afford to verify. If he perished, Elder Su would not survive either. He promptly followed Elder Su's incantation, channeling all his internal demonic energy. Moments later, a blazing sun seemed to rise in his chest, his hot blood surging, a colossal force building within him, yearning for release. Seeing Mayama successfully execute the technique, Elder Su hurriedly explained, the complete 9 revolutions demon art was created by the ancient demon Jinwu. When practiced to profound depths, one can nurture 9 blazing suns within, possessing the power to obliterate the heavens. You currently contain the first sun, granting you the strength of a late-stage chi cultivator for a short time. With his entire body glowing crimson, Mayama stepped out from behind the shield, racing toward Jiao Chun, who was still fervently reciting his spell, and unleashed a mighty punch, slicing through the air with waves of scorching energy. Mao Ziwang, standing nearby, was taken aback and hastily pulled out a paper shield from his storage bag, placing it before Jiao Chun. The meteoric punch collided forcefully with the paper shield, which shattered instantly, sending both Mao Ziwang and Jiao Chun tumbling to the ground. Jiao Chun lay on the ground, coughing up blood, and the yellow talisman in his hand fell silent. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he rummaged through his storage bag, and a yellow umbrella spun above his head, enveloping him in a radiant golden light. He then sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the yellow talisman and began chanting incantations once more. This time, the yellow talisman emitted not only dazzling silver light, but also an eerie red glow. Mao Ziwang, noticing this, rushed over to stop Jiao Chun, exclaiming, "Young master, you must not use your blood to activate the talisman. You have barely endured so much hardship. Have you forgotten the sect leader's words?" Although he had been careless, allowing Mayama to successfully attack, Jiao Chun, blinded by rage, disregarded all caution and fervently channeled his spiritual energy, determined to kill the person before him. Quickly hide in the cave. The blood-activated low-tier high-level talisman can certainly breach the Xianling shield's defenses, Elder Su urged. Mayama rolled on the ground and dove into the cave, rapidly forming hand seals, determined to close the formation before Jiao Chun could complete his attack. His fingers flew with such speed that they left behind afterimages, and the small gap in the protective formation began to shrink gradually. But at that moment, Jiao Chen's face contorted into a snarl, and the yellow talisman erupted with blinding light, illuminating the entire mountain path as it sped toward the cave. A deafening roar echoed as boulders cascaded down, clouds of dust enveloping the cave. Overwhelmed by the force of using blood to activate the talisman, Jiao Chen's legs buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, yet his twisted face remained fixated on the dust, desperately searching for the enemy's lifeless body. Mao Ziwang hurried over, ready to assist Jiao Chun. Young master, are you all right? Yet, Jiao Chun kicked Mao Ziwang to the ground, snarling, you wretched servant, go see if he is dead. A gust of mountain wind swept through, gradually dispersing the dust, revealing the cave, which shimmered with spiritual light. Aside from a few boulders that had fallen at the entrance, Mayama had mysteriously slipped into the cave, sealing the defensive formation. Inside the cave, Mayama's hand seals never faltered, and the protective formation grew brighter, slowly manifesting into a massive glowing sword hovering above Jiao Chun. Mayama coldly regarded Jiao Chun outside the cave, declaring, attacking the elder's sanctum without cause warrants death. With that, the enormous sword descended toward Jiao Chun. Mao Ziwang immediately threw himself in front of Jiao Chun, bowing fervently. I, a disciple, did not intend to disturb Elder Su's meditation. I implore Elder Su to overlook this transgression. He then tugged at Jiao Chun's sleeve, hoping he would kneel in apology. Conflicts between peers could at most result in mutual punishment, but an unprovoked attack on the elder's sanctum, regardless of the reason, was a capital offense. Jiao Chun hesitated for a moment before slightly bending at the waist, bowing toward the cave and saying, I apologize for my offense, esteemed Elder Su. With that, he flicked his sleeve, dark-faced, and strode straight down the mountain. Mao Ziwang quickly scrambled to his feet and closely followed. Watching Jiao Chun depart, Mayama exhaled a deep breath and slumped heavily to the ground. After a brief respite, he began to scour the cave in hopes of discovering some treasure. Elder Su, from within his ring, remarked helplessly, stop searching. All valuables have been exchanged for longevity elixirs. In a moment of resignation, Mishan found himself reflecting on the futility of his existence as an esteemed outer elder, realizing that he had ultimately retained nothing. After a brief respite, he employed his spiritual sense to seal the storage ring and summoned Ling Er. With meticulous care, he imparted to her a layer of the heavenly demon technique, entrusting her with the spirit stones from his storage pouch, instructing her to replace the spirit stones in the cave promptly. Within the pitch-black passage, the frigid underground water dripped relentlessly from the cave's ceiling. A despondent fallen demon, its ribs exposed, listlessly patrolled its domain, fantasizing about the sweet taste of human flesh as described by the sorcerers, its mouth watering profusely. Unfortunately, having been born in the depths of the passage, it had never seen the surface nor laid eyes on a human. Suddenly, a peculiar scent wafted through the air, distinct from the foul odor of gophers. It was the pure aroma of meat fat. This enticing fragrance struck the fallen demon like a bolt of lightning. It must be human. Its chest fur dampened by saliva. The fallen demon brandished its curved blade and lunged toward the shadow in the darkness. With a thunderous crash, it stumbled backward, the weapon flying from its grasp. Emerging from the corner's shadow was Mishan, his black robe splattered with mottled blood. His hair, once neatly tied, had become a chaotic nest, and his face was adorned with a wild beard, rendering him a veritable savage. The skeleton accompanying Mishan, wielding an axe, swiftly pursued the fallen demon, silencing its cries before it could utter another sound. Upon hearing the commotion, the other fallen demons in the camp raised their staffs, unleashing a fireball that soared towards Mishan. The brilliant sphere streaked through the underground passage, casting grotesque shadows from the jagged rocks. With a resounding thud, Mishan's spiked hammer crashed into the approaching fireball, sending sparks flying. At that moment, 3 skeletons had encircled the camp, filling the air with the cries of the Akani, only to fall silent once more. After collecting the fallen coins and a bottle of gas potion from the fallen demon, Mishan carefully retrieved a yellowed, tattered map from his pocket, channeling the chi of the pure spirit technique to discern his direction, turning this way and that. He journeyed for over half an hour until a beam of light suddenly pierced the darkness of the underground passage. A month had passed since Mishan arrived in the world of Diablo, and according to the map provided by Akira, he had finally traversed the profound subterranean tunnel. Exiting the cave, he was greeted by a warm, moist breeze. The legendary towering mountains not only separated the stony wasteland from the dark forest, but also imprisoned the cold within the wasteland. Outside the cave lay a lush forest, with colossal trees piercing the sky and the intense sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground. However, as Mishan stepped out, a tremendous roar shattered the tranquility of the forest. Trees toppled as a massive creature, resembling a golden bear, charged toward him. The treehead Wood Fist, guardian of the dark forest, immediately detected the intruder. With a thunderous roar, it swung its fist, resembling a boulder, to block the path of the approaching figure, shattering the tree in its way. As Mishan beheld the charging treehead wood fist, veins bulged in his hands as he tightly gripped the gas potion he had just collected. The foul stench, akin to a pigsty, enveloped him as the creature drew near, its golden fur glistening in the sunlight. Without hesitation, Mishan hurled the gas potion, which arced gracefully through the air before striking the treehead wood fist. The glass shattered, and a deep green liquid rapidly seeped into its body, coating the once golden creature in a revolting hue. Following this, 3 more gas potions were hurled with ferocity at the treehead wood fist. After exhausting all the gas potions, Mishan drew forth his spiked hammer and, alongside the skeletons, sprinted deeper into the forest. The rancid odor caused the treehead wood fist to stagger, its golden fur beginning to rot and peel away, revealing gaping wounds from which green liquid continuously dripped. In agony, the treehead wood fist, its vision fading, strained to locate Mishan, laboriously lifting its heavy fist for a desperate strike. Alas, Mishan had already distanced himself. Unbeknownst to him, another skeleton had appeared behind the treehead wood fist, its body bending unnaturally as it summoned magical energy, flickering yellow flames in its eyes. Just as the flames threatened to extinguish, a taut bough materialized in its grasp. With a fierce swing of its axe, it struck the towering right leg of the treehead wood fist, producing a deafening crash as the tree-like limbs severed, causing the creature to collapse heavily to the ground, crushing nearby trees. The attacking skeleton shattered upon delivering its blow. During his passage through the underground tunnel, an idea struck Mishan. If he could perform the 9 transformations technique, why couldn't the skeleton? He decided to experiment, discovering that the skeleton's skull contained a rich reservoir of magical energy. By employing the control corpse technique, he successfully executed the 9 transformations technique, though the backlash was severe, causing the skeleton to shatter upon its first use. At that moment, another skeleton completed its charge of the 9 transformations technique and swung its weapon at the neck of the fallen treehead wood fist. Finding no trace of the remaining skeleton, Mishan ventured in the direction where the treehead wood fist had charged, not wandering far before stumbling upon a clearing within the dense forest. There stood a dead, grayish-white anavis tree, resembling a solitary spear. Approaching, Mishan gently caressed the rough bark, feeling a profound aura emanating from it. However, after waiting for a time, the anavis scroll, which Akira had claimed would reappear after each blood moon, did not materialize. The anavis scroll was the key to the mysterious town of Tristram, and only by deciphering it could one pass through the teleporter to Tristram. Once more, Mishan returned to the treehead wood fist, meticulously searching every nook, even examining the rotting wounds. After a prolonged search, he resignedly leaned against a nearby tree, finding nothing despite his thorough efforts. Could it have been taken by someone else? Yet, he was the only one from Rogue's camp to have ventured into the dark forest recently. Was it possible that a mysterious assailant had stolen it? A strange thought flickered through Mishan's mind. Weeks later, Mishan awoke from his meditative state. Although the treehead wood fist's magical energy was abundant, it still lacked the strength to break through to the 6th layer of chi cultivation. Indeed, the later stages proved increasingly arduous. Continuing his search near the anavis tree, he soon uncovered an ancient stone slab, deeply buried beneath the fallen leaves. Carefully clearing away the debris, a mysterious magic circle revealed itself. Legend had it that gods had left teleportation arrays in every special location. Unfortunately, each teleportation array required a warrior to reactivate it after every blood moon. Inserting the teleportation stones given by Akira, a luminous energy surged through the magic circle, swiftly enveloping Mishan's form. In the stony wasteland, the biting cold winds howled fiercely. Yet, the sight that met Mishan's eyes filled him with dread. A vast clearing lay saturated with the blood of fallen demons. Creatures of various sizes lay lifeless on the ground. Even the fallen demon leader guarding the teleporter had met the same grim fate. Amidst 5 towering stone pillars, a warped portal of light emanated an eerie glow. Upon returning to Rogue's camp, Mishan hurriedly set forth towards the stony wasteland. I never anticipated that the once formidable abyssal demon camp would now appear in such a state. The air, once thick with malevolent energy, has become thin, yet one can still discern the lingering essence of a mysterious assailant's clash. It seems that this enigmatic figure has passed through here, engaging in battle. But what could have been their purpose? Mishan stood before the teleportation array, pondering for a moment. Given the diminished magical energy, it was evident that the mysterious assailant had long since departed. If he did not continue to challenge the powerful demonic creatures and absorb their energy, it was likely that before the Wolf King could strike, the news of Elder Su's demise would surface, leaving him defenseless and perilously close to death. With a resolute heart, Mishan plunged into the teleportation array, accompanied by 3 skeletons. Within the small town of Linha, dilapidated wooden structures lay in ruins, their blackened scars whispering tales of the tragedies that once unfolded here. Upon hearing an intruder, the surrounding zombies immediately roared and charged at Mishan. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the traitorous blacksmith Griswold burst through the wall. His bald head was marred, only half remaining, and his brown-red smith's garb was drenched in dark crimson. Heavy iron chains coiled around his arms, and he bore blood-red gloves. Upon spotting Mishan, the fallen blacksmith unleashed the chains that wound around his arms, whipping towards him with a chilling whoosh. Remaining composed, Mishan summoned the 3 skeletons to fend off the oncoming ordinary zombies while he deftly rolled aside to evade the speeding chains. The tremendous force of the chains struck the wall behind him, sending debris flying and a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Leaping to his feet, Mishan prepared to charge at the fallen blacksmith with his spiked hammer. However, the chains swung towards him once more. Reluctantly, he raised his hammer to meet the onrushing chains. Instantly, a surge of power emanated from the hammer, causing Mishan to stagger backward before regaining his footing. Seeing the number of ordinary zombies dwindling, the fallen blacksmith swept his chains with a resounding clang, shattering the first summoned skeleton into countless fragments. Mishan immediately swung his hammer at the remaining zombies, then, with a pained expression, retrieved a vial of deep blue mana potion from his robe and swallowed it. He waved his left hand, summoning another skeleton. Yet, the chains were already upon him. With no time to block, Mishan rolled away, but the blacksmith's wrist flicked, causing the chains to curve like a serpent, hurtling towards him. Depleted of strength, Mishan could merely raise his arm to shield his head. Suddenly, 3 pristine white bone spears erupted from the rubble, colliding with the flying chains. Mishan turned in surprise to see a one-armed middle-aged woman stepping through a half-open door amidst the debris. Though her dignified features bore some wrinkles, her high nose, delicate brows, and petite lips remained striking, with golden hair cascading over her shoulders. "Karl Mali," Mishan exclaimed in astonishment. Karl Mali had no time to respond. Her remaining arm waved toward the zombies on the ground, summoning a skeleton in exquisite armor wielding a sharp sword. Another wave of her arm conjured a towering earth golem to shield Mishan. The skeleton brandished its sword, charging at the ferocious fallen blacksmith. With swift gestures, Karl Mali unleashed a series of colored orbs upon the blacksmith, rendering the once mighty and agile chains sluggish and unwieldy. Seizing the opportunity, the skeleton darted into the blacksmith's chest, aiming directly for his heart. The fallen blacksmith swiftly turned to dodge, but the earthen golem surged forward, delivering a crushing blow to the blacksmith's head. The impact was tremendous, causing the remaining half of his skull to collapse as he fell heavily to the ground. "Who are you?" Karl Mali inquired as she approached Mishan. He scrutinized her closely, responding, "I am a student of this session at the Necromancer Academy." "You are the esteemed senior, Karl Mali, correct?" Picking up the diamond-shaped stone that the fallen blacksmith had dropped, he noticed it bore engravings resembling flames. Karl Mali glanced at it before stating, "This is a crystal left by the Demon King, capable of creating powerful magical equipment through special means." In the Necromancer Academy of the Rog Camp, Carl Norton gaped in disbelief, tears welling in his eyes as he beheld the familiar woman before him, rendered speechless. His hands gripping her empty sleeve tightly. Now clad in clean attire, Karl Mali gently caressed the man's hand. "Fool, what's wrong? Do you not recognize me? Where have you been all these years?" Carl Norton's chin trembled. After a moment of contemplation, a shadow of pain crossed Karl Mali's face. "After our 4th brother diverted the mysterious figure, I hurried to the dark forest to seek our teacher's assistance in rescuing him. In my pursuit, I tracked our teacher to Tristram. I never expected that the monsters besieging the Rog camp would suddenly return to their territory. Caught off guard, I suffered a blow to my left arm, and the teleportation portal was sealed. For these years, I have hidden in Tristram, awaiting the portal's reopening. Recently, it finally activated again, but unfortunately, the ones who entered were the white-clad figures who attacked me and our 4th brother. So, I had to remain underground. waiting for an opportunity until you arrived. Meanwhile, Mishan sat cross-legged in Tristram, diligently absorbing the dense magical energy permeating the air. A month later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of spiritual light lingering in them. He felt the magical energy within him had surged, surpassing the 6th level of Qi training, elevating him to the 6th rank as a necromancer. However, his initial exhilaration soon morphed into a somber mood as he recalled Karl Ma Li's words. While absorbing magical energy can hasten your growth in a short time, it gradually erodes your will. Ultimately, you may become a fallen warrior of the abyss, like Griswold. Though you saved me, if that day ever comes, I will have no choice but to end your life myself. After contemplating, Mishan felt that while his cultivation through the formidable techniques was indeed advancing, his spirit did not seem compromised. Reluctantly, he decided against abandoning this potent method, opting to navigate through the current tribulations before considering a change in techniques. Valentine, your elder brother has returned, Mishan exclaimed upon returning to the Rog camp, taking a brief respite before hastening to the blacksmith's shop to repair his equipment. At that moment, Valentine's father emerged from behind the counter, his once jovial demeanor replaced by a disheveled appearance, his beard thick and dark circles under his eyes evident. Upon seeing Mishan, he wearily said, "I'm sorry, I cannot assist you with repairs at the moment." Mishan quickly inquired, "What has happened?" "Valentine and Carl Norton have clashed over some matter. The two boys snuck out of the camp for a duel and have not returned for a week." Tears streamed down Valentine's father's face. "Have you not gone to search for them?" Mishan pressed. Wiping his tears, Valentine's father replied, "Akira has already sent someone to look for them, but there has been no news thus far." The lively and good-natured Valentine had always regarded Mishan as an elder brother, and in this unfamiliar world, he was one of the few individuals Mishan truly cared for. "I will go to Akira to inquire about any leads. I will bring Valentine back. Rest assured." After Miyama finished speaking, he dashed straight towards the academy. However, as he pushed open the door to Akira's office, a sudden roar erupted from within, and a spiked mace hurtled towards his face with alarming speed. Caught off guard, Miyama barely managed to evade it, but the mace grazed his nose, causing blood to spurt forth. Enraged, Miyama reflected on the numerous monsters he had slain in his pursuit of training, only to be ambushed in the Rog camp, a place he had endeavored to protect. He had practiced the heavenly demon technique, and had it been anyone else, they would surely have been gravely injured or killed by such an unexpected attack. Looking up at his assailant, he saw the fierce and menacing Sam Jones, who glared at him with fury. "Dirty Forsaken One, you owe me my brother," he yelled. "Your brother's life is precious, but what about others?" Miyama, indignant at the unprovoked attack, seized the fallen mace and charged at Sam Jones. The accumulated murderous intent from his battles with monsters erupted forth, startling Akira, who sat behind her desk, as she realized how far Miyama had already advanced in such a short time. To Sam Jones, Michigan Yama appeared like a monstrous beast, more fearsome than the creatures lurking outside the camp. Struck with terror, Sam's face turned ashen, and his legs trembled as he stood frozen, watching the mace rush towards him. Akira, noticing this, swiftly pointed her hand, conjuring a swirling ice spear that hurtled towards the descending mace. With a thunderous crash, the ice spear shattered, scattering brilliant shards of ice across the room, while the mace was sent flying, creating a large dent in the wall. Finally regaining his composure, Sam Jones felt the dampness beneath him, realizing he had been so frightened by the Forsaken One that he had lost control of himself. Stumbling backward in disbelief, tears and snot streamed down his face. "You dared to strike me. I'll have your life," he shouted, pulling out 3 bottles of orange-yellow potions from his belt, his distorted features betraying a hint of malice. With trembling jaws, he hurled the potions at Miyama. Akira, blushing with indignation at the audacity of the attack in her office, raised her hand and pointed forcefully at Sam Jones. A deafening crack echoed through the air as a bolt of lightning surged toward him. Sam, intent on attacking Miyama, failed to notice the incoming lightning. Before he could release the potions, the bolt coursed through his arm, enveloping his entire body in a violent tremor, causing his hair to stand on end as the potions slipped from his grasp. Miyama, witnessing the falling potions, felt a surge of fury. The despicable woman dared to throw explosive potions within the academy. Despite the presence of seasoned adventurers, there were still many lower-level students and staff around. If those potions detonated, many would undoubtedly be harmed. Without a second thought, he leaped towards the potions, determined to catch them before they hit the ground. However, just as they were about to fall, they suddenly swerved and shot straight towards Akira. Meanwhile, others in the academy, alerted by the commotion, gathered around. Seeing Sam Jones incapacitated on the ground, Miyama refrained from further aggression in front of Akira and inquired, "Do we have news of Valentine yet? I have already divined his location. Both Valentine and Sam Turner have been spotted in the Black Wastes. The teleportation array to the Dark Forest is now operational, and I will soon send someone to rescue them," Akira replied. Miyama thumped his chest confidently. "No need to search for anyone else. I will go myself." Akira immediately protested. "It is too dangerous to venture into the Black Wastes, where a countess resides. It's fine. I am already at level 6. With the recent report from Carmoli about the mysterious ambusher, everyone is busy with this matter. I will take a look in the Black Wastes, and if things go awry, I can return through the teleportation array for assistance. Moreover, that lad has always regarded me as an older brother. I would feel uneasy if I did not go." After pondering, Akira nodded. "Very well. Go to Jinru and obtain 3 antidotes, just in case." Upon returning to the blacksmith's shop, Valentine's father rushed towards Miyama, grabbing his hand anxiously. "What is the news?" "Rest assured, Akira has divined Valentine's location. I will prepare briefly and then set off to bring him back," Miyama reassured him. The furrow in Valentine's father's brow relaxed slightly. "Friend, you will always be a friend of the barbarians. Wait here. I'll fetch something for you." Valentine's father hurried into the back room and soon emerged with an unusual helmet resembling a human skull, adorned with 2 curved horns and 2 diamond-shaped grooves within. "This is the only magical gear I successfully crafted in my youth. By inserting a gem, it can bestow special magical powers. I now gift it to you," he said proudly as he handed it to Miyama. At that moment, Miyama took out the rune dropped by Griswold. Valentine's father gasped in astonishment. "This is the 3rd rune. If you can find the 4th rune, you could forge a rune equipment of celestial language. Alas, the formation of runes is exceedingly difficult. I have only seen it once or twice." As Miyama sought Valentine to repair the equipment, Sam Wallach burst into Akira's office, having received news of his daughter's injury at the academy. Before Akira could speak, Sam Wallach demanded, "Why was my daughter attacked in the Rog camp? Why has that Forsaken One not been executed?" Akira responded coldly with a smirk. "Sam Jones attacked him without cause. I showed restraint by not killing her on the spot." Sam Wallach's face flushed red. "Impossible. My daughter, as a pure servant of the divine, would never attack without reason. That filthy Forsaken One must have sullied the divine." "Sam Wallach, I have told you many times. There are only distinctions of profession, not of status." Akira slammed her hand on the table. "Humph," Sam Wallach grumbled, scooping up the incapacitated Sam Jones and storming out. "Why can't I go when my brother is in the Black Wastes?" Sam Jones hurled his teacup at Sam Wallach. "Why can that filthy Forsaken One go? But I cannot. The dangers of the Black Wastes are beyond your comprehension. If that despicable Forsaken One fails to bring back your brother, I will personally venture there." With that, Sam Wallach slammed the door shut behind him. "Keep a close watch on the divine maiden. If anything happens to her, the Lord will surely punish you." Sam Wallach glared at the nun at the door before departing. In the dark forest, Miyama commanded the skeletons to sever the vines obstructing his path. As he ventured eastward, the dense foliage gradually thinned, revealing expansive patches of greenery. Miyama released the aura of necromancy, carefully avoiding clusters of ensnaring demons and fallen female marksmen. As one ventures further east, one draws closer to the monastery of the Dark Lord Andariel. Under Andariel's influence, even the most ordinary of monsters become perilous. This journey is undertaken in search of Valentine. Should the monsters impede progress, the longer the delay, the greater the danger to Valentine. With a swift motion, a skeleton cleaved the vines obstructing its path, inadvertently lifting a piece of gray fabric. Miyama hastily retrieved it, recognizing it as the gray lining worn beneath the armor of a barbarian. With a flick of his left hand, a cacophonous crow appeared upon Miyama's shoulder. Channeling a fragment of his consciousness into the bird, it immediately flapped its wings and soared upward. Suddenly, a cadre of fallen rogues emerged into view. Upon hearing the flapping of the crow's wings, the archers raised their longbows, aiming at the creature controlled by Miyama. Sharp arrows whizzed perilously close to the crow's wings, prompting Miyama to hasten its flight. However, the fallen archers were relentless, roaring as they continued their pursuit. "Why do you pursue me so relentlessly? I have no cough syrup. Mayama lamented inwardly, urging the crow to flap its wings with greater fervor. Just then, the ferocious archers abruptly halted, scrambling back to their original perches in a panic. It was at this moment that Mayama realized his crow had flown beyond the forest, revealing an expanse of endless plains before him. A towering spire loomed in the distance. The pristine white tower pierced the heavens, and even from the crow's vantage point, a potent magical aura emanated from it, evoking a sense of dread. However, amidst the bushes at the tower's base, a strip of gray fabric caught Mayama's eye. He guided the crow downwards, preparing to grasp the fabric with its talons. Suddenly, a slumbering skeleton archer at the base of the tower opened its eyes, drawing back its bowstring as a sharp arrow sped toward the crow under Mayama's control. The unexpected attack left Mayama unprepared, and he urged the crow to ascend desperately. Alas, it was too late. The arrow struck true, and the bird plummeted to the ground. Mayama, seated within the forest, abruptly opened his eyes. Valentine must have been captured and taken to the Countess's tower. If he were to return to the rogue camp for assistance, the time lost would be too great. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a shrunken necromancer statue, allocating a skill point gained from his last upgrade to the clay golem. Instantly, an intricate magic circle materialized in his left hand as he infused it with his magical essence. A yellow glow flickered across the earth, and a massive clay golem emerged before him. The clay golem, a formidable construct born from the earth, possessed terrifying defenses, able to absorb the majority of damage for the necromancer. Mayama commanded the clay golem to follow behind him for protection, while the skeleton cleared the path ahead with its axe, and he wielded a mace, vigilantly surveying their surroundings as they advanced slowly toward the Countess's tower. Meanwhile, within the rogue camp, a nun tasked with watching over Sam Jones rushed into Sam Warlick's office, exclaiming in distress, "Sir Paladin, trouble has arisen. I just delivered a meal to the goddess, and she has slipped away unnoticed." The Countess, parting the underbrush, found the tower now within close proximity. The tower's white facade was marred by brown stains, remnants of blood, or something more sinister. After adjusting his equipment, Mayama prepared to emerge from the thicket when a sudden green light erupted from behind him. With a thunderous roar, the clay golem staggered backward, dislodged by flying debris. A sinister voice echoed, "Let us see if you survive this time." Ha ha ha. Turning to glance behind him, a chill gripped Mayama's heart. Standing there was a mysterious assailant clad in white robes, accompanied by Sam Norton, also robed, and the Countess herself, who was meant to be guarding the tower. "What are you doing here? Where's Valentine?" Mayama inquired, bewildered. Sam Norton raised an eyebrow, smugly replying, "That fool insisted on dueling me after I mentioned the Forsaken. He is likely gasping for breath in some corner now. Do you realize who they are? How could you ally with them?" Mayama confronted angrily. Sam Norton smirked coldly. "Once I dispose of you, that loathsome Forsaken, who will know it was I?" The mysterious assailant stepped forward, addressing the Countess. "The game must end. Eliminate them all, and I shall grant you what you desire." It is said that the Countess, in her quest for eternal youth, had cruelly sacrificed young girls from her domain. Bathing in their blood, outraged farmers finally buried her alive in the cellar beneath the tower. Ever since, anguished screams have echoed from the tower's depths each night, rendering the vicinity a place of dread. Now, beneath the tower, the Countess, her body eroded by the hatred of her entombment, emanated a toxic green glow. Clad in the brown shoulder armor she wore in life, her curved dagger was stained with mottled blood. Her twisted visage gazed greedily at Mayama, filled with a thirst for fresh flesh. Observing the mysterious assailant, the Countess gestured threateningly with her dagger. After a nod of acknowledgement from the assailant, the Countess suddenly smiled coldly, lunging fiercely at Sam Turner with her dagger. Sam's eyes widened in disbelief as the blade pierced his body. His mouth opened in a silent gasp, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. "Since your task is complete, you may now perish," the mysterious assailant remarked indifferently, as if dispatching a mere insect. At that moment, rustling emerged from the nearby underbrush. The Countess swiftly swung her dagger at the noise, unleashing a green light that shot toward the foliage. A pained wail echoed as Sam Jones, draped in a black cloak, tumbled out from the brush. "Finish up here and return to me," the mysterious assailant instructed the Countess before departing swiftly. The Countess, enraged, directed a series of furious slashes toward Sam Jones, sending waves of green light in his direction. Witnessing this, Mayama commanded the skeleton to sprint forward, raising its shield to protect Sam. The green light collided with the shield, producing a thunderous impact. Cowering behind the shield, Sam Jones had never encountered such chaos. His previous excursions had been led by upperclassmen against the most mundane of fallen creatures. Now faced with the Countess, his mind was flooded with horrific tales of her bloodthirsty rampages. Trembling violently, he curled into a ball, seeking refuge behind the skeleton. Mayama, preoccupied with the unfolding chaos, shouted, "You wretched hag, shield yourself and unleash your power. You must have a strength aura. Release it now." At Mayama's command, Sam Jones, dazed yet compliant, nodded and drew his shield, bracing it against his face. A yellow aura flickered at his feet, blooming like a grand sunflower. Instantly, Mayama felt a surge of power emanating from the earth, lightening the weight of his mace considerably. With a fierce roar, the clay golem raised its fist, accompanied by a howling wind, and struck down towards the approaching Countess. Unexpectedly, the Countess suddenly crouched low, effortlessly darting beneath the golem's armpit like a swallow. Her curved blade swiftly plunged into the golem's abdomen. Instantly, the golem was stained a mottled green, bending down in an attempt to seize the Countess who was concealed beneath its arm. However, the Countess smirked coldly, gripping the blade with her right hand and exerting force outward, ready to charge towards Mayama, who lurked behind the clay golem. Yet in the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the blade in her hand. At that moment, the clay within the golem's belly began to churn violently, and the blade felt as if it were sinking into a mire, slowly becoming ensnared. The Countess hastily gripped the blade with both hands, letting out a cry as the veins on her forehead bulged. Only then did the blade begin to withdraw slowly. Meanwhile, Mayama had already activated the 9 turns divine art, his entire body appearing as though drenched in blood, and raised his spiked hammer, bringing it down mercilessly upon the Countess. Her expression shifted dramatically as she hastily abandoned the blade, rolling on the ground to evade the relentless strike. With a roar, the earth around the tower began to heave, and grotesque hands clawed through the soil, awakening the skeletal mage that had lain dormant beneath the ground. Mayama quickly divided his focus, commanding the skeletal warriors at the side to swing their axes down upon the still-rising skeletal mage. Recognizing the peril, the Countess turned and dashed towards the tower, knowing that if she could reach it, the creatures within would surely rend their enemies to shreds. However, at that moment, Mayama had positioned himself firmly at the entrance of the tower. As the spiked hammer loomed larger in her vision, the Countess let out a helpless roar before falling silent. Mayama disregarded the Countess's discarded belongings and hurriedly released a wave of necrotic energy, rushing into the tower. In the cellar at the base of the tower, the once vibrant Valentine now lay motionless on the cold floor. Mayama rushed over, cradling Valentine and softly calling his name. After a long while, Valentine finally stirred, opening his pale lips to say, "Brother, I didn't disgrace you. I defeated that scoundrel." Days later, in the hall of the Rog camp, draped in black curtains, a coffin adorned with intricate designs rested in the center. A middle-aged woman clad in black wept loudly over the coffin, calling out Sam Turner's name hoarsely. Sam Jones stood beside the coffin, clad in a black dress, his shoulders shaking as tears streamed down his face, though his lips could utter no sound. Inside the coffin, the wound on Sam Turner's waist had begun to rot, oozing green blood that stained the white cloth covering him in a sinister hue. His pale face was shrouded in a greenish glow, and his wide-open eyes seemed to narrate the astonishment of his final moments. Sam Wallach, his eyes bloodshot, brought his spiked hammer down heavily upon the ground, producing a thunderous sound. He shouted towards Akira, seated on the dais. "The faithful servant of the divine has been wronged and died in the wilderness. Rog Academy must deliver the despicable forsaker of the divine to the public for an explanation today." At that moment, Carr Norton had shaved his unkempt beard, his handsome face radiating an air of scholarly elegance. He coldly smiled at Sam Wallach. "Mayama has already clarified the events. What further explanation do you seek?" As Carr Norton's words fell, a golden halo suddenly illuminated beneath Sam Wallach's feet. The spiked hammer in his hand gleamed with blinding white light, and a luminous hammer, formed of ethereal energy, shot forth from the spiked hammer, hurtling towards Carr Norton, quickly raising his staff and chanting an arcane incantation. For white bone shields materialized around Carr Norton in an instant, spinning rapidly. The incoming luminous hammer collided with the shields, resulting in a deafening explosion as the shields shattered into fragments. Laramori furrowed her brow, hastily extending her remaining right hand to catch the falling Carnorton. After regaining his balance, beads of sweat appeared on Carnorton's forehead, yet he stood tall, feigning nonchalance as he said, "Come on, keep fighting. Let's settle this outside the camp." He added, "My teacher had the courage to step outside the camp in search of truth. Today, I too have the courage to protect the truth with my life." Though Carnormary said nothing, she firmly grasped Carnorton's left hand, standing resolutely beside him. Their slender forms resembled a towering dam, shielding against Sam Wallach's aggressive stance, creating a small haven of tranquility for Mayama. Sam Wallach, with one hand gripping the spiked hammer and the other on his hip, angrily proclaimed, "The despicable forsaker of the divine dares to compare himself with the noble servant of the divine. Your teacher died outside the camp because he insulted the dead and conspired with the demon king, committing heinous acts that warranted divine punishment. It is a just fate. Meanwhile, my noble family, the Sams, has served beside the divine for generations. Serving the divine is our sacred duty." Upon hearing Sam Wallach's words, Mayama tightly pressed his lips together, his cheeks twitching furiously, reveling inwardly at the irony of such grandiloquent rhetoric from a mere sycophant. Akira, having endured the tragic battles against the monstrous siege, held a clearer understanding of the significance of vocation and regarded Sam Wallach's fallacies with disdain. With a serious demeanor, she struck the table before her, exclaiming, "What is all this commotion? Sam Wallach, how many times must I tell you? Different professions only signify different skills. There is no hierarchy of superiority or inferiority. You are merely a servant of the divine, not the divine itself. Please remember this." She turned her piercing gaze upon the still sobbing Sam Jones, commanding, "Speak the truth about what you witnessed in the Black Wastes." Sam Jones wiped her tears, glancing between the lifeless figure of her brother in the coffin and the smirking Mayama in the corner of the hall, clenching her fists tightly. Her sharp nails dug deep into her flesh. If it weren't for that wretched forsaker of the divine, her brother Wuden have ventured beyond the camp. Wuden have entangled himself with the mysterious, and Wuden have lost his precious life. Why should that despicable, filthy forsaker of the divine thrive while her brother lay forever still at such a tender age? Kill him. Kill the damned forsaker of the divine to avenge my brother. Seeing his daughter's prolonged silence, Sam Wallach approached her, placing his large hand firmly upon her shoulder, saying, "My dear daughter, speak of all that you have seen. No one may bully the faithful servants of the divine under his glory." Sam Jones abruptly raised her head, her eyes ablaze with hatred, and pointed her right hand fiercely at Mayama, declaring, "I wore the family's invisibility cloak to venture into the Black Wastes to rescue my missing brother. As I caught sight of my younger brother from a distance, he was supporting the injured Valentine, preparing to head towards the teleportation magic circle. Unexpectedly, Mayama, accompanied by the Countess, appeared behind him. In an effort to protect Valentine, my brother engaged in a fierce battle with the Countess, but ultimately succumbed, being fatally stabbed by her curved dagger. After Mayama, along with the wounded Valentine and the Countess, departed, I hurriedly rushed over, only to find my brother already lifeless." Upon hearing Sam Jones's words, a surge of anger erupted from the depths of Mayama's being, instantly clouding his mind. Having selflessly saved her life, he found himself now accused of wrongdoing. Striding out from behind Carnarton, he shouted at Sam Jones, "You wretched woman! Your brother provoked Valentine into a duel, luring him out of the camp, only to betray him to the Countess. When the Countess killed your brother before your eyes, you merely cowered behind your shield." Trembling in fear, Sam Wallach immediately positioned himself in front of Sam Jones, glaring at Mayama with malice. "The Forsaken One speaks nothing but lies." Carnarton quickly pulled Mayama behind him, raising his wand towards Sam Wallach. "At least we had the courage to leave the camp. Where were you during the siege by the monstrous horde?" Seeing that the two were on the verge of a physical confrontation, Akira felt helpless. Mayama had just returned to Rogue's camp and had not yet had the chance to inquire in detail. Sam Wallach, meanwhile, stormed into the academy with the corpse of Sam Turner, demanding that the Necromancer Academy surrender the murderer. Although Mayama operated shrouded in mystery within the academy, he always put forth great effort regarding matters within its walls. In contrast, Sam Turner was just as arrogant and disdainful as his father, Sam Wallach, though he proclaimed himself a servant of the divine. His every action suggested he considered himself a representative of the gods. While he could glean fragments of events through divination, the costs were exorbitant. This time, he had made an exception to search for these two children, and all clues pointed to a mysterious assailant responsible for the horrific siege years ago. To prevent further actions from this enigmatic attacker, there were no additional resources to devote to identifying the murderer. Striking the table heavily to quell the dispute, he leaned towards Shelley and inquired, "What is the status of Valentine?" Shelley furrowed her brow and shook her head at Akira. "I just checked on him this morning. He has not eaten for an extended period, and the toxic gases in the cellar have left his body exceedingly weak. I cannot say when he might awaken." Standing below, Sam Wallach bellowed upon hearing Shelley's words, a bright yellow aura of power flaring beneath him. Removing his light green tower shield from his back, he slowly enveloped his spiked mace with a towering light hammer formed from spiritual energy. Bowing slightly, he prepared to charge at Mayama and the others, shouting at Akira, "If you do not hand over this murderer to me, I will take matters into my own hands." Suddenly, the tables and chairs around Akira crashed to the ground. Her purple robe billowed as she levitated into the air, her spiritual pressure surging forth. A bolt of lightning flickering at her fingertips. "Sam Wallach, you had better not force my hand. Otherwise, you shall not escape either." "Huh. The noble servant of the divine shall fall before the filthy forsaken," he retorted. "Tell me, how am I to restrain myself?" Carnatan quickly shielded Mayama and Carl Marie behind him. Though Sam Wallach had not fought monsters in a long time, he was nonetheless a formidable opponent, a veteran of the same era as his teacher. Akira had already suffered injuries from the last siege, and should she unleash her full strength again, it would undoubtedly result in a significant backlash. If another siege were to occur on the Blood Moon, when Anariel once more led her assault, no one would be able to stop her. For the sake of the greater good of Rogue's Camp, Akira might not assist this time, having retreated once already. She could not afford to do so again for the sake of her loved ones and friends. Raising her staff, a clay golem slowly emerged from the earth. With another wave of her staff, white bone shields surrounded her, standing proudly before Mayama and Carl Marie. Carl Marie seemed to sense Carnatan's intentions and quickly stepped forward to stand beside her beloved. "This time, no one shall separate us." Mayama tightly gripped the helmet wrapped in his package. The Countess had just dropped the 4th rune, completing the materials for the shadow cloak. The cloak naturally possessed the ability to shield against magical attacks, and while he initially intended to keep such a precious piece of equipment hidden, if Sam Wallach truly turned hostile, he could not bear to watch Carnatan sacrifice himself for his sake. At that moment, Sam Wallach was seething with rage. As a representative of the divine among mortals, he had always been suppressed by Akira and others. This time, he sought not only vengeance for his son but also to vanquish Akira, allowing the divine light to once again shine upon Rogue's Camp, making all who looked down upon him wallow in regret. Lifting his spiked mace high, a blindingly large hammer shot forth from its head towards Mayama and the others. Meanwhile, Sam Wallach, exhausted and panting heavily, could no longer maintain his strength. With a resounding crash, the light hammer collided with the clay golem that stood in defense of the group. As the clay golem raised its arms to block the hammer, debris scattered in all directions, and the sound of cracking echoed as fissures spread across its form like a spider's web. In the next moment, the golem shattered into a pile of earth, the hammer barreling through the dust, relentlessly charging towards Carnatan. Carnatan glanced at the woman beside him, realizing that after their brief reunion, they faced yet another life-or-death situation. However, that young man had already proven with his life that he was worthy of being protected. At that moment, the woman beside him cast a gentle glance in his direction, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. They both nodded firmly, resolutely raising their bone shields to meet the oncoming light hammer. Yet suddenly, a deep purple light flickered before them, enveloping them as if shrouded in a violet veil, halting the furious advance of the hammer before that profound purple hue. Mayama found himself standing beside Carl Norton, his body tense and awkward yet filled with joy as he exclaimed, "Brother, we shall bear this burden together. Indeed, together we shall." In that moment, it felt as if his teacher, accompanied by his fellow disciples, had returned to his side, uniting them once more. Grasping the hand of his beloved tightly, they raised their bone shield and advanced together. The shadowy cloak met the radiant hammer, producing a creaking sound, as though it might shatter at any moment. Sam Wallach widened his eyes in astonishment at the sight of Mayama adorned with a bone helmet featuring 2 curved horns. A surge of greed welled up within him. It was the legendary helm of the underworld, undoubtedly a divine gift. If he could seize this helmet, what would Akira amount to? The Rogue Camp would be within his grasp. He hastily consumed a vial of blue potion, an unsettling flush spreading across his face. Raising his spiked hammer once more, another colossal hammer began to materialize. Akira, too, wore a look of disbelief. She had initially intended to let Sam Wallach teach this mysterious individual a lesson to prevent any reckless actions. Little did she expect this enigmatic figure to acquire the helm of the underworld. Should it fall into Sam Wallach's hands, her magic would be significantly diminished in its effect upon him. The balance of power would become uncertain. If she could not subdue Sam Wallach, the rogue camp would fall into the hands of this arrogant individual. Before Anariel could strike, the rogue camp was already engulfed in turmoil. Quickly chanting an incantation, a bone-chilling cold began to sweep through the hall, causing the sharp edges of tables and chairs to glisten with frost. Dark clouds began to gather above Akira's head, lightning dancing within them, while hailstones the size of human heads sparkled ominously. At that moment, Carl Norton's bone shield was covered in cracks, on the verge of shattering. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as a javelin burst through the hall's entrance, maintaining its speed as it struck Carl Norton's steadfast hammer. In an instant, the hammer disintegrated like foam meeting flame, vanishing in a burst of ethereal light. Another javelin, propelled by the wind, hurtled towards Sam Wallach. His expression changed drastically. Who is it? Who could possibly unleash such a formidable attack within the camp, aside from Akira? The javelin approached swiftly, prompting Sam Wallach to raise his tower shield, seeking refuge behind its towering presence. Then came a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of the rogue camp, as if an ancient beast had awakened from slumber. Sam Wallach stood frozen, his eyes bloodshot, engulfed by an overwhelming fear that gripped him like a vice. His left hand, once clutching the tower shield, fell limp, as if his very soul had been extracted by a dark lord. He remained paralyzed, staring at the rapidly approaching javelin, his body rendered immobile by sheer terror. Another resounding crash. The javelin struck his breastplate unimpeded, shattering it into fragments, before sending him crashing against the wall. With a gasp, Sam Wallach spat a pool of blood, his chest charred and the gory wound revealing glimpses of stark, white bone beneath. Yet, he appeared oblivious to the pain, his hands shielding his head as he cowered in the corner like a frightened ostrich. Mayama observed the petrified Sam Wallach with curiosity, pondering who could instill such fear in him. Just then, a fully armored warrior entered through the open hall doors, brandishing a javelin, flanked by Valentine and his father. The newcomer donned chainmail, his helmet resembling a howling wolf's head, while hefting multiple heavy javelins upon his back. Yet, he moved with remarkable agility, as if his armor bore no weight. "It's you. You were supposed to be dead." Sam Wallach quivered behind the wall, resembling a frightened chick before a fearsome predator. Meanwhile, Akira's face lit up with excitement as she waved away the gathering storm clouds. "Chasai, you have returned. Did you find the heraldic hammer?" "Yes, I have returned." Chasai replied with a hearty smile directed at Akira, then approached Sam Wallach, picking up the javelin that had fallen to the ground and striking him soundly on the head, akin to disciplining a wayward dog. "While we old folks fought valiantly on the front lines against the demons, you, cowered in the church, trembling with fear. Though we managed to repel the demons, many of us are now dead or wounded, and now it's your turn to emerge and flaunt your prowess." Despite his disdain for Sam Wallach's actions, Chasai refrained from inflicting lethal harm, each strike serving more as a reprimand to a disappointing brother. Though Sam Wallach's face was bruised, his life was not in peril. Valentine, covered in bandages, hopped over to Mayama's side, tightly embracing his arm. Having endured prolonged deprivation and the effects of toxic fumes, his lips remained pale, yet he laughed heartily, saying, "Brother, fear not. The clan leader has returned. No one shall bully us again." Turning to Akira, he solemnly placed his right hand over his heart and declared, "I swear by the honor of the barbarians that every word I speak is the truth." That day after school, I was the last to leave. Sam Turner cornered me by the bridge at the academy's back entrance, incessantly insulting necromancers and challenging me to a duel. The honor of a barbarian would not permit me to remain indifferent while my friend was insulted, so I accepted his challenge and followed him out of the camp. To my surprise, he sprinted further away into the wilderness, and fearing for his safety, I pursued him. Unexpectedly, a mysterious assailant emerged from behind a boulder and knocked me unconscious. "You lie? You all lie?" Sam Wallach groaned weakly, still defiant on the ground. Seeing Sam Wallach's obstinacy, Chasai yanked Sam Jones forward, bellowing, "Look into my eyes." He instantly activated his skill, or cry. Sam Wallach's face flushed crimson as a purifying aura radiated beneath him, attempting to dispel his daughter's negative state. But Sam Jones appeared dazed, as though lost in a vast, white void, with a monstrous beast fixated on his soul. Chasai kicked Sam Wallach to the ground, causing him to spit another mouthful of blood, the purifying aura flickering for a moment before fading into stillness. Overreaching yourself, Chasai sneered coldly. What did you truly witness in the Black Wastes? Sam Jones, resembling a soulless automaton, replied with vacant eyes. I stole the invisibility cloak from home and secretly followed my ama to the Black Wastes. Outside the tower, my brother, accompanied by the mysterious assailant and the Countess, attacked my ama. Akira's fury surged. In her mind, Sam Turner was merely a spoiled child, somewhat arrogant due to his father's indulgence. Yet, she was taken aback to discover that he had conspired with demons to betray his own kin. She slammed her heavy staff against the ground, exclaiming, Sam Wallach, what do you have to say for your son's actions? Sam Wallach lifted his somber head, a cold smile gracing his lips. You wretched, lowly beings dare to compare yourselves with us, the noble servants of the divine. As he spoke, he produced a short sword adorned with an intricate cross from his bosom, and began to chant an esoteric incantation with fervent devotion. Streams of ethereal light danced across the blade, erupting in blinding radiance. In the next moment, he traced the air with the sword, conjuring a luminous portal adorned with ancient patterns in the center of the hall. Sam Wallach's face contorted in madness. I am the proud servant of the divine, Sam Wallach. Today, the divine will descend upon the mortal realm because of me. With that proclamation, he plunged the short sword into his own heart without hesitation, a torrent of blood gushing forth into the portal. The portal brightened, while his hair rapidly transformed from ebony to white, and wrinkles crept across his visage in the blink of an eye. What had once been a tall, upright figure now resembled an aged, decrepit man. In his hopeful gaze, the portal gradually opened, yet instead of the angels he longed for, a tumultuous surge of demonic energy emerged. Desperate, Sam attempted to withdraw the sword, but it had seemingly taken root within him, mercilessly draining his last vestiges of life. When Sam Turner beheld the man in white robes who claimed to be a god, the pure power of light rendered him entranced. The divine had bestowed upon him this sword, and in a critical moment, it would summon angels to vanquish the reincarnated demon lord, Mishan. The divine would also shower Rog Camp with holy light, and he would rise as the new leader of Rog Camp. Regret washed over him as he gazed at the unfolding scene, wishing it were merely a dream, wishing that mysterious man had never appeared. Yet, his mouth could no longer utter a sound, and the world around him faded into a blur. With a thunderous crash, Sam Wallach collapsed to the ground, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Chassis roared and leaped forward, spear in hand, striking at the portal. The heavy spear collided with the portal, producing a deafening sound. Yet the formed portal merely shuddered twice before resolutely continuing to open. Two curved, pointed edges emerged from the portal, and a serpentine bolt of electricity coiled between them, bathing the entire hall in brilliant blue hues. In the next instant, the academy was engulfed in violent tremors as a column of fire erupted skyward. Valentine cried out, breaking free from his father's embrace, charging fearlessly into the heart of the blazing explosion. Meanwhile, Sam Jones knelt, dazed, observing the panicked, weeping crowd as if watching a silent drama unfold. Everything was lost. His father, his brother, and the faith he held dear crumbled in a single day. As the flames in the center of the hall gradually receded, the intense heat transformed the clay golem into a shimmering glass-like statue. Mishan lay within, charred and unresponsive. Valentine rushed to him, tears staining his face. Brother, wake up. We haven't had the chance to compete in weightlifting yet. Akira stood nearby, letting out a heavy sigh. Upon Mishan's arrival at the academy, she had sensed a glimmer of hope for the future in him. He had, indeed, become the first among the new students to receive a response from the divine. While others struggled against the abyssal sorcerers, Mishan had ventured deep into the Black Wastes, facing the Countess alone. Though Mishan's powers escalated swiftly, the mysterious assailant and Sam Wallach seemed fixated on him, unwilling to relent. Carla tightly embraced Carl Norton, weeping softly. Mishan had always acted as a protective brother, striving to uphold the integrity of the Necromancer Academy. He had returned to find support at Rog Camp, only to be separated again so soon. In the boundless darkness, a colossal crimson beast lay in deep slumber, its massive frame reminiscent of a small mountain, barely discernible in the shadows. The beast bore two curved horns atop its head, while sword-like spikes jutted menacingly from its back. Mi-Shan gazed at the creature without a trace of fear, instead feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if the one slumbering in the darkness was not the beast, but himself. When Sam Wallach drew forth the sword, the radiant power that erupted from it sent shivers down Mi-Shan's spine. It mirrored the force of the mysterious assailant's attack. Alarmed, Mi-Shan summoned a clay golem to shield himself while enveloping himself in a shadowy cloak. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as an overwhelming pain engulfed him, every inch of his body feeling as though it had been trampled by a colossal vehicle. Slowly, Mi-Shan awoke, finding Valentine sprawled atop him, akin to a mountain pressing down, rendering him breathless. He attempted to push Valentine away, but his arms felt as heavy as lead, devoid of any strength. Taking a deep breath, his lungs wheezed painfully, prompting a series of coughs, through which he managed to utter, "Brother, could you please move? Thank goodness, you're awake," Valentine exclaimed, wiping his tears and snot away in a rush. Gazing at Mi-Shan with joy, Mi-Shan labored to expel the remaining dust from his throat, weakly responding, "I would have survived. But if you had pressed down any harder, I might have perished." Oh. Valentine scrambled to the side in a flurry, terrified of having suffocated his brother. "How do you feel?" Akira inquired, astonished by Mi-Shan's resilience against such a degree of attack. It was unexpected, while the divine protection could mitigate much magical harm. Necromancers were universally recognized for their frail defenses. As their levels increased, the necromancer's aura intensified, adversely affecting their physical condition. Many necromancers succumbed in their prime due to the frailty of their bodies. Mi-Shan activated the skyward demon technique, feeling a parched sensation in his dantian. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to channel a sliver of magical energy, though his meridians resembled a bombarded highway, pockmarked and uneven. His bones felt as though they had been crushed beneath a heavy truck, fractures outnumbering intact pieces. Mi-Shan offered Akira a wry smile. "I fear I am not in the best shape." Akira produced a vial of purple potion from her robe, administering it to Mi-Shan. "This is a small recovery potion. It will instantly restore some of your strength and heal your injuries." The potion slid down his throat, and Mi-Shan felt a surge of energy coursing through him, the pain from his wounds easing. His arms regained a modicum of strength, and he removed his damaged helmet. A significant crack marred its surface, rendering it unusable. At that moment, Chassis approached, taking the helmet from Mi-Shan's hands for inspection. "Since returning to camp, I've heard Valentine rave about his formidable elder brother. I never expected your luck to be so fortuitous, managing to gather the materials for the skyward helmet. Just leave the helmet to me. I happen to have recovered the heraldic hammer that was lost in the wild." "The heraldic hammer?" Mi-Shan gazed at Chassis in confusion. Chassis retrieved a golden forging hammer, intricately adorned with engravings, and presented it to Mi-Shan. "An ordinary hammer can only repair standard equipment, but the heraldic hammer is capable of restoring magical gear. It was lost during a monster siege years ago, and it took me nearly a year to retrieve it. Recently, you have been residing within the academy to avoid unexpected ambushes," Akira expressed with concern. Mayama, feeling the pulsating energy of the enchanted orb nestled in his pocket, resolutely declined Akira's suggestion. A month later, seated cross-legged on his bed, Mayama noticed the diminishing magical energy within the orb until it ultimately shattered into countless fragments. Upon the death of the Countess, aside from dropping the fourth rune and the orb brimming with magical energy, no trace of magic was released. Slowly opening his eyes, under the full operation of the heaven-supporting demon decision, not only had Mayama completely healed from his injuries, but he had also transcended to the 7th level of Qi cultivation, drawing closer to the perfection of the Qi phase. The necromancer had also reached level 7, with each of its skills being formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Mayama resolved to reserve the additional skill points for critical moments to determine their allocation later. At that moment, Shelley pushed open the door, entering with a package in her arms. Upon learning of Mayama's injury, Shelley promptly concluded her trials and returned to the Rog camp to care for him. Handing the package to Mayama, she inquired with genuine concern, "Are you feeling better?" Inside the package was the heaven-bottom helmet that Chasai had asked her to deliver. Mayama waved his robust arms, making a face at Shelley. "Rest assured, my injuries have fully healed. Then I can't accompany you tomorrow. I must continue my trials," Shelley stated earnestly. Ever since she learned that Mayama could face the Countess alone, she felt a growing distance between them. Let me join you for the trials. Mayama had long wished to repay this lovely girl for always being by his side during his injuries. However, Shelley shook her head vigorously. No, your level is too far behind mine. Accompanying me in the trials would yield you little experience. With that, she dashed out of the room. Opening the package revealed a pristine heaven-bottom helmet before him. The large crack that once marred the helmet had vanished, giving it a new lease on life. In the Xianhuan continent, Mayama gradually opened his eyes and, after careful consideration, decided to return to the Xianhuan continent to assess the current situation before charting his subsequent plans. Upon noticing Mayama awakening from his meditation, Linger swiftly approached him. A few days ago, a yellow talisman flew to the defensive array, flickering incessantly. Mayama walked to the entrance of the cave, reaching out to remove the yellow talisman from the defensive array. An elderly voice echoed in his mind, instructing him to proceed to the main hall of the Qingyun Temple to accept a task from the sect leader. Mayama released the barrier of his storage ring and inquired of Elder Su. Isn't it typically the outer sect elders who issue tasks? Why would the sect leader also release one? Elder Su, sensing Mayama's advancement, realized that in less than a month, he had broken through to the 7th level of Qi cultivation. He felt a wave of astonishment. While the Qi phase was the easiest to break through for those from affluent sects, for ordinary individuals, each stage in the later Qi phase could potentially trap them for a lifetime. Although Mayama possessed a mixed spiritual root, he was undoubtedly a genius in body refinement. Typically, sect tasks were issued and executed by the outer sect, while the inner sect focused solely on cultivation. However, at times, senior members of the inner sect required special materials and lacked the time to search for them, leading them to release tasks for the disciples below to complete. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Su continued, "Yet it is also possible that the inner sect has noticed the anomaly in my soul lamp and is using the sect task as a pretext to draw you out of the Qingyun Temple. After all, among my direct disciples, you are the weakest and thus the easiest to capture." Mayama furrowed his brow and asked, "Is it possible to refuse?" Elder Su shook his head in dismay. Only elite disciples at the foundation establishment stage have the right to decline less critical tasks. If a Qi cultivation disciple receives a summoning yellow talisman and fails to report within 3 days, enforcement disciples will come to detain them on the grounds of refusing a sect task. Thus, regardless of whether you choose to go or not, the inner sect has grounds to apprehend you. If you refuse, and enforcement disciples come knocking, you will have no room for negotiation. With Elder Su's remaining bit of divine soul, he certainly cannot argue with the inner sect on your behalf. If you execute the sect task, once you leave the Qingyun Temple, you may find a glimmer of hope for survival. Mayama then inquired of Linger, "What is the progress of the heaven-supporting demon decision cultivation?" Initially, when I began my cultivation, the magical energy in the air was sparse and nearly impossible to absorb. But one day, while meditating, my mind wandered to the time the young master fought valiantly against the spirit stone worm in the mine. To my surprise, a surge of magical energy suddenly rose from within me. I thought I had misaligned my cultivation. Yet, as I continued to envision the young master's image, the magical energy surged forth from my heart. Remarkably, 10 days later, I broke through to the 1st level of Qi cultivation, Linger promptly replied. Upon hearing Linger's words, Mayama's brow furrowed in concern. The notion that visualizing his own image could summon magical energy troubled him. This included the colossal creature he had glimpsed during his unconscious state, as well as the secrets Elder Su dared not disclose about his experiences within his sea of consciousness. Did he truly harbor some hidden secret within him? Thus began the journey of self-reflection. Upon entering the main hall of the Qingyun Temple for the first time, Mayama recalled that during the entrance examination, all successful disciples were required to attend a ceremony there. Unfortunately, he had been gravely injured during the assessment and had been dragged to the mines by Ma Fuqian immediately afterward. Not far from Elder Su's cave abode stood the main peak of Qingyun Temple, towering like a sword piercing the heavens. Before dawn, Mayama arrived at the foot of the peak, bowing respectfully 3 times. The first bow was to the heavens, acknowledging the indifferent forces of nature that, nonetheless, allow a glimmer of hope for mortals. The second bow honored the ancestors of Qingyun Temple, who had bravely paved the way for future generations in their quest for immortality. The third bow was a self-reflection. The path to enlightenment is fraught with challenges, and once embarked upon, one must pursue the Tao wholeheartedly, free from distractions. Legend has it that the main peak of Qingyun Temple leads directly to the heavenly realm, and those who reach its summit may ascend to immortality. This time, Mayama resolved to rely solely on his physical strength, ascending step by step without resorting to demonic energy. Before his journey, Elder Su had warned him that although the path to the peak did not truly grant ascension, traversing the path of heart without relying on spiritual energy would subject him to various illusions as tests. Successfully navigating this path would not only enhance his physical prowess, but also clarify his understanding of the Tao. At the peak's summit, there was a modest platform upon which stood an ancient Taoist temple, flanked by a bronze incense burner carved with images of mythical beasts. As Mayama stepped onto the first step, a lean middle-aged man clad in a blue Taoist robe suddenly opened his eyes, a radiant light shooting forth from them. Noticing Mayama's ascent along the path of heart, he turned to the young girl beside him, Jiao Chun, and instructed her to offer incense at the entrance. Jiao Chun, surprised, inquired, "Father, which inner disciple is attempting the path of heart again?" The lean man shot her a stern glance. "I have told you countless times to address me as the sect leader in Qingyun Temple. It is Mayama, the youngest disciple of Elder Su. Although Su and I have been rivals throughout our lives, I must admit his formidable will and determination. Despite his humble talents, he persevered through rigorous training to ultimately achieve the Golden Core stage, proving himself my equal, which is indeed admirable. I did not expect his disciple to possess such resolve, daring to traverse the path of heart." Jiao Chun felt intimidated by her father's glare. Though he often appeared like a frail old man, living in the temple, he maintained exceedingly high standards, and even the slightest misstep would earn her a reprimand. Shrinking back, she braced herself for a potential scolding, yet after a prolonged silence, he remained still. Peeking at her father, she noticed he had closed his eyes in meditation, allowing her to relax and revert to her unruly demeanor. Dismissing his praise of Mayama with a scoff, "Humph, that brat, if it weren't for the defensive array in the cave last time, I would have surely defeated him." Though the sect leader's face remained expressionless, he felt disappointment at Jiao Chen's words. While it is acceptable to disdain one's enemies, underestimating them is a grave mistake. He recalled how Su had once surprised him with a series of lethal maneuvers at a critical moment. Had he been careless, he might have lost the leadership of the sect. He was further dismayed to think that Jiao Chun, despite her connections, had once been humiliated by a rogue while accompanied by two qi refining disciples. Reflecting on his own legacy, he sighed, realizing that aside from Jiao Chun, he had left no other heirs. He decided to admonish her further, "You have all the resources and guidance you need at my side, yet you are still only at the 7th layer of qi refining." Meanwhile, Su's disciples are out in the field, guarding the mines without the benefits of elixirs or renowned mentors. You can only match him with your own blood to fuel talismans. Do you truly believe you have bested him? Taken aback by her father's words, Jiao Chen initially appeared stunned, but quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor. "Humph, having resources is a skill in itself. With my illustrious father, why should I compete with a mere commoner?" Despite her outward indifference, she dared not delay in fulfilling her father's commands. She retrieved 3 incense sticks, each the size of an adult's arm, from the offering table and proceeded toward the incense burner outside. The incense burner outside was adorned with 3 colossal beasts, guarding the bronze vessel. Upon reaching the burner, she recited an incantation, and a flame ignited at her fingertips. After lighting the incense, she bowed 3 times respectfully and prepared to return indoors. The sect leader felt a sense of helplessness. Jiao Chen's mother hailed from a royal lineage among mortals. In his youth, he had ventured into the human realm and formed a bond with her, but circumstances forced him to abandon her while fleeing back to Qingyun Temple. Unbeknownst to him, she had become pregnant and raised Jiao Chen alone, showering her with affection. After bringing Jiao Chen to the temple, she had grown accustomed to the privileges of being the sect leader's daughter, but with such talent and an unstable temperament, trouble was inevitable. "Stay outside and observe well." The sect leader's voice echoed from within. Jiao Chen glanced at the rising sun. Although it was still morning, its rays began to assert their power. Despite her internal grievances toward her father, she dared not voice them. Pouting, she gazed vacantly at the minuscule figure of Mayama at the foot of the mountain, her mind already calculating where to go for amusement that evening. Meanwhile, Mayama had ventured a few miles up the path when he began to sense something amiss. Ever since he had bowed 3 times to the peak, each step felt as though he was bearing the weight of a stone upon his back. Initially, he had dismissed it, But as he ascended, the burden intensified, transforming from a small rock into a boulder. And now it felt as if a small mountain was accumulating upon him. Sweat soaked his clothes, leaving a trail of marks on the steps. At that moment, a male disciple dressed in inner sect attire, one hand weaving a spell while the other grasped a young woman's hand, glided past him effortlessly, as if carried by a gentle breeze. Observing Mayama, drenched in sweat, the girl curiously asked the young man, "Chin Shige, what is that man doing?" Chin Shige smirked disdainfully. "Look at his shabby gray robe. He is clearly a destitute outer disciple. He must have listened to someone else's advice and come to tackle the path of heart, foolishly hoping to strengthen his physique and clear his mind. Yet, cultivation requires wealth, partners, techniques, and resources. How could a poor peasant like him ever succeed? Stay close to me, and the Chin family will ensure you live well." The young woman gazed at Mayama, whose face flushed with anger, veins bulging, resembling a glowing iron ball, causing the air around him to ripple. Each step he took forward was akin to an ancient demon passionately pursuing the sun. The sight of him struggling to climb sent a shiver down the young girl's spine, and an inner voice urged her to release the man's hand and strive to live with dignity. However, glancing up at the peak, which looked no larger than a fingernail from her vantage point halfway up the mountain, her burgeoning sense of self-worth dissipated in an instant. She felt as though the hand gripping hers was a chain connecting her to the realm of the divine. Foolish one. Why must I climb by myself when I could simply close my eyes and leap? From this moment forth, I shall ascend to be a lofty celestial being. With a playful tug on my garments, I turned to my senior brother Chin and smiled alluringly. "Brother Chin, you are truly remarkable." Despite his incessant boasts about how my presence in the Chin family would bring him great fortune, he had already calculated how easily this naive girl could be deceived. A mere display of my abilities had her eagerly signing a contract of servitude. With her triple spiritual roots, whether refining a dual cultivation elixir for myself or exchanging it for pills with Jiuyuanzi, she was a splendid asset. Meanwhile, Mishan was utterly indifferent to the two who had just brushed past him. The physical anguish was bearable for now, but as he embarked on the path of self-reflection, a voice in his ear grew clearer and more insistent. It buzzed incessantly, like a fly intruding upon his mind. Why must I endure this suffering to traverse the path of self-reflection? Would it not be more agreeable to hide away and revel in the world of darkness and destruction? That old dog Elder Su must have hoarded countless treasures. Extracting them would surely elevate me to the foundation-building stage. Why must I endure this torment? Why not declare that Elder Su has perished, offering the heavenly demon technique and the 9 turns divine art to the sect leader in exchange for a chance at survival? Why persist in living? One leap, and it would all be over. No more fear of the Wolf King's pursuit. No more dread of bloodshed within the inner sect. Jump, jump, jump. Mishan's gaze began to blur, his steps faltering as he climbed. The devilish voice within him grew ever more seductive. Leap down and be free. The sect leader, seated at the mountain's peak, closed his eyes, expecting this disciple to prove his resolve like Elder Su, only to find him faltering halfway. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted within Mishan, cleaving through the murky clouds like a bolt of lightning. Memories of Grandpa Fong, who had given him a bowl of congee, and Uncle Hu, who had sacrificed himself for righteousness, flashed through his mind like a film. For what purpose do we strive and persevere? In an instant, Mishan understood. I do not know why I seek immortality, but I know I wish to be a person, a dignified individual unbowed by oppression. His eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. A cold sweat drenching his back. He realized that his left foot had unknowingly stepped beyond the cliff's edge. One more step would mean death. The sect leader, witnessing Mishan's awakening, felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling the heavy pressure that had weighed down upon him. His spiritual energy surged, coursing through his meridians, pushing back the demonic energy that had been inflicted by Sam Wallach's attack. The hidden wounds began to surface, but as the demonic energy flowed, healing ensued. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of black blood, feeling a profound sense of release. The demonic energy flowed with newfound ease, alleviating the pressure of the Wolf King's pursuit. With a mighty roar, Mishan surged forward like the Monkey King breaking free from the five-fingered mountain, a blur racing toward the summit. Jiao Chun, standing at the entrance of the Taoist temple, watched with disdain as Mishan, who had once struggled for his life, suddenly accelerated. He feigned effort, but in truth, he relied on spiritual energy to ascend the mountain. You may not be as impressive as you think. This mission will surely cost you your life." The sect leader, upon hearing Mishan's roar, felt a twinge of envy. Since the founding of the Qingyun sect, those who had successfully traversed the path of self-reflection had left indelible marks in the sect's history. Who would have thought that Elder Su, nearing the end of his life, would take on such a promising disciple? Overcoming his inner demons, Mishan's pace quickened substantially, and within half a day, the ancient hall of the Qingyun sect loomed before him. Standing outside, he composed himself and bowed toward the temple. Outer sect disciple Liu, seeking an audience with the sect leader. Zhao Chun, fanning herself with a paper fan, rolled her eyes and said, "Go in, the sect leader awaits you." "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance." Mishan bowed respectfully, as if the previous conflict with Zhao Chun had never occurred. "Humph." Zhao Chun turned her head dismissively and walked into the temple, cursing inwardly. Had it not been for him, she would not have been sunbathing under the blazing sun for so long. Mishan offered a light smile, choosing not to argue, and followed Zhao Chun into the temple. Inside the towering hall, at its center stood the statue of the founding master, the Jiuyuanzi Taoist. Legend has it that in the area where the Qingyun sect is located, during the rainy season, a flood dragon would sweep eastward, devastating farms and villages, claiming countless lives. Eventually, a wandering Taoist arrived, slaying the dragon with his sword and establishing the Qingyun sect. The old Taoist was thereafter revered by the locals as the Dragon Taoist. On either side of the hall, the walls were lined with numerous clay statues, each representing a cultivator who had rendered great service to the Qingyun sect or past Golden Core elders. Upon entering the temple, Zhao Chun walked directly to the back of the seated sect leader in the center of the hall. Disciple Liu pays respects to the sect leader. Mishan, upon entering the grand hall, knelt at the entrance. "Have you recently been cultivating in your master Elder Su's cave?" the sect leader inquired. Mishan's heart sank. It was indeed about Elder Su. Yet, he maintained his composure and replied, "I have recently been fortunate to receive guidance from my master, cultivating by his side." The sect leader gestured toward the oil lamps beneath the statue. "In recent days, your master's soul lamp has been flickering ominously. It seems he is unwell." Mishan looked up to see that, indeed, among the 5 oil lamps on the altar, the one on the far left flickered dimly as if it could extinguish at any moment, while the others shone brightly. Lowering his head again, Mishan continued, "After entering my master's cave, he provided guidance on certain cultivation issues, and I have been in solitary retreat ever since, until summoned by the sect leader. My master remains in retreat." Elder Su had warned Mishan beforehand that every cultivator has their own secrets. Within the Qingyun sect, as long as the elder's soul lamp remains lit, no one has the right to probe into the elder's cave. As long as Mishan insists that Elder Su is in retreat, the sect leader would not dare investigate. The sect leader smiled kindly at Mishan. His face creased with age. "I am an old friend of your master, having known him for several hundred years. Hearing that your master's lifespan is nearing its end, I have specially sought out a longevity pill. If your master requires it, please answer truthfully. Do not let your error delay your master's lifespan." Truly, an old fox. The entire Qingyun sect knew of the discord between the inner and outer sections. The sect leader sought to absorb the outer sect, turning it into a group of obedient slaves under his control. Meanwhile, Elder Su struggled to maintain his own interests, ensuring the outer sect was not swallowed up. As the sect leader successfully broke through to the mid-golden core stage, Elder Su failed in his breakthrough, and his lifespan began to dwindle. The disparity in their strengths gradually widened, with the sect leader slowly encroaching upon the outer sect, while Elder Su could only barely hold on to a few pillar industries, such as the mines. Though Mishan felt nothing but disdain for the sect leader's deceit, he still respectfully replied, "After receiving guidance from my master, he entered solitary retreat. I truly know nothing about my master's affairs." Upon seeing that Mishan was impervious to his advances, the sect leader's demeanor darkened, glaring coldly at Mishan. Behind him, Zhao Chun immediately raised her voice. "Last time, I reported to you, and you obstructed me at every turn. This time, the sect leader personally inquires, and you still resist. I suspect you harbor ill intentions, waiting for Elder Su's lifespan to wane so you can seize his treasures." As he spoke, he produced a whip from behind and approached Mayama, declaring, "Speak, or I shall have you executed for the crime of harming a fellow disciple." Mayama glanced up at the sect leader, whose face was dark and eyes closed, seemingly tacitly approving Zhao Chun's actions. quietly channeling the Tuatian demon art. He bit his tongue and replied, "Disciple truly does not know the current condition of Elder Su." No sooner had he finished speaking than a sharp crack resounded as Jiao Chen struck him forcefully across the back with the whip. A gasp escaped Mayama's lips. The rapid flow of his cultivation was abruptly halted, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Jiao Chen smirked coldly, saying, "You outer disciples are merely thick-skinned and devoid of other skills. This slave-driving whip can interrupt the flow of spiritual energy, specifically designed to punish tough-skinned ruffians like you. Now tell me, what has become of Elder Su? Speak, or I shall strike you dead." As his words fell, another crack echoed as the whip came crashing down on Mayama once more. Realizing the peril, Mayama understood that the other disciples of Elder Su had already fled Qingyun Temple. Sensing the impending danger, if the sect leader were to kill him, uncovering Elder Su's fate would become exceedingly difficult. Steeling himself, he gritted his teeth and resolved to endure. Disciple truly does not know Elder Su's condition. Yet, as soon as he finished, a series of fierce strikes rained down upon him from the whip. If Elder Su had indeed perished, killing this young man would sever any lead. Conversely, if Elder Su were still alive, slaying his disciple would unjustly provide grounds for Elder Su to turn against him. After a brief contemplation, the sect leader, with an expression of displeasure, called out to Jiao Chun, "Cease at once." However, Jiao Chun, his features contorted with rage, refused to relent. "How dare this wretched servant defy me, bringing punishment upon himself?" he thought, and with a final, feigned inability to halt his swing, he unleashed his full strength upon Mayama. Just then, a surge of alarm filled Mayama as he activated the shadow cloak ability from his helmet. The cloak could withstand magical damage, yet he was uncertain if it would protect against spiritual attacks. Regardless, he had no choice. If his dantians were breached by spiritual energy, he would be rendered incapacitated, if not dead. In the next moment, a tremendous force struck his back, and the pain of shattered fingers pierced his heart. Yet Mayama felt a flicker of relief as the spiritual energy dissipated upon entering his body. Glancing at the sect leader, whose face was livid with fury, Mayama seized the opportunity. He sank his consciousness into his mind, closed his eyes, and feigned a cry of agony, collapsing to the ground as if unconscious. "You ungrateful wretch! Look what you've done." The sect leader, witnessing Mayama lying motionless in a pool of blood, was consumed by rage. He sprang from his cushion and struck Jiao Chun with a resounding slap. "How dare you strike me for such a servant?" Jiao Chun exclaimed, momentarily stunned. After a moment, he pointed an accusing finger at the sect leader, shouting, "You have struck me countless times before, but now you defend this servant." "Servant? Do you even comprehend his significance?" The sect leader retorted. "If he dies, do you think you can simply seize Elder Su's lair?" He continued to berate Jiao Chun. "Do you have any idea how long I've waited for Elder Su to die? You wretched creature, why will you not listen?" The sect leader then approached Mayama, placing a hand on his pulse. At that moment, Mayama's heartbeat was faint, his spirit seemingly on the verge of departing. After a long while, the sect leader opened his eyes, filled with concern, and retrieved a blood-red pill from his storage pouch, placing it in Mayama's mouth. Jiao Chun, watching from the side, exclaimed, "The Red Moon Pill, a divine medicine for refining the body in the Qi gathering stage, and you are giving it to him? Humph! What do you know? As long as he survives, once we take down the outer sect, the Red Moon Pill will be as plentiful as we desire." The sect leader dismissed Jiao Chen's protest. As the pill entered his body, Mayama felt a warm current surge through his meridians, each part of his being greedily absorbing the long-awaited essence. "Oh, how delightful!" he almost cried out. After enduring the pain, he slowly awakened, tears and snot streaming down his face as he lamented to the sect leader. "I am wholeheartedly loyal to Qingyun Temple, truly unaware of Elder Su's current state." The sect leader, clearly annoyed, retreated a few steps, saying, I know. Another girl has been murdered in Qingyun City. You handled the last case, so you shall handle this one as well." Upon hearing this, Mayama wept even more. Attempting to crawl towards the sect leader, but with a sudden exertion, he collapsed once again, crying, "I would willingly shed blood for Qingyun Temple, yet I am gravely injured and cannot move." Jiao Chun, standing to the side, fumed, "You've received the Red Moon Pill. What more do you want?" Hearing Jiao Chen's rebuke, Mayama did not retort. Instead, he cried even louder. The sect leader threw a jade bottle heavily at Mayama's feet, saying, "Humph! Be cautious. You may have your life, but not the chance to spend it." Clutching the jade bottle to his chest, Mayama slowly rose, smiling through his tears, and declared, "Disciple shall bravely serve Qingyun Temple." He bowed to the sect leader and limped down the mountain. Once Mayama had departed, Jiaochen kicked the threshold in frustration, complaining to the sect leader. How could this red moon pill be given so easily to him? Humph! Is this not the result of your own misdeeds? If you mess up again, you will return to Qingshi City. With that, the sect leader closed his eyes, ignoring Jiaochen. As they approached Qingyun City, a cart set off from Qingyun Temple, swaying as it made its way toward the city. The driver was a lean man, unkempt and reeking of alcohol. "Young master, are we truly heading to Qingyun City?" The voice that emerged was distinctly feminine. Inside the cart, Mayama scolded softly, "Silence. We have already left Qingyun Temple. We cannot be too cautious. I have imparted the cultivation portion of the Tuatian demon art to you. Once we reach Qingyun City, you must find a place to hide with Dog Boy. Once it is safe, I will come for you." Sitting beside Mayama, Dog Boy looked up with hopeful eyes, asking, "Brother Immortal, will you truly come to find us?" Mayama affectionately ruffled Dog Boy's hair, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I promise to bring back your sister, and I will fulfill that promise." With that, Mayama closed his eyes and fell silent. The disguised driver, Linger, stole a wistful glance back at the cart before cracking the whip, urging the horses onward as they galloped down the official road, kicking up clouds of dust. This journey to Qingyun City to investigate the murders of young women would differ vastly from the last. Previously, capturing a few surface-level thieves sufficed. This time, regardless of whether the mastermind behind the killings could be found, the sect leader would have undoubtedly laid a web of traps throughout Qingyun City. If he failed to break through this web, being captured by the sect leader's people would surely lead to severe interrogation. Even if he were to perish in Qingyun City, he could always claim he was assaulted by villains while executing a mission, leaving no room for blame. Conversely, if he attempted to flee, the sect leader would have every justification to send people after him for evading his responsibilities. Thus, the only option left was to confront the traps set by the sect leader. Every action of a golden core cultivator within Qingyun Temple was meticulously monitored. After all, cultivators in the mid to late stages of foundation building are considered elite forces within the Qingyun Temple, not easily mobilized by the sect leader. It is likely that the highest cultivation level among those sent to Qingyun City by the sect leader is around the early foundation stage. Feeling the two fiery orbs within him, Mayama's heart settled somewhat. After consuming another Qi Yudan bestowed by the sect leader, the strength of Mayama's physical body surged significantly once again. He could finally endure the second stage of the 9 turns divine art. At that moment, the wheels of the galloping carriage unexpectedly rolled over a piece of rubble on the road, causing the carriage to sway violently. Mayama abruptly opened his eyes, leaned out of the carriage, and struck the reins wielder, Linger, sharply. With a resounding crack, the startled Linger pulled the reins, bringing the carriage to a halt by the roadside. Gazing blankly at Mayama, unsure of what to say, after stepping out of the carriage, Mayama pointed at Linger and berated her. "You wretched woman. How could you drive the carriage like that? You disturb my tranquility. Can you bear the consequences?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike her again. "My lord, it's dark. I couldn't see the stones on the road. I've disturbed your peace. I deserve to die." Linger immediately knelt, bowing her head and apologizing repeatedly. Yet her voice was that of a horseman. Mayama kicked Linger down to the roadside, toppling her into a patch of weeds. He reached out, ready to untie the horses. Using her hands and feet, Linger crawled to Mayama's feet, grasping his trouser leg and stuttering, "My lord, I beg you, have mercy. My son and I rely on this carriage for our livelihood. Get lost. You have disturbed me. I've shown you mercy by not taking your life." Mayama kicked her once more, turned, and limped back onto his horse, shaking the reins and charging towards Qingyun City. After returning from the main hall of Qingyun Temple yesterday, Mayama had instructed Linger to hire a carriage to bring him to the temple. When the driver arrived, he took advantage of the night to knock him unconscious and hide him in the bushes. He then disguised Linger as the driver, and she drove the carriage towards Qingyun City. Linger's mastery of her transformation technique had grown increasingly refined, even controlling the small muscles in her throat with ease. Mayama hoped that this time, Linger could find a place for her son to hide, away from the chaos of war. As he rode towards Qingyun City, he contemplated these thoughts. Meanwhile, hidden among the bushes, Mao Ziwang whispered to his companion, "Jiaoqing, this lad is still limping. He wouldn't have hesitated to consume the chi blood dam bestowed by the sect leader, would he? Zhao Qing's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded. Hurry and send a message to Uncle Bai, telling him not to come. Once we reach Qingyuan City, you go and deal with that boy and bring back the chi blood dam. Mao Ziwang promptly produced a yellow talisman from his pocket, uttering a few words, after which the talisman transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished into the sky. At this moment, Mayama had already ridden far away. Zhao Qing led Mao Ziwang out of the woods and approached Linger, who was still crying by the roadside. Hey, why are you crying over there? Zhao Qing inquired, fanning herself. Linger was taken aback, realizing the young master's keen perception had detected someone following them from such a distance. She had been instructed to cry by the roadside for a while to deter any investigations. Hearing Zhao Qing's question, Linger cried even louder. That man hired my carriage to Qingyuan City, but halfway through, he stole my horse. How will my child and I survive? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing laughed maniacally. That wretched slave pretended to be respectful in front of my father, but once outside Qingyuan Temple, she revealed her true self and resorted to stealing a commoner's horse. This time, she will surely pay with her life. Mao Ziwang, go and reward that coachman with a bit of silver. Mao Ziwang rummaged through his storage pouch for a long time, but found no silver, ultimately tossing a piece of spirit stone that had been drained of its energy to Linger. Linger held the spirit stone fragment in her hands, repeatedly bowing to Zhao Qing. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Zhao Qing straightened her back, seemingly pleased, and waved her hand, leading Mao Ziwang towards Qingyuan City. Meanwhile, riding on horseback, Mayama could see Qingyuan City drawing near. Dressed in a flying fish uniform, Officer Zhang waited at the city gate as he had last time. Upon seeing Mayama approaching on horseback, Zhang immediately beamed with a smile and greeted him with clasped hands. Young hero, I did not expect to see you again after such a long time. It seems I must trouble you once more. Mayama dismounted and returned the salute with clasped hands. It is no trouble at all. It is merely my duty. Where is the body? Let us first examine the remains. Young hero, you remain as kind-hearted as ever, embodying the spirit of a chivalrous man. Let us proceed to view the body. Zhang led Mayama ahead. The corpse was still in the same dim and damp coroner's chamber as last time. Mayama asked Zhang, where was this body discovered? Zhang immediately replied, just like last time. It was found in the river west of the city. Logically speaking, young hero, you apprehended the murderer last time. How could there be another victim? What about the victim's background? Mayama inquired again. I do not know the details of the victim's background. No one has come to report it thus far, Zhang shrugged. Who would bother to investigate the deaths of nameless individuals, especially those who would not even step into the refugee district? Although Mayama felt disdain for Zhang's feigned sense of duty, he maintained a stoic expression while discussing the case. The two conversed as they swiftly made their way to the coroner's chamber. As they entered, Mayama noticed that instead of a young girl, the body lying there was that of an adult woman in her 20s or 30s, each adorned with heavy makeup and wearing revealing clothing. As Mayama approached the corpse, a strong scent of perfume assaulted his senses, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. He summoned his demonic energy to envelop his palm and lifted the short jacket covering one of the corpses. The pale gray skin was marked by large red welts, and some areas were already beginning to fester and decay. The joints of the limbs were grotesquely swollen and dislocated. This was no case of rape leading to death. These were clear signs of late-stage venereal disease. After covering the female corpse, Mayama glared at Zhang. Is this what you call a case of rape leading to death? Zhang recoiled slightly. These corpses were found in the city's western moat, all in disarray. Could it not be a case of rape leading to death? Realizing that his visit was not genuinely for solving a case, but rather to placate the sect leader and others, Mayama chuckled heartily. Officer Zhang, you have solved countless major cases over the years. Your experience in corpse examination must be invaluable. If you say it was a case of rape leading to death, then it must be so. No, my experience is nothing compared to yours. Young hero, Zhang quickly waved his hands. The last case of rape and murder was entirely due to your efforts. Mayama repeatedly patted Zhang's hand, as if truly acknowledging Zhang's significant contributions to the previous case. This time, we will need your great efforts once more. Your praise is excessive. Please feel free to give any orders. Look, the sun is about to set. I have reserved a table at the Laifu Inn, where we can discuss the case over a meal. Mayama immediately put away his smile, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Zhang. We cannot indulge in drinking while on duty. How about this? You pack the food into a box and bring it to the courtyard here. We can work through our meal. In Qingyun City, one cannot trust anyone easily. It's possible that the sect leader's people are lying in wait within the Lifuen, with his concerns weighing on him. Mayama finished speaking and took the lead towards the courtyard outside the coroner's chamber. Zhang, the constable, was momentarily taken aback, and it took him a while to regain his composure. He lifted his leg and kicked the person beside him, exclaiming, "Hurry and bring back the food and drink." The person, bending close to Zhang's ear, whispered, "This young master has instructed us to leave him at the inn. Can we do so here at the yamen instead? Are you seeking death?" The individual from Qingyun Temple is clearly a practitioner of the ethereal arts, and that young master is dressed in finery, unmistakably the scion of a wealthy family. If these two engage in a battle of wits, we mere mortals would be utterly outmatched. He continued, "As long as we ensure they remain within Qingyun City, the rest is beyond our concern." "Indeed, you speak wisely." Zhang nodded, and the man hurriedly dashed outside. By the time Zhang's men returned with the food and drink, night had fully descended, and a slender crescent moon hung high in the sky. The crowd hurriedly set up tables and benches, lighting candles in the courtyard. Zhang welcomed Mishan to the table, sitting beside him while his subordinates dared to gather around. Mishan noticed that Zhang and the others were visibly anxious, avoiding his gaze. A cold smile crept across Mishan's face during his last visit to Qingyun City. Although Zhang had treated him courteously, he had not been so apprehensive. It seemed that several of those who conspired to harm him had found their way into Zhang's company. Despite his displeasure, Mishan maintained a facade of politeness, raising his cup toward Zhang and saying, "Another murder has occurred in Qingyun City. Constable Zhang has worked tirelessly to solve the case." Upon hearing Mishan's toast, Zhang quickly lifted his cup, but when he met Mishan's penetrating gaze, he felt as if a sharp light pierced through his disguise, reaching deep into his heart. Could it be that this gentleman had discerned their plot? If he had seen through it, why not return to Qingyun Temple immediately instead of lingering in the city? Unsettled, Zhang's hands trembled, causing the wine in his cup to spill. Mishan let out a cold laugh and slammed his cup onto the table, declaring, "It appears Constable Zhang does not welcome me." Upon hearing this, beads of sweat broke out on Zhang's forehead. Trembling, he filled his cup again, closed his eyes, and swallowed it all in one gulp, warmth flooding his heart. He felt somewhat steadied and filled his cup once more, bowing to Mishan, "Celestial Master, you are a heavenly being. We mere mortals cannot help but feel nervous in your presence. I hope you will forgive us." Mishan thought to himself that Zhang still held some value tonight. If he were to frighten him into a stupor, their performance would falter. He then burst into hearty laughter. "There is no such thing as a celestial master. We are merely mortals skilled in tricks. In truth, I hold great admiration for Constable Zhang, who has cracked numerous complex cases." The reality was that apart from assisting the deputy city lord in apprehending refugees, Zhang had never truly solved any intricate mysteries. Had it not been for the city lord's insistence on investigating the case of the murdered maiden, even reaching out to Qingyun Temple, Zhang would have likely found a scapegoat among the refugees. In the peaceful Qingyun City, mysterious cases are indeed rare. Zhang scratched his head in resignation. Mishan leaned closer to Zhang and whispered, "Constable, have you heard of a criminal psychology concept? Generally, when someone commits a crime, they often return to the scene of the offense. On one hand, they check if they have overlooked any evidence. On the other, some criminals enjoy relishing their own cunning. And no, I haven't heard of that." Zhang hastily waved his hand. Mishan continued, "Do you think that while we indulge in this feast, the culprit might think we are discussing the case and return to investigate? Are you suggesting that a criminal is hiding nearby?" Zhang, though aware that the corpses were those of sick women from a local brothel, still felt the urge to glance around nervously. However, Mishan immediately placed a hand on Zhang's shoulder, forcing him to look at him. "Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your actions. Those female corpses bore no signs of struggle, only marks of illness. They show no signs of having been thrown into a river. Do you take me for a fool?" Upon hearing Mishan's words, the constables trembled, beads of sweat trickling down their faces. One young constable, unable to bear the pressure, attempted to escape, but it felt as if a great weight was pressing down on him, suffocating him. At that moment, Zhang recalled the terrifying tales passed down by the elders about practitioners of the ethereal arts. When Mishan had previously investigated the murder case, he had dismissed the concerns of mere mortals and had been underestimated. Now, with the beast revealing its fangs, Zhang realized he lacked the strength to even struggle. Although Mishan wore a cheerful smile, his words dripped with menace. Now, you will shout that you've captured the rapist while rushing to the city lord's residence to summon reinforcements. Understand? The one who sought to frame me is indeed the son of the sect leader. However, my master is an elder of the outer sect. If I were to perish in Qingyun City, do you think you would have any chance of survival? Behave and make this a grand affair. At that point, you will be hailed as the heroic captor of the criminal, and no one will dare to harm you. Not if you comprehend. Zhang realized the formidable being he had provoked, and it was too late for regrets. Contemplating Mishan's words, he saw a glimmer of hope for survival and quickly nodded. Mishan chuckled, seizing a pair of chopsticks from the table and flinging them at a large tree outside. The dense foliage erupted in startled cries as a figure fell to the ground. Since leaving Qingyun Temple, Mishan had sensed someone tailing him, never anticipating their audacity to follow him into the yamen. Zhang, feeling a sudden lightness, regained his ability to act. He promptly stood up and fled, wishing to distance himself from this demon. Yet, Mishan coughed softly behind him, and Zhang instantly felt as if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast. In a panic, he kicked the nearby constable, causing them to simultaneously shout, "The murderer of the young girl has been caught," as they hurried toward the city lord's residence. Hearing Zhang's loud cries, the figure who had fallen from the tree paused in confusion, realizing he had unknowingly become the scapegoat for the rape and murder of a girl. He hastily retrieved 3 paper figures depicting black funeral garments from his storage pouch, tossing them into the air while chanting an arcane incantation. The paper figures swelled in the wind, landing as life-sized humans, brandishing steel blades and swiftly pursuing Zhang. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang stumbled and fell, a stream of foul liquid trickling down his leg. Mishan let out a sharp breath, leaping in front of Zhang, urging, "Hurry." In that moment, Zhang's last vestiges of hope shattered. A mortal caught in the conflict of ethereal practitioners was akin to an ant wandering into a herd of elephants. A single careless move from an elephant could crush the ant to oblivion. The young constable quickly helped Zhang to his feet, and they supported one another while shouting as they raced toward the city lord's residence. The city lord's willingness to seek his master for the sake of the young girl indicated that he still possessed some conscience. They hoped he would still retain that humanity and bring reinforcements. Sensing Zhang had fled far enough, Mishan swiftly activated the heavenly grasping magic, intently focusing on the paper figure before him. Originally, I anticipated that a master of the foundation establishment stage would arrive, but unexpectedly. The sect leader sent a mere chi refinement stage 7 novice. If I were to eliminate this brat, I could easily find a scapegoat on the street, thus shedding the false title of a murderer. Moreover, I could proclaim myself a hero who came to assist in capturing criminals. Resolute in my decision, I sternly admonished Mishan, "Youngster, if you surrender the blood-red pill and the fate of Elder Su, I may plead for your life with young Master Jiao." Mishan scoffed disdainfully. When did a dog get to make decisions for its master? Ignoring my warning, I resolved to kill him and extract his soul. My face quivered with fury as I executed a series of hand seals. A sudden breeze swept through, and 3 paper figures swiftly soared towards Mishan. Time was of the essence. Should he escape or attract higher-level cultivators, my plans would be utterly thwarted. Channeling the 9 turns divine skill. My inner demonic energy split into 2 streams, rushing towards my dantian. Instantly, 2 blazing suns arose within me, my skin tinged crimson, radiating an intense heat that warped the surrounding air. I swung my fist to meet the descending steel blade, which shattered with a resounding crack into 3 segments. The remaining 2 blades struck my back, leaving nothing but pale imprints. The novice's eyes widened in disbelief. "You consumed the blood-red pill. Your wounds are healed." "Huh. Too late to realize now," Mishan retorted, brandishing his fist as a wave of white energy slammed into the paper figures. The 3 paper figures fell like fragile boats caught in a tempest, crashing to the ground. The 9 turns divine skill, an ancient technique inspired by the sun, was fiercely radiant. The paper figures faced the Yang 9 turns divine skill, akin to boiling oil splashed into cold water. An explosive crackle ensued, followed by a conflagration that reduced the figures to ash. "Run. We must retreat. This person has grown formidable. Only by seeking Elder Su's aid can we contend with him," the novice thought, ignoring the ashes as he hastily fled towards the city outskirts. Trying to escape? Mishan called lightly. Upon entering the coroner's chamber, I had discreetly concealed 2 skeletons beneath the mortuary table while the constable was reluctant to approach the female corpse. Now, the skeleton stood behind the novice, axes raised. It's you. The one who fought me in the cave for the extreme fetus. The one who killed the Wolf King had been lurking beside me all along. The novice hastily produced a yellow talisman, but I had already commanded the skeleton to swing its axe towards his neck. His head rolled on the ground, eyes wide in shock, as blood splattered across the streets outside the courthouse. Just as I intended to retract the skeleton, a sudden gust of wind swept through, dislodging a paper figure from a tree trunk. The figure fluttered upward, carried by the breeze, racing towards the outskirts, commanding the skeleton to strike the paper figure. Another strong wind surged, lifting the figure higher, causing the axe to miss and clatter to the ground. My disdain for the low attack power of bone weapons had prevented me from learning to utilize them. Now it was too late. My original plan had collapsed. I had to escape before the sect leader could react. I swiftly stored the skeleton away, preparing to vacate Qingyan City. Yet, a magnificent sword, gleaming with brilliance, ascended from the street not far away, like a meteor piercing the darkness, hurtling towards the airborne paper figure. The paper figure's sudden appearance elicited a scream from the novice as it crashed to the ground. Once you resolve your matters, I shall return. As he spoke, a figure clad in black, resembling a dark night spirit, gracefully picked up the paper figure and brushed past me, vanishing into the shadows. I stood there, momentarily stunned. The thunderous footsteps drew closer. The city lord, accompanied by dozens of armored men wielding sharp spears, rushed towards us. City lord, assistance! Within moments, Constable Zhang and the city lord arrived before me, panting heavily. The city lord anxiously inquired, "Are you unscathed?" "No worries. The perpetrator who brutally assaulted and murdered the young women has been dispatched." I gestured towards the lifeless body on the ground. The city lord appeared astonished. "Isn't that the servant who accompanied young Master Jiao?" I chuckled. "There are no servants here. I only know that Constable Zhang and I were discussing the heinous case of the young women being assaulted and killed in the courtyard when the deranged criminals stealthily infiltrated and eavesdropped on our conversation. Upon discovery, we eliminated him on the spot." After absorbing my words, the city lord stood in silence for a moment before bellowing to his men, "Indeed, this man is deranged, having repeatedly assaulted and murdered young women within Qingyan City." The soldiers who accompanied the city lord were already familiar with the case. Upon hearing of the criminal's demise, they began to bang their spears against the ground, shouting fervently, "Strike the corpse! Strike the corpse!" The city lord leaned closer to me, asking quietly, "What of Master Su?" "Master?" I gazed at the city lord in confusion. No wonder, I was the most unaccomplished disciple of Elder Su. Having practiced for over a decade and only reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, assigned to manage Qingyan City by my master. The city lord scratched his head. Looking slightly embarrassed, I immediately clasped my fists. "Ah, so you are my senior brother. Master has recently entered seclusion, and I suspect he won't emerge for some time. Do not refer to me as senior brother. I have served as the city lord for several years now. Just call me Lord Sunday." I returned the gesture respectfully. "What is your plan now?" Lord Sun inquired further. With a mysterious smile, I replied, "Now it depends on you, senior brother. Divide your men into several groups and announce with drums and gongs that the heinous criminal responsible for the assaults and murders has met justice. However, do not disclose the name of the perpetrator or similar information. Even if Master is in seclusion, I believe the other elders will not let this excellent opportunity slip by." Meanwhile, in the Deputy City Lord's residence, Jiao Chun paced anxiously, questioning Deputy City Lord Zhang, who sat in an armchair. "Brother Zhang, it is already well past midnight. Why has young Master Mao not returned?" "Humph, you summon Brother Zhang when there's a task, yet treat him like a dog otherwise. If it weren't for the sect leader being your father, you'd be insignificant," Zhang thought, annoyance bubbling within him. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Young Master Mao, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, possesses family secret techniques and paper figure arts. He should easily escape from any ordinary Qi refinement cultivator, let alone an outer disciple who lacks offensive artifacts." Suddenly, a man clad in armor rushed in, breathless. "Calm down. Speak slowly," Zhang reprimanded, stroking his goatee in irritation. The man knelt, trembling. "It's bad. The city lord just took 20 men from the guards to the courthouse to apprehend the murderer." I quietly followed to gather information. "The one slain in the courthouse is not a murderer. It's young Master Mao. What? Young Master Mao has been killed. Jiao Chun hurriedly rushed in front of the man, reaching out to pull him up from the ground. Did you truly see it? Mao Ziwing has been murdered? The man stammered, his legs trembling. I saw young Master Mao's head fall from a distance. The road was drenched in blood. No, no, I must go kill that bastard. With that, Jiao Chun forcefully threw the man back to the ground and prepared to stride out. Vice City Lord Zhang quickly rose to restrain her. What gives you the right to confront him now? Just because he killed my servant, I will kill him. Jiao Chun struggled desperately to break free from Zhang, but to no avail. Vice City Lord Zhang spoke earnestly. That kid from the outer sect is not merely killing Mao Ziwing. He is executing a criminal who has committed heinous acts. A criminal? Where did this criminal come from? That was my servant. Jiao Chen's face was drenched in sweat, panic evident in her eyes. Vice City Lord Zhang pulled her down into a chair, pouring her a glass of water. From the moment Mao Ziwing was slain at the Yamen, he became a suspect in a murder case. If he were innocent, why would he have run to the Yamen to eavesdrop on the investigation and assault the investigators from Qingyun City and Qingyun Temple? Whether it was an act against his fellow disciples or a crime, Mao Ziwing has sealed his fate. Upon hearing this, Jiao Chun sprang from her chair. Then I shall go find my father and explain that Mao Ziwing was sent by him to assist with the investigation. Vice City Lord Zhang pressed her back into her seat. Do you not understand the saying, 3 men can create a tiger? Regardless of whether Mao Ziwing is truly guilty, the citizens of Qingyun City believe he is, and the elders of the outer sect of Qingyun Temple believe he is. He cannot escape this fate. Then what shall I do now? Jiao Chen's face turned pale as she slumped in her chair, frantically clutching Zhang's hand. After pondering for a moment, Vice City Lord Zhang replied, before dawn, return to Qingyun Temple as if you had never come to Qingyun City. Once this incident reaches Qingyun Temple, we will claim that Mao Ziwing has already defected. All right, I shall return to Qingyun Temple at once. Jiao Chen rushed out. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, the sounds of clanging and commotion were already echoing. The brutal murder of a family member weighed heavily upon every ordinary citizen of Qingyun City. Now that the true murderer had been captured, they instinctively emerged from their homes with iron basins, following the city guards into the streets, eager to share the news. Don't go out yet. Vice City Lord Zhang urgently called out, but Jiao Chun had already opened the courtyard door and stepped outside. In the crowd, a man suddenly shouted, "The culprit is that man's servant. All the deaths were orchestrated by him." As soon as he finished speaking, an egg flew from the crowd, smashing against Jiao Chen's head. The once fair and delicate Jiao Chun was instantly smeared with the foul-smelling egg liquid. Kill him! Kill him! The enraged citizens brandished their pots and pans, stones and branches, unleashing their long-suppressed fury upon Jiao Chun like a crashing wave. Vice City Lord Zhang sprang from his seat, anxiously instructing those nearby, quickly save her. If she dies, we are all doomed. Several servants immediately grabbed makeshift weapons and rushed outside. However, the streets were so densely packed with people that Jiao Chun was surrounded, unable to escape. The servants stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the throng. Against the relentless tide of the citizens, their efforts felt futile, like pebbles tossed into a vast ocean. Unable to stir even a ripple, and they risked being devoured by the crowd as accomplices. Useless fools. Vice City Lord Zhang reached the entrance of the courtyard, his hands weaving through intricate gestures, his face a mask of determination. Before long, a blazing fire phoenix began to take shape between his fingers. With a pointed finger, the phoenix let out a piercing cry and sped towards the crowd. After circling thrice above them, it soared into the sky, transforming into a dazzling firework. A few individuals on the outskirts were instantly set ablaze by the fire phoenix, writhing in agony on the ground. All weapons fell from the hands of the people, their gazes fixated on Vice City Lord Zhang, akin to famished wolves encircling a mighty tiger, holding their breath, searching for any sign of weakness. "Oh no, Zhang! Come save me!" Jiao Chen suddenly cried out amidst the crowd. "Little ancestor, the crowd is just waiting for an outlet for their rage. Your cries are a death sentence for me." The ordinary citizens of Qingyun City were the foundation of Qingyun Temple, and none could predict which disciple's family might be among them, nor how many common folk toiled within the temple, mining and growing spiritual herbs. Although he held the title of Vice City Lord, within Qingyun Temple, he was merely an ordinary disciple at the 6th level of Qi training. If his actions led to the harm of common people and disrupted the temple's operation, the sect leader would be the first to eliminate him. He hoped the sect leader would see his signal for help and send aid quickly. though Zhang's eyes burned with intensity as he glared at the restless citizens. Beneath the flowing robes, his legs trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat soaking through his garments. Suddenly, a gaunt middle-aged woman, engulfed in flames, writhed on the ground, her anguished cries piercing the air. Surrounding bystanders frantically stripped off their clothes, attempting to extinguish the inferno consuming her. Yet, the flames, ignited by spiritual energy, could not be quelled by mere mortal strength. Her cries grew fainter until she ultimately curled into a charred husk. My wife, a dark-skinned middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot, sank heavily to the ground. My daughter was merely 10 years old when you raped and murdered her and tossed her into the river. Now you will not spare my wife either. If you do not allow us to live, then do not expect to live yourselves. With a furious roar, the man lunged at Vice City Lord Zhang, attempting to bite his neck. The stench of sweat assaulted Zhang's senses, causing him to grimace. Yet a surge of revulsion boiled within him. Damn mortals dare to offend us immortals. If you seek death, then die. With a burst of energy, the man was flung away like a withered leaf caught in a tempest. At that moment, Zhang had already drawn a sharp sword from his storage pouch, its cold gleam leaving a pool of glaring crimson on the street. The quiet powder keg had been ignited by a single spark, exploding the tension among the citizens. An eye for an eye, they chanted in unison, advancing with unwavering resolve, fists clenched around clubs and stones, slowly encroaching upon Vice City Lord Zhang. In a panic, Zhang swung his sword haphazardly, attempting to fend off the dread rising within him as he beheld the oncoming tide of citizens. One by one, they surged forward like waves crashing against a rock, only to dissipate in an instant. Yet, countless citizens poured forth from the city's shadows, intent on overwhelming Zhang before the opulent gates of the Vice City Lord's residence. Stop. Everyone sees your actions. As Mishan and City Lord Sun rushed to the Vice City Lord's residence upon receiving the news, the agitated crowd had already encircled Zhang and Jiuyuanzi firmly. The average cultivator in the Qi training phase possessed only a slight edge in spiritual energy compared to ordinary people and could wield some spells. Yet their physical forms were not vastly different. A blade could still bring about death. Everyone stop. We cannot continue fighting. Mishan shouted from the outskirts of the crowd. He had long warned the city lord not to publicize Mao Ziwing's identity. If Jiao Chun had been brutally slain by the citizens within Qingyun City, the unrestrained sect leader might not have dared to act. It remains uncertain whether someone intentionally revealed his identity or if Jiao Chun was inadvertently recognized. However, the paramount task now is to safely escort Jiao Chun back to Qingyun Temple. Subsequent matters will naturally be addressed by other outer sect elders. That night, the citizens of Qingyun City spread the news, and nearly half the impoverished populace gathered in a frenzy. Each person shouted indiscriminately, fervently striking anything within sight. Mi Shan's loud calls fell into silence, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. The longer the delay, the greater the peril to Jiao Chen's life. And events were spiraling uncontrollably into chaos. Reaching for the city guards beside him, Mi Shan yanked off the armor that had been tightly secured around him. Following that, he delivered a resounding slap upon the armor. A thunderous noise erupted, reverberating like thunder at the entrance of the deputy mayor's residence. All the citizens turned in unison to regard Mi Shan. Listen to me. The murderer is indeed this man's servant. However, we lack evidence to prove he orchestrated the killing. Hand him over to me, and I assure you that Qingyun City and Qingyun Temple will provide a satisfactory answer. Mi Shan proclaimed, brandishing the armor towards the crowd. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when a voice from the throng cried out, "The pale-faced fellow in white is the sect leader's son. If we send him back to Qingyun Temple, who will we turn to? Who dares spout such nonsense?" Mi Shan, drawing upon his cultivation, noticed a diminutive man in the crowd shouting and attempting to hide. This man, secretive and clearly aware of Jiao Chen's identity, was likely a spy planted by one of the elders within Qingyun City. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Mi Shan hurled the armor at the inciting individual. A cry of anguish escaped the man as he fell heavily to the ground. Picking up the armor, he glanced around, desperate to identify his assailant. However, upon spotting the deep imprints left in the armor, he felt an icy dread. Goodness, if the steel armor can bear such a dent, what if it were my head? He hastily discarded the armor, shrinking back into the crowd. Elder Qin had indeed provided him with a spirit stone each month to gather intelligence in Qingyun City, yet at this critical juncture, his own life took precedence. Trying to escape? Unbeknownst to him, Mi Shan had already pushed through the crowd, and ripped away the man's burlap coat. To his astonishment, beneath the patched rough fabric lay a luxurious silk garment. The man, trembling with fear, forced a laugh and repeatedly bowed in apology to Mishan. He vividly recalled how the crowd had mercilessly beaten Jiuyuanzi. Should they realize he had instigated it, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit that night. Mishan's cold smile preceded a powerful kick to the man's lower abdomen, sending him sprawling from the crowd. At this moment, Mishan was certain this individual was a spy planted by an elder in Jiuyuanzi City, attempting to embroil Elder Su in a confrontation with the sect leader. Should he allow this man to remain, it would only provide the sect leader with grounds to attack the outer sect. A mouthful of blood erupted from the man as his abdomen felt like a torn sack, the spirit energy he had painstakingly accumulated leaking away. Yet, suffering a ruptured dantian was preferable to losing his life. He disregarded the blood at his lips and stumbled away into the darkness. The crowd, having released their pent-up frustration, retained their composure despite lingering discontent. Upon witnessing the city guards surrounding Mishan and the mayor as they approached Jiuyuanzi, their fear of authority surged once more. Parting to form a path. Upon seeing Jiuyuanzi, Mishan exhaled in relief. Jiuyuanzi lay on the ground, groaning, his face pale. Yet, his white robe shimmered with a faint aura, clearly a defensive artifact of considerable quality. Though momentarily stunned by the fervor of the crowd, Jiuyuanzi's artifact had withstood the onslaught due to its robust material. In stark contrast, Deputy Mayor Zhang was far less fortunate. His public killing had incited the citizens' wrath to the point of wishing for his flesh to be devoured. His eyes widened in terror, limbs contorted grotesquely, his once elegant robe now marred by countless footprints. At that moment, Mayor Sun stepped forward and proclaimed loudly to the onlookers, "Our hero has solved the murder case, saving countless families with daughters and wives. Let us together escort our hero back to Jiuyuanzi Temple, shall we?" "Yes, yes, yes." The citizens echoed in unison, their cheers resounding. Mishan leaned closer to Mayor Sun and inquired, "What is the meaning of this, brother?" The longer Jiuyuanzi remains in Jiuyuanzi City, the greater the risk of upheaval. With dawn still some time away, the journey to Jiuyuanzi Temple may bring unforeseen complications. "More people means fewer demons," Sun replied, just as a city guard arrived, leading a horse-drawn cart. Mishan clasped his hands in respect, addressing Sun. "Once the commotion in Jiuyuanzi City subsides, discontent may brew against you. I implore you to prepare accordingly." To Mishan's surprise, Mayor Sun laughed heartily. "When I first entered Jiuyuanzi Temple, I was like the mountain folk, solely seeking longevity and enlightenment. Yet, after being assigned to Jiuyuanzi City, witnessing the citizens laugh and cry, with spouses and children and aged parents, I realized, are those in the mountains truly human? Living and dying with this city is a privilege. If I were to die for it, I would consider it an honor." Deeply moved by Sun's words, Mishan reflected on how even the savage demon tribes were learning to embrace humanity, while the so-called immortals of the mountains, claiming to shun worldly affairs, engaged in cannibalistic acts. Stepping back, he bowed deeply to Sun. "Brother, you are ahead of us on the path of cultivation. Haha, I am merely a coward yearning to return to ordinary life. The mountains are high and the roads long. Let us set forth." Mayor Sun lifted the curtain of the cart's door. "Take care. Farewell." After exchanging goodbyes, Mishan assisted Jiuyuanzi into the carriage. The guards cracked their whips, and the cart slowly made its way toward Jiuyuanzi Temple, with the citizens following closely behind in solemn silence, like sheep trailing their leader. Within the main hall of Jiuyuanzi Temple, the sect leader sat rigidly in a grand armchair, his brow furrowed in concentration as he listened intently to the sounds emanating from the yellow talisman in his hand. With a thunderous clap, he struck the sturdy wooden armrest, causing one of the supports to crash to the floor. "Fools, all of you. Such a significant incident occurred in Jiuyuanzi City, and not a word reached me. I only learned of it through another elder's message. How utterly disgraceful. What shall we do now?" A figure emerged from the shadows of the hall. The sect leader, visibly displeased, questioned, "Brother Bai, was it not your task to assist my son in this matter?" Brother Bai, originally named Bai Qing, was an orphan taken in by the sect leader years ago, who unexpectedly displayed extraordinary talent, attaining the golden core stage in just a century and becoming the sect leader's disciple. "Your precious son was afraid I would seize his blood-red pill and had already sent word for me not to come," Bai Qing replied, unfazed by the sect leader's inquiry. The master slammed his palm heavily on the armrest of the grand chair. Your life was saved by me. For many years, I have treated you like a son, and this is how you repay me? Bai Qing responded coldly with a smile. Son? Do you treat me as a son or merely as a tool? Over the years, I have slain countless individuals for you, yet all I desire is a position as an elder, while you secretly obstruct my path. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your machinations. Suddenly, a lean man rushed in from outside. They have returned. The situation is dire. The master inquired hastily. Li Yu has driven the cart back from Qingyun City and is nearing Qingyun Temple, with a throng of citizens following closely behind. The man reported as he knelt on the ground. What of the elders from the outer sect? The master continued to question. Except for Elder Su. The rest have already made their way to the mountain gate. Then let us hurry there. With that, the master led the way outside. Bai Qing pondered. Since the moment the master had rescued him and brought him to Qingyun Temple, he had been marked as part of the inner sect. Although there were some disagreements between them, if the master were to fall, he too would face the inevitable reckoning. He immediately set off, following the master in a hurried manner. Upon reaching the mountain gate, the outer sect elders, Elder Qing, Elder Li, and Elder Qin, were already waiting there. However, the grand elder of the inner sect was conspicuously absent. Truly a master you are. Despite the tumult in Qingyun City, you arrive fashionably late, Elder Qing remarked, his beard bristling with sarcasm. Humph. The master forcefully shook his sleeve, entirely disregarding Elder Qing's provocation. The sound of hooves echoed through the night, gradually approaching. As the cart neared the mountain gate, Mishan descended, carrying Jiao Chun. Disciple feels shame for the sect, as I failed to protect senior brother Jiao, Mishan said, kneeling heavily before the elders. Judgment. Bai Qing stepped forward and cradled Jiao Chun, bringing him before the master. The master placed his hand on Jiao Chun's pulse. After a moment, the frown on his brow eased slightly as he retrieved a fragrant pill from his storage bag and administered it to Jiao Chun. The onlookers remained silent, their eyes fixed on Jiao Chun. Should he perish here, all their plans would be rendered futile. Historically, the position of master of Qingyun Temple had always been passed down through the Jiao lineage, although the master publicly treated Bai Qing as his own. If he truly intended to bequeath the position to Bai Qing, he would not have gone to such lengths to search for the lost Jiao Chun. If Jiao Chun, the future heir to the master's position, were to die within Qingyun City, it would not matter if the outer sect had not directly intervened. The deranged master would undoubtedly retaliate against them. In the gaze of the anxious crowd, Jiao Chun gradually regained consciousness. Ah! He exclaimed, as if the throngs of citizens were still before him, and he began to scream in terror. Silence! The master's voice thundered like a spring storm in Jiao Chen's ears. After a tremor, clarity returned to Jiao Chen's eyes as he saw his father standing before him. He immediately collapsed at the master's feet, weeping profusely. The master dismissed Jiao Chun with a wave of his sleeve. Humph! Do you not feel ashamed? Look at the current circumstances. He raised his gaze to the elders surrounding him. Despite the grandeur of his father, the master, Jiao Chun held a sense of disdain towards the elders. However, out of respect, Bai Qing dragged Jiao Chun towards the inner sanctum of Qingyun Temple. The outer sect elders wore smiles, for all the laborious and menial tasks of Qingyun Temple fell upon their shoulders. Yet the majority of resources were first allocated for the inner sect's use. At the inception of the sect, to ensure the long-term dominance of the inner sect, every generation of masters had a set of clandestine techniques passed down to suppress the cultivation methods of the outer sect. Thus, under normal circumstances, the inner sect only needed to manage Qingyun Temple effectively. Each generation of the outer sect had attempted to overthrow the oppression of the inner sect, but the path was fraught with difficulty. As long as their cultivation levels were comparable, the inner sect would maintain a firm grip over the outer sect. Now, Jiao Chun was compromised by mere mortals. If he could not dispel the demons within his heart, no amount of resources could bridge the gap to foundational establishment, leaving him forever trapped in the qi refinement stage. Elder Qing, though his hair and beard had turned white, remained impetuous, speaking first. You went to Qingyun City to investigate, not to play the role of a bodyguard. Some among you tremble before mortals. This is of no concern to you. Regardless, we must settle this matter swiftly to avoid the master seizing any incriminating evidence against us. Contemplating, he continued, have the culprits behind the rape and murder of the young girl been apprehended? The death of mere mortals matters little, but the demise of Jiao Chen's attendant within the yamen could serve as a weapon against the inner sect if leveraged effectively. All the outer sect elders turned their gazes towards Mishan. After bowing to the elders, Mishan calmly spoke, I have not failed in my duty. While discussing the case with Constable Zhang, the culprit audaciously infiltrated the yamen to eavesdrop on the investigation. When discovered by Zhang and me, he took the initiative to attack. And in my moment of weakness, I inadvertently struck him down within the yamen. Merely because he appeared at the yamen, you hastily conclude he is the murderer. A scolding erupted in Mishan's ears, sending tremors through his being as if an ancient titan were fixated upon him. The sound of a bell chimed sweetly, and Mishan's heart steadied, all his doubts dissipating like mist. Elderly, holding the bell, grinned at the master. Truly, the master's years of cultivation in the dragon's roar technique work wonders against a junior. The master, undeterred by the exposure, pressed further. How can you ascertain he is the culprit? Elderly shook the bell. Let us speak calmly. Although your master is in seclusion, no one dares to bully our outer sect. While the outer sect elders contemplated devouring one another, they knew that only by banding together could they hope to withstand the inner sect. Is this what it means to be a golden core cultivator? Mishan thought, feeling like an infant before a ravenous tiger, utterly powerless to resist. Desperately, Mishan envisioned the figure of a necromancer, striving to dispel the shadows haunting the master's heart. If he were to suffer the same fate as Jiuyuanzi, his path would be forever obstructed. Moments later, beads of sweat formed densely upon Mishan's brow. Yet he exhaled deeply, feeling the weight lift. The cultivation methods of the Dark Diablo world were not as refined as those of the Xianyuan continent. Yet there were notable advancements in mental fortitude. By continuously slaying beasts and meditating, one's mental strength could be perpetually enhanced. As the shadows within him were dispelled, Mishan lifted his head and spoke with calm assurance. According to the records in mortal investigative literature, culprits often return to the scene of their crimes, either to indulge in their sadistic pleasure or to gauge the progress of the investigation, seeking to rectify their previous mistakes. On that day, while discussing the case with Constable Zhang in the courtyard, the culprit lurked in the shadows, and upon being discovered, he chose to attack us in a bid to escape. I, lacking in power, inadvertently struck him down within the yamen. The master bellowed in anger. Then you possess no substantial evidence. Mishan shook his head. I have no tangible proof. Just as the sect leader was about to speak, Elder Qing interrupted him directly, asking, Do you know who the person you killed was? The leader's expression immediately shifted. He had only received news that the murder case in Jiuyuanzi City had been solved, without any knowledge of the perpetrator's identity. Was there some hidden twist regarding the criminal's identity? Elder Qing sternly continued. The person you killed was a personal servant of Jiuyuanzi. Mishan lifted his head, fear evident in his gaze towards the leader. Since entering the sect, I have been diligently cultivating in the mines and have not roamed within the sect. Thus, I am unfamiliar with Jiuyuanzi's servant. The only thing I know is that upon discovering the criminal's whereabouts, they attacked me and Constable Zhang without warning, and I was forced to defend myself. Elder Qing sneered coldly, dismissing the notion of being forced to act. It was merely a careless mistake that led to the death of the criminal. Mao Ziwang was among the strongest of the new generation of disciples in Qingyun Temple, or he would not have been sent by the leader to serve him. Yet, he bellowed furiously, You have committed the heinous act of killing a fellow sect member. Do you understand the gravity of your crime? Elderly, however, smiled slightly from the side, stating, While killing must indeed be punished, one cannot overlook the principle behind it. Would you not resist if a knife were held to your throat? The leader's face turned ashen. The two of them were not merely discussing the crime of Ding Liu, but were clearly putting on a performance for him. This incompetent son had already set a trap for himself, with a foundation-building expert arranged for him. And now he had not only escaped the trap, but had ensnared himself within it. If he were to deny that Mao Ziwang was the criminal, the act of attacking a fellow sect member would still be a capital offense. Conversely, if he admitted Mao Ziwang was the criminal, although every person present had likely killed mortals to some extent, bringing it to light was an entirely different matter, especially considering the crime of raping and murdering a young girl. Moreover, as Jiuyuanzi's servant, every action he took reflected upon both Jiuyuanzi and himself. Elder Qing stepped forward, requesting, I implore the sect leader to make a judgment on this matter. All eyes in the room turned toward the leader, fixated on his response. Mao Ziwang, for the private murder of a fellow sect member, deserves the death penalty. The case of the young girl's rape in Jiuyuanzi City lacks sufficient evidence and shall be sent back to the outer sect for re-examination. The leader forcefully shook his sleeves and returned to the inner sanctum of Qingyun Temple. Meanwhile, the citizens who had followed were steadfastly waiting at the foot of the mountain for news. As one person in the city had proclaimed, if that pretty boy had retreated into Qingyun Temple, then all their efforts would have been in vain. Mishan looked at the hopeful eyes at the mountain's base, filled with helplessness. Although he and Lord Sun had anticipated that the leader would abandon Mao Ziwang and concede some benefits to the outer sect, he never imagined the leader would be so cold-hearted as to provide no explanation to the citizens of Qingyun City. He hoped that their plan would prove effective, though many would still have to bleed and sacrifice for change. With a heavy sigh, he followed the elders into the inner sanctum of Qingyun Temple. As the crowd observed the raucous individuals entering the temple, none emerged to provide an explanation, leading to a flurry of discussions. I told you letting that pretty boy into Qingyun Temple would lead to nothing. We should have just killed him. Indeed, he should have been killed. My daughter died such a tragic death. Amidst the chaos, a tall man leaped onto the stone steps and called out to the crowd, "Fellow villagers, hear me. Why do we toil day and night in the mines only to receive a meager ration of black bread? Why do we risk our lives to gather herbs only to be compensated with torn rags? Why must our wives and daughters suffer unjustly and not receive justice?" The citizens were stirred, their eyes fixed on the man on the platform. He continued, "Do you desire your children to endure the same hunger and cold we face? To be at the mercy of others? What must we do?" Voices began to rise in support from the crowd. "Did we not once slay the deputy city lord, who feasted on our flesh and blood, right here in Qingyun City? Immortal masters are still human. They require spirit stones and elixirs. If we unite, we can bring them down. The power of the common people." As the leader made his way back to the main hall of Qingyun Temple, his anger simmered. Although it seemed he could simply cast Mao Ziwang aside as a scapegoat, he knew he would inevitably have to concede benefits to the outer sect. To become an elder of the inner sect, one must either be a blood relative of the Jiao clan or be a cultivator willing to pledge unwavering loyalty to them. Yet, no one could guarantee that their offspring would possess the talent for cultivation, nor would everyone be willing to forsake their freedom to join the inner sect. Currently, only Jiao Chun possessed the dual spirit root needed for cultivation, and by continuously oppressing Bai Qing, he had fostered a tendency for rebellion. Lost in thought, he soon found himself approaching the main hall of Qingyun Temple. However, from within the once solemn hall came the sound of raucous revelry. Enraged, the leader pushed open the door, revealing a dimly lit hall scattered with torn garments, where a creature with a dragon's head and a human body, sporting a long tail, was atop a woman, moving rhythmically. The leader strode towards the creature, delivering a heavy blow to its back. "You fool! How many times must I tell you not to reveal your true form in the hall, and especially not to engage in such behavior here?" His admonishment, powered by the dragon roar technique, echoed like thunder throughout the hall. The creature let out a pained howl, rolling on the ground in agony. Moments later, it gradually transformed back into human form, revealing Jiao Chun, who had been rescued by Mishan. The woman on the floor, terrified, curled up against the wall, was none other than the female bodyguard Mu Rong Qian Mu from Qingshi City. "I have told you countless times to cultivate diligently. If you can endure the qi refinement stage, you will be able to control the lust within you during the foundation establishment stage. Why do you refuse to listen?" The leader scolded, exasperated. Jiao Chun, bare and unconcerned, laughed nonchalantly. "Why should I suppress my desires? Do not forget, we are dragons. Lust is our nature. Or do you think you are a true dragon Taoist? Our ancestors were sealed beneath Qingyun Temple for centuries by that wretched Taoist. Now that we finally have a chance to rise, why should we cower and pretend to be human?" With a resounding slap, the leader struck Jiao Chen's face. Trembling with rage, "What do you know? Do you understand the grandeur of ancient history? Do you know how magnificent the human race's cultivation was? The human race is the foundation of the entire cultivation world. Do you think those great demons outside have any glory or power? Without the human race, they would amount to nothing. It's just the human race. I could crush one with a single hand," Jiao Chun retorted, unfazed. The leader raised his hand to strike again, but, after a few moments of struggle, helplessly lowered it, commanding, "Return to your cave to cultivate. You are not permitted to step outside without my consent. And keep this woman quiet. If I hear a whisper of this, I will be the first to flay you alive." He pulled a garment from his storage bag and donned it. Then, hoisting the curled-up Mu Rong Qian Mu, he said, "Little girl, let us continue our unfinished game." Laughing, he strode down the mountain towards the cave. The following morning, All the outer sect disciples managing the mines and the shopkeepers responsible for gathering herbs rushed frantically towards Elder Su's cave. Alas, it is a dire situation. Today, at the mine, apart from the miners who are under the mine's care, not a soul has shown up. The same is true for the apothecary. I have yet to see a single herbalist. Even in my medicinal garden, those who typically tend to the watering and weeding have all failed to arrive. Everyone is chattering anxiously at the entrance of the cave dwelling, awaiting the elder to emerge and address the predicament. Inside Elder Su's abode, a tense conversation unfolds. Do you truly wish to proceed in this manner? If mishandled, you risk your very existence, Elder Su cautioned. After a prolonged recuperation, he could now manifest a semblance of form from the Yin storage ring. Mishan replied resolutely, each individual possesses their own path. If I falter now, my resolve will tarnish, and I may never progress in this lifetime. Elder Su, still unconvinced, retorted, so what if a few mortals have perished? Must you jeopardize yourself over it? With my guidance, you shall swiftly achieve foundational success. Given your talents, attaining golden core within a century is not beyond possibility. Do not forget, you were once a mortal before your cultivation. Mishan fixed his gaze upon Elder Su, who hesitated momentarily. While I have amassed significant Yin energy during this time, allowing me to temporarily solidify my form, the multitude of cultivators outside, coupled with the clash of Yin and Yang, shall overwhelm me swiftly. I will inevitably relapse into slumber, and should any further matters arise in Qingyun Temple, I shall be unable to assist you. Ponder this carefully. Indeed, I have given it due thought, Mishan affirmed with unwavering determination. Acknowledging his resolve, Elder Su ceased his objections and swiftly executed a series of hand seals. Waves of potent magical energy surged from the Yin storage ring, rapidly merging with Elder Su's being. Moments later, a vividly lifelike Elder Su stood before Mishan. Since you have made your decision, let us depart, he proclaimed, leading the way out of the cave. The protective array surrounding the dwelling shimmered with ripples, as all eyes fixated intently on Elder Su's abode. The gathering of outer disciples had two primary motivations. First, to address the absence of the majority of mortals in the temple's industries that morning, which jeopardized the entire operation of Qingyun's sect. Second, the rampant rumors regarding Elder Su's demise had instilled a sense of dread among the outer disciples, fearing repercussions from the inner sect. At long last, Elder Su emerged from the cave, prompting all the outer disciples to kneel in unison, paying their respects. In the shadows of the cliff, a few figures hastily retreated upon witnessing Elder Su's emergence. Arise, everyone. I have heard of the troubles you faced during my seclusion. Bear with it a while longer. I can already sense the golden core's culmination is near. Once I conclude this retreat, all will be well, he reassured them. I have heard troubling news from Qingyun City. Elder Su inquired. Mishan approached and succinctly recounted the situation to him. The outer disciples chimed in, expressing their concerns about their industries suffering due to the absence of mortal labor. Elder Su raised his hand for silence. Qingyun City has always been under the jurisdiction of the outer sect, and many disciples have family there, regardless of whether the troubles stem from Jiuyuanzi's actions. Since the sect master has already deployed personnel to Qingyun City, I suggest you seek him out. He attempted to retreat into his abode once more, but the crowd called out, Elder, are you retreating again? The golden core's culmination is within my grasp. I shall only emerge after achieving this breakthrough, he stated, turning his back and entering the cave. The disciples exchanged glances before descending the mountain towards the main hall of Qingyun's sect, with Mishan trailing behind. Inside the main hall, the sect master addressed the kneeling figure before him. Are you certain of what you have seen? Elder Su is not dead. The individual nodded, affirming, I have seen it clearly. Elder Su has emerged from his cave. Just as the sect master prepared to inquire further, a commotion erupted outside. Outer disciples seek an audience with the sect master. He gestured for the kneeling man to stand and said, let them in, reporting to the sect master. The mortals employed at the mine and medicinal garden have not shown up for work today, an outer disciple stated upon entering. The sect master, visibly irritated, responded, if they are not working, go seek your outer elder. Why come to me? The leading disciple replied, Elder Su has retreated. So we had no choice but to seek the sect master. With a heavy hand, the sect master struck the armrest of his chair. What use are you lot? An oppressive silence enveloped the hall as all disciples bowed their heads in silence. Let them be. A day without work will lead to hunger. In 2 days, they shall come to their senses. After a moment, the sect master waved his hand dismissively, preparing to send the outer disciples away. However, an inner disciple rushed in, breathless with urgency. Sect master, trouble is at hand. News from Qingyun City states that the granary has been seized by bandits and has fallen. What nonsense! What are you all doing? The sect master demanded. Where is that wretched Lord's son? The inner disciple, trembling, replied, after relaying the message to the sect. Lord's son committed suicide in the Lord's mansion after leaving a confession. Shan, kneeling among the crowd, felt a jolt within him. He had anticipated such a turn of events. He had suspected that the sect master would leverage food to threaten the populace. The only substantial food source in Qingyun City lay within the Lord's mansion. As an outer disciple, Lord's son was culpable for both failing to prevent the mortal strike and for the granary's fall, both punishable by death. By taking his own life, he at least escaped the inner sect's commands to wield a blade against the people. The sect master swiftly addressed the inner disciple, gather the enforcement team, and send several to intercept the food thieves. Yet, before he could finish speaking, a fully armored enforcement disciple burst into the chamber. Reporting to the sect master, a cavalry unit is approaching Qingyun sect. The sect master's complexion turned a deep shade of anger as realization dawned upon him. This was undoubtedly a well-organized and premeditated strike. After careful reflection, a cold smile crept across his face. Elder Su, if you wish to hide away in seclusion, let us see how your outer disciples will handle this matter. If they succeed, it is to their credit. If they fail, the blame shall fall squarely on the outer sect. The sect master adjusted his attire and stated solemnly, those on strike outside are under your command. I care not what methods you employ. If you fail to bring them back, you shall take their place and toil in the mines or tend the medicinal herbs. With that, he closed his eyes. The kneeling disciples exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. After a pause, an elder outer disciple rose resolutely. Brothers, regardless of the sect master's commands, we must not defy his orders. Let us first descend to the foot of the mountain and assess the situation. Should it prove unmanageable, we will return to seek the sect master's assistance. With that, he led the way down the mountain. The others, having waited in vain for the sect master to speak, reluctantly began their descent as well. When several managing outer disciples arrived at the entrance of Qingyun sect, they found the narrow path obstructed by a throng of common folk. The oldest among them had hair as white as snow, while the youngest had just learned to walk, being led by their parents. All were gaunt and emaciated, their tattered clothing patched with layers of mending. As a few individuals brandishing weapons charged toward him, he clutched his small pouch tightly behind his back. The leading outer disciple stood atop a height, vociferously berating the common folk. Why do you linger here instead of working? Do you believe that the one surnamed Sun will sustain you with mere scraps? Or do you think he can lead you to challenge the immortals? Wake up from your dreams. He has taken his own life out of guilt. If you return to your duties now, I can intercede on your behalf at Qingyun Temple and ensure you face no repercussions. Otherwise, when a golden elixir stage immortal arrives, with a mere wave of their hand, they could extinguish all your lives. Upon hearing of Lord Sun's demise, fear etched across the faces of the townspeople, who began to murmur amongst themselves, perhaps we should let it go. We have already received a bag of grain, enough to last a few days. At that moment, the man who had cried out passionately the previous night rose from the crowd. Fellow citizens, Lord Sun has sacrificed himself so that we may have a better future. Do you truly believe that his life is worth just a small bag of grain? Do you wish to be treated like cattle, led to slaughter? Before he could finish, a loud crack echoed as the whip struck him fiercely. The leading disciple, coiling his whip, spat venomously. You are the one stirring trouble, aren't you? Which of you here at Qingyun Temple has not been fed or clothed? Wipe the blood from your lips. Despite the pain contorting his features, the man resolutely replied, we face threats of being devoured by demonic beasts or crushed by falling rocks in the mines. Yet after a day's toil, we are rewarded with 2 black buns. Our daughters, in their prime, are violated and murdered by the beasts within your temple, while the true culprits are shielded by you and roam free. How can we find peace, knowing those innocent girls lie beneath the earth? The leading disciple, with a snarl, raised his whip again to strike the man. You should be grateful for the meager food you receive and not incite unrest. I will end your life. To be favored by your daughters is a privilege for you lowly peasants. Should you bear children with spiritual roots, it would be a blessing for your ancestors. As he raged on, the whip continued to descend mercilessly upon the man, whose body was now a tapestry of wounds. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, He was on the brink of death. Standing behind the outer disciples, Mishan clenched his fists, repeatedly urging himself to endure. If he intervened now, Lord Sun would have died in vain. At that moment, another middle-aged man surged from the crowd, standing defiantly before the leading disciple. Do you truly value human life so little? The disciple laughed derisively. Of course, life is important. But can you common folk compare yourselves to us immortals? You overestimate your worth. If you wish to die, then accompany him. As he spoke, he swung his whip to strike the middle-aged man. Yet, the townspeople, in unison, surged forward to shield him, glaring fiercely at the disciple. What do you intend to do? The disciple, now trembling with fear, began to retreat, nearly backing into the mountain gate. A furtive disciple emerged from the crowd, whispering urgently, Boss, this is unwise. If you kill them all, no one will work, and our master will be displeased. If you are so capable, then you handle it. The leading disciple kicked the whisperer harshly. It was disgraceful for a celestial being like him to be intimidated by mere mortals. The whisperer stumbled into the crowd, hastily retrieving a large blade from his storage bag, nervously surveying the townsfolk. After a while, seeing them only glare back without taking aggressive action, he felt a surge of confidence. As an immortal, he believed he was untouchable. Standing tall, he brandished his dagger, indifferent to the potential harm to those around him. Approaching the prostrate man, he pressed the blade against his neck. You, who dare to lead a rebellion, must be prepared for the consequences. CZ, is that you? An elderly woman, leaning on a wooden staff, trembled as she emerged from the crowd. Upon hearing her voice, the disciple's grip on the dagger began to shake. Memories of his childhood flooded back. As a child, he had fled with the masses to Jiuyuanzi, starving for days amidst heavy snowfall, waiting hopelessly for death. Yet, at that moment, a radiant sister in a red cloak had offered him half a cake, smiling as she said, You remind me of my brother CZ. Will you be my brother? Thus, she had guided him through the winter. The following year, an old man had taken him to Qingyan Temple, but he had never seen the red-clad sister again. CZ shook his head vigorously, desperate to dispel the memories, shouting aloud. With his other hand, he gripped the dagger firmly. I am an immortal now, no longer that helpless child waiting to die in the snow. If I kill this man and force these peasants back to labor, I will earn the master's favor. I could advance beyond the foundation establishment stage before 40. With good fortune, achieving the golden elixir is not impossible. But the old woman reached out, grasping his hand. CZ, please help me. My granddaughter has been raped and murdered. She was only 10, calling out to gather fruit, but she never returned. With a clatter, the dagger fell from his hand, and CZ crouched down, silently weeping. Time had been relentless. He had been at Qingyan Temple for decades, believing he had become an immortal, free from fear of cold and hunger. Yet at this moment, he realized he was still that helpless child, and the true celestial being was the girl who had shared her food. You worthless fool! The leading disciple erupted in rage, shouting, Get up and kill this instigator. He reached to grab his fellow disciples, but they recoiled, retreating as if from a plague, unwilling to offend their brothers for the sake of the master's son. The leading disciple seethed with humiliation, glaring at his fellow disciples, truly a collection of weaklings. Before their arrival, the master had communicated to him that if he could drive these peasants back to work, he would be granted the opportunity to join the inner sect. Yet, now there was no progress, and these inept fools had mingled with the commoners. Enough. If joining the inner sect is my goal, then I shall not hesitate to offend. Resolute, the leading disciple rummaged through his storage bag, his whip vanishing, replaced by a gleaming blade. Just then, a white cloud raced in from the distance, swiftly transforming into a small vessel that landed before the crowd. Elderly, exuding an ethereal presence, descended from the small boat, one hand grasping a floating dust whisk while the other formed a mystical gesture. With a flourish of the whisk, the small vessel shrank to the size of a walnut, which he toyed with in his hand. A throng of outer disciples hastily knelt before him, their raucous chatter at the mountain gate deemed utterly inappropriate. Elderly chastised them, and the townsfolk, witnessing the celestial figure of Master Li, dared not utter a word. The lead disciple emerged from the crowd and recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing the tale, Elder Li's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, the old man was correct. The trouble caused by the inner sect ought to be resolved by them. It was fortuitous that he had been uncertain how to broach the topic of the master relinquishing interest, and now this commotion served a purpose. However, the usually astute lead disciple had foolishly taken the lead in violence today, likely having been promised some benefit by the master. Turning sharply, Elderly glared at him. Incompetent. Spend more time contemplating your cultivation and less on nefarious schemes. You are all a disgrace, unable to handle such a trivial matter. Kneel here as punishment. With that, he tossed the small boat into the air and gracefully departed. The lead disciple trembled on the ground, realizing that Elderly had discerned his thoughts, leaving him in a most unenviable position. 3 days later, a disciple responsible for maintaining the sect's formation rushed into the main hall of Jiuyuanzi Temple. Master, the spiritual stones for the routine maintenance of the formation are nearly depleted. They will be gone within a day or two. The master slammed the scripture he held onto the ground. Did I not instruct them to resolve this? Why has it not been addressed yet? A disciple entered from outside. Elderly has gone to the mountain gate and ordered all outer disciples to kneel in place. Incompetent! 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 The master exclaimed, flinging his sleeves as he stormed outside. Moments later, a massive python roared and crashed at the mountain gate, and the master leaped directly from its head. Before the lead disciple could speak, the master delivered a resounding slap to his face. Incompetent! You cannot even handle a simple task. A life for a life. As his words echoed, a brilliant light streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the mountain gate. Elder Qing had not yet disembarked from the small boat when his voice rang out. I shall refrain from mentioning who Mao Ziwang is. Such heinous acts in Jiuyuanzi City are unacceptable. It is inappropriate for the master to chastise outer disciples in this manner. Mao Ziwang has already been slain in Jiuyuanzi City. What more do you desire? The master, exasperated, retorted. Elder Qing and Elderly descended slowly from the boat. Elder Qing chuckled. Need I clarify whose servant Mao Ziwang was? The current situation in Jiuyuanzi City involves complex entanglements, and we must provide an explanation to the populace. Jiao Er has a close friendship with the deputy city lord. What is wrong with exchanging cultivation experiences? The master immediately countered. Elder Qing remained unfazed. Continuing with a smile, according to ancient allocations, Jiuyuanzi City is under the jurisdiction of the outer sect. Now, with inner sect disciples positioned as deputy city lords. This arrangement seems to contravene sect regulations. Your son is injured, and the elders of the outer sect are pressuring him. Now even mortals dare to impose upon him. The master, consumed by rage, shouted, Each of you casts aspersions on Chenair. Who among you can provide evidence? Is it based solely on that boy's conjecture? The oppressive aura of a late-stage golden core cultivator descended, leaving all but the 2 outer elders prostrated on the ground, unable to lift their heads. Yet, a voice pierced through the crowd. Mishan, previously pinned to the ground, gritted his teeth, fervently envisioning the image of a necromancer. For this moment, City Lord's son had sacrificed his life. If he did not stand up now, all would be in vain. Blood erupted from his mouth as he shouted, reporting to the master, City Lord's son entrusted me with evidence before his departure, which can prove senior brother Jiao Chen's innocence. You again. If you cannot produce any evidence today, it will be your demise. The master whirled around, fixing a deadly glare on Mishan. Elder Qing's heart raced. This boy was a direct disciple of Elder Su and should not betray the interests of the outer sect. With a gesture, he left deep footprints as he approached Mishan. Grasping Mishan's hand, a surge of warm spiritual energy flowed into him. Relieved, Mishan retrieved a piece of paper from his storage bag and presented it to Elder Qing. When the first case of a girl being murdered and raped occurred in Jiuyuanzi City, City Lord's son had already taken the victim's fingerprints and pressed them onto this paper. If senior brother Jiao's prints do not match those on the paper, he will be exonerated. The master was acutely aware of who had committed the murders in Jiuyuanzi City, yet he had not anticipated that the detestable son had prepared such a contingency. Gathering all his oppressive energy, he directed it fiercely at Mishan, demanding, Are you certain? Elder Qing, heartily delighted, realized that this was merely an attempt to pressure the master into relinquishing some benefits. In haste, he produced a glimmering golden bell. After swiftly reciting a spell, the bell expanded, enclosing both Elder Qing and Mishan securely within. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Elder Qing held up the paper, smiling at the master. Let us test this. If it proves your son's innocence, no one can say a word. Humph. The master barked in anger, instructing his disciples, Bring Jiao Chen here. Moments later, a pale Jiao Chen arrived, glancing around anxiously. Just as he was about to bow to the elders, Elder Qing interrupted. Enough, come here. Let us see if the fingerprints match, and I shall clear your name. But Jiao Chen trembled, looking at the master. Father. At this moment, the master felt a pang of anxiety, Surely his foolish son had not left such crucial evidence behind. Yet, if they did not test it, the seed of suspicion would be irrevocably planted. Affecting calmness, he commanded, "Go when I tell you." Jiuyuanzi attempted to protest, but Elder Qing firmly pressed his hand onto the paper. All eyes were fixed on Jiuyuanzi's hand as a dark fingerprint was aligned perfectly with his palm on the pristine paper. Jiuyuanzi collapsed to the ground. "Father, save me. Father." Elder Qing, now serious, admonished, "Nephew, cultivators must restrain their desires and pursue the path with single-minded focus." The onlooking townsfolk clearly perceived the outcome and began to chant, "A life for a life is just and right. A life for a life is just and right." The crowd's fervor escalated, threatening to surge forward. The disciples drew their weapons, poised to defend themselves at a moment's notice should the populace advance. At this juncture, Elderly, who had remained silent, stepped forward and addressed the master. "It is indeed unreasonable for cultivators to pay with their lives for the death of mere mortals. Yet, the citizens are incensed. We cannot simply slay them all, for many of the temple's menial tasks rely on these mortals." The sect leader insisted on providing the mortals with a satisfactory explanation, hoping to send them back to their arduous tasks. The sect leader fixed his gaze on Elderly, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" Elderly chuckled heartily. "Sect leader, your assertion is misguided. It is not about what I desire, but rather the actions of junior sister Jiao within Qingyun City have incited tremendous public outrage. The spiritual stones required to maintain the protective formation of Qingyun Temple are nearly depleted. We cannot possibly use our strategic reserves for mere routine upkeep. Moreover, we are besieged by various demonic beasts outside. It would be unwise to plunge Qingyun Temple into chaos due to individual failings." The sect leader surveyed the surroundings, asking, "Do you all share this sentiment?" Although the inner disciples remained silent, their unwavering stares at Jiuyuanzi revealed their desire to hand him over to the mortals for retribution. The world of cultivation is rife with self-interest. Even among fellow disciples, individuals would readily turn against each other for a mere pill or artifact, let alone sacrifice their own interests for another's sake. The sect leader's heart wavered. Despite his position, the decisions regarding Qingyun Temple could not be made unilaterally. Utilizing the strategic reserve of spiritual stones required unanimous agreement from the elders. Should the formation cease to function and malevolent forces seize the opportunity to attack Qingyun Temple, he would irrevocably lose the substantial legacy left by his ancestors. Many of the herbs within the temple had been cultivated over centuries, painstakingly gathered by generations. Should they wither away unmaintained, they would likely never be found again. He had only one heir capable of cultivating. If anything were to happen to him, Qingyun Temple would fall into the hands of others. After a moment, the sect leader's eyes reddened, his lips quivering. Despite his reluctance, he shouted at Jiuyuanzi, "Come here." At that moment, Jiuyuanzi, hearing his father's reprimand, collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Father, please." A true man must own up to his actions, the sect leader admonished sternly. He swept his gaze across the crowd, seemingly imprinting each face into his memory. Approaching Jiuyuanzi, he gathered spiritual energy in his raised palm. Desperate, Jiuyuanzi crawled to Elderly, clutching his pant leg. "Elderly, please spare me. I will never do it again." However, Elderly coldly turned away, dismissing him. Jiuyuanzi then directed his pleading eyes towards Elder Qing, who, however, appeared indifferent, gazing skyward as if unconcerned with the unfolding drama. He glanced around at the disciples, who had once fawned over him, eager for his generosity, yet now they avoided him as if he were a plague. The sect leader confronted Jiuyuanzi once more. "I hope you learn from this lesson and diligently return to your cultivation." Jiuyuanzi's face twisted with rage as he shouted at everyone present, "If I, Jiuyuanzi, do not perish today, you shall all await your retribution." The sect leader shook his head, astonished that his spoiled son still grasped the laws of survival in the cultivation world. With a swift motion, he covered Jiuyuanzi's mouth with one hand while delivering a heavy blow to his dantian with the other. A dull roar echoed as the spiritual energy within Jiuyuanzi dissipated into wisps of mist in the air. Releasing his grip, the sect leader wiped the blood from Jiuyuanzi's lips before hoisting the unconscious boy onto his back. Turning to Mishan, who knelt on the ground, he remarked, "You possess evidence, do you not? Since my son's powers have been entirely dispelled, you shall never cultivate again." A chilling sound escaped Mishan's lips, and as he looked up, he felt a shadow loom over him. An enormous dragon lunged toward him. Panicking, he thought to flee, but his limbs felt paralyzed. as if his consciousness had been severed from his body. Before the approaching dragon, he resembled a fledgling chick under the predatory gaze of a hawk. The dragon's scales glimmered ominously, its whiskers swaying menacingly, ready to consume him whole. Yet, a familiar roar erupted within him, causing the dragon to tremble and vanish. Mishan continued to shiver, forcing himself to cough violently, expelling a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Observing the sect leader's gaze turn towards them, the inner disciples hastily knelt, feeling as though a dagger had pierced their hearts. The sect leader's lips curled into a cold smile. Since you have exerted yourselves so diligently for Jiuyuanzi Temple, you may as well all head to the outer sect. As they attempted to protest, the sect leader departed with Jiuyuanzi in tow. Elder Qing instructed the outer sect disciples, take him back to Elder Su's abode. Elderly called out to the onlookers, the true culprit has been severely punished. Return to work at once, lest you jeopardize your lives. Both he and Elder Qing exchanged glances, shaking their heads at Mishan, who had suffered the mental impact of a golden core's spiritual force. Even if he survived, he would likely be rendered a fool. Conversely, Jiao Qin's damage to his foundation might render him incapable of ever cultivating again. Trading one disciple for a successor to the sect leader, Elder Su had indeed made a profitable transaction. They stepped onto a small boat, departing swiftly. The remaining crowd scattered like startled birds. As the outer disciples bore Mishan to Elder Su's dwelling, they were drenched in sweat. One grumbled, what could this fellow be hiding to be so heavy? Another wiped his brow, replying, it is said that Elder Su's lineage emphasizes physical cultivation. At advanced stages, their muscles and bones become extraordinarily refined. A seemingly frail scholar may possess the strength of a beast in battle. Gently placing Mishan at the entrance of the dwelling, one asked, shall we leave him here? Mishan, fully aware of their actions, understood that had he withstood the sect leader's blow without injury earlier, it would have aroused the elder's suspicions and potentially exposed the existence of the dark Diablo world. Furthermore, should the sect leader continue his assault, he would have no means to defend himself. Feigning a fit of coughing, Mishan expelled another mouthful of blood before languidly awakening. Thank you, brothers, for carrying me here. He then produced several spiritual stones from his storage bag, distributing them among the disciples. Their faces brightened with joy as they expressed their gratitude. After sending the others away, Mishan settled into deep contemplation within Elder Su's abode. He had offended the sect leader, and even if Jiao Qin survived, the leader would not let him off easily. However, leaving Jiuyuanzi Temple now would subject him to a bounty on his head. A careless misstep could lead to his ruin. In a world dominated by demonic beasts, acquiring a foundation establishment pill would be an arduous task. Remaining at Jiuyuanzi Temple might just provide him a glimmer of hope. Concealed within Elder Su's abode, he felt relatively secure. If he could swiftly reach the peak of Qi refinement and obtain the foundation establishment pill, he might stand a chance against those pursuing him. With determination solidified, Mishan immersed himself in meditation, awakening once more in the realm of dark Diablo. Pushing open the door, Mishan found the street devoid of its usual tranquility. Every passerby was marked by an anxious demeanor, rushing to and fro. He stopped a stranger and inquired, what is happening? The individual brusquely brushed Mishan aside, exclaiming, every decade, a blood moon descends. Surely, you are aware? The last blood moon saw an aerial leading the fiends nearly breach the rogues' camp. This time, to err on the side of caution, Akira has informed everyone to prepare for refuge, and with that, the person hurried away. Mishan had long been aware that the fiends in the rogues' camp were mere projections of higher-dimensional creatures. However, he had been preoccupied with leveling up and had never paid heed to how often the blood moon would rise anew. Yet, after this blood moon, should all fiends resurrect, he would have little time to systematically clear the obstacles in his path. Lost in contemplation, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Brother, I'm so glad to find you. Akira has been searching everywhere for you. Valentine shouted as he ran towards Mishan. With a puzzled expression, Mishan asked, they are looking for me. Indeed, Akira has sent people to find you for quite some time. They even came to your home, but received no response. As he spoke, Valentine tugged Mishan towards the academy. Seated behind her desk, Akira looked up at Mishan and inquired, you are aware that the blood moon is approaching again, correct? Mishan nodded. I have been meditating at home and just learned of it. The heads of our academy have conferred and decided to send forth a select group of exceptional students to eliminate an aerial before the blood moon's arrival, thereby enhancing the combat prowess of our new batch of students. I have been searching for you, but could not find you. The advance party has already departed. You should still be able to catch up. Within the dim cave, only a flickering campfire illuminated the shadows of several adventurers, their forms morphing like fearsome beasts. Suddenly, a man clad in armor sprang to his feet, hurling a dagger into the darkness. "Who goes there? Step forward," he commanded, drawing his sword and keeping a vigilant gaze on the shadows. "I am Mishan, a student sent by Akira to undergo trials," he announced as 3 skeletons followed him out of the darkness. "Excellent. I feared you would not arrive," exclaimed Shelley, flinging herself into Mishan's embrace. Stroking her silky hair, Mishan handed the dagger to the towering figure beside him, smiling. "Greetings, I am Mishan, a necromancer. Your aim with the dagger is truly remarkable." The burly man returned the smile, accepting the dagger and securing it at his waist. "I am Park, a barbarian warrior. I have examined the remnants of the explosion in the Great Hall. You are indeed a commendable warrior." Park gestured towards another young man by the campfire. "That is Bessie, our assassin. Hey, Bessie, come over and greet our guest." Bessie glanced at Mishan and Shelley, who were still in an embrace, then quickly turned away, muttering, "What is so impressive about that? Just luck. Without the helm of the sky, he'd have been done for long ago." Mishan thought to himself, wary of Bessie's narrow-mindedness, but still humbly said to Park, "I apologize for my tardiness. How far are we from Anariel?" Before Park could respond, Bessie interjected from the corner. "While you were busy, we fought tooth and nail, and now that we are close to Anariel, you come out to reap the rewards." Shelley whirled around. Brandishing a small staff, her eyes narrowed at Bessie. "You owe your presence in the Black Wastes to Mishan, who activated the teleportation circle. What right do you have to call him a reward snatcher?" Bessie was about to retort, but Park interjected, "Enough. No more bickering. Everyone here has been chosen as the finest warriors from their respective academies. We are united in our mission to eliminate Anariel, not to engage in infighting." He then turned to Mishan. "Tomorrow, we will descend another level and confront Anariel, but it will be the most challenging level yet. The paths are intricate, and one misstep could lead to peril, not to mention the numerous elite monsters guarding Anariel. Our original plan was for Bessie to lure the monsters surrounding Anariel out, while I would defend and Shelley would provide damage. Now that you are here, could you reveal your capabilities?" Mishan responded confidently. "I can summon 3 skeletons and a clay golem for defense. I also possess a level 1 damage amplification ability to assist with damage." Bessie scoffed from behind. "All that depends on summon minions? Pathetic." Upon hearing this, Shelley began to chant an incantation, a bolt of lightning swirling and increasing in girth at her fingertips. Mishan quickly embraced Shelley, whispering in her ear, "Let us not act rashly over a few words. It could lead to unwanted gossip. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead." With a fierce flick of her wrist, Shelley hurled the bolt of lightning against the cave wall, producing a resounding crash that dislodged a cascade of stones. Then, she pulled Mishan to the opposite side of the campfire. The night passed in silence, and the following day, the group stood at the entrance to the 4th level of the cave. Park addressed the others. "Are we all clear on the tactics? The blood moon will soon descend. If we do not swiftly eliminate Anariel and return to the rogues' camp, we will be overwhelmed by the resurrected beasts." He shot a stern glance at Bessie. A shadow flitted about, with the lurking drowned one radiating a brilliant blue light. Park tightened his grip on his great sword and turned to Mishan. "If you cannot hold it back, call out. Do not overexert yourself." Mishan nodded with casual ease as Bessie led the drowned one charging towards them. As Bessie swiftly dodged to the side, he exposed the drowned one to Mishan. The drowned one raised its massive blade high, yet the clay golem suddenly opened its arms wide, ensnaring the creature tightly. Shelley began to chant, but Mishan called out loudly, "You need not engage yet. Conserve your magic for when we face Anariel." Under the anxious gaze of Shelley, Mishan commanded the 3 skeletons to charge forward. The drowned one struggled fiercely in the embrace of the clay golem, but made no progress. Mishan stood behind the skeletons, stifling a yawn. "How tedious this is. With so many here, I cannot command the skeletons to perform complex maneuvers. It is merely a series of slow, deliberate strikes." Nonetheless, after a mournful wail, the drowned one burst forth a handful of gold coins. Shelley's eyes sparkled as she rushed over to gather the coins. "Please, may I hold them? I have never seen a monster drop so much gold." After slaying numerous golden beasts, gold held little value to Mishan. He affectionately ruffled Shelley's hair. "You may have them as a gift." Shelley immediately stuffed the coins back into Mishan's arms, insisting, "No, I don't want them." Mishan took a small portion and offered it to Bessie and Park. Park shook his head. I did not contribute, so I shall not take any. However, Bessie snatched the coins and stuffed them into his pack, declaring, if you don't want them, I will take them. Park sternly asked Bessie, are you certain all the elite monsters have been dealt with? If you do not believe me, go see for yourself. Bessie retorted, turning on his heel and walking towards the chamber where Anariel resided. Mayama extracted 2 vials of antidote from the package and handed them to Shelley, urging her to take care of herself. If it becomes too difficult, just run. Don't worry about us. No sooner had Mayama spoken than a deafening roar echoed from within the room. The gathered individuals gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed on the exit. Anariel would soon unleash the blood moon, allowing her true power to manifest and augment her strength. The one they awaited had yet to arrive, and that wretched insect dared to disturb them at such a critical moment, prompting Andariel's furious outcry. Suddenly, the enemy ahead stumbled, colliding with the shattered bones on the ground, their previously agile form ensnared. Damn the crawlers, perish. Anariel seized the opportunity, exhaling a plume of dark green smoke, intent on engulfing her adversary entirely. Bessie, get out of the way, Parker shouted anxiously from behind. Though the barbarian possessed leaping combat skills, he had devoted all his abilities to shouting, leaving him powerless but to fret. In an instant, a white skeleton dashed forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as it kicked towards the struggling Bessie. The next moment, the skeleton crouched, hiding behind its shield. The dark green mist cascaded down, completely enveloping the skeleton. Parker's eyes widened in astonishment. What manner of skeleton exhibited such agility? Even he could not replicate it. Anariel is coming. Prepare to confront the creature. Mayama's voice resonated from the front. Parker focused, watching as the skeleton brandished its shield like a massive fan, swiftly dispersing the suffocating smoke and drawing Anariel toward the open space where Mayama stood. At that moment, everyone finally glimpsed Anariel. Her blood-red hair soared skyward, seemingly unbound by gravity, while her naked form was adorned with 4 sharp tendrils thrashing behind her. Her hands, tipped with razor-like claws, and feet resembling hooves glistened with a sanguine hue. The skeleton rolled across the ground, slipping beneath the clay golem's arm. Meanwhile, the clay golem lifted its colossal fists, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the advancing Anariel. Unable to slow her momentum, Anariel plunged into the golem's attack, causing the very earth to tremble. Witnessing the clay golem restrain Anariel, Mayama shouted, Shelley, disregard your magic power and attack with all your might. Parker, support from behind the skeleton. However, upon scanning the surroundings, he realized Bessie was nowhere to be found. After being kicked into a corner by the skeleton, he had vanished. Surely, those participating in the hunt for Anariel were the finest students from their respective academies. It was improbable that one could be rendered unconscious by a mere kick from a skeleton. With no time to search further, Mayama commanded the skeleton to charge at Anariel. Since Parker and Bessie deemed themselves incapable of close combat, he decided to conceal some of his own strength, just in case, and moved closer to Shelley. Shelley, her expression grave, raised her staff high, reciting an intricate incantation. Magic circles illuminated her pale right hand, morphing into crackling electric serpents that raced toward Anariel. Parker, meanwhile, bellowed, instilling unwavering courage in everyone present. Drawing a massive sword from his waist, he transformed into an indomitable tank, crashing into the fray. Moments later, a resounding crack reverberated as a fissure appeared on the clay golem, spreading like a spider's web across its body. Parker, use taunt. My clay golem can barely hold on. Mayama yelled. You must draw Andariel's attention. Do not let her charge directly at Shelley. But no sooner had he spoken than the clay golem shattered into countless fragments. Hey, ugly. Come here, Grandpa. Parker shouted at Anariel. The taunt was a unique skill of the barbarian, designed to provoke nearby monsters and attract their ire. Anariel whirled around, her arms whipping through the air with a whooshing sound aimed at Parker. He quickly raised his twin swords in defense, yet his feet left deep impressions in the ground as he slammed against the wall. At that moment, Parker completely abandoned his earlier contempt for Mayama. Initially, he believed Mayama could only withstand Sam Warlick's final blow due to his helmet. Now, after enduring Andariel's strike, he grasped the immense pressure faced by the clay golem. Had Mayama not arrived in time, the 3 of them would have stood no chance against Anariel. Parker sprang back to his feet, yelling, Ugly, come eat Grandpa's farts. Anariel, initially furious at Shelley, found her movement slowed by the lightning unleashed by the mage, the heat searing her skin. Yet, an irritating voice pierced her thoughts. Though she did not comprehend the words of the crawling insect, a surge of fury ignited within her. Kill, kill, kill the wretched crawler. With eyes ablaze, Anariel turned again, her 4 tendrils crashing against the walls, leaving deep gouges as she lunged at Parker. Mayama, summon the clay golem quickly. I can hardly hold on, Parker shouted, leading Anariel in frantic circles around the spacious room, toppling decorative columns. Duck, Mayama hollered, as a yellowish magic circle flickered in his hands. Parker quickly crouched, and an earth-shattering crash erupted above him. Mayama had summoned the clay golem right above him. Had he hesitated even slightly, he would have collided with the golem as Anariel had. Gripping his swords tightly, he rolled out from under the clay golem and resumed his assault on Anariel. Mayama, are you trying to murder me? Mayama chuckled. Valentine told me that barbarians are the most trustworthy allies. Indeed, barbarians are trustworthy. Parker laughed heartily, his long sword swirling with vigor. Suddenly, Anariel raised her arms, letting out a primal howl. Mayama's expression darkened. Everyone, prepare your antidotes. Be ready to detoxify at a moment's notice. As his words fell, Anariel leaned down, spewing potent venom around her, enveloping the room in a shroud of darkness and foul stench. Everyone, remain still. Be cautious not to harm one another. I will continue to distract Anariel, Mayama shouted. This was no online game where teammates could protect each other. In this obscure chamber, reckless attacks would likely injure allies. He downed the antidote he had prepared, channeling his energy into the cleansing technique. Through the tangible haze of poison, he struggled to maintain control over the clay golem, keeping Anariel engaged. Even with the cultivation of the heavenly demon technique, rendering him impervious to blades and toxins, he felt a sharp, invasive sensation seeping through his pores, dizziness beginning to overwhelm him. Just as Mayama prepared to drink another vial of antidote, his eye caught a glimmer of cold light darting from the darkness behind Shelley. Parker should have been at Anariel's side. There was no reason for him to be at the back of the group. Who, then, lurked in the shadows? And what were their intentions? Alarm surged within Mayama as he gripped the unconsumed vial, hurling it toward the source of the glimmer in the darkness. With a crashing sound, the glass shattered against the metal, signaling the presence of an intruder. Michon swiftly drew the spiked hammer from his waist and charged towards Shelley. Indeed, a dark figure lurked behind her, a dagger raised high. What are you doing? Michon bellowed, as the hammer descended with the force of thunder. The shadowy figure smirked contemptuously, thinking that even if the frail necromancer could lift such a heavy weapon, how much combat prowess could he truly muster? Since you wish to meet your demise first, do not blame me. With a menacing grin, the figure clashed the dagger against the hammer. In the next moment, the figure's expression changed drastically as an immense force traveled through the dagger, shattering bones and causing the weapon to clatter uselessly to the ground. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a necromancer possess such strength? The figure's eyes widened in terror as he stared at Michon, who prepared to deliver a swift kick. At that moment, the skeletal minions dispersed the noxious smoke, gradually clearing the room. Michon stepped on the figure, ripping away the cloth that concealed his face. Parker gasped, Bessie, how could it be you? He began to rush over. Michon shouted, Anariel is not dead yet. Focus all your strength. Do not allow her another chance to use her poison. Parker quickly responded, raising his great sword and continuing the assault. As their combined efforts bore fruit, Anariel's movement slowed, her strength waning, green blood seeping into every corner of the room. Like an octopus severing its own tentacles, Anariel suddenly lashed out with her appendages, spraying foul blood upon Parker and the clay golem. Seizing the moment of their hesitation, she swiftly maneuvered past them, charging towards Michon like a cannonball. With a resounding thud, Michon dropped the spiked hammer that had shielded his chest, staring blankly at Anariel pressing against his forehead, lost in contemplation. It appeared to be a final desperate struggle, yet it left him unscathed, only a phrase lingering in his heart. You have finally returned. Anariel smiled faintly at Michon and suddenly slashed with her claws. The impact sent Michon crashing into the wall, crumpling to the ground. The mysterious assailant had questioned whether he had returned, and now Anariel posed the same inquiry. What secrets lay hidden within him? And what was the armor residing in his consciousness? A shriek interrupted Michon's thoughts as Anariel fell upon Bessie, provoking another scream. Bessie! Parker rushed over and lifted Anariel's lifeless body. Enough of the wailing. She is dead. How cowardly. I can't believe you would turn against your ally. Bessie's tears flowed freely, her speech becoming incoherent. What do we do now? Shelley approached with a question. Parker pondered briefly before bending down to assist Bessie. Regardless, he is one of humanity. If we leave him here, he will soon be devoured by the resurrected beasts. Let us take him back to the rogue encampment and hand him over to Akira. There will be those who will judge him. As he spoke, Parker draped one of Bessie's arms over his shoulder. The blood moon will descend in a day or two. If we carry this dead weight, can we reach the teleportation circle at the upper level of the monastery in time? Mishan, rising from the ground, asked with concern. Parker patted his chest. Barbarians do not abandon their comrades. If time runs short, you and Shelley should go ahead. I will bring him along. Are you all right? Andariel's final strike seemed quite powerful, Parker remarked. At that moment, Shelley approached Mishan, pulling out a healing potion from her pack, ready to offer it to him. Mishan hesitated, contemplating the meaning behind Andariel's final blow. However, he realized that if too many people discovered his peculiarities, they might consider him a reincarnated demon. He shook his head. It's fine. Andariel must have exhausted all her strength when she severed her tentacle. Shelley, please gather the coins that Andariel dropped. We can divide them later. Mishan instructed. Upon hearing the mention of coins, Shelley's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sometimes, Mishan wondered if Shelley could be the reincarnation of a dragon, given her insatiable love for gold. Shelley diligently collected the coins from Andariel's body, even murmuring softly, Coins. Coins, where are you? As she meticulously searched the room, Mishan chuckled, Shelley, let us return. Even if we lose 1 or 2 coins, it matters not. How can that be? Last time during the blood moon, Aunt Akira took in all the orphans from the witch coven. The rogue encampment needed funds for reconstruction and healing the injured. Aunt Akira scrimped and saved to raise us, Shelley retorted immediately. Parker laughed heartily. Supporting Bessie as they ascended to the upper levels of the tomb, with Shelley lighting a torch to follow closely behind. Only Mishan lingered at the back, pausing briefly to bend down near Andariel's corpse. The small, pitch-black orb, teeming with concentrated magical energy, floated above her body. Did they truly not see it? Why then? Had he deliberately sent Shelley to collect coins, only for her to overlook the orb while rummaging through Andariel's remains? Feigning nonchalance, Mishan inquired, Shelley, why do ordinary monsters release magical energy upon death, yet Andariel and her ilk do not? Shelley turned back to respond. Ordinary monsters either generate magical energy through condensation or are beasts transformed by magical corruption. Only formidable creatures like Andariel are projections from higher planes. When these powerful entities perish, their power returns to their original forms in the higher planes, thus no magical energy is released. This has been covered in class. Haven't you been paying attention? Mishan scratched his head. But during the blood moon, how could so many ordinary monsters participate? When Andariel and other high-tier monsters project themselves, they release magic to accelerate the condensation of magical energy. The magical energy we accumulate from slaying monsters also builds up over time, Shelley explained further. Just then, Parker, leading the way, suddenly let out a pained howl and collapsed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the previously dazed Bessie bore a sinister expression, gripping a dagger that dripped with blood. Mishan, just wait. The helm of the underworld will one day belong to me. With that, he kicked the already injured Parker towards Mishan. Steadying Parker, Mishan prepared to pursue Bessie, only to find that he had vanished into the shadows. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the darkness, followed by Bessie's anguished cries and the sound of a body hitting the ground. Prepare your magic in case any monsters ambush us. I will investigate, Mishan instructed, leaving 2 skeletons by Shelley's side as he drew his spiked hammer and charged into the darkness with one of the skeletons. Hearing footsteps, Bessie pounded the ground, crying out in agony, Help me! Please, save me! Mishan stood nearby, coldly observing as a much bulkier golden fallen angel greedily tore into Bessie's insides. Before confronting Andariel, Parker had meticulously inquired whether Bessie had cleared the elite monsters on the 4th level. To his astonishment, after stealthily ambushing Parker, Bessie inadvertently collided with the elite monster he had overlooked. The drowned raised its head and let out a fierce roar, subsequently tearing off one of Bessie's legs and charging aggressively toward Mayama. However, the skeleton accompanying Mayama had already bent backward, resembling a taut bow ready to unleash. With a sharp crack, the skeleton shattered into a pile of bone fragments. The battle axe in its hand shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards the drowned. Powerless, the drowned dropped the bloodied leg it had clutched and, in disbelief, touched its forehead, where a battle axe had inexplicably lodged itself. In agony, it roared loudly, gripping the axe tightly, desperately attempting to extract the source of its suffering from its forehead. Yet, as the axe was pulled free, blood mixed with brain matter erupted forth. Mayama cast a cold glance and activated a magic circle with his right hand, shortly summoning a pristine white skeleton from the drowned's remains. "Are you all right?" Mayama returned just in time, and Shelley anxiously inquired. Mayama smiled slightly. "I'm fine." Bessie collided with the overlooked elite drowned, and by the time I arrived, it was already too late. At that moment, Parker was slowly regaining consciousness, clutching his wounded abdomen and painfully stating, "You two should hurry and leave. There's no need to worry about me. Aren't you a barbarian? You wouldn't abandon your companions," Mayama replied while bandaging Parker's wounds. Parker immediately waved his hand in refusal. "But I and Apos am so heavy. I and Apos LL slow you down. Although you are strong, you are also quite injured." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Mayama and Apos' skeleton had already approached Parker, bending down to securely carry him on its back. "Oh, this is impossible," Parker exclaimed in disbelief. "You are truly a genius, capable of controlling a skeleton to perform such intricate actions." Initially thinking he was the only one capable of such control, Mayama quickly asked, "Could there be others who can control skeletons in such a manner?" Certainly, the missing headmaster of the Necromancer Academy could do it. He once made quite a few pranks with the skeletons in the academy. "Didn't you know?" Shelley stared wide-eyed at Mayama. Mayama scratched his head, recalling that on his first day of class, he had been expelled from the classroom by Sam Warlick, and his senior, Carl Norton, was a notorious drunkard. It seemed that upon returning to the rogue encampment, he should visit the library to reinforce his foundational knowledge. "I thought I was the only one who could control skeletons. I was even ready to ask you to help keep it a secret," Mayama remarked. Parker exclaimed, "The better you master your professional skills, the more it reflects your devotion to the divine. My friend, you truly ought to study diligently. Your foundational knowledge is severely lacking." Just as he finished speaking, the skeleton beneath Parker trembled, causing him to scream loudly. Shelley followed behind, covering her mouth as she erupted into fits of laughter. 2 days later, in Akira's office. "You have finally returned. How are your injuries?" Akira inquired with concern. Parker, with his chest wrapped in multiple layers of bandages, lowered his head in disappointment. "I apologize for disappointing your great expectations. Out of the 7 students who ventured, only the 3 of us managed to return after defeating an aerial. Bessie was unfortunately ambushed by an elite monster and sacrificed. The others were injured along the way and returned to the rogue encampment via the teleportation portal." Shelley suddenly looked up as if wanting to say something, but Mayama, standing beside her, reached out and pulled her back. Since Bessie had met his fate due to his own misdeeds, there was no need to disclose his betrayal of his companions. In the world of Diablo, honor was regarded as more important than life itself. Revealing Bessie's betrayal now would incite discontent among the Barbarian Academy and suspicion from the Assassin Academy. With the Blood Moon approaching, the rogue encampment would face unprecedented challenges, and the unity of the various academies was paramount. Sitting behind the large desk, Akira observed Mayama's actions and nodded in satisfaction. "Your mission must have yielded great rewards." Parker replied, "I am nearly at level 9. I am also close to level 9. Shelley echoed. Mayama, immersed in thought, realized that his necromancer had just broken through to level 8, after absorbing the essence from Andariel's magic orb. He expected to elevate the heavenly demon technique to the 8th level as well. Looking at Akira, he responded, "I have just broken through to level 8. After a moment of contemplation, Akira remarked, "Last night, the night sky bore a hint of crimson. The blood moon should descend in the next day or 2. Your perilous defeat of Andariel has greatly contributed to the rogue encampment. If you do not wish to participate in the upcoming defense, you may remain in your quarters to assimilate your experiences. Breaking through to level 9 should pose no challenge. Should you wish to participate in the defense, report to Cassia." After leaving Akira's office, Shelley asked Mayama, "Will you participate in the defense this time?" Though the 3 of us managed to defeat Andariel together, if luck is not on our side during the defense, and we find ourselves isolated and surrounded by elite monsters, escape will be exceedingly difficult. Mayama pondered. He was only at the 8th level of chi refinement. Although he possessed the essence from Andariel's magic orb, it would only suffice for his breakthrough to level 9. The Blood Moon might present a splendid opportunity to eliminate several elite monsters and advance the heavenly demon technique to level 9. Using the magic orb afterward might allow him to perfect his chi refinement. While retreating for a few months to cultivate would be safer, after the blood moon. All monsters would ultimately return to their territories, complicating the search for higher-level elites. If the blood moon were to occur within the next couple of days, he would likely participate. If not, he would remain in his quarters to process the experiences gained. Will you participate? Mayama countered. Shelley nodded without hesitation. Akira raised me. Everyone in the rogue encampment is like family to me. I will certainly participate in this defense. And you, Parker? Will you join? You are quite injured, Mayama inquired again. Parker patted his chest. Barbarians are born to protect their kin. Even if I am injured and unable to fight on the front lines, I can still assist in transporting arrows and repairing weapons, among other tasks. After a brief chat, Mayama hurried back to his quarters, clutching the statue of the necromancer. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he contemplated and decided to allocate some skill points to summoning skeletons. While the short staff could provide some skill in summoning skeletons, wielding it in one hand while holding a spiked mace in the other proved cumbersome in combat. Now, with his skill points no longer as scarce as before, he could still summon 3 skeletons even without the staff. Unlike ordinary necromancers, he lacked the capability for close combat. With his left hand now free, he could more effectively engage in offensive strikes or seek a suitable shield for defense. After resolving his skill point allocation, Mayama immersed himself in his consciousness, where a gray full-body armor shimmered brilliantly in his mind's eye. After contemplating for a while, he cautiously reached out with his consciousness to touch the armor, and instantly felt a weight upon him as the armor swiftly enveloped him. Enigmatic armor reduces magic damage by 3, agility 6, maximum stamina 15, poison resistance 30, mana regeneration 15, faster run walk 25, faster cast rate 25, faster hit recovery 25. As the armor enveloped his body, information regarding it flooded into Mishan's mind. Although the intention behind Anariel gifting him this armor remained unclear, its quality was undeniable. The reduction in magic damage, combined with the shadow cloak skill inherent in the Tiamat's helm, would mitigate incoming elemental damage. Even certain fire-based spells from the Xianhuan continent would be less effective. Mana in the world of Diablo was analogous to divine sense in the Xianhuan continent, with the key difference being that Diablo's world utilized mana to manipulate elemental forces, channeling them through magical arrays inscribed upon the body to cast spells. Conversely, the Xianhuan continent relied on divine sense to control spiritual energy, thereby activating various spells and magical artifacts. However, the growth of divine sense in the Xianhuan continent was exceedingly slow. Even if techniques to cultivate divine sense existed, centuries of demonic dominance had likely rendered them scarce. The world of Diablo differed significantly, as the constant slaying of demonic creatures allowed for the continuous stimulation of mana through the demonic energy they released. Upon reaching the requisite level, one could learn diverse skills via the class statues. Hit recovery allowed for a swifter recovery from fear and pain after sustaining damage, facilitating a quicker return to battle. While its effects were less immediately apparent than attributes like strength and agility, such resilience could be the difference between life and death in a close fight. The 25 increase in casting speed was invaluable. Regardless of the spell or magic involved, advancing in proficiency became increasingly arduous. However, the ability to strike first often dictated the rhythm of combat. As Mishan reveled in his examination of the enigmatic armor, urgent footsteps echoed from outside. "Brother, are you home?" Valentine pounded anxiously on the door. "Kasha has ordered me to inform you to report to the city walls for defense." Unwilling to risk misinterpretation by wearing the armor before fully understanding its properties, Mishan recalled that it could be summoned and dismissed via divine sense. Focusing his divine sense on the armor, he successfully returned it to his consciousness in an instant. Upon opening the door, Valentine seized Mishan's hand. "Brother, we must hurry. Scouts from the Assassin's Academy report that a large number of demonic entities are converging on the rogue encampment." Mishan noticed that the outside world had grown dim while he was inside. A massive, blood-red moon peaked over the horizon, casting an eerie crimson hue over everything. The once bustling streets were deserted of civilians, and rogues in full armor, armed with spears, hurried towards the city walls. "Brother, cease your observation. Kasha awaits us at the walls," Valentine urged, pulling Mishan forward. Upon reaching the base of the city walls, Mishan observed that only a handful of paladins remained, along with the assembled rogues. The other students, both familiar and unfamiliar, stood in neat rows, clad in their respective class attire and armed, listening intently to Kasha's address. Upon seeing Mishan arrive, Kasha frowned. As this is your first offense, I will forego punishment. However, remember that this is war. By choosing to fight, you are now a soldier. A soldier's duty is unconditional obedience. If you cannot comply, then leave. I will not allow my rogues to suffer for your sake. Realizing that their fates were intertwined, Mishan understood that the fall of the rogue encampment would leave him without a safe haven. He had requested that Shui Lai enroll him in the war effort when they parted ways. Yet he had nearly missed the muster due to his fascination with the enigmatic armor. After apologizing to Kasha, Mishan hurried to take his place behind Carnatan. Once everyone was accounted for, Kasha resumed her impassioned address. Our ancestors have repeatedly risked their lives to defend these walls against the demonic horde, ensuring the safety of our loved ones. Now it is our turn. Will you surrender the rogue encampment to those vile creatures? Will you abandon your families and friends to be devoured by those loathsome monsters? No, no. The assembled rogues roared, striking their weapons in unison, creating a thunderous response. Kasha raised her arms and cried out, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The crowd echoed her with an even more deafening roar. Now, the leaders of each academy will lead their forces to their assigned positions. Kasha, followed by a squad of archers, raced towards the city walls. The other academies dispersed under the guidance of their respective leaders. Mishan inquired of Carnatan, "Senior, what are the responsibilities of the Necromancer Academy?" Carnatan glanced back before continuing towards the walls. After the last blood moon, only 3 of us remain in the Necromancer Academy, making it impossible to form a battle group. Carl and I have been assigned to the Mages Academy. When the corpses begin to pile up at the base of the wall, we will use corpse explosion to attack the demons. As for you, your level is too low to have learned any ranged attack skills. You can assist by transporting potions. This is your first time participating in a war, so merely surviving to the end will be an accomplishment. There is no need to overextend yourself. As they spoke, Mishan and Carnatan ascended the city walls. In the distance, the blood-red wasteland churned with dust. Hordes of crimson fallen ones, dragging their crude weapons, followed closely behind fallen shaman, advancing towards the rogue encampment. Bloodhawks, as large as calves, screeched overhead, while dark rogues wielding spears darted through the demonic ranks. Soon, the entire demonic horde shifted direction, charging straight towards the rogue encampment. Carnatan pulled Mishan down behind the battlements as a company of rogues rushed past. "Be careful. It is not yet our time. Do not impede the rogues," Carnatan cautioned. Mishan leaned in and asked, "Senior, do these monsters possess awareness? Why are the dark rogues directing the horde?" According to research, only beasts or travelers corrupted by demonic energy retain a semblance of their former consciousness. The dark rogues are merely driven by their inherent bloodlust. They have caught the scent of humans and are naturally drawn to it, Carnatan replied. "Do Anariel and the other demons possess their own consciousness?" Mishan pressed. Carnatan chuckled. Higher dimensional demons expend considerable power to project themselves into lower dimensions. They typically avoid fragmenting their consciousness. However, there are exceptions. During the last blood moon, it was evident that someone was orchestrating the demonic forces. That is why the teacher led us into the wilderness to uncover the truth. "Did you encounter anything unusual when you defeated Anariel?" Carnatan stared intently at Mishan. Mishan shook his head vehemently. No. I was merely curious about the strange behavior of the demons at the base of the wall." Since returning to the academy, Carl had been relentlessly seeking information about the teacher. "If I were to expose myself, I might end up being sliced apart by Akira after having spoken with Anariel at the moment of my demise." "Wait, I'll go with you," said Mayama. After a while, he approached Carnatan and inquired, "Senior brother, have you heard of the secret armor?" Carnmoli, standing nearby, looked at Mayama with curiosity. One moment you ask if the monsters possess self-awareness, and the next, you inquire about the secret armor. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of a demon king, capable of communicating with monsters and wielding the secret armor? Upon hearing this, Mayama immediately shrank back into the corner, waving his hands. No. Senior brother drinks every day. I haven't attended proper classes. I merely stumbled upon records of the secret armor in the library and was curious." With a resounding thud, Carnatan struck Mayama's head with his staff. "What do you mean by me drinking every day? I merely feigned weakness. Ever since the teachers went missing, I sensed something amiss in the camp. If I hadn't remained vigilant, you would have long been killed by Sam Warlick in the cafeteria. And you, Mari, stop teasing him. It is said that all rune equipment was once wielded by demon kings. Due to their innate strength, demon kings utilized heavier armor to forge rune equipment. While humans can also use rune equipment, most who can wear it are barbaric individuals with immense strength, yet they lack magical affinity and cannot learn magic. Thus, even if one were to create a basic piece of equipment with sockets, it would typically be embedded with gemstones of basic attributes. However, you, with your brute strength, might have a chance if you encounter suitable rune equipment, Carnarton continued. By the way, have you found Cammy yet? Although Mayama rarely appeared at the academy, the timid and kind-hearted Cammy had left a deep impression on him. Carnarton shook his head. Since the last disappearance, there has been no sign of him. I have searched extensively, but to no avail. It is as if he has vanished into thin air. Who is Cammy? Is he a student you took in while I was away? Carmoli asked in confusion. You knocked me unconscious and hid me, and when I awoke, a child still and swaddling lay beside me. Surely, it was not you who placed him there. Carnarton looked equally perplexed. No. We left enough necromantic energy to conceal only you. How could we hide a child beside you? Carmoli quickly shook her head. Before Carnarton could say more, a rogue standing beside Kasha removed the horn hanging from his waist and blew into it with a resounding call. Kasha raised her spear high and shouted, Warriors! For our families, for the rogue camp, kill, kill, kill. Archers, prepare the catapults. As her words fell, several rogues swiftly pulled down the curtains covering the castle walls, revealing 5 wooden catapults. The group immediately worked together to load a massive iron ball into one of the catapults. Meanwhile, the mage began chanting incantations, and soon flames erupted from the staff, igniting the iron ball. Kasha, from her lofty position atop the walls, called out, Release. The iron balls transformed into blazing meteors, streaking across the blood-red night sky, trailing thick black smoke towards the approaching monsters. Mayama leaned over the castle wall, and in the brief time he had spent chatting with Carnarton, the monsters had already closed to within 100 meters of the rogue camp. The hideous faces of the monsters and the tattered cloth clinging to their filthy bodies became increasingly visible. Seeing the iron balls hurtling towards them, the fallen sorcerers frantically waved their staffs, shouting in disarray, attempting to direct their minions to dodge away, causing their previously orderly formation to descend into chaos. Meanwhile, the fallen rogues began to remove their longbows, shooting wildly at the iron balls in a desperate attempt to intercept them. A cacophony of thunderous crashes ensued as heavy iron balls struck the horde of monsters. Some unfortunate creatures were crushed into a pulp, while others narrowly escaped, only to find that the impact of the balls, upon hitting the ground, unleashed a tremendous force that tore through the bloodied battlefield like a fiery tank, leaving trails of carnage in their wake. A pungent smell of charred flesh began to permeate the air. Mayama, astonished, looked at Carnarton. Surely, even an aerial cannot withstand such catapults. Carnarton regarded Mayama as if he were a fool. An aerial and those elite monsters lack self-awareness, but they are not so foolish as to stand idly by while being attacked. The primary purpose of the catapults is to illuminate the vast wasteland before the rogue camp, aiding the mages and archers in their aim. It is said that in the homeland of the barbarians, there exists a magical catapult capable of launching immensely powerful spells that might be capable of slaying an aerial. Mayama, skeptical, peered over the castle wall once more. The still iron balls transformed into immense bonfires, illuminating the bloodied wasteland as bright as day. The fallen sorcerers, who had been crushed, groggily rose to their feet, weapons in hand, roaring as they charged back towards the rogue camp. Meanwhile, the blood eagles in the sky remained unaffected by the iron balls, suddenly swooping down to snatch a fallen rogue in their talons. Remain calm. Continue preparing the catapults. Archers, ready to intercept the blood eagles. Barbarians, clear out the fallen rogues. Kasha commanded with composure. The sound of bowstrings being drawn echoed as arrows flew into the sky like shooting stars. In the rear of the monstrous horde, dozens of nests made of flesh and blood continuously birthed small blood eagles. In the blink of an eye, the blood eagles congregated, forming a dense cloud. At this moment, the archers no longer needed to aim deliberately. Each shot taken brought down a blood eagle. Nonetheless, many still managed to evade capture, their wings sweeping through the crowd and stirring up a fierce wind that threw the archers off balance. A rogue dropped from the talons of a blood eagle, causing immediate chaos among the ranks. Stay calm, barbarians. Quickly deal with the fallen rogues, Kasha shouted. Chasai stepped forward, howling at the sky, unleashing the skill war cry. This ability could incapacitate all nearby enemies. The blood eagles before Chasai plummeted to the ground like dumplings. The remaining barbarians, armed with long swords or battle axes, began to clear the fallen rogues from the field. Kasha furrowed her brow, intently watching the distance. Chasai, cease using war cry. The elite monsters have yet to appear. Do not waste your mana on these weaklings. Mayama, puzzled, turned to Karnarton. Why are there so few paladins? Karnarton sneered coldly. Those cowardly fools, terrified of death, always seek refuge in prayer during the blood moon, hiding in their churches. After the blood moon passes and other academies are gravely weakened, they emerge to flaunt their might. As the blood eagles in the sky multiplied, blocking out the sun and crashing into everyone atop the castle walls, Kasha commanded, Chasai, find 2 barbarians to blow up the blood eagle nests. She produced a small box filled with explosives. Just as Karnarton prepared to rise, he was firmly held down by Karnmoli. The Necromancer Academy has only the 3 of us left. If you die, who will carry on the legacy of the Necromancers? Should we rely on this cripple or the inexperienced Mayama? Karnarton argued anxiously. Aside from Necromancers, no one can infiltrate the throngs of monsters and survive. Mayama contemplated the situation. If he remained hidden in this spot, he might never encounter an elite creature by the time the battle concluded. It would be wiser to seize the moment and venture forth to slay a couple of elite monsters before the likes of Anariel and the Countess made their appearance. I shall go. My prowess in close combat surpasses both of yours. Even if my summons perish, I possess the strength to continue fighting. As he spoke, Mayama rose and strode toward Kasha. The barbarian, who had already accepted the task, scrutinized Mayama from head to toe. Can you truly handle this? If you alert the monsters, we may never have the chance to obliterate the Blood Eagle's nest. Mayama smirked coldly and delivered a powerful punch against the city wall. With a resounding crash, a fissure the width of a finger spread across the stone. The barbarian's eyes widened in astonishment. My apologies, I underestimated you. Kasha still harbored some reservations. You just returned from training. Are your injuries fully healed? Mayama patted his chest reassuringly. Fear not, I would never jest with my life or the safety of Rogue Camp. Chasai drew a belt from his waist. This belt has a cubic meter of storage space. You can stow the explosive potions within. The barbarian's gaze fixated on the belt, reluctant to look away. Although he possessed the aura of a necromancer to deceive the monsters, traversing through a dense horde with such many explosives alone was perilous. Now equipped with the storage belt, Mayama accepted it without hesitation, sweeping the box of explosive potions into it. These potions have been specially modified. Once you place the explosives near the Blood Eagle's nest, I will detonate them once you reach a safe distance, Kasha instructed. Are you prepared? Kasha retrieved a bow and arrow from a nearby rogue. I will clear a path for you with my arrows, and Chasai will open the city gate just a crack. Seize that opportunity to escape. Mayama assessed the height of the wall and shook his head. I can simply jump down. With that, he approached the edge of the wall, brandishing his spiked hammer, and leapt into the air. The Blood Eagles, sensing the scent of flesh, swarmed toward him. Kasha unleashed a barrage of arrows, forming a protective barrier of projectiles around Mayama, fending off every Blood Eagle that dared to approach. Wait for me, I'm coming with you. Suddenly, a figure leaped over the wall, chasing after Mayama. As he plummeted, he heard a voice from above, and before he could think, a warm, soft body landed in his embrace. In the next instant, he secured the person in his arms while bracing himself against the ground, rolling several times before coming to a steady stop. In an instant, the necromantic aura erupted forth, causing the oncoming Blood Eagles to circle around Mayama, confused and unsure whether this peculiar individual was one of their kind. Just then, Mayama sensed a surge of malevolent energy, and all the Blood Eagles, as if commanded, screeched and lunged toward the wall. Karnarton had assured him that monsters lacked independent consciousness. Yet what was this sudden surge of energy? However, now trapped among the monsters, Mayama had no time to ponder. He shook his head, recalling that someone had just jumped down with him. Turning to his side, he saw Sam Jones, clad in simple garb, anxiously observing him. Mayama sighed in exasperation. Sister, please, do not hinder me any further. I could call Kasha to lower a rope and pull you up. Sam Jones immediately shook her head in refusal. I'm sorry, I always misjudged you before. I realize now how much I have harmed you in Rogue Camp. Please, grant me a chance for redemption. Mayama scrutinized her. Your best assistance would be to return to the camp. Do you understand? I need to delve into the monster horde and destroy the Blood Eagle's nest. Having you as a liability will only hasten my demise. I won't be a burden, I promise. Ever since my father and brother met their fate, I have been reflecting on our claim of being the Divine's representatives. Yet, some paladins have spent their entire lives hidden in rogue camp without ever slaying a single monster. I gathered my courage and ventured into the wilderness, and I found that my devotion to the divine has only intensified. With each monster I vanquished, my power of holy light grew brighter. As she spoke, a radiant halo of power suddenly emanated from beneath Sam Jones' feet. The previously retreating blood eagles abruptly turned and dove toward her, like moths drawn to a flame. "Foolish girl," Mayama exclaimed, kicking Sam Jones in the abdomen. "If you wish to die, do it away from me. Do not drag me down with you." Wincing in pain, Sam Jones turned pale as the halo flickered and vanished. Yet, the lingering aura of power amidst the thick magic felt like a beacon in the darkness. The blood eagles screeched and relentlessly charged toward Sam Jones. "This is troublesome." Mayama furrowed his brow, pulling Sam Jones into his embrace. With a sharp command, he unleashed the full force of his necromantic aura. The blood eagles resumed their circling around him, only gradually dispersing after some time. "Sister, do stay away from danger," Mayama said, exasperated. Though his words were harsh, he was taken aback. When the radiant halo had surged forth, a wave of confidence had surged within him, filling him with strength. As if his spiked hammer had grown lighter. It appeared this girl, once proud and reckless, had learned the art of apology. Having descended into the fray, climbing back up would pose its own risks. Perhaps bringing her along could offer some assistance in dire moments. With a stern expression, Mayama led Sam Jones deeper into the blood-soaked wasteland. "Be cautious. If we reach a critical juncture, I shall not hesitate to abandon you." Sam Jones nodded fervently, closely trailing behind Mayama, not daring to stray even a step. They cautiously navigated past the grotesque abomination, the weeds clinging to them clearly visible. Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded as a golden abomination sorcerer slammed its staff down before Mayama. Quickly, he cradled Sam Jones in his arms, one hand resting on his spiked hammer, anxiously gazing at the sorcerer. On the city wall, Chasai urgently inquired of Kasha, "Why has Bigobos emerged so early this time?" Kasha, piercing her spear into the air, watched as blood eagles fell one after another. "I do not know either. This blood moon seems increasingly peculiar. I even suspect the monsters have developed self-awareness, seeking something within rogue camp. How is that possible? If they were to sever their consciousness for projection, that fragment could never be reclaimed. What could they possibly seek that warrants such sacrifice?" Chasai pondered deeply. Kasha shook her head. "I do not know. It is merely an instinct." Meanwhile, Mayama held Sam Jones tightly, feeling a chilling aura of malevolence sweeping around them. Moments later, Bigobos raised his staff high toward rogue camp, calling out loudly, "Akaniyu." Could this creature be urging him forward, forbidding retreat? Mayama grasped Sam Jones and tentatively took a few steps toward rogue camp. Bishu Bosu nodded in immediate satisfaction before hastily moving towards two fallen demons arguing over a lifeless rabbit in the distance. With a heavy exhale, Mishan muttered in frustration. Clearly Bishu Bosu had been monitoring them. He turned to Sam Jones and remarked, "Let us hasten. This place feels ominous." Half a day later, deep within the blood-soaked wasteland stood dozens of trees, their lower halves resembling trunks while their upper portions manifested as enormous, fleshy tumors of blood eagles, closely clustered together. The bark was cloaked in a grayish hide, with blue veins pulsating beneath the surface. Each pulsation expelled a damp blood eagle from the tumor. "Once I toss the explosive beneath the tree, we shall flee together. Understood?" Mishan said as he retrieved the volatile explosives from his storage bag. The explosives were exceedingly unstable, capable of detonating at the slightest touch. He carefully placed them at the base of the tree. As anguished wails surged forth from the depths of the ground, accompanying the throbbing of the blue veins. "I require more sustenance." A faint voice echoed from the hollow of the blood eagle nest, reminiscent of a sound from the netherworld. Mishan's gaze snapped upwards, fixated on the blood eagle nest. Yet after a prolonged wait, there remained no sign of disturbance. "Is it done? I just saw Bishu Bosu approaching again." Sam Jones tugged at Mishan's arm. Had the shock from Anariel been so profound that it induced hallucinations? Mishan shook his head. "Let us depart." However, just as he rose, Sam Jones suddenly grinned maliciously, produced a vial of yellow explosives from his cloak, and hurled it towards the explosives already set beneath the tree. "No!" Mishan shouted, lunging towards the explosives. But it was too late. With a deafening roar, the ground trembled violently, and all the blood eagle nests collapsed. The blood eagles, unable to take flight in time, fell to the ground in disarray. Sam Jones lay sprawled on the ground like a withered leaf, his body drenched in blood, yet he continued to laugh maniacally. The paladin is required to venture beyond the camp, yet the fact remains you have slain my kin. Perish, scoundrel! Do you believe your actions are justified? I yearn solely to advance, yet your family has repeatedly sought my demise. Amidst the billowing smoke, Mishan emerged clad in stealth armor and a helm. Coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of blood, causing Sam Jones's eyes to widen. How can you be unscathed? As his consciousness surged, his armor and helm retracted into his belt. Mishan sighed. From our first encounter, your intent has been my death. Your brother and father share the same desire. Akira always asserted that a profession merely reflects ability, not one's moral character. I had hoped you might have changed through adversity, yet your obstinacy remains unchanged. Did you think I would dare lead you into the wasteland unprepared? A roar echoed nearby. Bishu Bo Su was leading a cadre of fallen demons towards them with haste. Mishan glanced at Sam Jones. One must learn to mature and take responsibility for their actions. With that, he swiftly retreated into the smoke. Help me, please. Sam Jones desperately waved his arms, attempting to crawl towards Mishan, but his ribs had pierced his chest cavity. Each movement brought excruciating agony. God, please save your loyal servant. I do not wish to die yet. Sam Jones cried out in despair. Yet, the awaited savior was not an omnipotent deity, but rather famished fallen demons. With fervor, the demons pounced upon Sam Jones, tearing into his delicate throat. A stream of rich blood gushed forth. Other demons joined in, fervently gnawing at Sam Jones's body. Bishu Bo Su approached, glancing towards the desolate expanse. Despite Andariel's presence, he felt no call from her. Those two damned insects had infiltrated and toppled the Blood Eagle nest. While the Blood Eagles were sufficient, if he failed to identify the true culprit, he would inevitably face retribution. With a staff raised, he struck the demons with fervor, roaring, "Damn it, cease your feasting. Go find someone, or our lives are forfeit." He cast a lingering glance at the mangled Sam Jones. The demons, weapon in tow, staggered into the smoke. At that moment, Mishan had curled himself within the hollow tumor of the Blood Eagle nest, extending his consciousness to scrutinize Bishu Bo Su's every movement. There was a distinct communication between Bishu Bo Su and the fallen demons. Even his distant gaze bore the weight of contemplation. As Mishan pondered, the Blood Eagle nest began to undulate, the moist flesh walls quivering incessantly. With a sudden thud, Mishan plunged into the depths of the Blood Eagle nest. Strangely, as he slipped into the hollow, several damp blue veins coiled around him, binding him tightly. What is this ghastly entity? Surely it bears no poison. Mishan immediately activated the heavenly demon technique, exerting his limbs to break free from the constraining veins. Yet, as the veins throbbed, a pure magical essence flowed into him. Did the Blood Eagle nest perceive him as an unhatched Blood Eagle? At this moment, he had no time for apprehension, channeling all his energy into absorbing the magical essence from the veins. Karlu, Lughang. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated in Mishan's ears. He opened his eyes abruptly, only to feel a chilling presence as the magical essence surged into his dantian. Truly, there is no free lunch in this world. Mishan's countenance shifted dramatically. If his dantian were to be damaged, it would spell his doom. He immediately focused his spirit into his dantian, where a Blood Eagle's shadowy essence flowed in alongside the magical energy. The newly born Blood Eagle curiously surveyed its surroundings within Mishan's dantian. Yet, a sudden oppressive force struck, toppling the Blood Eagle to the ground. In the next moment, his consciousness seized the Blood Eagle's essence with an iron grip. The magical essence solidified into a form, but from whence did this essence originate? Was it a projection of a high-tier demon, or a soul extracted from the underworld by the Blood Eagle nest? And who was the ancient voice that spoke? Was the Karlu mentioned the head of the Necromancer Academy? But had he not vanished while pursuing the secrets of the demon's siege? Lughang lay to the east of Rog Camp. Yet what connection did he have to Karlu? Mishan found himself perplexed, yet he instinctively compressed his spirit, crushing the Blood Eagle's essence into fragments, merging it with his consciousness. A flurry of fragmented memories swept through Mishan's mind. The hollow beneath him surged with impatience. With a gurgling sound, Mishan was expelled from the Blood Eagle nest. Hearing the commotion, Bishu Bo Su spun around, roaring, "You are still alive. Good." After a surge of magical energy, a sharp voice echoed within Mishan's mind. He could comprehend the language of the demons. Was it that the fragmented memories within the Blood Eagle's essence imparted their tongue? Bishu Bo Su circled around Mishan, scrutinizing this peculiar creature before him. In his small mind, he could not fathom what manner of demon Mishan truly was. Suddenly, a tremendous roar emanated from the depths of the stone wilderness. Bishu Baksu raised his staff and shouted loudly towards the rock camp, "Kill, feast upon flesh." The ordinary fallen demons following him immediately brandished their weapons and charged towards the camp. Mayan, clutching a spiked hammer, closely trailed behind Bishu Baksu. "Since you regard me as a monster, I shall not hold back." As he ran, he meticulously absorbed the fragmented memories left by the blood eagle's soul. These fragments contained only a few common words, lacking even a complete sentence. Before long, Mayan began to attempt to manipulate the demonic energy to produce sound. As he passed a large tree, he suddenly let out a sharp cry. "Humans!" Bishu Baksu, who was ahead, turned back to check. But the heavy spiked hammer had already come crashing down upon him. Confused, he stared at Mayan, bewildered as to why this newly born demon would suddenly attack him. Nevertheless, as a high-ranking demon, Bishu Baksu was prepared to teach this audacious young creature a lesson. "Kill!" he roared, ready to chant a spell. However, Mayan merely smirked, his spiked hammer descending like a torrential rain. Before Bishu Baksu could utter a cry of despair, he fell heavily to the ground. Mayan dragged Bishu Baksu's lifeless body to the edge of the tree and lay down atop it, concealing it completely. The few fallen demons in front, hearing the commotion, quickly turned to investigate, only to see Mayan weakly lying on the ground, pointing towards the tree and emitting faint growls. Humans, the fallen demons, devoid of suspicion, rushed towards the tree. Channeling the heavenly demon technique, a thick demonic energy surged from beneath Mayan's body. In the latter half of the night, Mayan reluctantly opened his eyes. This was the fourth elite demon he had slain. The demonic energy in his dantian surged ceaselessly. Although he was still some distance from reaching the 9th level of Qi training, Mayan decided to return to the rock camp. Dawn was fast approaching, and if he continued to lure demons, he risked being discovered by Kasha and the others. Moreover, after a night of battle, the air was permeated with potent demonic energy, which would suffice for him to ascend to the 9th level of Qi training without further slaying. He reached down to smear blood from the fallen demon onto himself, thoroughly coating his body. Mayan sheathed his spiked hammer on his back, picked up a wooden stick from the fallen demon, and dashed towards the rock camp. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy rushed towards him, colliding heavily against him. It then scrutinized him closely from head to toe. Mayan's heart raced as he turned to see the green-skinned countess, resurrected and glaring fiercely at him from a short distance away. Damn, if I get entangled with the countess now, surrounded by demons, even 9 lives would not suffice. Helpless. Mayan raised the wooden stick and let out a sharp roar towards the rock camp. Kill, recognize flesh, quickly. The countess, realizing Mayan spoke the language of demons, no longer harbored doubts. Dawn was imminent. If they could not seize the rock camp, they would have to wait another decade. She kicked fiercely at the nearest fallen demon. Useless fools, you and Amp. Oppos, VE wasted so much of my demonic energy to coalesce, yet you still Haven and Amp. Oppos, T breached the gates of the rock camp. At that moment, Mayan had already reached the gates of the rock camp, seizing a diving blood eagle. With a fierce roar, he commanded, "Fly." The startled blood eagle immediately flapped its wings vigorously, struggling to ascend towards the rock camp. "Is that Mayan?" Chasai, standing on the city wall, asked Kasha with a puzzled expression. Kasha scrutinized for a while. "That should be the lad. Everyone be cautious and avoid his attacks." With a thunderous crash, Mayan slammed against the city wall. Seeing Kasha rushing over, he quickly shouted, "Don't attack. It's me." Kasha gazed at Mayan curiously. "I know it's you. How could you control the blood eagle?" Mayan chuckled. "I noticed the fallen demons shouting like that, so I tried to imitate, and unexpectedly, the blood eagle really brought me back." At that moment, Shelley rushed over, anxiously asking, "Are you hurt?" "Rest assured, after blowing up the blood eagle's nest, I found a place to hide until now," Mayan replied with a grin. Just as everyone wished to say more, a bright light began to rise slowly from the east. All demons fled in terror towards the depths of the wilderness. "We won! We won!" Some began to drop their weapons, collapsing to the ground in jubilant cries. Kalden and Kalmoli approached, pale-faced. "Great. You finally returned safely." Just as everyone was celebrating, a synchronized marching sound emerged from below the city wall. A man clad in a white robe, accompanied by a squad of armored paladins, charged forward. Upon seeing the man in white, everyone immediately knelt to the ground. Kalden grasped Mayan and forced him to kneel as well. The man in white ascended the wall, facing the sun, pressing a thick scripture to his chest, and fervently declared, "Thank the Lord for allowing us to survive the darkness once more. Thank the Lord." Everyone echoed in unison. "Who is that?" Mayan whispered to Calden beside him. "Shoo, quiet down. That is Sam Barney, the brother of Sam Wallach. After Sam Wallach's death, Sam Barney took over as the head of the Paladin Academy," Calden quietly replied. Sam Barney prayed devoutly to the sunlight and strode before Mayan, brave paladin. Sam Jones infiltrated the demon horde to destroy the Blood Eagle's nest. "I ask you, where's she now?" Mayan brushed off the dust from his clothes and rose. "I had just placed the explosives beneath the Blood Eagle's nest when Sam Jones suddenly detonated them. She was killed by the monsters drawn by the explosion." "You lie?" Sam Barney shouted angrily. "If Sam Jones detonated the explosives, how could you stand there unharmed?" Mayan shrugged. "Everyone knows I wear the Helm of the Abyss, which protects against attribute damage. At the time of the explosion, I was standing to the side of the Blood Eagle's nest. The nest absorbed most of the blast's impact. At that moment, a paladin whispered something to Sam Barney. Sam Barney waved his hand decisively. "Seize him. As a human, you dare to conspire with demons." The paladins immediately surged forward, but Calden and the others quickly stood to protect Mayan. Kasha frowned and rose. "You claim he communicated with demons. What evidence do you have?" Sam Barney's face contorted with rage. "Humph. If you did not collude with demons, how could you control the Blood Eagle? Why did you not wait for dawn to return to the camp?" Mayan coldly chuckled. "Your foolishness does not mean others share your ignorance. Dawn is approaching, and the demons will soon retreat to their territories. If I do not hurry back, I would be surrounded by the returning demons. If you had ever ventured out of the camp during a blood moon, you would know that the Blood Eagles cannot discern whether I, drenched in demon blood, am human or demon." As Mayan's words echoed, laughter erupted among the crowd. "What are you laughing at? Were it not for our devout prayers in the church, how could you all have survived?" Sam Barney bellowed at everyone. Mayan laughed heartily. "You? A joke? Look around. Which demon have you slain? Observe those on the ground who were injured for the sake of the Rog Camp. Some individuals have even sacrificed their lives for the Rog Camp. They are the true heroes of Rog Camp, while you are mere cowards hiding in the church." As Mishan finished speaking, everyone stood up, uniting behind him. "You." Sam Barney gritted his teeth and drew a hammer from behind, aiming to strike Mishan. "I and Oppos. LL teach you, heretic." However, with a resounding thud, an ice spear struck Sam Barney fiercely. Akira slowly approached from beneath the city wall. Last time, Sam Wallach secretly brought the assailants back to Rog Camp. "And I have yet to hold you accountable. Do not mistake my leniency for weakness. During the next blood moon, all first-year students from the Paladin Academy and other schools must participate." Sam Barney, his face flushed, attempted to retort, but Akira's magical array flickered, conjuring a dark cloud above Sam Barney's head. "Just wait." After scrutinizing the ominous cloud, Sam Barney begrudgingly led his fellow paladins away from the city wall. In the dim cave of the 63rd district, Mishan slowly opened his eyes. Since the blood moon, he had concealed himself in a desolate cave within the blood wasteland. Now, over a month had passed, and he sensed that the magical energy in the air had gradually thinned. The Heavenward Demon technique had finally broken through to the 9th level of Chi refinement. Without hesitation, he retrieved a pitch-black orb from his storage belt, seated himself once more, and resumed his cultivation. 2 months later, Mishan opened his eyes again, his face radiating joy. His dantian was now brimming with magical energy. If he consumed a foundation establishment pill, he could transform the gaseous energy into liquid and ascend from the Chi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. Immersed in his thoughts, he once again awakened in the Xian Huang continent, directing his consciousness towards his storage ring. Elder Su was quietly meditating within. "You're awake?" Mishan inquired. Elder Su was taken aback. "You've reached the completion of the Chi refinement stage?" Mishan replied with a smile. "Just lucky. Do you know where I can obtain a foundation establishment pill?" The materials required for concocting a foundation establishment pill are rare. The sect opens a secret realm every 50 years, allowing Chi refinement disciples to gather spiritual herbs. Only those who collect herbs worth the top 3 totals can acquire a foundation establishment pill. However, the secret realm was last opened 30 years ago. If you wish to enter, you must wait another 20 years, Elder Su explained after a moment's contemplation. "Is there no alternative?" Mishan asked anxiously. Elder Su shook his head. The Xianhuang continent has been ruled by ferocious beasts for many years. These savage creatures only consume spiritual herbs and do not cultivate them, making many herbs hard to find. Furthermore, the prolonged war between humans and beasts has led to a significant decline in human cultivators. Learning alchemy also requires a vast amount of herbs for practice, which ordinary wandering cultivators cannot afford unless they belong to a large sect. Mishan pondered for a moment before asking, "Where can I find fire attribute beast feathers? Are you planning to concoct a magical artifact or something else?" "Different purposes require different beasts," Elder Su inquired. Mishan fixed a cold glare on Elder Su. This old man harbored ulterior motives, plotting something nefarious. Elder Su chuckled helplessly. "We are both in the same boat. The sooner you break through to the golden core stage, the sooner I can find a replacement. Although there are many fire attribute beasts in the Qi refinement stage, each possesses unique characteristics. Some have Yin fire that is cold to the bone, while others have filthy demon fire that corrupts artifacts. The most potent are the pure yang flames that can incinerate everything. If you misselect the attribute and it clashes with your artifact, the consequences could be dire, ranging from diminished efficacy to catastrophic explosions that could harm yourself." After a moment of contemplation, Mishan retrieved the blueprint of the non-Li fire array from his storage bag and presented it to Elder Su. A moment later, Elder Su held the blueprint tightly. "This is the diagram you obtained during the treasure hunt with Ma Fuchen. This array is a pure yang formation. Anyone entering it will be reduced to ashes. It is best to use fire crow feathers of the same pure yang attribute to create the artifact, as this will maximize the array's power. In Jiuyuanzi City, there is a private trading market where outer disciples often sell treasures obtained during their excursions, unwilling to hand them over to the sect. Although fire crows are quite rare, they are still low-level beasts. If luck is on your side, you should be able to find them in the trading market. It is a pity that Ma Fuchen, who was as cunning as a monkey, ultimately fell into your hands. Since Ma Fuchen was taken by the inner sect last time, there has been no news of him. I wonder if Elder Su has any updates?" Mishan inquired. Elder Su shook his head. "You are my direct disciple. They wouldn't dare lay a hand on you. Although Ma Fuchen claims to be an outer disciple, he has essentially sold himself to Qinyan Temple. For the inner sect disciples, killing an obscure outer disciple is simpler than dispatching a chicken." Seeing that it was still early outside, Mishan activated the Heaven Ward Demon technique, momentarily transforming from a slender youth of 18 or 19 into a burly man. Elder Su gazed curiously at Mishan. "Your technique is indeed remarkable, and your physique is devoid of impurities, akin to pure, flawless jade. Although your spiritual root is chaotic, your body has eliminated impurities in advance, which could enhance the probability of establishing a foundation." Mishan inquired with curiosity, "Oh, isn't foundation establishment merely about condensing spiritual energy into liquid?" Elder Su shook his head. "It is not that simple. Foundation establishment, as the name suggests, is about forging a foundation. If it were merely a matter of transforming gaseous spiritual energy into liquid, one could achieve it by continuously compressing the energy. So why is a foundation establishment pill necessary, and why do some individuals require more than one to succeed? It is because our bodies, from birth, have constantly consumed grains and breathed in the impurities of the world, causing contaminants to seep into our skin and marrow. During foundation establishment, these impurities will mingle with the spiritual energy, ultimately disrupting its liquefaction. Thus, the foundation establishment pill serves a dual purpose: to act as a catalyst for liquefaction and to expel internal impurities. After locating the token mentioned by Elder Su within the cave, Mishan set off towards Jiuyuanzi City. Under Elder Su's guidance, Mishan navigated through numerous alleys in Jiuyuanzi City before finally halting at the entrance of a dilapidated inn. A burly man with a thick beard approached Mishan immediately. "Leave. This is not a place for you." Elder Su quickly transmitted a message. The inner sect continuously suppresses the prices at which outer disciples can sell their goods. Many outer disciples, risking their lives to obtain treasures, are forced to sell them to the inner sect at meager prices. Unable to bear the oppression, many outer disciples have secretly gathered in Jiuyuanzi City to trade. Mishan whispered, "Excuse me, brother, I've heard there's a hidden market here. Is that true?" The man glared at him, pushing Mishan forcefully. "Get lost, or I'll make you regret it." However, in the scuffle, Mishan slipped 10 spirit stones into the man's bosom. "Brother, please help. I've managed to save a little money and wish to buy a suitable magical artifact." The man quickly stowed the spirit stones, glanced around, and handed Mishan a mask. "You're perceptive. Here is a good item for you." Once inside, wear this mask. Cultivators below the Golden Core Stage 1T be able to discern your true appearance. Upon the next visit, one may again enter with this mask. Mishan immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my brother, but I shall forego this mask. I stand upright and walk justly, with no need to obscure my visage." Having spoken, he handed the mask back to the man. "Humph." Unappreciative, the man scoffed coldly, shifting aside to allow Mishan entry. "Why did you not use the token I provided? You wasted 10 spirit stones," Elder Su lamented. Mishan merely smiled coolly and refrained from responding. He sealed the storage ring with his spiritual sense and cast it into his storage bag. Entering the market with your token clearly announces your presence, revealing to others that Elder Su has arrived. Who can discern in the market if they are friends or foes? If they are friends, knowing of your failed possession and our life and death contract, what if they slay me to rescue you? Conversely, if they are foes, they might mistake me for your kin and implicate me, leading to a plethora of troubles. Furthermore, the mask may conceal my identity from those outside the market, yet those within will recognize me instantly. Regardless, I can always alter my appearance. At worst, I can spend another 10 spirit stones upon my next visit. As Mishan stepped into the inn, a rotund man in opulent robes on the second floor suddenly altered his expression, only to quickly regain his composure. The elder seated before him inquired, "What troubles you, Boss Su?" Boss Su apologized. "My apologies. It is merely an old friend who has arrived at the market. I have disturbed Elder Zhang. Please forgive me." Elder Zhang waved dismissively. "Your loyalty is well known, Boss Su. Since you have esteemed guests, I shall take my leave." With that, he rose to exit. Boss Su clapped his hands, and a youthful, radiant woman emerged, greeting Elder Zhang with a smile as they walked outside together. Boss Su stood at the window, scrutinizing the scene below. However, he could not spot Elder Su's figure despite searching for some time. He could only sense Elder Su's aura moving about the market. Mishan had been in the market for quite some time, yet he had not discovered any trace of the fire crow feathers. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder, startling him. Though he was merely in the chi refinement stage, his spiritual sense had been sharpened to a level comparable to that of the foundation establishment stage due to the influence of demonic energy. How then could this individual approach him silently? If this person harbored ill intentions, he would have no opportunity to react. Turning slowly, he found a jovial, rotund man adorned in fine clothing before him. "I am the steward of this market. May I invite you to join me upstairs?" Boss Su proposed. Mishan, ever vigilant, replied, "Even if you are the steward, you cannot simply restrict another's freedom." Boss Su laughed heartily, and an enigmatic scripture echoed in Mishan's ear. Mishan was taken aback. It was the technique of the 9 transformations. What connection did this man have with Elder Su? With a grin, Boss Su patted Mishan's shoulder and whispered, "There are too many ears here. Let us speak upstairs." Mishan nodded and followed Boss Su to the second floor. Upon arriving, Mishan clasped his fists and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name?" Elder Su poured a cup of tea and handed it to Mishan, stating, "I am the godson of Elder Su, overseeing Qingyun City on his behalf. You must be Mishan, the newly accepted disciple of Elder Su. I have heard from other brothers that your intellect is extraordinary. Indeed, upon meeting you, your remarkable physique and well-nourished dantian reveal your achievements. Within merely 2 years, you have attained perfection in chi refinement. This tea, though a chance find, possesses the ability to enhance one's spiritual sense. Do enjoy it while it is warm." Mayama lifted the cup and brought it close to his nose. Inhaling deeply, an immediate sense of refreshment washed over him, prompting him to set it down again. Seeing that Mayama had not taken a sip of tea, Boss Su merely smiled, and then said, "Your godfather has yet to emerge from his retreat. Do you know how he has been of late? I have been quietly cultivating within Master S' abode, and he has been in seclusion. I dare not disturb him." Mayama replied. Boss Su sighed, "Your godfather has been exceedingly kind to me. Might I trouble you to grant me access to his dwelling? I wish to pay my respects in person. Though this market is modest, in recent years, I have gathered quite a collection of rare treasures that would be fitting offerings for him. Once he breaks through to the later stages of the Golden Core, we, his disciples, shall surely ascend alongside him." Mayama's expression turned pensive as he replied apologetically, "The spiritual energy within Master S' chamber is currently tumultuous. He is on the brink of a breakthrough. It is precisely because of the energy he emanates that I was able to swiftly advance through the later stages of chi refinement. Your brother S' filial piety is indeed touching, and I can certainly escort you to visit him. However, if our visit disrupts his cultivation, I hope you will intercede on my behalf should Master express any displeasure." Listening to this, Boss Su was taken aback. This young man, despite his modeled spiritual roots, had managed to ascend to the pinnacle of chi refinement so swiftly. It appeared that the old fellow was indeed still alive. Who had been spreading the rumor of Su's demise? He was grateful he had refrained from uttering anything inappropriate, lest it reach Su's ears and result in dire consequences. After a brief pause, Boss Su smiled again. Since your godfather is in the critical phase of his retreat, I shall refrain from intruding. By the way, I am curious about the purpose of your visit to the market. Since you ask, I shall speak plainly. I have come primarily to seek the feathers of the fire crow and, secondly, to acquire a suitable magical artifact, Mayama responded. Boss Su pondered for a moment. The feathers of the fire crow were once considered commonplace materials, but recently, the tiger demon's neighboring Qingyun temple have been causing disturbances, encroaching upon its territory. A number of fire crow habitats lie within the areas they have invaded. It has been quite some time since I received any fire crow feathers. As for magical artifacts, there are indeed many types. I wonder which you seek. Mayama considered his current strength, capable of lifting 1,000 pounds, rendering ordinary swords and blades as light as paper, unable to unleash their true potential. Might you have any heavier magical artifacts? He inquired. Boss Su chuckled heartily. You truly are the direct disciple of Elder Su, possessing boundless strength. Just a few days ago, farmers in Qingyun City unearthed an ancient tomb while clearing land. Given the passage of time, the protective formations surrounding the tomb have long since waned. We were able to excavate a heavy iron mace weighing 1,000 pounds. Strangely, no one could identify its material, nor could anyone wield it. As he spoke, Boss Su retrieved a rectangular wooden box from his storage pouch and placed it on the ground. With a thunderous crash, the box struck the floor, producing a deafening sound, and the marble surface cracked instantly. Opening the box revealed an iron mace over 4 feet in length. Mayama grasped the mace with his right hand, attempting to lift it with a grunt, but stumbled forward, unable to raise the weight. Boss Su chuckled. This mace has defeated countless physical cultivators who have tried to wield it since its excavation. Be cautious, or you may injure yourself. Mayama activated the treading heaven demon art with all his might, his figure swelling like a human iron tower. Gripping the mace tightly, he gritted his teeth and finally managed to lift it with stability. Bringing it to eye level, he examined it closely. The mace bore no signs of craftsmanship, appearing more like a naturally formed mineral. Its shape resembled a rigid whip, yet it was smooth without the distinct segments of a whip. Upon grasping the mace, an uncontrollable surge of demonic energy surged into it. Struggling to maintain control over this ravenous weapon, Mayama discerned that it was undoubtedly remarkable in origin, likely a weapon of a great demon from ancient times. Only with the erosion of time had the protective formations of the spiritual tomb lost potency. Otherwise, Boss Su would never have acquired such a treasure. Feigning difficulty, Mayama swung the mace a few times. This mace is indeed exceptional, but how can I channel my spiritual energy into it to unleash its powers? He questioned. The chi refinement stage has limited spiritual energy to sustain a magical artifact's abilities. Boss Su explained. This mace is indestructible, perfectly suited for a practitioner of your physical prowess. A mere strike would shatter the bones of an ordinary cultivator. Mayama pondered. What price do you ask for this mace? Boss Su burst into laughter. As brothers, it would be unwise to let monetary matters sour our relationship. Since this is your first visit, consider this mace a gift from me to you. That seems rather inappropriate, Mayama protested. Nonsense. When your godfather emerges from seclusion, please inform him of my visit, and as his son, you should pay your respects promptly, Boss Su replied with a beaming smile. Mayama felt a twinge of disdain. This mace would only be wielded by practitioners of demonic arts, while ordinary cultivators would find it to be nothing more than scrap. Yet here, it had become a coveted prize. With a grin, he stowed the mace into his storage pouch. Thank you, brother. However, I am unaware of the fire crow's exact location. Might you provide me with a map? The fire crow's habitat is currently under the control of tiger demons, making it perilous for you to venture alone. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait a while. If anyone offers fire crow feathers for sale, I shall inform you immediately, Boss Su suggested. Mayama contemplated for a moment. Since departing Elder Su's abode, he was certain he had attracted attention. Should news of his search for fire crow feathers reach the wrong ears, he might find himself in danger. It would be prudent to act swiftly and return without delay. Thank you for your concern, but I have just emerged from seclusion and wish to train my abilities in the outside world. I hope for your understanding, he said earnestly. Boss Su produced a jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it to Mayama. The location marked by a red is where the fire crows dwell. Since you are determined to go, I wish you success in your endeavors. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Mayama took his leave and returned to Elder Su's dwelling. Upon arrival, he trembled momentarily before resuming his original form and retrieved the storage ring from his pouch. A surge of dark energy erupted, and Elder Su appeared before him. Did you acquire the fire crow feathers? Mayama let out a cold smile. Your godson is indeed filial. While other disciples have distanced themselves under pressure, he remains safe and sound, managing the market in Qingyun City. Elder Su was momentarily taken aback, a wave of resignation washing over him. He had presumed his godson had been driven away by the inner sect's oppression. If he could bring him back using the token, they could together subdue Mayama and reclaim their life and death contract. However, if the godson was thriving under the inner sect's scrutiny, he had likely allied himself with them. Sighing, Elder Su said, "He is the most gifted child I salvaged from Qingyun City. Under my rigorous tutelage, he has broken through to the late stages of foundation establishment in less than a century. Had my breakthrough to the later stages of Golden Core not failed, leading to my dwindling lifespan, he would have undoubtedly been my successor. Alas, wealth has a way of corrupting intentions, and he has ultimately turned to the inner sect. What do you plan to do about the fire crow feathers?" Elder Su inquired again. Mayama presented the jade slip to Elder Su, stating, "I have already discovered the habitat of the fire crow. I shall procure it myself tomorrow." Elder Su scrutinized the jade slip for a considerable time before gravely inquiring, "Since that traitor has aligned with the inner sect, your whereabouts must surely be known to them. If you venture forth and are captured by the inner sect, we shall both meet our doom." With a laugh, Mayama produced an iron club from his storage belt, pouring an unrestrained surge of demonic energy into it. Instantly, a fierce black flame erupted from the iron club. As Mayama twirled it, Elder Su trembled and hastily retreated into the storage ring. "Enough! Enough! Cease your dancing, or I shall lose my wits," Elder Su exclaimed in terror from within the ring. Mayama forcefully planted the iron club into the ground and asked, "What troubles you?" Elder Su cautiously poked his head out, relieved to see Mayama had halted. He sighed heavily. It is said that in ancient times, the heavens and earth were divided into 3 realms. Mortals inhabited the mortal realm, and through cultivation, some could ascend to the heavens, enjoying eternal life and freedom, ruling over the 3 realms. Others could become ghost immortals, managing the lost souls and wandering spirits of the mortal world. Among the ghost immortals, there exists a unique entity known as the Soul Reaper, tasked with capturing malevolent spirits. The weapon they wield, the Morning Staff, is said to strike directly at the soul. Whether one is a reanimated corpse or a malevolent spirit, beneath the Morning Staff, they would be reduced to nothingness. It appears that your artifact resembles a replica of the Morning Staff. The dark energy that sweeps through the soul during its dance feels akin to countless blades scraping against it. Had I not evaded quickly, I would have surely been obliterated. Curiously, Mayama inquired, if the human race was so prosperous in ancient times, why then are we now subjugated by the demon race? Upon hearing the mention of the demon race, Elder Su expressed disdain. According to some ancient texts, the demon race was classified into 3 categories in ancient times. The first consisted of those with delectable flesh, with some species even consumed to extinction by immortals. Those that were edible but less palatable often became mounts for the immortals, charging into battle for them, and serving as provisions in times of need. The demons that were inedible were generally tethered at the gates of sects, serving as guardians. However, an unforeseen calamity in ancient times allowed these demons to seize the opportunity to become the rulers of the Xianyuan continent. Rest assured, as long as the human race endures, we shall one day reclaim dominion over the 3 realms. According to the records in the jade slip provided by Boss Su, the location of the fire crow's habitat lies not far from Flame City. Within Flame City, the Yin family, young and old alike, are masters of artifact forging. Artifacts forged by the Yin family were once priced beyond measure within the Qingyun Temple. Unfortunately, following the defeat against the Tiger Demons, the once renowned Flame City fell into their clutches, and the Yin family subsequently vanished from the annals of history. Mayama had once believed that the citizens of Qingyun City were mired in misery, yet as he ventured further from the temple, the desolation of the landscape intensified. Vast fields lay fallow, overgrown with weeds, and dilapidated cottages were scattered about. Groups of refugees, gaunt and hollow-eyed, trudged toward Chinyan City. One refugee stumbled before Mayama, a pungent stench assaulting his senses. In that moment, Mayama was transported back to his first year after crossing into the Xianyuan continent. That night, after failing to complete a mining task, he endured punishment from the wolf demon, deprived of sustenance for an entire day. In the dead of night, driven by hunger, he was tantalized by the scent of stewed meat. Ignoring Grandpa Fong's desperate warnings, he frantically followed the aroma to an abandoned mine. Instead of a delectable midnight feast, he was confronted with a pot containing a human head, bobbing ominously. For men, with filthy teeth, greedily brandished chopsticks, fixated on the gruesome spectacle. Fleeing back to his quarters, Mayama vomited throughout the night, forever haunted by that grotesque, greasy odor. Suddenly, he grasped the man before him, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Prizing the man's mouth open, he discovered the same black filth on his teeth. A surge of rage ignited within Mayama. Even beasts understand not to consume their own kind. Yet here stood a man who devoured his brethren. Grasping his iron club, he aimed to strike the man's head, declaring, "Since you are lower than a beast, you shall not be reborn as a human." At that moment, a clod of earth struck Mayama's back. He spun around, eyes wide in fury, only to find a throng of refugees encircling him. A small boy stood at the forefront, trembling, clutching a mud ball, stammering, "Let go of my father, or I shall strike you down." As the boy spoke, traces of black grime became visible around his mouth. Mayama smirked coldly. At such a tender age, already complicit in cannibalism, you shall perish alongside your father, who is no better than a beast. Just as he approached the boy, the man lying on the ground sprang up and clung desperately to Mayama's leg. "Child, run. Quickly," he urged. The boy, however, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Father, I cannot run anymore. Let him kill us," he lamented. "Mother sacrificed herself for our survival. Look, you can already see the bone through your leg." The man, unable to hold on, released his grip, exposing his bloodied and scarred leg, where the most grievous wounds revealed white bone beneath. "You accuse me of cannibalism, claiming I am lower than a beast. But do I not yearn for home? For my wife and children?" he cried. "Look at you so-called immortals. Every battle is a tempest of fireballs or a hailstorm, and the crops I toil to cultivate are obliterated in an instant. My wife is gone, and I can no longer move. If you are truly an immortal, then have mercy and allow my son and I to depart with ease." With that, the man crawled to the boy, embracing him tightly, closing his eyes. Devoid of fear of death, a faint smile of liberation gracing his lips, Mayama surveyed the multitude of refugees, their eyes blazing with resentment, akin to hungry wolves. Devoid of fear, only loathing for the loss of their kin. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and three men clad in outer sect attire charged forward on horseback. They brandished their whips, scattering the gathered refugees. However, in the blink of an eye, one whip was seized midair, accompanied by an overwhelming force that sent the three tumbling from their mounts. Fuming with rage, the trio rose, drawing their weapons, fixating on Mayama. "Who are you to obstruct the affairs of Chinyan Temple?" they demanded. With a cold smile, Mayama produced his identity token from his storage bag and tossed it to them. The three men caught it unsteadily, examining it closely before kneeling in fear, repeatedly apologizing. "We were unaware that Lord Mayama was present. Please forgive our transgressions." "Why do you drive away these refugees?" Mayama inquired. One of them promptly replied, "Qinli, Lord Qin, has retreated with his men after failing to defend against the tiger demons. We were ordered to clear the way for the main force to pass swiftly." Mayama gazed into the distance, where a swirling tempest of dust obscured the horizon. After retrieving his identification token, he reached towards his storage pouch, only to pause and withdraw his hand after a moment of contemplation. As the ancients proclaimed, possessing wealth can be a crime. Bestowing spirit stones upon these refugees could inadvertently harm them. With a stern expression, Mayama commanded the three kneeling individuals, "Surrender all your provisions at once." Without hesitation, the trio began rummaging through their bags, soon amassing a small mountain of food before them. Mayama addressed the refugees. "Distribute these supplies amongst yourselves and hasten away from the main road. The tiger demons are closing in." He then forcefully kicked the three outer disciples to the ground, adding, "You two should leave at once. Should you dare to speak of what you witnessed today, you know the consequences." The three quickly bowed their heads in fervent agreement. "We wouldn't dare. We encountered nothing today. It was just a fall from our horses." With the prospect of scavenging more food ahead, They understood that offending an elder's favored disciple would lead to dire repercussions. As they noticed Mayama's attention wane, they swiftly mounted their horses and galloped away. Once the crowd had dispersed, Mayama retrieved a tattered garment from his storage bag and donned it. He smeared dirt across his face, transforming his youthful, slender form into that of a gaunt refugee. At that moment, 3 beams of spiritual light streaked across the sky, revealing Qin, whose visage contorted with rage as he stood upon his flying sword. It appeared as though the enemy had anticipated their every strategic move, leaving Qin and his family to bear the brunt of a catastrophic defeat. They had hoped this battle would enable his grandfather to succeed Elder Su. Yet they found themselves in utter disarray. Before Qin stood a man who inquired, "Are you still brooding over the earlier conflict?" Qin nodded gravely. "Why were our plans so thoroughly discerned by the enemy? Could there be a traitor among us?" The man sighed. "You are still too young. It is not just the tiger demons who wish for our failure. Many within Qingyun Temple also relish in our downfall." As he spoke, their flying swords sped towards Qingyun Temple. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers dashed desperately below, their armor in tatters, wielding weapons whose whereabouts were unknown. The pursuing enemy swiftly closed in, led by a robust middle-aged man riding a formidable tiger, wielding a pair of heavy iron hammers. A handsome young man named Huxin, also mounted on a tiger, queried his father, "Why do we not unleash our magical artifacts to annihilate these Qingyun Temple cultivators? Instead, we are chasing these insignificant mortal soldiers." Hutong turned to his son, stating, "The military texts advise against pursuing a desperate foe. Should we corner them, it might provoke a fierce resistance from those cultivators. Even if we manage to slay them, it would come at a significant cost to us. By continually constricting their space for survival, they will turn upon each other for resources once they return home. These mortal soldiers, in their desperation, will soon transform into refugees. At that point, whether we capture them as slaves or release them back to Qingyun City to drain resources, it will be advantageous." Huxin, nodding in understanding, reflected on his father's undefeated legacy. As long as his father stood beside him, he felt an unwavering courage against even the mightiest foes. After both riders sped past, a throng of human soldiers followed suit. As silence enveloped the land and the sun began its descent, Mayama concealed the aura of a necromancer and rose from the ground. He exhaled a heavy sigh, reflecting on how narrowly he had escaped. The middle-aged man riding the tiger had scrutinized him as if he were laid bare before him. Initially, he believed that with his late-stage qi cultivation and the profound techniques of the celestial demon art, he could rival even those at the mid-foundation stage. With caution, he could easily hunt a few qi-level fire crows within the tiger demon's territory. In hindsight, such thoughts were indeed naive. Suddenly, a tiger-headed creature bellowed from afar. "Don't let that person escape." Mayama focused intently, noticing that behind the tiger demon, a string of captives was bound by ropes, presumably taken for enslavement. Realizing that the nearest city was Flame City, he surmised that captured prisoners would likely be sent there. If he could infiltrate the ranks of the tiger demons and accompany them to Flame City, it would alleviate many troubles. Mayama immediately envisioned the image of a necromancer. A wave of necromantic energy enveloping him. Raising his hands, he feigned terror, exclaiming, "I shall comply with whatever you command. Please, spare my life." The tiger demon approached Mayama, scrutinizing him closely. After a moment, it disdainfully remarked, "What a pitifully weak creature you are." Mayama quickly replied, "I was foretold to be born under a dark omen. With a naturally heavy energy, I might perish. Please, grant me a morsel of food." The tiger demon laughed heartily. "Others tremble in fear at our sight. Yet you audaciously request food." Tossing a piece of unidentifiable smoked meat to Mayama, it instructed, "Stand at the back of the line. If you behave well, I assure you will thrive in Flame City. Should you attempt any tricks, I won't hesitate to demonstrate the might of a tiger." Gratefully, Mayama thanked the creature repeatedly and positioned himself at the rear of the procession, following the tiger demon towards Flame City. 5 days later, Mayama entered Flame City, trailing behind the tiger demon. Beasts with human forms roamed the streets, resembling ordinary citizens on a casual outing. A few humans were interspersed among them, shackled and dressed in tattered garments. "What are you staring at?" The tiger demon barked, yanking the rope. "Gaze upon what is forbidden, and it may cost you your lives." Throughout his journey, Mayama had discerned the tiger demon's temperament. As long as he did not provoke trouble, it generally proved amiable. He grinned and approached the tiger demon. "Brother Tiger, do all the residents of this city belong to your fierce tiger clan?" The tiger demon explained without ire. Our fierce tiger clan merely oversees Flame City. Other clans can reside here as long as they pay the requisite spirit stones. This includes some human cultivators who occasionally come to trade. Mayama expressed astonishment. Humans can engage in trade here? The tiger demon replied matter-of-factly, of course. We demons require weapons and elixirs. While our combat prowess surpasses that of humans of the same level, you humans excel in crafting and alchemy. Mayama nodded thoughtfully when suddenly, a young girl of about 11 or 12 dashed past the tiger demon. Behind her, a man in armor led a group of ruffians, pursuing her with threats of violence. Stop right there. If I catch you, I'll break your legs, the man shouted. The tiger demon, witnessing this, let out a chilling roar that echoed throughout the city. The girl stood frozen in place, as if her spirit had fled. The pursuers quickly subdued her, shackling her hands and feet with heavy chains before kneeling before the tiger demon, expressing gratitude for its intervention. You imbeciles, the tiger demon rebuked. This child has consumed a dispelling elixir and is utterly defenseless. It is shameful that you allowed a mere mortal child to escape. If second brother finds out, he will flay your skins. Upon hearing the mention of the second young master by the tiger demon, the crowd immediately fell to their knees, trembling in fear, their foreheads striking the ground with a resounding thud, as if they had encountered a fearsome beast. Fifth young master, have mercy. If the second young master learns of this, our lives will be forfeit, cried the leading man in despair. The tiger demon paid no heed to the kneeling figures, lifting the young girl and striding towards the heart of the city. Within the heavily guarded Flame City, no matter how fiercely these ruffians resisted, they were akin to pebbles tossed into the vast ocean, creating not a single ripple. The lead man exchanged glances with the other ruffians, sighed in resignation, and hurriedly followed. After a series of twists and turns, the tiger demon halted at a location resembling a government office. A steward dashed over, bowing obsequiously. Fifth young master, you have returned. The second young master is awaiting you in the dungeon. As Mishan followed closely behind the tiger demon into the dungeon, a wave of heat rushed towards them, accompanied by the incessant clanging of metal. The robust youth seated in the grand chair beamed upon seeing the tiger demon, exclaiming, Fifth brother, you have finally returned. I was so worried. The elder brother, who should have been at the front lines, had been summoned back early for the clan competition. The tiger demon firmly grasped the second young master's hand, stating, among our family, second brother possesses the deepest cultivation. If he can achieve victory in the clan competition, what does it matter if I endure a bit of hardship? Suddenly, the second young master's gaze fell upon the young girl behind the tiger demon, and his expression shifted dramatically. He seized the armored man kneeling behind the tiger demon and pulled him forward, declaring, if you cannot even guard one person, what use are you to me? Despite the man's desperate pleas, the second young master roared, his solid hand transforming into a furry tiger paw. With a mere flick, his sharp claws sank deep into the man's skull. Blood and brain matter spilled forth as the man convulsed twice before falling silent. With another swipe, the lifeless body crashed against the wall. The second young master raised his paw to his nose, sniffed, and then disdainfully wiped it on another ruffian before asking, what is your name? The ruffian immediately kowtowed. I am called Wang Matzi. The second young master gestured dismissively, instructing Wang Matzi, you are now the newly appointed head guard. Dispose of his body to feed my mount. Should I catch anyone fleeing again, it will be your fate. Wang Matzi bowed in gratitude and hurriedly led the remaining ruffians out, dragging the man's body behind him. The second young master then reached out, lifting the young girl's chin, saying, you may run if you wish. I shall neither scold nor strike you. But remember this, for every time you flee, I shall kill one of your guards. A clattering sound echoed as an elderly man, adorned with shackles, was brought forth from the depths of the dungeon by two guards. The second young master forcefully hurled the girl against the old man, sneering, Old Yen, if you wish for your daughter's guards to keep their lives, you had better watch over her closely. Old Yen examined the girl's injuries with great concern, asking, are you hurt? The girl buried her head in Old Yan's embrace, her voice low, Father, I'm not hurt. Did that uncle truly die because of me? Old Yen stroked her head gently. That uncle was slain by this wretched world. It has nothing to do with you. The girl gazed at him, asking, then why did my heart ache so when he died? Because Arya has a kind heart. Old Yen replied tenderly. The second young master, observing from the side, began to clap his hands mockingly. What a touching display of paternal affection. Yet, Old Yen, do not forget what I have told you. For now, I will spare your daughter, but if you do not speak, I shall kill one guard every day, until all the guards in the dungeon are dead. Your and your daughter's time will come. Old Yan, clutching his daughter, turned away without looking back, yet the attitude of the guards grew noticeably harsher, yanking at his shackles, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. This second young master was not only decisive in his killings, but also adept at manipulating human emotions. By slaying a guard every day, the surviving guards, unable to direct their anger towards the third young master, would unleash it upon Old Yan. How long could Old Yan withstand such psychological and physical pressure? Mishan pondered. Once Old Yan had departed, the second young master addressed the tiger demon, fifth brother. You must secure more slaves for me this time. The task in the refining chamber is urgent. If it is not completed soon, the other families will seize the opportunity to strike before father intervenes. The tiger demon furrowed his brow, replying helplessly, I was sent to the front lines to gather slaves. It seems another group is secretly collecting them as well. I scoured the battlefield and only brought back 8 slaves. The second young master contemplated for a moment, stating, collecting slaves is our exclusive trade. Regardless of who else is gathering them in secret, let us speak no more of it. Leave me 3 competent slaves and send the rest to father. Above all, we must prioritize father's army. Do you understand? The tiger demon nodded, pointing to Mishan and 2 others. What do you think of these 3, second brother? The second young master scrutinized each one, shaking his head in dissatisfaction when he reached Mishan. This one reek of death. He clearly won't last long. In the future, do not bring back such people. You may as well eliminate them in the wild. Huh. Second brother, you are mistaken. I initially thought he was on the verge of death. Yet he possesses the greatest strength and intellect among us. While all others trembled at my presence, he boldly approached me for food. The tiger demon exclaimed excitedly. Oh. The second young master approached Mishan, examining him with interest. He then reached for his storage bag, slamming a large ringed blade onto the ground. You are a cultivator as well, are you not? You may have deceived fifth brother, but you cannot fool me. If you can lift that blade, I shall spare your life. Mishan felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, regardless of whether he admitted to being a cultivator. The second young master clearly intended to kill him. The tiger demon bellowed, damn spies daring to infiltrate Flame City. You shall die. Just as he was about to attack, the second young master halted him. A mere early-stage chi refinement cultivator is of no concern. Since he dares to blend into Flame City, I shall make use of him. Growing impatient, he beckoned Mishan, come here quickly. Prove your worth to me, and I shall allow you to live. Mishan contemplated, realizing that regardless of the second young master's intentions behind the request to lift the blade, it would be wise to play along and remain in the dungeon. Given the second young master's apparent disregard for Old Yan, it was likely that Old Yan belonged to the Yan clan within Flame City. Establishing a connection with him would be far more advantageous than wandering aimlessly. Feigning nervousness, Mishan approached the large blade, grasping it with both hands to gauge its weight. He quickly assessed that it weighed a little over 300 pounds. While this might be heavy for an ordinary cultivator, it was trivial for Mishan. However, he knew that if he appeared too effortless, it might provoke the second young master's suspicion, leading to his demise. Upon this thought, Mayama grasped the hilt of the sword tightly, his legs trembling as he struggled to lift the hefty broadsword. However, his hands faltered, and the sword crashed heavily to the ground. His clothes were drenched in sweat as he anxiously addressed the second young master. I have been marginalized within the Qingyun temple and now find myself with no way out. I implore the second young master to show mercy and accept me. I am willing to serve you loyally. Upon the return of Huxin, the second young master summoned his guards to escort the other 2 individuals deeper into the dungeon. He then turned to Mayama with a cold smile, saying, I care not whether you are truly coerced with no way to survive, or if you are merely a spy sent by the Qingyun temple. In this dungeon, you must heed my commands if you wish to survive. Go learn the art of weapon forging from that old man Yan. If you make no progress in a month's time, I shall ensure you understand the meaning of a living hell. After speaking, a guard led Mayama further into the depths of the dungeon. The deeper they descended, the more oppressive the heat became, and the sound of clanging grew louder. After descending several dozen meters, they suddenly emerged into a vast cavern. In the center stood a massive forge, surrounded by numerous smaller forges. Each smaller forge was manned by 2 robust men, tirelessly hammering away at iron ingots. Before long, the ingots began to reveal the contours of curved blades under the relentless strikes. One of the men carefully grasped a completed curved blade with tongs and plunged it into water, causing steam to rise dramatically. Once the steam dissipated, he eagerly retrieved the blade to examine it, only to discover that the gleaming surface was marred by numerous fine cracks. With a sigh, he cast the blade back into the forge to be reworked. The guard approached Master Yin with a forced smile, stating, "Master Yin, this young man has been sent by the second young master to assist you." Without lifting his gaze, Master Yin continued swinging his heavy hammer, coldly replying, "For the sake of the crow, I may forge weapons for you, but do not expect me to stain my family's forging methods with the blood of my brethren." The guard persisted, "Master Yin, even if you do not care for yourself, consider us. We are flesh and blood, too. Because of you, one of our brothers dies each week. Can you bear that?" Master Yin abruptly raised his hammer, confronting the guard with ire. "My kin have perished in the city defense battle long ago. You cowardly traitors, who fear for your lives and betray your own, have no right to seek my understanding." Seeing Master Yan's fury, the guard quickly retreated, saying, "Say what you will, the man is here now. How you handle him is your concern. After all, it is always the leading guards who perish, while I, a mere foot soldier, need not overthink. It would be wiser to consider how to please Master Yin. Once I learn his forging techniques, I need not worry about sustenance and might even secure a minor position within the Tiger clan." As the guards scurried away, Yaya, who had been crouched behind Master Yin, jumped out, pointing at Mayama and yelling, "You traitor, leave at once. You are not welcome here." Master Yin intervened, "Do not speak so harshly. However, young man, you should depart. I cannot pass down my ancestral techniques to outsiders. Do not risk your life here." Yaya exclaimed, "Grandfather, did you know? I just saw him in the Fire City, laughing and chatting with that tiger head." Master Yin patted Yaya's head, saying, "Everyone makes their own choices. Mind your own affairs. I have made my position clear to him. What he does next is his business." Mayama, feeling helpless, realized he had not uttered a single word. Yet Master Yin had already labeled him a traitor in his heart. Asking about the fire crow now would likely yield no response from Master Yin. It would be better to wait a few days until Master Yan's hostility lessened. With nothing else to do, Mayama approached a nearby forge, lifting a hammer resting on the anvil to gauge its weight. This hammer was slightly lighter than the second young master's broadsword, yet the relentless pounding demanded far greater endurance. Seeing Mayama prepare to forge, a guard immediately summoned a man to operate the bellows. The wind rushed into the forge, causing the recently placed iron ingot to gradually glow red. Once it reached a vibrant red hue, it was lifted and placed upon the anvil. Mayama raised the heavy hammer and struck down with tremendous force, creating a thunderous sound as sparks flew from the anvil. Everyone was drawn to the resounding noise, curiously observing him. Yaya, still at the bellows, scoffed, "Barbarian. No wonder you are friends with monsters. After that blow, he certainly won't have the strength to continue." Although Master Yin said nothing, he felt a profound sense of regret. He had clearly observed that Mayama's muscles were relaxed during that strike. He had not exerted his full strength. The members of the Yin clan had perished or been injured, leaving no successor behind. Had the Fire City not fallen to the tiger demons, Mayama could have been a promising apprentice in forging. Alas, no matter the circumstances, he could never allow his family's techniques to become a tool for the slaughter of his own kin. Mayama gazed helplessly at the ingot before him, now flattened into a thin disc. Despite his efforts to control his strength, it had still been hammered down. He tossed the ingot back into the forge for reheating and resumed his work. As the crowd observed that Mayama's efforts were no longer earth-shattering, they shook their heads and returned to their tasks. Such inexperienced newcomers were a common sight. They often started with great fanfare, only to find themselves too exhausted to lift a hammer by the end of the day. 2 days later, the second young master led the tiger demon to the dungeon, explaining the movements taught by the instructors in the martial hall. The tiger demon leader, Hu Tong, had been imitating humans by establishing martial halls, inviting instructors from various regions to impart teachings to his offspring, clarifying doubts and questions. Although many questioned Hu Tong's methods, they still attended classes at the martial hall daily. The tiger demon asked the second young master, "Brother, with just 3 days until the grand competition, do you feel confident?" The second young master pondered. "Eldest brother Huxin has been training closely with our father lately. I am uncertain of his current level. If he remains at the late Qi training stage like me, I may have a fighting chance. However, if he has broken through to the foundation establishment stage, spanning a significant realm, I would truly be powerless." As they conversed, Huxin, clad in armor, suddenly appeared at the alley's entrance, accompanied by a group of others. Hu Tong had 3 wives. While they often vied with one another behind the scenes, they maintained a facade of unity in public. Upon Hu Xin's approach, the second young master immediately bowed respectfully, along with the tiger demon. Hu Xin regarded the tiger demon with a cold smile, saying, "Fifth brother, you must exert yourself more. Among all the brothers, you have yet to break through to the mid-Qi training stage. You cannot even transform into human form. Only by taking on human form can you ask Father for a name. Otherwise, it would be awkward for the brothers to even address you." Though the tiger demon felt displeased, he knew that if it weren't for the powerful background of the first house, most of the training resources would have been seized by them. Otherwise, he would not have remained in his current state. However, Hu Xian, being the elder brother, did not dare to provoke a conflict and lowered his head, saying, "Thank you for your concern, big brother. I will strive to improve." Hu Xian then glanced at the second young master, Hu Yu, and inquired, "And you, Hu Yu, having started your cultivation merely a year after me, have you yet broken through to the foundation establishment stage?" Hu Yu pondered for a moment, suspecting that Hu Xian was deliberately testing his limits in preparation for the competition in 5 days. Noticing Hu Yu's silence, Hu Xian extended his left hand with a gentle smile. "Come, let us engage in a friendly spar." "It wouldn't be appropriate to fight within the city," Hu Yu replied, his face betraying his discomfort. Hu Xian laughed heartily. "What is there to fear? We are merely brothers assessing each other's spiritual energy, not engaging in a brawl." Unable to decline further, Hu Yu reluctantly placed his right hand upon Hu Xian's left. Hu Yu began to channel his demonic energy through his right hand, surging towards Hu Xian with intensity. Since Hu Xian wished to spar, there was no need for politeness. If he could discern Hu Xian's capabilities before the competition, it would serve him well. However, Hu Xian merely smiled calmly, and Hu Yu soon felt an overwhelming wave of pure demonic energy crashing back towards him. Before he could comprehend the situation, the force of the wave knocked Hu Yu to the ground. Hu Yao rushed to Hu Yu's side, helping him up. "Second brother, are you all right?" After calling out several times with no response from Hu Yu, Hu Yao's expression darkened, and he prepared to pounce on Hu Xian. Cough, cough. Hu Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, gradually regaining consciousness. The sheer potency of Hu Xian's demonic energy startled him. It was clear that Hu Xian had indeed broken through to the foundation establishment stage alongside their father on the expedition. He quickly pulled the impulsive Hu Yao behind him. "I am fine." The energy simply veered off course. A moment of adjustment will suffice. Rising to his feet, he clasped his fists towards Hu Xian, expressing, "Thank you for sparing my life, big brother." Hu Xian chuckled. "As long as you understand, that is sufficient. Our father will return victorious with the army in 5 days. I do not wish for the competition to be too disgraceful, causing our father distress." Though somewhat reluctant, Hu Yu acquiesced. "Thank you for your guidance, big brother. I shall keep it in mind." Before Hu Yu could finish, Hu Xian waved his sleeve and strode away with his subordinates. After watching Hu Xian depart, Hu Yao immediately approached his elder brother. "What did you two discuss? You were beaten to the point of vomiting blood, yet you still thank him?" Hu Yu glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and pulled Hu Yao's hand. "There are too many years. Let us speak in the dungeon." A moment later, in the hall of the dungeon, Hu Yao paced anxiously. "Brother, please tell me. Stop keeping me in suspense. You are going to give me a heart attack." Sitting in a grand chair, Hu Yu sighed in resignation. "In this competition, it is likely we may not emerge victorious." Why? Hu Yao pressed urgently. His own cultivation talent was already lacking. Should he fail this time, his share of resources would diminish further, making it even more difficult to break through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. When I compared energies with Hu Xian, his was several times purer than mine. If my assumptions are correct, he has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. His challenge today was to avoid embarrassing us in front of our father during the competition. Hu Yu's expression grew grave. With a resounding crash, Hu Yao slammed his fist against the wall. "Brother, with all due respect, how can you believe Hu Xian when he claims he does not want to fight too fiercely for fear of displeasing our father? If our father was truly concerned about our fighting, he would not have organized the competition in the first place. If Hu Xian has the confidence to defeat you, he would not have challenged you privately today. You are overthinking this. We brothers already have fewer resources than others. If we do not compete, we will barely have enough to survive." Upon hearing Hu Yao's words, Hu Yu sat in stunned silence for a long while. Hu Yao paced anxiously, refraining from pressing his elder brother too hard. After a moment, Puyu suddenly slammed his hand against the armrest. You are right. Our cultivation is indeed a battle for the slightest hope. Let us seek out Elder Yin, he declared, disregarding Hu Yao's loud protests and leading the way deeper into the dungeon. In the sweltering dungeon, Mi Shan had been present for 2 days. The artisans participating in the forging process were either those brought back from various battles by Hu Yao or long-trained apprentices. The guards treated each artisan with respect, not daring to act as carelessly as they did in the mine. Examining the newly forged ingot, Mi Shan smiled with satisfaction. After 2 days of practice, he had finally managed to refine ordinary iron into iron essence. Come, time for dinner. A guard entered carrying a basin of steamed buns and a bucket of plain porridge. All the artisans set down their tools and gathered around, while the laborers manning the bellows stood quietly in the back, waiting for the masters to finish before they could eat. Master Su, you worked hard today, the guard said, bowing respectfully as he distributed the buns to the artisans. Humph. Master Su, with a head full of white hair, received the bun, casting a disdainful glance at the guard. In the eyes of the artisans, the guards watching over the dungeon were considered lower than beasts, lacking both the courage to protect their homeland and the skills to make a living. The guard, aware of his lowly status in the eyes of the artisans, did not take offense at their scorn and continued to distribute the buns. When only one bun remained in the basin, Elder Yin, standing at the back of the line, stepped forward. The previously subservient guard suddenly stood tall, tossing the bun carelessly into the ash. Oh, my apologies, I slipped. The guard exaggeratedly feigned an apology, eliciting laughter from the other guards. You did that on purpose, Yin Er shouted, charging at the guard. Before the fall of Yinhua City, you were just a rogue in the city. How dare you act so brazenly here? Huh. So it's the young lady, the guard retorted mockingly, causing more laughter to erupt around them. You. Yin Er bared her teeth, clenching her fists, ready to charge forward. But Elder Yin silently picked up the bun from the ash, carefully brushing off the dust. All right, Yin Er, come eat, Elder Yin said, tearing the bun in half and offering it to her. Only the masters were entitled to buns. The laborers could only hope to receive a small bowl of porridge in the end. Yin Er immediately pushed Elder Yan's hand away. Grandfather, you should eat. I'm not hungry from just working the bellows. Eat, you are still young. I will rely on you to take care of me when I grow old. Elder Yin insisted, affectionately offering the half bun again. However, Mi Shan, standing behind Elder Yin, stepped forward. While other masters scolded the laborers, Elder Yin, though not willing to speak much, would still offer some guidance during Mi Shan's forging. Mi Shan strode up to the guard, snatched the bun from his hand, and thrust it into Yin Er's grasp. Are you looking for death? The guard immediately drew a short iron rod from his waist, aiming to strike Mi Shan. Though the guards were wary of offending the masters in the dungeon, they felt free to teach a lesson to a mere apprentice. The guard's movements, to Mi Shan, resembled slow motion, filled with openings. With a swift punch, the guard was sent sprawling. Startled, the other guards quickly drew their iron rods, nervously watching Mi Shan. Mi Shan coldly smiled, taking a chipped bowl to scoop a portion of porridge from the bucket before returning to stand behind Elder Yin. Master Yan's refusal to pass down ancestral techniques to outsiders is a matter of principle. Your inability to confront the enemy has allowed the tiger demons to exploit you. If you are dissatisfied, take it upon yourselves to fight the tiger demons. Should I witness any further bullying of your, do not blame me for breaking your legs. The guards exchanged glances, but none dared to provoke the old man any longer. The farce quickly dissipated, and everyone hastily finished their meals and returned to their posts. The angle of the hammer is too steep. It needs to be leveled a bit more, Yan's voice interjected as Mi Shan struggled with the iron essence before him. Upon hearing Yan's advice, Mi Shan promptly adjusted the hammerhead and struck again. This time, instead of cracking, the iron essence erupted into dazzling sparks and bent to the angle Mi Shan desired. Thank you for your guidance. If you wish to learn the art of crafting, I can teach you, but the forging methods passed down through my family cannot be shared. I cannot sacrifice generations of craftsmanship to merely ensure my own survival, Yin stated earnestly. Mi Shan, gazing intently at Yin, replied, my desire to save you stems solely from my disdain for seeing a few grown men bully a child. Furthermore, I did not come seeking your ancestral forging methods. My purpose in Yinhua City is solely to find a few fire crow feathers for crafting. Yin sighed heavily. You arrived too late. The Fire Crow clan aided humanity in defending Yinhua City during the Tiger Demon's siege. After the city fell, in their wrath, The tiger demons cast all the fire crows into the furnace before me. Is there truly none left? Mishan inquired, still hopeful. Yin looked sorrowfully at the blazing furnace. No, there are none left. I was once the lord of Yinhua City, and it was my selfishness in employing the fire crows for defense that led to this tragedy. After the city fell, I was imprisoned by the tiger demons, forced to watch as every last fire crow was thrown into the furnace. You made Grandpa cry. You are a villain. Yin and Apos, rushed forward to shield Yin. Yin embraced Yin and Apos, saying, do not blame him. It is my fault. For I have betrayed both the people of the city and the Fire Crow clan that trusted me. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will share everything I know. Yin then took Yer back to his crafting station. An hour later, the entrance was suddenly filled with the sound of raucous footsteps. Tiger Yu and the tiger demons led all the guards from the dungeon into the forge. The guards overseeing the furnace immediately knelt in reverence, and all apprentices, including a few timid masters, followed suit. Observing Yin standing resolutely before the tiger demons, Mishan stealthily retreated behind the crowd, silently witnessing the unfolding events. Tiger Yu approached Yin. Have you given any thought to our previous discussion? Yin turned his head away, coldly replying, I have made my position abundantly clear. I will not pass down my family's forging methods to you. Very well, you possess commendable spirit. Tiger Yu clapped his hands and signaled to the tiger demon. The tiger demon stepped before the row of guards, sizing them up before addressing one of them. You should blame your heartless lord for this. As soon as the words left his mouth, the tiger demon's furry claw swung violently, and a severed head flew high into the air, blood spraying like a torrential downpour over the guards. Weak-kneed and trembling, the guards collapsed to the ground, terrified that they might be next. Have you reconsidered, Lord of Yinhua? Tiger Yu smiled at Yin, as if he had just crushed an insignificant insect rather than a living being. Yin stared blankly for a moment. Although his face was etched with tension, he still turned his head away, feigning indifference. They are all traitorous scum. Go ahead and kill them. Even if you slay them all, I will not surrender the forging methods to you. Indeed, the Lord of Yinhua City possesses remarkable fortitude, Tiger Yu said, firmly grasping Yan's head while glaring at the collapsed guards. If it matters so little to you, then why turn your head away? Such a splendid scene is not one to be witnessed every day. Brother, let us have another performance for the Lord of Yinhua. Very well, brother, the tiger demon agreed. He seized one guard, holding his head in one hand and his leg in the other. It's dull to merely kill. Let us guess whether his neck or some other part will break first. With that, the tiger demon flexed his arms, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from the guard as horrific sounds echoed from his muscles and bones. With a resounding crack, blood gushed forth like an opened soda, splattering the walls in a vivid crimson. The tiger demon, holding the severed head and body, cruelly remarked, dying so quickly is rather disappointing. I assure you, the next one will be severed at the waist. Yin managed to pry himself from the grip of the tiger demon and fell to the ground, retching violently. Yer, trembling in the crowd, prepared to charge forth. However, Mishan quickly enveloped her in his arms, covering her mouth tightly, whispering, if you rush in now, you will not only fail to help your grandfather, but also become a leverage for the tiger demon against him. Mishan scrutinized the frenzied Tiger Yu, shaking his head inwardly. Tiger Yu must be in a desperate situation to act so recklessly. If Yin does not relent soon, Tiger Yu may very well use everyone present as pawns to coerce him. The tiger demon has not yet transformed, indicating he has not surpassed the mid-stage of Qi training, while Tiger Yu's aura is likely at the late stage of Qi training, similar to my own. In a true moment of desperation, my only option may be to summon skeletons to eliminate the tiger demon and then collectively confront Tiger Yu. As long as that commanding tiger demon does not return to the city, my chances of escaping Yinhua City remain substantial. With this thought, Mishan tightened his embrace around Yer, concealing himself further behind the others. He could not assist Yin. His only hope was to lead Yin's descendant to safety. The tiger demon tossed the dismembered remains onto the ground like refuse and addressed the remaining guards. Your lives rest in the hands of your lord. Why not plead for mercy from your righteous lord of Yinhua? The remaining guards, like startled birds, dove before Yin, repeatedly bowing their heads in desperation, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Lord of Yinhua, please show mercy and save us. Yin looked on, torn, before resolutely turning his head away. All the good sons of Yinhua City have perished in the flames of war. You must fend for yourselves. Tiger Yu chuckled coldly. Very well, brother, continue the slaughter. The tiger demon, puzzled, asked, "Do you truly wish to continue killing? If this persists, it will disrupt the normal operation of the dungeon. If I fail in the upcoming competition, the dungeon will inevitably be taken by our father. Once we lose the dungeon, we can return to the mountains, where we can live freely," the tiger demon concluded, now indifferent, seizing another guard. The captured guard, fully aware of his impending doom, unleashed his pent-up rage. "You old wretch. May you rot in hell. I will await you there." At that moment, Mayama suddenly felt a surge of heat in his arms, instinctively releasing his hold on Yara. "Grandfather, you weren't like this before," Yara shouted towards the old man Yen, pushing through the crowd. "Oh, our little princess was hiding here all along." Jiuyuanzi squatted down with a playful glint in his eye as he regarded Yara. "Enough. No more killing. I cannot possibly pass on the forging method to you. If you wish to participate in the grand competition, provide the materials, and I will forge you a magical weapon. If you refuse again, then go ahead and slay everyone here," the old man Yen exclaimed helplessly. "Now that's more like it. Look at this bloody mess on the ground," Jiuyuanzi remarked, casually discarding the guard he had seized. The guard, panting heavily, glanced around in a panic, incredulous that he had survived. "This is the material. Within 3 days. Forge me a top-grade magical broadsword. If you fail or exceed the time limit, you know the consequences," Jiuyuanzi stated, tossing a storage bag at the feet of the old man Yen. "By the way, as long as it doesn't affect the supply of weapons to the army, you may freely mobilize the craftsmen here." With that, Jiuyuanzi departed the dungeon, accompanied by the tiger demon. All the craftsmen looked at the old man Yen with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. To meet the demands of the army's continuous battles, each craftsman had their own forging tasks. Failure to complete these tasks could result in a beating at best or execution for dereliction of duty at worst. However, the old man Yen was renowned for his forging techniques, and all the craftsmen were eager to learn from him. The old man Yen surveyed the gathered craftsmen and said, "The military situation is urgent. I will not delay you, esteemed masters." He pointed at Mayama. "You, assist me for the time being." After waiting for a moment with no response, a nearby laborer nudged Mayama. "You're in luck." "Huh? What happened?" Mayama asked, puzzled. "Master Yen called you to assist him. You're the first one to have this opportunity." The laborer gazed at Mayama with envy, wishing he could take his place. Oh, I understand. Thank you for the reminder." Mayama was not focused on forging at all. The sudden wave of heat had left him bewildered. Yara was merely a girl at the first level of chi refining. While he had long since mastered the heavenly demon technique, impervious to flames, what could possibly emit such unbearable heat? "What do you know, bumpkin? Master Yen is the most famous craftsman in Fire City. If it weren't for the battle during which he was struck down by the Tiger King, he could have forged treasures," the laborer retorted angrily. "Oh, and what does that have to do with you? If you want to learn, I can give you this chance." Mayama never believed that the old man Yen had chosen him simply because he had just protected Yara. After all, if he botched this task, Yara would be in jeopardy as well. The old man Yen would never take Yara's life lightly. The laborer glanced at the hammer on the forging furnace, realizing he was still at the first level of chi refining. Pulling the bellows all day was exhausting enough. Swinging a hammer for an entire day would surely be the end of him. "Humph, ungrateful fool," the laborer muttered under his breath. By the time Mayama approached the old man Yen, he had already meticulously sorted the various materials from the storage bag. This pile consists of iron or freshly mined. "Remove the impurities from the iron essence as I just instructed," the old man Yen directed. "Shouldn't this iron essence be refined from ordinary iron?" Mayama inquired, puzzled. "Yara, stoke the fire a bit more," the old man Yen called to the furnace. "All right, Grandpa," Yara replied. As the old man Yen hammered the materials before him, he explained to Mayama, "Ordinary iron can yield iron essence, but from 100 pounds of ordinary iron, only a few taels of iron essence can be extracted. However, within a mine, there exists a piece of iron essence with the highest purity, and the closer one gets to it, the higher the purity of the ore. Considering the complexities of refining and the difficulty of obtaining raw materials, we generally use or that lies between ordinary iron and iron essence to craft magical weapons. The Tiger clan possesses formidable physical strength, but lacks proficiency in spells. Thus, for this broadsword, we need not inscribe excessive arrays. We will primarily harness the inherent toughness and sharpness of the materials themselves. Each material requires refinement, and with time pressing and tasks heavy, I will explain some key points while you forge." Mayama picked up the iron essence and moved to his own furnace, and the laborer immediately began working the bellows. With the fire fueled by the wind, the iron essence he had just tossed into the furnace glowed a vibrant orange. Seeing Mayama hastily attempt to extract the ore, the old man Yin quickly intervened. Human strength is limited. We must learn to utilize external forces. Many materials cannot be shaped by mere hammering. Only when thoroughly heated can they be molded at will. As craftsmen, we must not only possess excellent forging techniques, but also maintain a good flame. In the days when the Fire Crow clan still thrived, the 3 flames they spewed combined with my hammer could forge any material in existence. The old man, Yin, reminisced wistfully. When all the masters had gone to rest, the old man, Yin, stood behind Mayama, meticulously instructing, after the hammer falls, do not resist the recoil with brute force. Instead, use the rebound to lift the hammer once more. At that moment, Yara, who had been squatting on the ground working the bellows, stretched and stood up. Grandpa, I'm so tired. Let your new disciple take over the bellows for a bit, and I'll rest, okay? You came to assist with forging, not to work the bellows. The old man Yin sternly rejected. Mayama chuckled. Whether helping with the forging or working the bellows for Yara, it was all the same to him. Since the old man Yin could enlist the Fire Crow clan's help in defending the city, he must have a close relationship with them. It was unlikely that such a large clan would have been completely wiped out. They must have been hidden away by the old man Yin. Once the forging task was complete, he would have a detailed discussion with the old man Yin to see if he could obtain some Fire Crow feathers. You should rest. I will take over the bellows, Mayama offered, moving to Yara's side and taking the handle of the bellows. Wonderful, Yara exclaimed joyfully, preparing to exit the forge. Stay close. You must return to work the bellows shortly, the old man Yin admonished with a stern expression. I know. Yara made a face and quickly disappeared from sight. I apologize for the trouble. Yara's father has been by my side learning to forge weapons, and I've neglected her education, the old man Yin said apologetically. You're new and shouldn't be burdened with constant labor. If you're tired, feel free to rest. I can find someone else to work the bellows for a while. Mayama shook his head. It's fine. I was also a laborer at Jiuyuanzi Temple, so I'm used to it. The old man, Yin, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, you're a disciple of Jiuyuanzi Temple? The emblem of Jiuyuanzi Temple is a peak that pierces the clouds, correct? Mayama smiled, sensing that the old man, Yin, was somewhat skeptical of his origins. When Fire City was still thriving, we relied on Jiuyuanzi Temple to survive. The old man, Yin, humbly replied. Mayama pondered. Given the strong ties between Jiuyuanzi Temple and Fire City, with even the Fire Crow clan coming to their aid, why had Jiuyuanzi Temple not sent anyone to help? Old Yin laid down his hammer and sighed. On the day before the tiger demon attacked, Flame City was as tranquil as ever. By the time the soldiers on the city walls noticed, the tiger demon had descended upon them like a bolt from the blue. Already less than 3 miles away from Flame City, communication between Flame City and Jiuyuanzi Temple had been completely severed, and even the messengers sent out had vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the ocean. Ultimately, it was the prince of the Fire Crow clan, who was a guest within the city, that learned of the siege and promptly flew back to summon reinforcements. Ms. Han pondered deeply while working the bellows. Every event has its cause and effect. He had witnessed the clouds of dust raised by the tiger demon's army. Yet it was only at the last moment that he realized their approach. The communication with Jiuyuanzi Temple had also ceased on the same day. What a coincidence that seemed. What soldiers were on guard that day? Ms. Han inquired. Old Yin chuckled helplessly. Do you suspect there was a traitor within Flame City? I entertained that thought too. But the tiger demon's army breached our defenses in a mere day. Even the Fire Crow clan had no time to escape, let alone search for an insider. As the two conversed, the mischievous Yao suddenly emerged from nowhere and hurried over to Old Yin, chattering away. Moments later, Old Yin turned to Ms. Han in astonishment. Yao just mentioned that someone resembling a member of Jiuyuanzi Temple has come to Flame City and had close contact with the Tiger Protector. Yao nodded in agreement. It seems like someone from Jiuyuanzi Temple. I think I saw them when Grandpa took me to trade there before. Yao, come help with the bellows. I'll go check outside. Ms. Han said. Having just emerged from Elder Su's cave, he felt as if he was being watched. Was someone there to kill him? Instead of hiding like a turtle in a shell, he preferred to take the initiative. If he truly faced defeat, he could still devise a means of escape. Does this concern you? Old Yin asked. Ms. Han replied earnestly. I won't hide it from you. My master is an outer elder of Jiuyuanzi Temple. Due to factional disputes, I've offended some people within. Old Yin scrutinized Ms. Han for a moment before saying, although the guards summoned by the Tiger Protector seem few, many hidden sentinels lurk in the shadows. I can reveal a secret passage that leads into the city and inform you of the locations of all the hidden sentinels. However, if you succeed, I hope you can assist me with one matter." Ms. Han, still somewhat apprehensive, asked, "How does Master Yin know the positions of the sentinels?" Old Yin grinned with pride. "Though my golden core was shattered, my divine sense remains at the golden core level. I built Flame City myself. I know every corner and every guard hidden within. What is it that you wish for me to do?" Ms. Han continued to inquire. Old Yan's expression darkened. "I have investigated and found that it is the inner sect of Qingyun Temple that colluded with the tiger demons to ambush Flame City. Today, the arrival of emissaries from Qingyun Temple alongside the tiger demons has only confirmed my suspicions. If you manage to return to Qingyun Temple alive, I hope you can gather evidence to present to your master." Ms. Han pondered, acknowledging that he had irreconcilable conflicts with the inner sect. Helping to uncover clues within his capabilities was not out of the question. Worst case, he could deliver the evidence to another outer elder. Surely, any outer sect member would relish the misfortune of the inner sect. But if it involved the elders, there would be no way out. The minimum standard for an elder in Qingyun Temple was to have advanced beyond the golden core stage. Provoking one could lead to his demise with a mere flick of a finger. After sharing his thoughts with Old Yin, the elder frowned. "Very well. If there is even a glimmer of hope to avenge the fallen citizens of Flame City, it is worth it. Go to the southeast corner of the upper floor and find a statue of a Taoist. Turn the statue's head to the right, and a secret passage will reveal itself, leading to various parts of Flame City." After speaking, Old Yin twisted the handle of his hammer several times, causing a jade slip to fall out. This slip contains maps of both the surface and underground of Flame City, as well as the locations of the sentinels. Old Yin handed the jade slip to Ms. Han. "If it weren't for the traitor in Flame City, my designed fortifications would have kept the tiger demons at bay, or at least preserved some of the city's defenses." Ms. Han took the slip, examining it closely. No wonder the seemingly weak Yaoer could roam freely. Old Yin had secretly constructed an underground town beneath Flame City. Not only were there well-connected roads leading to every corner of the city, but there were also hidden chambers for storing food and weapons. Drawing a standard curved sword from a pile of weapons, Ms. Han expressed his gratitude to Old Yin. "If I succeed in defeating the enemy, I will return to take Yaoer away from Flame City." With that, he dashed upstairs. Following the map provided by Old Yin, Ms. Han successfully navigated out of the dungeon. He crouched outside the residence of the Tiger Protector, waiting for half the night. Peering through the window, he saw no one inside. Given the uncertain circumstances, he dared not probe with his divine sense. Why had no one emerged yet? Had they left, or had Yaoer been mistaken? As dawn began to break, the guards responsible for the dungeon would soon return to call the masters to continue their work. If he did not see the person Yaoer mentioned soon, he would have to return to the dungeon and wait until nightfall to investigate again. Once daylight arrived, the dungeon would be filled with people. And even if Qingyun Temple sent someone, they would not dare to openly kill him there. After all, Flame City was not solely under the management of the Tiger Protector. If others discovered the collusion between the Tiger Protector and the human race, he would have no way to explain himself, no matter how many excuses he had. At that moment, the door to the Tiger Protector's residence creaked open, and the tall, slender figure of the Tiger Protector emerged, clad in black. Ms. Han quickly activated his subtle technique to peer inside. Indeed, a tall, thin middle-aged man stood within, conversing with the Tiger Protector. Moments later, the Tiger Protector clasped his fists in salute and hurried into the city. Now was the opportunity. Once the Tiger Protector's figure disappeared around the corner, Ms. Han swiftly leapt down from the tree, gently prying open the window to slip inside. Once on the ground, he quickly concealed himself behind a large table, cautiously searching for the man he had just seen. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the night, and Miss Han's expression changed dramatically as he darted aside. A cold ray of light grazed his cheek and struck the ground heavily. "Just as I suspected, you little rat are indeed hiding in Flame City." A tall, thin cultivator emerged from the shadows, fingers forming a sword seal. The cultivator's sword seal was activated once more, causing a flying sword embedded in the ground to swiftly soar towards him. After catching the flying sword, he twirled it with finesse, proclaiming with pride, "No need to search any longer. I've laid a grand formation throughout this room. Unless you can kill me, you won't escape your fate today, even if you had wings." Ms. Han extended his divine sense to probe the tall, thin cultivator. The cultivator's internal spiritual energy was pure and concentrated, flowing like a gentle stream within his body. He was undoubtedly a Foundation establishment cultivator. May I ask which elder from Qingyan Temple you are? Ms. Han inquired cautiously. The tall, thin cultivator grinned sinisterly. Today, I shall ensure you meet your end clearly. Remember, it is Han Yuan who kills you today, Grandmaster Han. Ah, how delightful. In the end, who shall perish remains to be seen. Ms. Han retorted mockingly. With a sharp tongue, you, a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator, dare to dream of turning the tide? As Han Yuan spoke, he swiftly executed his incantations. The flying sword in his grasp suddenly seemed to possess a soul of its own, darting forth with a whoosh, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that sped towards Mishan. How swift! Faced with the relentless assault of the flying swords, Mishan could only roll and tumble to narrowly evade their strikes. Yet the swords clung to him like parasites, relentlessly pursuing. Seeing this, Han Yuan was no longer eager to end Mishan's life. Instead, he toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, leaving behind crimson trails on Mishan's body. After all, the son of the sect master had been rendered powerless. A single sword strike would be a mercy. I shall slice away your flesh piece by piece, allowing you to witness your own muscle and bone laid bare, until the last drop of blood spills forth. Han Yuan grinned viciously. With a sharp clang, Mishan deflected another incoming sword, yet his curved blade was now marred and battered, on the brink of shattering. Through continuous clashes with Han Yuan's flying sword, Mishan had begun to understand its nature. Although his eyes could not keep pace with its speed, his spirit sense, rivaling that of a foundation establishment stage cultivator, rendered the lightning-fast sword visible before him. Channeling all his energy into the 9 turns divine art, Mishan closed his eyes, and a blood-red aura enveloped him. He swung his curved blade fiercely at the oncoming flying sword. A thunderous roar echoed as the once unstoppable sword suddenly faltered. Mishan's sudden shift was akin to a frail lamb discovering its voice to roar at the butcher. Han Yuan laughed maniacally. Now this is a bit interesting. Come, resist. Wasn't it grand when you bullied your junior? Show me some of that spirit. Don't let me look down upon you or your master. In his heart, Mishan cursed. You perverse fiend, no different from Jiao Chun. After spending too long in the inner sect, you think you're the greatest, looking down on all. With a fierce roar, Mishan yanked at his chest, tearing away 2 small pouches along with a chunk of flesh. Before entering Flame City, he had buried his storage pouch and the corpse bag among the flesh to prevent detection by the tiger demons. As Han Yuan gazed at the bloodied Mishan, an inkling of unease crept within him, as if he had inadvertently unleashed a ferocious beast. He hastened to accelerate the sword technique, the flying sword darting through the air, leaving behind fleeting shadows before vanishing. Humph. Now you know fear, but it is too late, Mishan sneered coldly. He drew forth a hefty iron mace, weighing 1,000 pounds, from his storage pouch, infusing it with demonic energy. Instantly, black flames erupted from the mace. Grasping it tightly, he attuned himself to the high-speed movements of the flying sword. Suddenly, Mishan's tightly shut eyes flew open. Now, following an arcane trajectory, he brought the mace crashing down upon the void before him. I have trained in swordsmanship for over 30 years. How could a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator perceive my moves? Han Yuan scoffed. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as the previously elusive flying sword was revealed by the might of the mace's impact. Han Yuan's spirit sense, entwined with the sword, ignited in flames upon contact with the black fire, akin to gasoline meeting a spark. In an instant, the flames roared, spreading dangerously close to Han Yuan. Ping! As the mace struck the flying sword, it felt as though it had pierced into his very consciousness. In a panic, he severed his connection with the sword, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. What manner of monster are you? Han Yuan gasped, his eyes wide with terror, as he frantically rummaged through his storage pouch for defensive artifacts. Unbeknownst to him, a skeleton had quietly taken position behind him. Realizing Mishan was looking back with ill intent, Han Yuan spun around, but the skeleton had already contorted its body at an unnatural angle. Just as he hastily raised a defensive artifact, the battle axe descended with a vicious whoosh. A diagonal gash extended from his shoulder to his chest. Lying on the ground, Han Yuan pressed desperately against the wound, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. Seeing Mishan charging towards him with the mace raised, Han Yuan cried out, "Please, don't kill me. I can reveal information about your fate and Elder Su's." Mishan rested the mace atop Han Yuan's head, indifferent. What information could you possibly have? In pain, Han Yuan replied, I assure you, this information is invaluable to both you and Elder Su. If you swear on your Tao heart not to kill me after hearing it, I shall tell you immediately. I swear on my Tao heart, if the information proves useful, I will not personally slay Han Yuan, Mishan declared. Just as the words left his lips, a mysterious force swept over him. Han Yuan retrieved a pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it, convinced that if he returned alive to Jiuyuanzi's sect, he would extract every last drop from this lowly outer disciple and subject him to the most excruciating tortures. The peculiar flames on the mace and the eerie skeleton behind him captivated him. If he could harness that power, the position of sect master would be his for the taking. No wonder the wolf demon had issued a bounty for this person. It was undoubtedly for that unique power. I represent Jiuyuanzi's sect and have already conspired with Huyu. If you are eliminated, we will withdraw the sect's defenses 100 miles back. Huyu is already searching for you in the dungeon. If you are slain here in Jiuyuan Fire City, the news will spread and you will be charged with treason, leading to Elder Su's death sentence. Han Yuan cackled maniacally, his wound throbbing painfully. At this point, fleeing is futile. Huyu is already on your trail. Even if he cannot find you in the dungeon, he will return here swiftly. He greedily proposed. As long as you share the secrets of that black flame and the skeleton, I will find a way to spare your life. You desire the skeleton's secrets? Mishan scoffed. Han Yuan nodded fervently, yes. Yes. As long as you grant me the secrets, I will ensure your survival. With a flick of his left hand, another skeleton leaped from the corpse bag, raising its battle axe to strike at Han Yuan's neck. No, you swore not to kill me. Han Yuan screamed in terror as the axe drew nearer. I only promised not to kill you with my own hands. This is the skeleton doing the deed, not I. Mishan replied helplessly. Before the words could fully settle, Han Yuan's wide-eyed head rolled away. Mishan, still gripping the mace, fell into deep contemplation. If Huyu arrived at the dungeon and failed to find him, he would undoubtedly press the old Fire Master for answers. After all, even if the old Fire Master could forge high-level artifacts, Huyu might not be able to defeat Hu Exine, who was a realm above him with mere artifacts. Retreating 100 miles from Jiuyuan's sect would be a tangible achievement. Even if they could not extract more resources from the Tiger King, they could at least preserve what they had. It had been barely a moment since Huyu left. If he hurried through the secret passage, he could still arrive in time. With that thought, Mishan rushed out of Huyu's quarters and plunged into the secret passage. A rumble echoed through the dim dungeon as mechanisms began to turn. In a corner, an inconspicuous statue began to rotate slowly, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Moments later, Mishan nimbly emerged from the subterranean tunnel. As soon as Mishan landed, an unsettling feeling washed over him. His entire body tensed as he scanned the surroundings, acutely aware of the oppressive silence enveloping the dungeon. Earlier, he had heard the old man Yin forging magical artifacts, but now, not a whisper could be heard. Was Huyu already here, or was there another reason for this eerie stillness? To guard against potential traps set by Huyu within the dungeon, Mishan gripped his iron mace tightly, his internal demonic energy ready to surge forth at any moment. With a fragment of his consciousness ahead to scout the path, he cautiously made his way toward the forging chamber. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the dungeon, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of heat. Had a battle erupted between Huyu and the old man Yin? To maximize his profit from the transaction with Han Yuan, Huyu would likely not have informed many of his pursuit. However, if he failed in his endeavor, he would undoubtedly alert his father to facilitate the deal. And Mishan might soon find himself facing an opponent at the Golden Core stage. At this moment, Mishan could no longer afford to conceal himself and sprinted directly toward the forging chamber. As he approached, he could faintly hear the sounds of combat, alongside the roars of a tiger and the cries of some avian creature. Faster, faster, he urged himself, as the demonic energy within him surged, propelling him toward the forging chamber. If he could return safely to Jiuyuan Temple, he would ensure to acquire a lightweight spell. Otherwise, he would remain at a disadvantage in both combat and retreat. Suddenly, the avian cries crescendoed, only for the entire dungeon to fall into a deathly silence again. Had the battle concluded? Who had emerged victorious? Gritting his teeth, Mishan channeled the Tuatan Moju, his body instantly engulfed in blood-red energy. With each powerful step, he left visible imprints on the floor as he accelerated toward the forging chamber. In mere moments, the forging chamber came into view, and unexpectedly, a figure, charred black, stumbled out from within. It was you. The dark figure paused in shock upon seeing Mishan. Han Yuan had not managed to kill you. A weak voice emerged from the chamber. Mishan, is that you? Quickly kill him. He has colluded with the inner sect of Qingyun Temple to conspire against you in Yanhua City. Hu Yu, now surprisingly calm, thought that if he could just buy a little more time, the commotion in the dungeon would attract the guards, and no matter how formidable Mishan was, he would find it impossible to escape. Hu Yu straightened his attire, fixing a determined gaze on Mishan. Since you have returned alive, it is clear that Han Yuan is dead. If we continue to fight, we will only bring about mutual destruction. For me, whether I collaborate with you or with Han Yuan holds the same value. Communicate with Elder Su now. If he can persuade Qingyun Temple to retreat 50 miles, I will release the information that Han Yuan was an internal agent planted by the demon race within Qingyun Temple. Mishan coldly chuckled, knowing that Elder Su was now but a fragment of consciousness. Even if Han Yuan were truly an insider, Elder Su would be unable to act upon it. Moreover, he had no inclination to conspire with Hu Yu. Without further debate, Mishan let out a soft huff, and the iron mace in his hand erupted in a blaze of flames as he launched a fierce attack on Hu Yu. Hu Yu's face paled in terror. He had merely feigned calmness earlier, yet his dantian was now incapable of producing even a shred of demonic energy, and his muscles felt as though they were tearing apart with pain. As the iron mace descended upon him, Hu Yu reluctantly drew a large ring knife from his storage bag to block. With a resounding clang, Hu Yu fell heavily to the ground, his face ashen, and he spewed a mouthful of blood, the large knife flying from his grasp. Stop, stop, please, Hu Yu begged, scrambling backward. The force behind that blow had been tremendous, revealing that this wretched individual had concealed his true strength upon entering the dungeon. No wonder the old man, Yin, had chosen him as an assistant. He had volunteered to accompany his brother into Yanhua City to serve. He must be the internal agent sent by Qingyun Temple to rescue the old man Yin. Hu Yu quickly calculated in his mind. I must stabilize him. This person is undoubtedly not as simple as Han Yuan portrayed in Qingyun Temple. Even if I cannot trade him to Qingyun Temple, I can extract many secrets about them from him, which would be a significant achievement in itself. Seeing Mishan prepare to strike again with his mace, Hu Yu immediately fell to his knees. Please, do not kill me. I have many spirit stones and elixirs. If you spare me, I can offer them all to you. I can also plead with my father to let you leave Yanhua City. With all this commotion in the dungeon, the area outside is certainly surrounded. Even if you kill me, you cannot escape. Since escape is impossible, I shall take you down with me. Mishan resolutely swung his iron mace down toward Hu Yu again, and the once formidable Hu Yu crumbled into a mere puddle of mud. Without glancing back at Hu Yu's corpse, Mishan strode directly into the forging chamber. Time was of the essence. He needed to hasten and lead the old man Yin and Yair out through the secret passage before the guards arrived. Upon entering the forging chamber, Mishan gasped in horror. The place was a complete wreck. Several forging furnaces lay toppled. The walls bore countless scars from blades, and charred remnants were strewn about. The old man Yin slumped against the wall, blood trickling from his mouth, cradling the unconscious Yair in his arms. Hurry over here. The old man Yin called out urgently upon seeing Mishan enter the chamber. How are you injured? Hold Yair tightly. We must leave quickly, Mishan urged. The old man Yin thrust Yair into Mishan's embrace. There is no time to waste. Listen to me carefully. Yair is not actually my daughter. She is the princess of the Fire Crow clan. She was helping the prince of the Fire Crow clan in Yanhua City when the tiger demon suddenly attacked. Seeing no hope of escape and with internal agents still unaccounted for, I had no choice but to seal Yair's spiritual power and memories, disguising her as my daughter. I did not expect that Hu Yu would suddenly press me for your whereabouts. To protect me, Yair, in a moment of agitation, unleashed her demonic energy, breaking through my seal. I am now passing my family's forging technique to you, hoping you can take care of Yair and raise her well. Mishan tightened his hold on Yair, crouching down. What nonsense are you speaking? Hurry and get up. I will carry you out. Yair can take care of herself. I have not yet found a wife, so I cannot be responsible for a child. The old man Yin coughed violently, a mouthful of blood splattering forth, mixed with fragments of internal organs. You see, my time is running out. If there is someone suitable, please pass on this forging technique for me. The old man Yin wiped the blood from his lips. Come, help me stand. In my effort to unleash my spiritual energy, I have already ruptured my dantian, but there is still enough energy in my meridians for me to perform the forging technique one last time. If you can accompany me out, my master is an outer sect elder. He can certainly help prolong your life. Mishan remained crouched on the ground, hesitating to act. Although he had taken lives before, it was always in self-defense against those who threatened his existence. However, the old man Yin was in danger solely because of his arrival. Had he not come, the old man Yin could have survived by forging artifacts for the tiger demon. Alas! Stop dawdling, help me up. The old man Yin pounded the ground anxiously with his fists. I have already slain a prince of the tiger clan before my death. That is quite an achievement. So what if your master can prolong my life? Will I be unable to wield a hammer for the rest of my days? What meaning does it hold to live on like that? Are you asking me to take our ancestral forging technique to the grave? With a heavy sigh, Mishan gently set Yair down, turned, and assisted the old man Yin to his feet, guiding him to the forging furnace. Boy, work the bellows well. I will now show you the might of the forging technique. The elderly Yin grasped the hammer, instantly transforming into an entirely different persona. It was as if the formidable figure from the Golden Core stage had reappeared before Mishan, radiating an overwhelming aura. He placed a piece of glowing red iron essence upon the anvil and laughed maniacally, declaring that while mortals believe common iron could be refined into iron essence, they were unaware that iron essence could also be transformed into iron marrow and even into the mythical iron jade. Mishan's eyes sparkled with realization. 100 pounds of ordinary iron could yield but a few taels of iron essence, and a vast iron mine would often produce only a few taels of iron marrow, with iron jade existing solely in legend. Yin attempted to lift the hammer, but its several hundred pounds of weight aggravated his wounds, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Are you all right? Mishan hurriedly rose to inspect him. Yet, Yin sternly commanded, continue working the bellows. I am beyond salvation. You must ensure this knowledge endures. With a reluctant glance at Yair, Yin formed a hand seal while raising the hammer with steady resolve. I have taught you to harness the vibrations of the hammer to strike more efficiently. Yet, the subtleties of vibration extend far beyond this simplicity. Tears blurred Mishan's vision, yet he strained to maintain focus. Yin must have employed some secret technique to extract the last remnants of his vitality, perhaps forsaking even a final glance at Yair. Observe the trajectory of my hammer, Yin called out, as the hammer descended along an intricate path. The already highly refined iron essence quivered violently, erupting in a burst of impurities that scattered like sparks. With sufficient force to induce vibrations, the refinement of iron essence, iron marrow, or even iron jade would pose no challenge. Yin gazed at Mishan with hope. Yes, I have learned. Mishan nodded emphatically, ready to assist Yin. If you possess any spirit stones, do not venture through the secret passage. Rotate the statue in another direction. Within lies a hidden chamber inscribed with a teleportation array. Yin's words were abruptly cut off as the hammer clattered heavily to the ground. Mishan swiftly caught Yin as he began to fall, gently placing him into the storage bag. He then scooped up the fallen Ya and Appos, and hurried towards the secret chamber. Escape. Mayama had just exited the forge when he discovered 2 guards sprawled foolishly on the ground. Upon seeing Mayama, drenched in blood, they immediately fell to their knees in terror, pleading, "Please, do not kill me. I have not informed any other tiger demons, and I have seen nothing." If they truly had not alerted their comrades, they had inadvertently bought themselves a moment of respite from being discovered. Regardless, Mayama could not bring himself to harm an innocent soul. He raised his foot and kicked one of the guards, who went sprawling against the wall like a deflated ball before losing consciousness. As Mayama began to rotate the statue, the door to the secret chamber creaked open, and the sounds of commotion and loud reprimands echoed faintly from the upper levels of the dungeon. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Mayama anxiously fixated on the secret door, wishing fervently for it to open instantly. However, Hutong appeared before him, wielding a blade-shaped artifact, shouting, "Little thief, do not run. If you surrender the forging technique to me, I may spare your life." Having just returned victorious, Hutong sensed something amiss in the dungeon. Sure enough, on his way there, guards reported that after Huyu entered the dungeon, there was a commotion suggesting a battle had erupted. By the time Hutong arrived, he had just detected with his spiritual sense that the old man, Yin, had imparted the forging technique to Mayama. Though he felt a pang of sorrow over his son's death, he reminded himself that he had other sons. Yet, the forging technique possessed by Yin could easily equip a formidable army. Once Qingyun Temple was annihilated, he could father as many sons as he desired. Dream on. Yin was forced to his death by you. How could I possibly serve you? As the secret door barely opened a crack, Mayama gritted his teeth and fully activated the heavenly lifting demon technique. shrinking his form incrementally. The ensuing agony was excruciating, as if a heavy truck were repeatedly crushing him. Although the technique allowed for transformation, the human body had its limits. The strain on his bones and muscles would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Hutong watched in astonishment as Mayama's form diminished, gradually resembling that of a 10-year-old child. At that moment, he paid no heed to his disappointing son. The individual before him evidently possessed an unparalleled body-refining technique, perfectly suited for the physically honed demon race. If he could seize this technique, the prospect of breaking through to the nascent soul stage would be within reach. As Mayama shrank to the size of a 7- or 8-year-old child, he could no longer hold on to Yair, hastily grabbing her hands and pulling her into the secret chamber. He retrieved spirit stones from his storage bag and, following the instructions from the jade slip, swiftly inserted them into the corresponding grooves. After completing this, Mayama collapsed heavily onto the teleportation array, his entire body aching, leaving him with no choice but to wait helplessly for the array to activate. No, Hutong roared, charging like a gust of wind toward the secret chamber. The door that had once held hope for Mayama now became a gateway of despair for him. His massive form rendered him utterly helpless against the stone door, which had only opened a fraction. Just as he raised his blade to smash the door, he reconsidered, realizing that if he lost control of his strength and collapsed the chamber, all hope would be extinguished. Mayama slumped against the wall, observing the furious Hutong. Though this was his first encounter with a golden core cultivator intent on his demise, he felt no fear. Instead, he resolved to remember Hutong, vowing that one day he would return to exact revenge. A brilliant light flashed, and Mayama and Yair vanished completely from the teleportation array. Hutong tore off his clothing, revealing his tiger-headed, human-bodied form, and roared angrily at the sky. Just moments ago, hope had been within his grasp, and now he watched it slip away. At that moment, Huexian rushed in, halting in his tracks at the sight of his father in a furious state. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but found himself locked in by his father's concentrated spiritual sense. With no choice, he stepped forward timidly and asked, "Father, what has happened? Why are you so angry?" Hutong glared coldly at his son. He had previously overlooked some minor infractions Huexian committed in preparation for the competition, considering that he had already surpassed his brothers in cultivation. However, after his brother's misfortune, he could not abide Huexian's indifference to their fraternal bond. He struck Huexian down with a heavy slap, declaring, "Do not think I am unaware of your little schemes. The resources from the main house have been halved this past 6 months. If you cannot retrieve that person, seek your own resources to cultivate." With a final glance at the teleportation array, Hutong turned and left. After a moment of confusion, Mayama slowly opened his eyes. Once he ceased the operation of the heavenly lifting demon technique, his form gradually returned to normal. However, the process of shrinking and expanding left him in greater pain. Gritting his teeth, he propped himself up and kicked a corner of the teleportation array. With a resounding crash, he fell heavily to the ground, beads of cold sweat instantly covering his body. As Mayama lay on the ground, he surveyed his surroundings while channeling the heavenly lifting demon technique to mend his injuries. Towering trees surrounded him, with no other scenery in sight. After a while, he managed to rise, securing Yair to his back with his clothing. Although Old Man Yin would not construct a teleportation array in a perilous location, there was always the risk of encountering roaming beasts in this desolate wilderness. So caution was prudent. He ascended the nearest tallest tree to survey the area, and to his surprise, he could faintly discern the outline of Jiuyuanzi city in the distance. Mayama let out a heavy sigh. Regardless of whether it was through the dungeon or the teleportation array, Old Man Yin could have easily escaped during the beast siege. Yet, he resolutely chose to share the fate of the citizens of Jiuyuanzi city. Now that he had clarified his direction, Mayama carried Yair onward toward Jiuyuanzi city without a backward glance. Yair remained unconscious and lacking medical knowledge himself. Mayama had not brought the Yin storage ring to seek Elder Su's guidance, which would have been invaluable. After a lengthy journey, when Mayama arrived at the gates of Jiuyuanzi city, it was already the dead of night, and the heavy gates stood firmly shut. With Yair still showing no signs of awakening, Mayama hesitated at the entrance. If he knocked at this hour, he risked being reported by someone with ill intentions. Yet, he could not delay returning to Jiuyuanzi Temple to seek Elder Su's help for Yair, as her condition was uncertain, potentially life-threatening. After a moment's deliberation, he resolutely approached the gate and gave it a firm knock. Had it not been for old man Yan's unwavering loyalty in refusing to betray his whereabouts to Hu Yu, he might not have made it back to Qingyun City at all. Regardless, he needed to ensure that old man Yan had at least some hope of remaining in this world. After several knocks, a drowsy guard poked his head over the city wall and impatiently shouted, "What are you knocking for? You're disturbing the soldier's sleep and risking your life." Mayama raised his identity token high, proclaiming, "I am an outer disciple of Qingyun Temple, and I urgently need to return for an important matter. Please, grant me passage." Humph. What nonsense about being an outer disciple. Recently, the sect leader has dispatched people to investigate traitors within Qingyun City. You sneaking about at this hour looks suspiciously like a traitor yourself. Hurry and leave, or I'll have to report you. With that, the guard yawned and turned to retreat. Mayama probed the guard's essence with his spiritual sense and found him to be just an ordinary mortal. Even a mere mortal was aware of the sect leader's pursuit of traitors, and it seemed highly likely that he would be killed in Yinhua City. However, the leader would never have expected that it was not he who would perish, but rather the inner disciple Han Yuan. Given this, Mayama felt compelled to make a bold return to Qingyun Temple, lest he be accused of harboring a guilty conscience. Picking up a fragment of stone from the ground, Mishan casually hurled it away, and the stone shot forth like a bullet. A thunderous crash echoed as the stone grazed the guard's scalp and struck the city wall with a heavy thud. Instantly, a massive crack appeared in the sturdy wall. The guard stood dumbfounded, a stream of yellowish liquid trickling down his pant leg. What kind of monster had he encountered? Although the man in white had offered him a substantial sum to intercept an outer disciple, he had initially thought it would be an easy task, never anticipating the true nature of the individual before him. Had he known, no amount of money would have persuaded him to accept. Mishan continued to toss stones in his hand, regarding the guard with disdain. "Have you made up your mind? Will you open the gate? Or shall I escalate my actions?" The guard, regretting his earlier greed, wished he could sever his own hands for accepting the bribe. The man before him was formidable, and the last time he had encountered that white-clad figure, he had been flanked by several brawny bodyguards, clearly not to be trifled with. Desperate, the guard knelt and shouted, "Esteemed one, I failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. However, I was instructed to stop every outer disciple under 20. If I let you pass today, I may not survive till tomorrow. I implore you, let me go unscathed." Mishan pondered for a moment, realizing he had no reason to antagonize a mere mortal. He inquired, "You mentioned the sect leader is in the city investigating traitors. Pray tell, who is leading the team?" The guard's face contorted in distress. "I know not the name of the leader, but I have heard that it is a young and beautiful celestial being." Mishan's eyes brightened. Anyone leading a team within the city must hold a significant position in Qiyun's sect, and being young and beautiful hinted at a certain individual. The image of Jianru, a disciple of the Grand Elder and of similar age, surfaced in Mishan's mind. Could it truly be her? Mishan commanded the guard, "Fetch the person in charge immediately. Do not even think of escaping. Remember my name. I am a direct disciple of the Elder. If you dare to run, I shall eradicate your entire family upon entering the city." "Yes, yes, I shall go at once." The guard hurried into the city, realizing this divine conflict was beyond his capacity, and the sooner he distanced himself, the better. After about half a stick of incense, Jianru approached. Dressed in a white palace gown, accompanied by a delicate-looking man in a blue robe, his pale face and small eyes surveying Jianru with unabashed scrutiny. Mishan, needing something from them, respectfully bowed first. "I am an outer disciple of Qiyun's sect, and urgently need to return. I seek a favor from my senior sisters and brothers to open the city gate for me." Jianru pointed to the effeminate man and introduced him. "This is Li Shun, my companion under the Grand Elder. Please wait a moment. I shall call the guard to open the gate for you." "How can my sister be so careless?" Li Shun interrupted, pulling Jianru behind him. "The sect leader has sent us here to investigate traitors. We cannot simply allow this person entry." Jianru, suppressing her disgust, managed to free herself from Li Shun's grip. Though she felt ill at ease, she refrained from showing it. Li Shun was favored by the Grand Elder and had a notorious reputation for his arrogance within Qiyun's sect. Despite the mystery surrounding his background, he often evaded consequences for his actions, as the higher-ups would intervene on his behalf. It was rumored that just days prior, Li Shun had assaulted an outer female disciple, whose threats had escalated to the sect leader intervening and compensating her to suppress the incident. Jianru, attempting to diffuse the tension, said, "I know this person. I can vouch for his integrity. You are still too young, sister. You may know him, But can you guarantee the people behind him are trustworthy? Li Shun retorted, pointing at Mishan. Let us inspect the person behind you to ensure clarity. Mishan hugged Yura closer, revealing only her head. This is my friend's daughter, gravely ill, and in urgent need of medical attention at Jiuyuanzi sect. I kindly ask for your assistance in letting me pass. I promise to repay your kindness afterward. Upon seeing Yura, Li Shun's eyes lit up. The girl nestled in Mishan's arms, with her delicate nose and cherry-like lips, was breathtakingly beautiful, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. She embodied a whimsical charm, captivating Li Shun's heart instantly. The woman he had dallied with days prior paled in comparison to this ethereal girl. Li Shun, unable to contain his desires, thought only of possessing Yura. You think you can bribe me with this? Just claiming she is your friend's daughter is insufficient. Hand her over for a thorough inspection. If she poses no threat, I shall ensure she receives care. Mishan, wary of Li Shun, replied, Brother, Yura is gravely ill. Any delay may worsen her condition. Might we allow Sister Jianru to examine her instead? However, Li Shun, impatient, leapt down from the city wall, declaring, Sister Jianru's abilities are insufficient. If a beast were to slip into Jiuyuanzi sect due to negligence, it would betray the trust of the sect leader and the elders. He approached Mishan, reaching out to grab Yura's wrist. Mishan quickly retreated a few steps, avoiding Li Shun's grasp. Brother, we must maintain decorum. Such behavior is unbecoming. You mistake my intentions, Li Shun sneered, pushing Jianru aside as he charged at Mishan again, sword raised. Mishan's expression darkened. He had been patient and diplomatic, yet this man continued to overreach. It was time to assert himself. Sister, please bear witness that it is this individual who is overstepping, not I who refuses to cooperate. With one arm cradling Yura, Mishan retrieved a heavy iron mace from his storage bag and struck Li Shun's sword with it. The lightweight sword collided with the weighty mace, causing Li Shun to feel a sharp pain in his hand as the sword flew from his grip. In that moment, Mishan positioned himself in front of Jianru, deeming her still trustworthy. He handed Ya and Appos to Jianru, saying, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Please examine her carefully to confirm my innocence. You dare to thwart my plans. Li Shun shouted in frustration, pulling out a jade talisman from his storage bag. Upon seeing the talisman, Jianru's expression shifted dramatically. This man was so reckless as to resort to using a medium talisman over such a trivial matter. Such talismans were not only precious, but required months of cultivation by a golden core practitioner to forge. Though I sincerely wish to avoid entanglements with Li Shun, I find myself in a predicament as Mishan possesses numerous secrets about me, and there are several matters that require his cooperation. Reluctantly, Jianru produced a jade talisman from her storage bag, imploring, I hope you will exercise restraint, senior brother, and not jeopardize the camaraderie among our fellow disciples. Li Shun glanced at Yura, then at the jade talisman in his hand. He had anticipated that displaying the talisman would intimidate Jianru. Yet this wretched woman also possessed one. Despite Yura's endearing nature, the talisman was not easily crafted, and his family had only provided him with a single piece for this journey. It was astonishing that a direct disciple from the inner sect could be so closely allied with an outer sect disciple. There must be some ulterior motive at play. I hope Sister can carefully scrutinize this matter and not let anyone undermine her promising future. With that, Li Shun tucked the talisman away and stormed back into Jiuyuanzi City. Quickly, check on the little girl. How is she? Mishan inquired anxiously after Li Shun had departed. Jianru gently placed her delicate fingers upon Yura's wrist. Although the little girl appeared normal, her meridians were distinctly abnormal, indicating she was transformed from a demonic beast. Jianru then looked up at Mishan, reflecting on the numerous demonic beasts they had slain together. His current distress over a single beast suggested it held special significance for him. After a moment, Jianru withdrew her fingers, reassuring, the girl is fine. She merely exhausted herself and will recover in a couple of days. However, as for you, remember well that humans and demons are on separate paths. Do not forget how the demon race has persecuted our kind. Upon hearing that Yura was unharmed, Mishan exhaled deeply, relieved. This little girl is. Yet, Jianru swiftly placed a finger over Mishan's lips, cautioning, walls have ears. Since Jiao Chen's incident in Jiuyuanzi City, the sect leader has intensified security. Let us discuss this at my residence. Mishan nodded and, cradling Yura, followed Jianru into the city. They wound through the maze of streets until Jianru led Mishan to the Lord's residence. After a short walk, Jianru opened the door to the east wing, saying, Please enter. This is where I reside now. Since the Lord's death, Elder Su had not appointed a new lord. Following discussions among the elders, the management of Qingyun City had been entrusted to the Grand Elder. Once Mishan stepped into the room, Jianru waved her hand, enveloping the space in a shimmering formation. Elder Su is currently in seclusion for life and death training. I cannot say when he will emerge. Although Mishan felt reassured by Jianru's presence, the allure of wealth was undeniable. Should Elder Su's demise become public knowledge, at least a third of Qingyun Temple's interests would face upheaval. How many could resist such temptation? Do you recall that Zhao Chun was also discovered within Qingyun City? Jianru gently laid her on the bed. Of course, what of it? Mishan responded. Jianru produced a portrait from her storage bag and handed it to Mishan. This was secretly given to me by a maidservant who always followed Zhao Chun. Mishan examined the portrait, which depicted a creature with a dragon's head and a human body. What about this beast? He asked. The maidservant claimed that the demon depicted was none other than the sect leader's son, Zhao Chun. What? Mishan exclaimed incredulously, scrutinizing the image once more. The figure, despite its dragon-like features, bore a familiar smirk reminiscent of Zhao Chun. I was equally astonished upon hearing the news, but after reviewing the history of Qingyun Temple, I uncovered an even more shocking truth. The temple was founded to commemorate the dragon-slaying deeds of the Dragon Slayer, ensuring the safety of the people. Yet the temple's records have consistently suppressed the existence of the Dragon Slayer, instead portraying the calamity of the dragon as a heroic protector of the populace. Jianru pointed to a pile of books against the wall. I still cannot believe it. There is a grand statue in the main hall that cannot be overlooked. Mishan retorted in disbelief. Jianru smiled knowingly. Only we, the inner disciples, recognize the statue's true identity. Ask the outer disciples. Many have lived their entire lives within Qingyun Temple, believing the statue to be of the founding patriarch, unaware of the tale behind it. If Zhao Chun is a dragon, then the current sect leader. It seems that for generations, Qingyun Temple has been under the thrall of demonic beasts. Zhao Chun, the dragon, sharing the same surname. The realization filled Mishan with dread. If this were true, the remaining territory for humanity would drastically diminish. My dear, you do not grasp the implications of this, Mishan observed Jianru cautiously. Sometimes, knowing too much can be detrimental. Though Qingyun Temple now resembled a dilapidated vessel riddled with holes, it remained a formidable force. Jianru scrutinized Mishan and then chuckled softly. You look quite frightened. Do you think I would be foolish enough to attempt to assassinate the sect leader? First, you target the son of the Wolf King. Then you plot against the demons embedded within humanity. Who exactly are you? Mishan pressed, refusing to relent. Jianru settled into a chair, pouring herself a glass of water. Are you certain you wish to know? The last incident at the mine stirred considerable commotion. My next endeavor will be even grander. Mishan remained silent, clutching her as he prepared to leave. Oh, how ungrateful you are. I just saved both of you, and you turn your back so swiftly. Jianru exclaimed, blocking his path. Did you not cause enough trouble in the mine? Mishan retorted sharply. You must not dismiss the truth. Had you not assisted me in slaying the Wolf King's son, I might have perished within that mine. Jianru countered. Furthermore, the technique you acquired from the Forsaken Cave is quite remarkable, is it not? Mishan's heart raced. The secret of the heavenly demon technique was his greatest treasure. As an ancient art, should its existence be revealed, both humans and demons would hunt him down relentlessly. What do you truly want? Mishan demanded, his gaze fixed intently on Jianru, his hand poised over his storage bag, ready for battle. Do not be so tense. My purpose in seeking you is to engage in a noble cause to save the masses. Jianru smiled gently, resembling a blooming rose. As a man of honor, do you not aspire to be a hero who rescues the world? Yet Mishan remained unmoved. This woman had infiltrated various powerful factions, always performing acts of kindness for the people. However, he could not shake the suspicion that her intentions were not entirely selfless, especially given her ability to maneuver through these factions, suggesting a formidable backing. While he harbored a keen interest in eradicating the demonic beasts that harmed the innocent, Mishan was not inclined to involve himself in the struggles of various factions. He merely sought to quietly enhance his strength to confront the wolf demon. He adjusted yours securely on his back and bowed to Jianru, stating, I am grateful for your rescue, but I now find myself in peril, and I fear I must disappoint your expectations. Do you think you can simply walk away? The fate of Elder Su is known only to you, and it intertwines with numerous interests. You should be aware of the stakes, Jianru warned. Both the outer and inner sects are keenly observing you. Where do you believe you can escape? Even if you manage to flee, do you think you can procure a foundation establishment pill amidst the encircling demons? Without it, you cannot advance to the foundation establishment stage, and against the Wolf King's pursuit, your fate is sealed. Jianru's gaze bore into Mishan's. After a moment of contemplation, Mishan replied, if you wish for my cooperation, you must at least disclose which organization you represent. Jianru shook his head. The organization behind me cannot be easily exposed. Only if you agree to assist me can I reveal the details. What do you need my help with? Surely, you can disclose that? Mishan inquired once more. No, I must insist that you first commit to helping me before I can share anything. Jianru steadfastly declined. Although Jianru said nothing further, Mishan's intuition suggested that a formidable power lurked behind Jianru. The stakes must be significant, otherwise, such caution would be unwarranted. Since you refuse to divulge anything, I shall take my leave, Mishan said, preparing to exit with Yura on his back. Jianru grasped Mishan's arm earnestly. I assure you, if you assist me, I can offer you a home. A home? Mishan looked at Jianru quizzically. Indeed, a home, a sanctuary for humanity in this perilous world, a place that shields against the storms of life, Jianru expressed with a sense of longing. A warm surge of emotion flooded Mishan's heart at the mention of home, a word he had not heard in ages. Since arriving in Xianhuan continent, survival had entailed either fleeing or preparing to flee, with no haven to rest or take refuge. I yearn for a home, a modest space where I can return when I am injured. I agree to assist you. Now, will you tell me what it entails? Mishan regarded Jianru earnestly. Jianru returned to his chair, poured another glass of water for Mishan, and began, You have heard of the Xian Kingdom, the last bastion of humanity. The organization behind me is an assassin group established by the Xian Kingdom. We answer solely to the King's commands, tasked with eliminating high-ranking members of the demon race. My current target is Jiao Chun, the son of the leader of Qingyun sect. If he is eliminated, the sect will be left without a successor, and in a century, Qingyun's sect will naturally fall back into human hands. Once I complete this mission, I will return to the Xian Kingdom, and at that time, I can take you with me. Mishan's eyes widened. He had assumed Jianru was an insider within a sect, never anticipating his allegiance to the Xian Kingdom. Though small in size, the Xian Kingdom was rich in resources and stood as the last kingdom for humanity, resilient against the encroaching beasts for centuries. Jiao Chun is confined within Qingyun's sect. We cannot simply assassinate him there. Your promises sound appealing, but I do not wish to throw away my life. Mishan expressed his concerns. According to intel from a maid serving Jiao Chun as a member of the Jialong clan, he will remain afflicted by lustful poison unless he breaks through to the foundational stage. Although the leader has been diligently assisting him in suppressing it, Jiao Chun sneaks out to Qingyun City at the end of each month to relieve himself. That is when we can strike him down, Jianru explained. Mishan still harbored doubts. Is that maid trustworthy? From what I gathered, she has been with Jiao Chun since his time in Qingshi City. Despite Jiao Chun's cruel treatment of his subordinates, she endured numerous injuries yet managed to survive, Jianru clarified. From Qingshi City? Mishan was taken aback. Could it be Murong Qianmu? I recall her dowry included a miraculous golden Buddha, and even the robe draped over it contained treasures such as a corpse bag. The Buddha and Apos' powers must be extraordinary. Is the maid named Murong Qianmu? Mishan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Jianru nodded. That sounds familiar. Do you know her? We had a brief encounter. I had hoped she would find happiness after marrying into Qingyun's sect, but alas. Mishan sighed heavily. Jianru produced a storage pouch and handed it to Mishan. This contains the spiritual stones we acquired after defeating Supervisor Wang. All the stones from him were allocated to me, and I shall not divide the earnings from selling the magical tools. Mishan waved his hand. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Jianru queried. I need someone to engrave a few formations onto my magical tools. I can craft the tools necessary for the Namli formation, but I am utterly clueless about the engravings, Mishan explained. Jianru pondered for a moment. There is a shop in the black market of Qingyun City that specializes in engraving formations. If you wish, I can accompany you there. Moreover, after discussions among several elders and the leader, the secret realm of Qingyun sect will soon be reopened. All disciples below the foundational stage will be allowed to participate. The top 3 disciples who gather the most valuable herbs will receive a foundational pill from the sect. If you wish to establish a foundation, this secret realm presents an excellent opportunity. Mishan was astonished. Isn't it supposed to open in several decades? Why the sudden change? Jianru shook his head. I am unaware of the specifics, merely that the leader relinquished many benefits to secure this opportunity. I fear that this reopening may incite a wave of bloodshed. Mishan contemplated. Yet, there is little choice. Resources are finite. If one does not compete, they will never have a chance. Rest here tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to have the formations engraved, Jianru stated, stepping toward the door. Later that night, Mishan sat cross-legged by the bed, diligently cultivating the tuition demon art to heal his injuries. Suddenly, a fit of urgent coughing erupted from the bed, prompting Mishan to open his eyes. How do you feel? He asked, noticing Yur slowly awakening. Where am I? Yur looked around in a daze. You are in Qingyun City. Do not worry. You are safe now. Mishan gently touched Yur's forehead, relieved to find her temperature returning to normal. Yur sprang up. Where's Grandpa? How is he? I'm sorry. I could not bring back Lord Yen, Mishan said, retrieving the body of the elder from the storage pouch and placing it on the bed. Yur immediately collapsed onto the elder's lifeless form, weeping bitterly. Mishan stood by, overwhelmed with unspoken words, his heart heavy with silent sighs. After a moment, Yur nestled beside the elder and drifted back to a deep slumber, as if the presence of the elder had always provided her a shelter from life's storms. The following morning, Yur awakened from her slumber, retrieving a basin and a clean towel to carefully cleanse the elder's body. I want to send Grandpa off for the last time. Though the seal left by the elder had been broken and Yur had regained her memories, she still felt the elder was her closest kin. Yes, tomorrow, we shall return to Qingyun sect, where the serene mountains and waters will be a fitting resting place for Lord Yen, Mishan said solemnly. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Mayama once again stowed away the remains of the old man, Yen into his storage pouch, before finally opening the door. After experiencing a series of upheavals, Yur, upon seeing the absence of bustling activity in the forging chamber, timidly hid behind Mayama. Jinru stepped inside and urged, let us hasten to find that master engraver of the magical formations. If we delay, we may lose our chance. He then glanced at Yur, advising, it would be wise to keep her close. The streets of Qingyun City are teeming with people, and should anyone discover her background, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Subsequently, under Jinru's guidance, Mayama and Yur navigated through the winding alleys of Qingyun City, finally halting before a dilapidated thatched hut. Jinru spoke with gravity. This master possesses a rather peculiar temperament. Refrain from speaking carelessly. On occasion, if one encounters him in good spirits, he may bestow upon you a superb magical artifact. However, should you offend him, no amount of spirit stones would suffice to persuade him to engrave even the simplest formation. Upon entering, they found a languid old man reclining in a wicker chair, sipping tea from a kettle while gesturing dismissively at Jinru. Jinru quickly retrieved 3 spirit stones from his pouch and handed them to the old man, pleading for passage. In the Xianhuang continent, resources for cultivation, such as spirit stones, were exceedingly scarce. Some wandering cultivators might never dare to expend spirit stones for their training. The old man merely glanced at the offerings, disdainfully remarking, 3 people, 3 tickets. Only I am here to have the master engrave a formation. Do they also require tickets? Mayama interjected, explaining, the 2 of them are accompanying me. The old man slammed the spirit stones down before Jinru, stating, if you wish to enter, do so. If not, there are plenty eager to take your place. Jinru grasped Mayama's arm and, from his pouch, produced 6 additional spirit stones to present to the old man, imploring, please, allow us entry. The old man stuffed the spirit stones into a burlap sack at his feet, producing a cacophony of clinking sounds, indicating he had accumulated quite a fortune. He then poured a small amount of liquid from his kettle onto the ground, and as it dried, a hidden entrance emerged. Enter, but temper your demeanor within. Should you be ejected, do not blame me for not warning you, he remarked before resuming his languid posture. Mayama was the last to descend into the tunnel. Upon entering, they found themselves on a lengthy staircase that spiraled downward, and when they turned back, the entrance had vanished from sight. Just as Mayama contemplated retrieving his iron hammer, Jinru reassured him, fear not. Though this master is eccentric, he is fundamentally honest. It is fortunate we have encountered him here in Qingyun City, while traversing the Xianhuang continent. Would not the beasts consume him? Yur asked in confusion. Jinru placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and whispered, this man is already a cultivator of the golden core stage, and he is ruthless. He once annihilated an entire small sect over a trivial matter. Moreover, he is a master of formations, and this underground chamber is his creation. Both humans and beasts require his assistance. It is prudent to curry favor with him rather than provoke him. As they continued down the winding staircase, they soon emerged into a vast hall. At its center, a diminutive elderly man was engraving a magical formation while several apprentices hammered away nearby. Surrounding them were 5 or 6 individuals of various appearances, clutching jade slips or semi-finished magical artifacts, awaiting the master's assistance with their engravings. Upon witnessing the apprentices forging, Ye-er quickly broke away from Mayama and rushed over. Just as Mayama opened his mouth to call her back, he noticed her face light up with a long-lost smile. Let her enjoy herself, he thought, turning back to observe the master at work. The master, with one hand deftly calculating the formation and oppos, dimensions, wielded a carving knife in the other, moving with fluid grace across the sturdy artifact. To the astonishment of all present, an intricate formation swiftly took shape upon the artifact. The master then began to add various rare materials into the artifact, and as a luminous aura flickered, the formation gradually merged within. He tossed the completed artifact dismissively before a middle-aged man, stating, "The materials you provided are subpar. With such quality as this, I could have crafted a superior artifact." The man, ecstatic upon receiving the artifact, exclaimed, "A fine artifact is already a treasure. Thank you, master." The master sighed. "This material is from Lord Yan's domain. Is it not? You ought to procure better materials before seeking my services. Your actions squander Lord Yan's efforts." The man, undeterred, continued to flatter the master profusely. "Your engravings are unparalleled, master, truly remarkable." Realizing he was speaking to a wall, the master ceased his efforts and stuffed the remaining materials into his storage pouch. Extending his hand towards the man, "As we agreed, all materials used for engraving belong to me, and you owe me 500 spirit stones." "Yes, yes," the man replied, hastily retrieving the stones from his pouch and departing the chamber, eager to avoid any potential pursuers. At that moment, Mayama grasped the true worth of the shield Elder Su had gifted him, including the materials, the forging, and the engraving of the formation. It would require at least 1,000 spirit stones, and even then, they were priceless. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the apprentices, prompting the master to furrow his brow and set down his carving knife. "What is all this noise?" One apprentice, trembling, fell to his knees and stammered, "This little girl mocks the quality of your forging materials." "Oh, I must see who possesses the audacity to criticize my work," the master declared, rising to confront the source of the disturbance. Mayama, peering through the crowd, observed Yor glaring furiously at the apprentice, who, upon noticing the master approach, began frantically searching for Mayama. "Is it you who claims my forging materials are flawed?" the master inquired, directing his attention toward Yor as he presented the materials on the anvil. Mayama swiftly shielded Yor behind him, apologizing, "My apologies, master. My younger sister is but a child and may have spoken out of turn. I hope you can forgive her." The master rolled his eyes at Mayama. "My century-long reputation tarnished by this child, and you think an apology suffices?" Mayama examined the materials closely. They were not sufficiently purified and contained various impurities, while the auxiliary materials were poorly integrated, merely a haphazard assembly of substandard components. Yor had spoken the truth. Such a product could not hold a candle to the creations of the old man Yan. Yor clung timidly to Mayama's leg, confessing, "That person kept belittling Grandfather Yan's creations while forging. I couldn't hold my tongue and said something." The master, with a derisive smile, replied, "The solution is simple. Either you produce a superior forging material, or I shall slay you and hang you from a flagpole, so all may know that my work is not to be sullied by anyone." Mayama approached the hammer, testing its weight. "I have had the honor of assisting the old man Yan for a few days," he stated candidly, "and I must say, this work pales in comparison. Yor, help me with the bellows," he instructed while retrieving a semi-finished iron ore piece from his storage pouch. "Very well." Mayama began to recall the techniques imparted by the old master Yan, while simultaneously attempting to strike the iron ore. However, with a loud thud, the iron ore flew far away upon impact with the hammer. "Huh, you, with such lack of skill, dare shamelessly claim to have been guided by the old master Yan? It seems the esteemed Yan is not all that exceptional." The apprentices who were kneeling on the ground erupted into raucous laughter, accompanied by a few others who joined in with hushed chuckles. The master shook his head. He had long heard of Yin Qingzhu's reputation and had even witnessed the master's exquisite creations, truly a marvel of craftsmanship. Unfortunately, the kind-hearted Yin could not abandon his city and its people. Otherwise, how delightful it would be to travel the world together. To insult two great masters and to perish without pain or suffering is already a kindness towards you. After speaking, the master exchanged a knowing glance with the guards. Yet, as the surrounding guards encircled Mayama, he stood lost in deep contemplation. Why was it wrong? He had indeed followed the old master Yan's methods. Why was this happening? The apprentice who had been kneeling had now risen, standing behind the guards, shouting loudly, "Bind him! Strike him heavily! Killing him would be a mercy!" Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Mayama. Of course, it was a matter of weight. Though the old master Yin was a cultivator of the golden core stage, when he imparted his forging techniques, Mayama's own powers had been diminished, limiting him to the chi refinement stage at best. Moreover, by the time the old master passed away, he was nearly drained of his strength. While Mayama was also a cultivator of the chi refinement stage, the techniques he practiced, such as the treading heavens demon art and the 9 transformations divine skill, were rare and extraordinary. In the mortal realm, he was already a mighty titan capable of lifting great weights. Calmly, Mayama retrieved another piece of iron ore from his storage pouch and placed it on the furnace. Moments later, a resounding bang echoed through the forging chamber, reverberating with an ethereal sound. The master, who had been seated, excitedly rose from his chair and hurried to Mayama's side. With swift movements, Mayama's arms swung, transforming the once rigid iron ore into a pliable form akin to soft clay. Regardless of the time spent, Mayama presented the completed iron ore to the master, saying, "I have only studied under Yin Qingzhu for a few days. If my forging is lacking, I humbly ask for your guidance." Before the master could even take the iron ore, he realized that the quality of Mayama's creation far surpassed his own. The sound produced by Mayama's strikes was hollow and clear, a testament to the force penetrating the entire piece of iron. Upon inspection, the master found the iron ore to be uniformly textured, its purity far exceeding that of his own work. Gently, the master placed the iron ore back on the anvil, as if handling a fragile work of art. "My forging skills are indeed inferior to yours," the master admitted, bowing his head. "That you have achieved such heights after only a few days under the tutelage of Master Yin is an indication of the latter's unparalleled forging artistry." Mayama promptly returned the courtesy, stating, "You flatter me, master. Each has their own area of expertise. You are a master of inscription arrays, while Master Yin is a master of forging magical artifacts. Both of you are esteemed elders deserving of respect." The master's gaze turned fierce as he locked eyes with the previously arrogant apprentice. No longer brimming with confidence, the apprentice now lay prostrate on the ground, pleading for mercy. "It was my fault. I spoke thoughtlessly. Considering the years I have spent at your side, without any merit, I implore you, spare my life." The master approached and delivered a heavy slap that sent the apprentice sprawling to the floor. "I have warned you. To insult a master means either you must surpass the master in skill or pay the price for their dignity." The apprentice's face drained of color as he crawled desperately before Mayama, begging, "Please, save me." Yet, the old master Yin had already picked up the hammer and, without hesitation, struck down upon the apprentice. Each creation of the master was cherished as if it were life itself. How could an ordinary person dare insult it? Yara recoiled in fear, pressing tightly behind Mayama. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Had he failed to produce something satisfactory for the master, it would have been he lying dead on the ground. "I wonder, young friend, what array you seek me to inscribe?" the master inquired. Mayama presented the materials he had crafted in Huahua City, including the base for the fire fan, 3 fiery feathers from Yara, and the array diagrams required for the fan. After studying the materials for a moment, the master burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "A marvel indeed. Truly a work of artistry. The base material of the artifact is translucent, already reflecting the level of a master. The array can interlink various artifacts, concentrating scattered attacks. It is indeed a stroke of genius." Mayama hastily asked, "May I inquire about your fees, master?" The last individual who forged an artifact paid not only 500 spirit stones, but also provided numerous materials. "Currently, I possess just over 1,000 spirit stones. Should your fees be exorbitant, I may not be able to afford them." The master waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. "It is only necessary to charge those mundane folk. To demand payment for crafting a piece worthy of a master would be an insult to my craft. I possess an item I have struggled to forge for quite some time without success. If you can assist me in completing it, I will not only waive your fees, but reward you handsomely. All present turned their attention to Mayama. The master's previous praise could still be seen as a commendation to a junior. Yet now, even the master required this individual's assistance, indicating that Mayama's forging skills had reached a level comparable to that of the master. With a wave of his hand, the master commanded, "Everyone else, depart. We shall inscribe no more artifacts today." The apprentices hastily set aside their tasks, ushering the guests out of the chamber. Though displeased, none dared express their discontent in the presence of the two masters, leaving with forced smiles as they filed out. "Young brother, have you considered accompanying me on my travels across the continent?" The master invited as he inscribed the array. "While I may not forge as well as you, I have encountered various materials and am well versed in their properties. Should you choose to follow me, becoming a master within a decade is not an impossible feat. If you grasp the essence of array techniques, I would be willing to impart all my knowledge in that realm." Mayama pondered for a moment, realizing that knowing one's face does not equate to knowing one's heart. If the master discovered his true identity, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he might turn him over to the Wolf King for a reward. "I am grateful for your kindness, master, but my talents are limited. Following you may only hinder your important endeavors," Mayama gently declined. The master looked up at him, a disdainful smile crossing his face. "Your feigned modesty may deceive other cultivators, but it cannot fool me. Ever since you entered, I sensed a faint aura of the wolf demon entwined with you. You must be the one sought after by the wolf demons, yes?" Mayama's heart raced, his gaze locking onto the master as his hand stealthily reached for the corpse pouch. Should the master make any sudden moves, he would summon the skeleton to block him and swiftly escape with Yara and Jinru. To his surprise, the master laughed heartily. "Put your hand down. With your chi refinement stage cultivation, I could crush you with a single finger. You still do not grasp the essence of an array master. The formations I create can unleash the latent power of even the most ordinary artifacts, as well as protect sects like Jiuyuanzi from outside threats. The little dog, which only knows how to bark wildly, does not concern me. Jiuyuanzi has come to a resolution. By your side, I can not only ensure your survival, but also guide you to become a master in your own right." After contemplating, Mishan thought it would be advantageous to follow the master for training after eliminating Jiao Chun, sparing him from entanglements with Jianru's forces. He then inquired, "Might I ask when the master plans to depart from Qingyun City? If I can forge the materials you provided, I will likely leave Qingyun City within 7 days. The old tiger from Yinhua City has invited me to inscribe the formations for a new batch of magical artifacts he is crafting. If you wish to accompany me, it would be of great assistance," the master replied. Mishan immediately shook his head. "I regret to inform you that I lack the fortune to follow the master and learn from you." Though it was merely the beginning of the month, there remained over half a month until the planned time to eliminate Jiao Chen. If he were to leave now, and Jiao Chun were to seize control of Qingyun Temple, Jiao Chen's violent nature could swiftly disrupt the balance between humans and demons, potentially reducing the tens of thousands of ordinary citizens in Qingyun City to slavery. If there were no possibility of eliminating Jiao Chun, it might not matter, but now that a glimmer of opportunity had appeared, Mishan yearned to seize it. Moreover, the old man, Yin, had sacrificed his life to avoid forging artifacts for the tiger demon. If Mishan followed the master to inscribe the formations for the tiger demon, would that not render Yan's sacrifice meaningless? The master, seemingly reading Michigan Shan's thoughts, remarked nonchalantly, "You were taught by the old man Yan. Your temperament mirrors his. What difference is there between humans and demons? Humans can consume beast flesh, so is it not natural for beasts to consume human flesh? In this world, the strong dominate. As long as you possess strength, you may bully others. Lacking strength means you will be bullied. Once you reach the golden core stage, you will understand that in the vast expanse of hundreds of years of life, the fleeting decades of ordinary people are but a drop in the ocean. As long as ordinary people do not perish entirely, they will continue to thrive after decades of reproduction." Though Mishan's expression remained impassive, turmoil brewed within him. While the lifespan of cultivators is indeed long compared to that of ordinary people, he perceived cultivators as branches extending from a great tree. Though they may be longer than other branches, they remain connected to the same roots. Without the roots beneath, even the longest branch is but a floating reed, easily scattered by the wind. The master, seeing Mishan's silence, did not press him further. The path of cultivation is unique to each individual. After a while, the master handed 3 completed fire fans to Mishan. The once dark fan's surfaces were now adorned with crimson patterns, resembling a fiery crow poised to take flight. What do you think? The master asked, pride evident in his gaze. This is the finest artifact I have crafted in the past year or two. Mishan infused demonic energy into the fire fan, and with a whoosh, a torrent of black flames erupted from it, accompanied by a whistling wind. While inscribing the formation, I added some wind attribute spirit stones. Now, with the wind fueling the flames, they burn even more fiercely, the master explained, as if introducing a novel toy. After storing the fire fan in his spatial bag, Mishan bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your efforts, master. How many ordinary spirit stones would it take to compensate for the additional wind attribute spirit stones? The master waved his hand dismissively. This inscribing process has been mutually beneficial. It cannot be compared to mere spirit stones. Not wishing to persist in his refusal, Mishan then asked, what materials does the master require for forging? The master retrieved a fist-sized black object from his spatial bag and handed it to Mishan. Be careful with this. Mishan attempted to catch the black object with one hand, but his expression changed, and he quickly used both hands to secure it. Even with both hands, it took considerable effort to stabilize the heavy item. The master chuckled, do not underestimate it. This is ink essence. Though it is but a small piece, it weighs 1,000 pounds. This ink essence possesses excellent defensive capabilities and high-temperature resistance, making it an exceptional material for crafting armor. A mere nail-sized portion can potentially create a top-tier artifact. However, due to these properties, ink essence is notoriously difficult to forge. I have possessed this piece for several years without success in processing it. Mishan placed the ink essence upon the furnace, yet after half a day, it showed no signs of change. The crow glanced at Mishan, but was halted by a mere glance from him. For one who relished forging, a good fire source is more precious than life itself. If the master became greedy and sought to take the crow from Mishan, he would find himself unable to refuse. If the forging failed and the master sought compensation for the formation, he could always find a way to repay him. Yet, the crow held profound significance for Mishan, far beyond the worth of mere spirit stones. As anticipated, the master reluctantly retrieved a fiery red pill from his spatial bag. This is the extreme fire pill. It can temporarily enhance the flame's heat. You must act quickly. With that, the master tossed the extreme fire pill into the furnace, causing the flame to surge higher, shifting from orange-red to a deep purple. Before long, the ink essence glowed red-hot, and Mishan hurriedly placed it on the anvil. However, upon striking it heavily, the ink essence merely quivered, with only a few impurities sparking away. Mishan shook his head. While this could suffice for forging, the effect of the extreme fire pill was limited. If he could not complete the forging before the pill's efficacy waned, all prior efforts would be in vain. Drawing upon the full power of the 9 transformations divine art, Mishan's body radiated a blood-red hue. With a mighty strike, a brilliant spark erupted from the ink essence. After a considerable duration, Mishan, drenched in sweat, presented the now reduced ink essence to the master. I have managed to forge it, albeit with some difficulty. I hope it meets the master's requirements. The master examined the ink essence. Though it had diminished by a quarter, its texture had become more uniform, and its purity had reached a level suitable for crafting a top-tier artifact. Delighted, the master stored the ink essence and retrieved a jade slip from his spatial bag. Have you decided against following me? Among ordinary people, those with the potential and aptitude to become cultivators are but 1 in 1,000. Among that select few, even fewer possess the perseverance and talent to master artifact crafting. Should you choose not to accompany me, whether from lack of materials to practice or the relentless pursuit of the Wolf King, such great talent may be squandered along the way. Mishan bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, master, but I have matters that compel me to remain at Jiuyuanzi Temple. It would be difficult for me to learn by your side. The master sighed heavily, then handed the jade slip to Mishan. This contains my insights on formation studies from my youth. You may find it beneficial to peruse when you have the time. After expressing his gratitude once more, Mishan exited the secret chamber without a backward glance. Though remaining at the master's side might offer greater safety, a true man must discern when to act and when to refrain. If he were to evade this challenge, it could leave a lingering heart demon that may haunt him for a lifetime. At the entrance of Qingshi City, after arranging a time to meet Jianru again, Mishan headed directly for Qingyan Temple. Half a day later, he found a picturesque spot not far from the temple, where he released the remains of the old man, Yin, once more. The crow, with reddened eyes, rushed towards him. Although the old man, Yin, was not the crow's biological grandfather, he had stayed behind in enemy territory to protect the granddaughter of his friend. Mishan took a heavy iron hammer and struck the ground to create a deep pit, placing the old man's remains within. "Let us give Master Yin a proper burial," Mishan said, scooping a handful of earth and offering it to the crow. "If Master Yin were alive, he would not wish to see you so sorrowful." Yer placed a handful of soil upon Master Yin's body, her sobs growing ever more intense. Mishan began to refill the pit with mud using his iron mace. Yet his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. He pondered whether his parents and girlfriend in another world would feel such sorrow upon learning of his misfortune. Before long, a small mound had risen, and no one would believe that this tiny heap was all that remained of the once great cultivator, the lord of Yinhua City. Mishan gently patted Yar's head, instructing her to wait patiently for his return. Just as his words faded, the veins in his right arm surged, and the heavy iron mace flew forth with a howling wind. A man's anguished wail immediately echoed from the distant thicket. Realizing he had been discovered, Mishan urged, "Run." The dense foliage stirred as figures hastily split into two directions, fleeing into the distance. Mishan smirked coldly. His spiritual sense was on par with a mid-foundation cultivator, and these three fools had no idea how close they were behind him. The two men had barely escaped when something gave chase. In an instant, two piercing screams erupted from the undergrowth, followed by the sound of bodies being dragged away. Shortly thereafter, three corpses were pulled from the thicket by two skeletal figures. Mishan meticulously searched through the trio's storage bags, soon uncovering garments belonging to outer sect disciples. He also discovered 3 packets, each containing 100 spirit stones, wrapped in identical coverings. It seemed that not only the inner sect was eager to uncover Elder Su's fate, even the outer sect could not restrain their curiosity and wished to wade into these murky waters. Regrettably, these 3 had perished before they could even spend their bounty. After swiftly collecting the valuables from the 3 storage bags, Mishan summoned Yar and set ablaze the remnants of their existence in this world. "All done, let us depart. As long as I am here, no one shall bully you." Mishan took Yar's hand, preparing to return to Elder Su's cave. Yet, Yar abruptly broke free, exclaiming, "I have regained most of my memories. I recall a great clan in the southeastern corner of the continent, and I wish to seek them out." Mishan quickly intervened. "The Xianhuang continent is vast. You only know a general direction. How will you find your clan? My memories are just beginning to return. Perhaps in time I will remember the exact location. Besides, as a member of the demon race mingling among humans, that is truly perilous." Yar stubbornly shook her head. "There is no need. Master Yin has passed on the forging techniques to you. I have no ties left in Qingyan City. In the past, Master Yin had a friendly escort team here. I will disguise myself as a human child and blend in with them. Once I leave Qingyan City and enter the demon territory, I will be safe." Seeing that he could not sway Yar, Mishan reluctantly offered half of his spirit stones, around 600, packing them into another storage bag and handing it to her. Yar shook her head once more. As a mere chi refining stage demon, carrying so many spirit stones would only attract trouble. "I noticed some gold and silver in those 3 storage bags. You can provide me with some for food along the way." With everything prepared, Yar turned away and walked toward Qingyan City without a backward glance, leaving Mishan staring after her. The current Yar was a stark contrast to the one in Yinhua City. Not only had she regained her memories, but she had also returned to her former self. It was indeed the death of Master Yin that had transformed Yar into an adult overnight. Although Master Yin failed to protect Yinhua City, he left behind the most precious spark of hope. Perhaps decades from now, this small flame would grow into a mighty beacon, illuminating and warming those still shrouded in darkness. Only when Yar's silhouette vanished beyond the horizon did Mishan hasten toward Elder Su's cave. The opening of the secret realm at Qingyan Temple was his sole opportunity to obtain a foundation establishment pill, and he was determined to participate, no matter the cost. With merely a few days remaining until the realm's opening, there was no time to learn a new light body technique. He could only diligently practice the non-leaf fire array. Even a mid-foundation cultivator would find themselves doomed if ensnared within its grasp. Half a day later, as Elder Su's cave came into view, a familiar figure stood anxiously outside, scanning the surroundings. The plump Ma Fuchen rushed over upon seeing Mishan approach. Brother, you're finally back. I searched the mines countless times and couldn't find you. Mishan regarded Ma Fuchen with suspicion. Since they had been captured by the inner sect while treasure hunting together, he had lost all contact with him. He had inquired among others, all of whom claimed that once someone entered the punishment hall, there was no chance of return. Yet here stood Ma Fuchen, seemingly unscathed. And Mishan sensed that he had attained late Qi refining stage cultivation. Mishan silently scoffed. He had absorbed vast amounts of demonic energy daily to reach the late Qi refining stage. Ma Fuchen, whose aptitude had been so poor that he had to sell himself to Qingyun Temple for entry, had inexplicably progressed so rapidly. Something was amiss. Without delving into Ma Fuchen's background, Mishan simply asked, "Where did you go after being captured by the punishment hall?" "I worried for you daily." Ma Fuchen's face paled, and after a moment of hesitation, he stammered, "The punishment hall asked me a few questions. When they couldn't extract any useful information, they let me go. To my surprise, I was fortunate. As soon as I stepped out, the sect leader took a liking to me, and I began studying under him." Mishan's heart turned cold with disbelief. He had nearly been killed in the punishment hall, and it was only thanks to his senior brother's intervention that he had been freed. Yet Ma Fuchen, as a treasure-hunting companion, was released after a mere cursory inquiry. This was hard to digest. Moreover, the cultivation resources at Qingyun Temple were already allocated. If one gained more, another would inevitably receive less. The sect leader's decision to support an opposing faction for such a trivial reason seemed absurd. Despite his skepticism, Mishan feigned envy, lightly punching Ma Fuchen's chest. "You're not being considerate enough. With such a fortunate path ahead, you should look out for your brother." He continued, "I've been serving Elder Su, attending to his every need, doing all the menial tasks, and I've barely reached mid-Qi refining stage." With that, Mishan suppressed part of his cultivation and displayed his mid-Qi refining stage prowess before Ma Fuchen. Ma Fuchen's expression immediately brightened. No matter how good Mishan's aptitude was, it seemed he was still inferior. Rubbing his slightly sore chest, he retorted defiantly, "Don't blame your elder brother for not promoting you. A fine opportunity awaits you. It's up to you to muster the courage to seize it." Seeing Ma Fuchen's sudden change in demeanor, Mishan couldn't help but laugh. Initially calling him brother, Ma Fuchen now reverted to addressing him as elder brother upon realizing his superior cultivation. Mishan wondered what means the sect leader had employed to elevate Ma Fuchen's cultivation, but it was clear that it had significantly boosted his confidence. Mayama resolved to accompany Ma Fuchen in this performance, eager to discern the true intentions concealed within his facade.